Chapter 883: The construction site of AXA Construction's West City Development Project. And Liang walked out of the mobile prefabricated office. He drove his old Audi A6L to leave the construction site of the Xiqing Development Project and went directly to the Beiyu branch of Gongshan Bank, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Beiyu branch. After Li Xian finished communicating with Liang, she came to Lu Ling's office. "Mom, Liang is coming," Li Xian said quickly. Lu Ling asked, "Why is he here?" "He said he came to consult on behalf of AXA Construction," Li Xian said truthfully. Lu Ling nodded slightly. "Okay, when he arrives, just bring him over." "Ah," Li Xian responded. "By the way, Mom, what does he mean?" "You'll find out later." Lu Ling did not answer. After more than half an hour, Liang drove his old Audi A6L to the Beiyu branch of Gongshan Bank. He parked directly at the door. Temporary parking is allowed here. Liang walked into the lobby of Beiyu branch of Gongshan Bank. He saw Li Xian. He walked directly to Li Xian and proactively said, "Hello, I want to apply for a loan." "Ah." Li Xian was stunned for a moment, and then she realized it was Liang. She rolled her eyes at Liang and said, "Come this way." Li Xian brought Liang to Lu Ling's office. After the two came in, Liang took the initiative to say, "Hello, Annie, good afternoon." Lu Ling responded, "Good afternoon." "I heard Xian say, are you here to consult on AXA's business?" And Liang responded, "I want to talk about AXA's loan problem. Can we change the environment?" "No problem," Lu Ling responded. AXA Construction is a major customer. Major customers have the right to make demands. By the way, Xian, you come too." And Liang greeted Li Xian was stunned for a moment. Lu Ling stood aside and promised on Li Xian's behalf, "Xian, you can also go together. Their EXA is a big customer of ours, and the president will not stop them." And Liang joked, "Annie, do you think I'm using my power for personal gain?" Lu Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes at Liang. Isn't Liang using his power for personal gain? A moment later, Liang took Li Xian and Lu Ling to leave the Beiyu branch of Gongshan Bank. Because there were no customers at the moment, the teller Yin Zhuwei gossiped. "Shasha, guess what the Prince of AXA came here to do?" Yin Shasha joked. "Sister Lu brought her daughter here. I guess the Prince of Ansheng came here after Sister Lu's daughter. Then Sister Lu is worried, right? Sister Lu is too cautious." Yin Zhuwei also joked, "It's better to be cautious." Yin Shasha responded, "These children these days are very precocious." "How old do you think you are?" Yin Zhuwei responded with a hum. "A little older than you." Yin Shasha's teasing response Yin Zhuwei was unable to refute. In the old black Audi A6L, Lu Ling and Li Xian were both in the back seat. Li Xian complained, "This car doesn't look good. It's an old car from 8 years ago, and it really doesn't look good." And Liang responded, "How do you drive this car?" Li Xian was curious. "I have to go to the construction site every day recently, and I can't bear to drive my Lamborghini there. So I just drive an old Audi, which doesn't hurt me even if I bump into it." And Liang seemingly unintentionally revealed the information about going to the construction site every day. "By the way, where are we going now?" Li Xian asked. "Baby, didn't I say before that after the annual vacation is over, I will buy you a Porsche Cayenne?" And Liang explained. Li Xian said coyly, "Does a Cayenne cost more than 1 million? Well, what's wrong?" And Liang was confused. "A pound of radish only costs 50 cents, and a Cayenne." And Liang interrupted Li Xian directly. "Baby, Granny Pan has Granny Pan's life. We have our lives. Everyone has their own life. We understand other people's lives just to enrich our knowledge and live our own lives better." And Liang spoke truthfully for Li Xian. Li Xian said coquettishly, I know, I just think." And Liang interrupted Li Xian again. "Okay, baby, I don't want you to think. I want me to think. I want to buy you a Porsche Cayenne. I like how you look happy. I think it's worth it." Snort. Overbearing. Li Xian is still coquettish. "Sorry, I'm just so domineering." And Liang chuckled. Lu Ling listened quietly to the exchange between Liang and Li Xian. She knew that her silly daughter had completely fallen. How could her silly daughter be Liang's opponent? Porsche Beiyu Center, shared the Beiyu branch of the commercial bank, is very close. The straight line distance between the two sides is no more than 2 kilometers. Even with a detour, it only took more than 10 minutes for An Liang and the others to arrive smoothly. Before arriving, An Liang had already called Kai Mingjia. When they arrived, Kai Mingjia was waiting at the door of the store. As soon as An Liang parked his car, Kai Mingjia greeted him. "Good afternoon, Mr. In." Kai Mingjia's polite greetings, "Good afternoon." And Liang responded, "By the way, is the car ready?" Chapter 892. It was just after 11 p.m. Yang Maui curled up in Liang's arms and watched the live broadcast. She was watching Moxian's live broadcast. "Your Majesty, I think Moxian sings beautifully." Yang Maui praised. And Liang responded casually, "I heard that in the live broadcast industry, most singing anchors are sound card weirdos. Is this guy right?" "Oops." Yang Maui said coquettishly, "Your Majesty." Okay, let's take a look together." And Liang watched the live broadcast with Yang Maui. Yang Maui's mobile phone was playing Moxian's live broadcast, and she was chatting awkwardly. "It's almost 11:30, and we have been live broadcasting since 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It has been more than 7 hours. Is there any folk brother who can support me in ordering a song?" Moxian yelled, "You can order a song with a magic book. Dear friends who are passing by, you are welcome to order a song." Moxian continued shouting. "A magic book costs 100 yuan. For a big anchor like Moxian, this singing fee is actually very rare and ordinary." However, Moxian shouted for 5 or 6 minutes, but there was no one. When people asked for songs, Moxian could only sing Liang Liang by himself to ease the awkward atmosphere in the live broadcast room. "How miserable." An Liang comments, "I've been worse before." Yang Maui turned sideways and kissed An Liang. "Ahem. Could it be that this juicer?" "King, do you still have golden bean coupons in your account?" Yang Maui asked. "There are 9,000 yuan of golden bean coupons and 10,000 yuan of tiger tooth coins." And Liang responded, "Wow, are there actually so many?" Yang Maui said coquettishly, "Your Majesty, I want 9,000 yuan of golden bean coupons, and I want to support Moxian." "No problem." And Liang handed his mobile phone to Yang Maui. Yang Maui took in Liang's mobile phone. She clicked on the Huya app and then searched for Moxian's live broadcast room to enter. And Liang's account is Super God Emperor. And there is something conspicuous when entering the live broadcast room: the entrance animation. Moxian naturally saw the entrance animation of the Super God Emperor, and she quickly greeted, "Welcome, scholar. Beloved brother." The scholar lives up to his expectations. He cast Tiger Teeth #1 in the Moxian live broadcast room. A Tiger Teeth #1 is worth 1,000 yuan. Yang Maui clicked on a Tiger Teeth #1 and sent a message. The scholar lives up to his expectations. Sing a song. Today you will marry me. Ah. Moxian looked at Liang's account and was a little dazed. Old story. Dear brother, what are you doing? Chiyoyu. It's time to die. The beloved brother has rebelled. Corner. Is it stable? We, Moxian, take first place. The scholar lives up to his expectations. I am a fox. The scholar lives up to his expectations. I'll use his number to clear the coupon, lest he forget it and end up wasting it if it expires. Old news. Hello, Fox Anchor. Old news. Please invite the Fox Anchor to take a seat. Old story. I was just scared to death. I thought my beloved brother had rebelled. Wow. Fox, are you messing with me? Montax in complaint. Scholars live up to their expectations. Sing quickly, Sister Fox. Please tell me how many coupons your boss has in his account. Can I have some more? Moxian said pitifully. Sister Fox, please take pity on the poor little sisters. The poor little sisters are really starving to death. After more than 7 hours, plus the 1,000 yuan you paid for them, the gift flow is only just over 5,000 yuan. It is really miserable. Moxian started the miserable selling mode. Scholars live up to their expectations. The treasure map was opened in the Moxian live broadcast room. Scholars live up to their expectations. Sing. Thank you, Sister Fox. I will be Sister Fox's person from now on. If Sister Fox says to go east, I will go east. If Sister Fox says to go west, I will go west. Moxn is doing the program effects. The scholar lives up to his expectations. Are you still singing? No problem, sing now. Moxin immediately started singing. But it was a bit unpleasant. Change the person, the song is a bit ugly. And Liang shouted, the scholar lives up to his expectations. Let's go now. My beloved brother said your song is unpleasant. Ha 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 ha. After sending the message, Yang Maui exited Moxin's live broadcast room. She entered Siffin's live broadcast room. After entering, she introduced in Liang, Your Majesty, this Siffin is also my little sister. She is the anchor of ink painting. And Liang looked at Siffin's live broadcast room. In the middle of the night, this little girl was still painting ink paintings. Judging from the camera, it was taken from an angle of about 60 degrees directly in front of her, just enough to see her painting. However, this little girl was so focused on painting that she didn't even welcome the Super God Emperor when he came in. No wonder her popularity is low. There are only 6 people in the VIP seats in the live broadcast room, plus the account of the Super God Emperor, who is not worthy of being a scholar. And the host Siffin's own account, it is simply miserable. Yang Maui swiped the remaining golden beans worth 3,000 yuan in Siffin's live broadcast room, and then handed the phone to An Liang. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Maui said a little embarrassedly, Your Majesty, I suddenly feel that buying gifts is quite fun. Do you want to brush it a little more? And Liang stretched out his hand and pinched Yang Maui's little face. Yang Maui shook her head. No, the others don't know me. Moxin and Siffin are little sisters. Just support me. Your Majesty, it's getting late. Let's go take a shower. Yang Maui said proactively. Chapter 893 The Fox Demon takes the initiative to ask for a fight. How can Taoistan, a giant of righteousness, show weakness? The battle lasted longer this time, because after the righteous giant Dao Chong and fought continuously, his continuous combat ability became stronger, right? Near 1 o'clock in the morning, Yang Maui put one hand and one foot on An Liang's body, and she was already in a sleepy state. An Liang is checking the prompt information of the winner system in life. The glory count of Jingdao is 4 wins in 4 battles, and the total reward is the recharge amount of 20 million tiger teeth coins. And Liang ordered the life winner system to recharge 15 million. He took Yang Maui's mobile phone and opened Yang Maui's live broadcast room. The screen was still black with the camera and microphone turned off. After waiting for Yang Maui's live broadcast room to be opened, the life winner system also completed the recharge. And Liang entered Yang Maui's live broadcast room and then started to renew. Congratulations to Scholar Lives Up for renewing. Emperor *20 in No More Vixen's live broadcast room. Congratulations to Scholar Lives Up for renewing. Emperor *24 in No More Vixen live broadcast room. An Liang first continues one time for 20 months and then 20 additional 24-month renewals. The 1-month renewal is 30,000 yuan, totaling 15 million yuan. Because of An Liang's numerous renewals, even late at night and early in the morning, even in the live broadcast room with a black screen, the number of VIP seats quickly exceeded 10,000, and the barrage was in a state of bursting the screen. One thing to say, this person is really fierce. Black screen anchor? I calculated it and found that the total renewal fee is 15 million. What kind of fairy trench is this? I envy the fox anchor. Envy and jealousy to the point of distortion. What kind of anchor is this anchor? There are really people who don't know Fox Anchor? So, how come some people don't know about Lucky Fox? And Liang ignored the barrage. After he recharged and renewed, he first looked at the voting method for the annual tickets. The maximum number of votes per time was 1,000. He recharged and renewed 15 million Super God Emperor. According to the 10% gift limit, the Golden Bean voucher, the total amount is 16.5 million. If the maximum amount is 1,000 yuan at a time, doesn't it mean that he has to press the screen 16,500 times? And Liang gave up immediately. He sent Limbaugh a message on WeChat and Liang, Mr. Lin, are you asleep? Limbaugh, not yet. Is there anything wrong with Mr. Lin? And Liang, I just recharged 15 million, and all the renewals were converted into 16.5 million Golden Bean coupons. You can arrange it for the Fox, and all of them will be converted into annual tickets. And Liang, what the hell is your annual ticket setting? You can get up to 1,000 at a time. Doesn't that mean you have to press it more than 10,000 times? And Liang, I suggest you set it up for Emperor users so that they can send up to 1 million votes at a time. Linbo, okay, Mr. N, we will make your request tomorrow. Linbo, by the way, Mr. N, will all the 16.5 million Golden Bean coupons be exchanged for annual tickets and given directly to the Fox anchor? On Liang, yes. Please do it in the background. I'm too lazy to press it more than 10,000 times. Linbo, okay, Mr. N, please send me the verification code of your Huya account. On Liang, 608,725. Limbaugh, wait a minute, it will be done in 1 minute. And Liang, okay, you just need to get it done. I'll go to bed first. Mr. Lin should go to bed early. Linbo, okay. Thank you, Mr. N, for your concern. And Liang, goodbye. Linbo, goodbye. More than a minute later, and Liang refreshed the page of the annual anchor campaign. Yang Maoi's vote count changed by more than 1 million votes in 10 minutes. Naturally, it was refreshed in real time, and then she directly landed in the first place. 2019 Anchor Ranking. First place, No Vixen. 16,500,842 votes. Second place, Zhao Gao. 12,998,211 votes. Third place, Moxin. 9,817,886 votes. Fourth place, Yiming. 9,001,236 votes. Yang Maui landed in first place with more than 16.5 million votes and exceeded the second place by 3.5 million votes. In Moxin's live broadcast room, Old Events explained the situation almost immediately. Old News. Fox anchor topped the list with 16.5 million votes. Old Story. This is outrageous. Old Story. I really can't stand it anymore. Old Story. This is too fierce. Just throw out more than 10 million. What kind of family? What kind of mind? Moxin also complained. I'm so sour that I turned into lemon essence. I'm so envious of Sister Fox. The live broadcast is black. I'm afraid her beloved brother was playing with her mobile phone, and she ended up ranking first. Can she do whatever she wants if she has money? Moxin said helplessly. The barrage was sent frantically. If you have money, you can really do whatever you want. In the Great Qin Guild, Zhao Gao was also complaining in the live broadcast room. Coming. He's really here. Look, this is outrageous. The Fox anchor originally had more than 800 votes, but that person directly renewed his subscription for 15 million and then directly cast 16.5 million votes. It was simply not possible to survive. Zhao Gao complained wildly, brothers, let's try again. We are only 3 million votes short of first place. We still have a chance. Zhao Gao shouted, hoping to get more annual votes. But the audience sent barges to dissent. Do you think I still have a chance? Doghead, Zhao Gao, wake up. Do you think others only have 16.5 million votes? That's because 16.5 million votes already ranked first. Others only take first place. That's because first place is the strongest. LOL. In order to win first place, Zhao Gao broadcast live for 12 hours every day for more than half a month, but ended up overturning. I suggest the Great Qin Guild call back. If you fight back and are beaten back again, but you haven't beaten them in the end, isn't that a huge loss? The Qin Guild also needs to consider costs, right? He wouldn't be beaten to death like this, would he? Suddenly, I want to support the Fox anchor. Let's do it together. Let's go, I'm a champion fan. Chapter 8, 94 Tiger Tooth Sisters, Siphon at Wu Xiaoling. Thank you, Sister Fox. I just saw the 3 big rockets you rewarded. Green clothes at Siphon. She fell asleep. Egret at Chingy. Haha. There's an internal odor. Montaxin, I'm convinced. Moxin. Picture. Moxin. Fox directly landed in the first place. His mentality is unbalanced, and the broadcast will be canceled early today. Lu E. I wonder if this news broke out a long time ago. Bailu. Brother Liangren has already used Fox's account to announce that he will take first place. Why do you think it's strange that Fox ranks first? Moxin. Does anyone know what kind of family the beloved brother is from? Moxin. That's outrageous. MOXI. According to the situation of the fox, even if you win the first place, you will lose money, right? Greenie. Rumor has it that he is the richest man in Shengqing. Egret. Rumored family 100 billion group. Siphon. Sister Fox must know anyway. MOXN. I've given up. I've given up. I'm going to sleep. I'll be a salty fish from tomorrow on. The next day, Yang Maui woke up first, while Liang was still sleeping. Even with dual talents, and Liang still needed time to rest. Yang Maui carefully took the phone over. She did not waken Liang up, but opened the phone carefully. She first saw the information about the Hututh sisters. After reading the record, Yang Maui entered the Huya app to check the 2019 anchor rankings, and she was indeed number one, and her annual ticket sales increased by over 500,000. According to records, and Liang gave her 16.5 million votes, and the total number of votes now is 17,108,762, which is equivalent to an increase of more than 600,000 votes. But you have to know that she didn't live broadcast yesterday. This means that even without the live broadcast, she also earned more than 600,000 yuan in gift sales. There is no more Vixen. I went to bed early yesterday, and he used my mobile phone to operate it. MOXIN. Do you listen to what others say? MOXIN. My mentality is completely shattered. MOXIN. I want a big brother like yours. I also want to retire from the world. Green clothes. Take a shower and go to sleep. Egret. Think about old things? MOXIN. The two are not on the same level at all? Yang Maui was chatting with the little sisters, and she took a look at her annual ticket. At nearly 9 o'clock in the morning, An Liang yawned and finally woke up. I've been so tired from fighting demons and demons for the past 2 days, so I must ensure adequate sleep. When An Liang woke up, he saw Yang Maui, who was playing with her mobile phone, and asked casually, "When did you wake up?" "Just woke up," Yang Maui responded. And Liang didn't believe it. Yang Maui's condition didn't look like she had just woken up. "King, are you going to work today?" Yang Maui asked. And Liang nodded. "I want to go, but I can go there later." And Liang is indeed planning to go to the Xiqing development project. He will check in and pay attention to the international gold price. By the way, he will send a message to Moments and become a successful time manager. Is the king going to get up? Yang Maui looked at An Liang with watery eyes. This little vixen. All right, she is a juicer now. This is indeed the case. From the 4th to the 6th, the righteous giant Taoist and fought 3 battles with the vixen every day. Even on the 7th, when An Liang was preparing to return to Tianfu Economics College to register, 2 battles still occurred. The life winner system shows that the honor count of the righteous path is 15 battles. With the support of dual talents, the righteous path giant and Dao Zhang finally won. At nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, An Liang drove a Lamborghini Urus to the Mulingshan Peak Hotel. He planned to return to Tianfu Economics College to register today and then go to the imperial capital in the evening. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival, and the violin and piano competition will start the day after tomorrow. Chen Siyu will play the piano during the invitational performance. He has already agreed to Chen Siyu, so naturally he has to go to the imperial capital for the appointment. In addition, this time has passed, and we still have to deal with the graphene battery industry, the cornerstone of the future. This is a top priority. If there are no accidents, the graphene battery industry will become An Liang's main development business for a long time to come, and relying on the graphene battery industry, Lao Angel will be completely upgraded. However, there are still many complicated things that need to be solved by An Liang to enter the graphene battery industry. For example, how to cooperate. You can't let An Liang start the graphene battery industry on his own, right? That is impossible. Just supporting the upstream and downstream of the industrial chain, as well as the issue of industrial promotion, are not things that An Liang can play around with. Even the simpler patent registration cannot be completed by An Liang alone. Therefore, it is impossible for An Liang to engage in the graphene battery industry by himself. But how to cooperate and who to cooperate with is a big problem. Hi, what are you thinking about? Xiao Rui's clear and sweet voice interrupted An Liang's contemplation. When An Liang came back to his senses, the 2 Xia sisters were already standing in front of him. Have you packed it up? An Liang asked casually. The two Xia sisters nodded together. Then let's go back to school. And Liang explained, ah. Xia Rui responded affirmatively. Xia Xin also agreed gently. Okay. Chapter 895 Mulingshan Peak Hotel. The luggage service staff put the suitcases of the two Xia sisters into the trunk of the Lamborghini Urus. This time, the two sisters, Xia Rui and Xia Xin, actually sat in the back row. Strangeness. And Liang silently used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check their favorability. It was still 79 points, neither increasing nor decreasing. Could it be that the two of them refused to give in to each other? After all, it is more than 300 kilometers from Chongqing to Tianfu. This distance is too long. No matter who is sitting in the passenger seat, does the other person feel that it is too disadvantaged? And Liang didn't mention this matter. He drove directly and set off. After the bright yellow Lamborghini Urus entered the highway, it soared directly to the legal maximum speed. The traffic conditions were pretty good today. There weren't many cars on the road. Xiao Rui said from the back seat, "By the way, boss, I have something to tell you." And Liang asked in confusion, "What happened?" "My mother asked you to come to our house for dinner, and thank you for taking care of us these days." Xiao Rui explained. Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin's mother want to treat her to dinner? And Liang's head hurt subconsciously, because Liang thought of Lu Ling's cooking skills. Ahem. "Let me ask first, is your mother a good cook?" And Liang asked bluntly. "If you're not good at cooking, just pretend you forgot to ask me, and I'll pretend I don't know about it." And Liang added. Xiao Rui laughed. "Boss, you are too upright." Xia Hexin couldn't help but respond. "On Liang, you are a bit straightforward." And Liang hummed. "Once bitten by a snake, I will be afraid of well ropes for 10 years. Huh? Xiao Rui asked curiously. "Is there any story?" Xia Hexin also became curious. And Liang responded while driving. "Stop asking. Just tell me directly, is your mother's cooking good? If your cooking skills are not very good, we might as well book a table outside and call your mother. You can also call your father, by the way." And Liang said very truthfully. Xiao Rui responded, "My mother is an art teacher. She cooks very delicious food. Not only does it taste delicious, but she also has obsessive-compulsive disorder in art. She is also very good at cutting vegetables and arranging them." "Of real?" And Liang asked. "Of course it's true." Xiao Rui responded. And Liang asked additionally, "Hexin, you shouldn't lie to me, right?" Xiao Hexin responded gently. "What Rui said is indeed true. Our mother is an art teacher, and her cooking skills are indeed very good. Wait a minute. You can find a service area to take a rest, and I'll send you the dishes that Mom used to cook." "Oh." And Liang responded cautiously, mainly because of Lu Ling's pearl in the front, and Liang still thinks it's better to be cautious. After all, people's judgment standards are different. For example, some people think durian smells very fragrant and is delicious. But some people think durian is smelly and impossible to eat. And Liang wants to avoid such judgment bias. An hour and a half later, halfway through the journey, and Liang chose a service area to rest. Xia Hexin and Xiao Rui were among the 3 people after sending the pictures, and Liang checked them. Judging from the pictures, they really didn't lie. Their mother's cooking skills were pretty good, even better than the dishes in many hotels. As expected of an art teacher who can't cook is not good cook? How about it? I didn't lie to you, right? Xia Hui askatum. It does look good. And Liang responded. Then we go at noon? Xiao Rui asked. It might take us more than 1 o'clock to arrive. And Liang reminded. Isn't it a little too late? It won't be too late. My mother will wait for us, as promised before. Xiao Rui responded. That's okay. And Liang nodded in agreement. By the way, your dad is here, right? Xiao Rui affirmed, and Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Xiao Rui and Xia Hexin are not a single-parent family, so there are no complicated problems. Does your dad smoke and drink? And Liang continued to ask, no smoking, just drinking. Xiao Rui answered the truth. After Liang asked, he contacted Fan Ping from Onshin Investment Company through the vehicle system. Lao Fan, where are you? And Liang asked directly, I'm at China International Finance Corporation. Fan Ping responded, Go buy a set of cosmetics. Something better, buy a few bottles of Guatai wine, by the way, and arrange for someone to deliver it to the intersection of Manhwa Street at 1 o'clock. I'll arrive at 1 o'clock if I'm faster, and I'll arrive at 1:30 if I'm slower. You can arrange things well. And Liang explained. Okay, Mr. In, I'll make arrangements right away, Fan Ping said. After ending the call, and Liang took the initiative and said, It's my first time to meet your mother. Is it appropriate to give her a set of cosmetics? Xiao Rui joked, Wow, boss, have you really put yourself into the role of my brother-in-law? Otherwise? And Liang teased in turn, Do you also want to be my girlfriend? I think so. Xiao Rui responded boldly. But do you dare? Chapter 896. Faced with Xiao Rui's bold provocation, how couldn't Liang give in? Ding! The system has once again detected unknown risks from legal and moral aspects and is trying to find a solution. Once a feasible solution is found, the host will be notified as soon as possible. Please wait patiently. Damn it! Is this also risky? Idare. But do you dare? And Liang asked in turn, Aren't you afraid of your sister? Xia Hexin responded gently, I don't mind. Look, Xiao Rui asked proudly, That's it. And Liang didn't mean to back down. I'll go to your house for a showdown later? And Liang continued, When I came to the door, I should have been frank and lenient, right? Annie, this is my girlfriend Xia Hexin, and this is my girlfriend Xiao Rui. I actually can't tell who they are, but they're all girlfriends anyway. It doesn't matter whether we can tell them apart, right? And Liang said with a bad smile, This seems to be the way to say it, right? You win. Xiao Rui admitted defeat. So are you my girlfriend? And Liang asked seriously. Snort. Xiao Rui hummed. And Liang did not continue to tease the two Xia sisters. He began to concentrate on driving. The two Xia sisters in the back seat were communicating on their mobile phones. Xiao Rui. This guy's a bit naughty. Xia Hexin. Did you just find out? Xiao Rui. Sister, what do you think we should do? Xia Hexin. Fair competition? Xiao Rui. What about by you? Xia Hexin. Let's all be open to the outside world. Xiao Rui. Oh. The two sisters of the Xiao family are indeed twins. When facing external competition, they must be consistent in dealing with the outside world. At 1:15 in the afternoon, and Liang drove to the intersection of Wenhua Street. He was about to call Fan Ping when he saw Yi Zixuan, the front desk staff of Anshin Investment Company, at the intersection of Wenhua Street. And Liang parked the car on the side of the road. Wenhua Street was not a main road, so it would not be a problem to park temporarily. After parking the car, he greeted Xiaoya. Yi Zixuan heard in Liang's greeting and immediately responded. Mr. In, she responded to Liang and came over with 2 gift bags. When she walked to Liang, she continued to introduce. Mr. and Mr. Fan purchased a Sisley skincare set for bottles of national wine and 4 strips of Hua cigarettes. Do you think it's suitable? No problem. And Liang opened the passenger door, then took the gift bags and put them into the passenger door. Okay, Xiaoya, I'm in trouble this time. You can go back. And Liang responded, It's not a problem, Mr. In. Yi Zixuan replied quickly and politely. And Liang nodded slightly, then walked around to the driver's seat and got into the car. He greeted, Where is your home? Can you give me directions next? Xiao Rui replied, You keep walking forward about 300 meters away. Our home is at number 26 Wenhua Street. You can find a place to park at the second intersection. Xia Hexin added, Generally, there are temporary parking spaces, which cost 5 yuan an hour. Cameras record and record, and you can pay by yourself. If you don't pay, you may face a fine. Just have a parking space. And Liang responded, As for the parking fee, even if it's 24 hours with no time limit, it's only 120 yuan, right? Huh? It seems a bit expensive. Forget it. The last time he came here to eat bobo chicken. Is this the kind of self-parking space where you park? Anyway, you have been cheated once and your heart is numb? Number 26, Wenhua Street. And Liang parked in the self-parking space and asked, Do you want to take off the suitcase? No. Xiao Rui responded, We'll go directly to school later. Oh. And Liang responded. He was secretly wondering, didn't Tianfu Normal University start school next week? And now they are home. Why don't they go home? And Liang was carrying a Sisley Cosmetics gift bag in his left hand and a national wine and Hua in his right hand. Cigarette gift bags, Xiao Rui and Xiao Hixin led the way. Number 26, Wenhua Street, was an old house. It was not a community structure, but an open block. There were people greeting Xiao Rui and Xiao Hixin along the way, and they looked at Liang curiously. And Liang followed the two Xia sisters up the stairs. There are almost no elevators in old buildings like this. Xiao Rui took the initiative and said, "My house is on the 4th floor." "Well, small problem." And Liang nodded. A few minutes later, and Liang followed the two Xia sisters and stood at the door of room 402. Xiao Rui was knocking on the door. "Mom, we are back!" Xiao Rui shouted loudly, "I'm coming." Kai Yushan's voice came out. Click. The anti-theft door opened outwards in some years. Xiao Rui gave in and opened the anti-theft door completely. And Liang looked at Kai Yushan. The other party was a little different from the one on the video call. The real person looked more vicissitudes of life. "Happy New Year, Annie. I'm on Liang." And Liang took the initiative to say hello. Kai Yushan responded with a smile. "Happy New Year, and Liang, please come in." Xiao Rui and Xiao Hixin entered the house first. When An Liang walked to the door, he handed over 2 gift bags first. "I'm sorry, Annie. When Hixin told me, we had already set off, so there was no please forgive me for preparing any gifts." Kai Yushan took the gift with both hands. She just glanced at it and determined that the gift was of great value. She greeted warmly, "It's good if you come over. There's no need to prepare any gifts." Chapter 9, 02 South Wind 3rd Road, Yuyue. And Liang arranged a job for Baiyu's mother. Baiyu was silent for a few seconds before responding. "My mother is going back." "What?" And Liang was stunned for a moment. "Bai Ling wants to go back?" My mother wanted to go back to the mountains." Baiyu replied again, "Why?" And Liang asked back. "Yunpa village is a corner forgotten by the prosperous world. There is no running water or natural gas in Yunpa village. Even the power system is very unstable. Power outages are common. Given the difficult conditions of Yunpa village, according to Bai Ling's situation, if she returns to Yunpa village, it is really unknown whether she can earn 1,000 yuan a year. What's more important is that Baiyu is here. If Bai Ling stays in Tianfu, what will happen if Bai Ling stays in Tianfu? In Yuyue, couldn't she reunite with Baiyu?" Baiyu fell silent again, and Liang didn't rush him. He waited patiently. After half a minute, Baiyu sighed. "Mom said this bustling world is so beautiful. Whether there is never a power outage, hot water is always available, or natural gas is convenient. My mother likes it very much. Since you all like it, you want to go back?" And Liang looked at Baiyu and waited for Baiyu to continue. "I also persuaded my mother to stay, and she wanted to stay, but she said she wanted to go back to the mountains more. She wanted to go back and educate the children in the mountains, so that they could have the opportunity to step out of the mountains and enter this prosperous world like me." Baiyu explained. This time, it was in Liang's turn to be silent. "Is Bai Ling actually so noble?" And Liang silently checked Bai Ling's information in the interpersonal relationship scanning system. Bai Ling's moral character was as high as 92 points. With Bai Ling's, despite her age, coupled with the fact that she has integrated into the bustling world, she can still maintain a high level of moral character of 92 points. She is indeed a person of noble moral character. Look at Kai Yushan. Her moral character is only 80 points. The gap between the two is very small, obviously. And Liang took a look at Bai Ling's physical health attributes. Although it had returned to a height of 65 points, it was still in a sub-healthy state. It needed to be restored to at least 80 points to be a normal health value. "Classmaiden, do you think it's okay?" Baiyu asked. How did Liang stop it? And what reason did he have to stop it? Or what position did he use to stop it? "Sure." And Liang responded. "When does your mother plan to go back?" "If possible. She hopes to go back as soon as possible." Baiyu responded. "You follow me." And Liang took Baiyu up to Yuyue Light Food on the 2nd floor and called Fengjie. At Yuyue Light Food on the 2nd floor, and Liang chose a seat near the window. After the 3 of them sat down, and Liang asked first, "Manager Feng, are you sure about the black potato in Yunpa village?" Fengjie responded affirmatively. "Yes, Mr. and Chef Chai has determined the excellent quality of black potato, and we have determined the price at 38 yuan per serving." And Liang nodded, and then explained, Regarding the acquisition of Yunpa Village Black Potato, I hope you will go there in person and sign a reasonable price. In addition, we will explore the possibility of alpine free-range chickens with local villagers and try to promote the alpine free-range chicken project while protecting the ecological environment. And Liang explained. Okay, Feng Jie responded, regarding transportation issues, we leave it all to you, including purchasing vehicles, etc. The Onliang plan is to use a Ford F-150 Raptor pickup truck. By the way, you have another task when you go there this time, which is to invite local construction companies to Yunpa Village for inspection. I'm going to donate to build a primary school in Yunpa Village. And Liang said his thoughts. Let the construction company find a way to solve the problem of water and electricity, whether it is to intercept mountain spring water, build a filter tank, and provide tap water through a water storage tower, or dig a well or something. Let the construction company look at the solution. And Liang added, as for the power issue, just use Tesla's second-generation energy wall. I will give you the contact information of a Tesla engineer later, and you can ask him to go over and inspect it together. And Liang added again. Then he continued to add, as for the gas problem, I heard that there are fiberglass integrated biogas pools used in high mountain areas. You could check the information and let the other party take a look at the situation. Feng Jie nodded and said, no problem. Baiyu listened silently. She thought about stopping in Liang, but she didn't know how to stop it, because if everything in Liang said came true, it would be a great thing for their Yunpa village. If Yunpa having a school in the village will not only benefit Yunpa village, but also several surrounding villages will inherit the blessing. So Baiyu can't stop it. Feng Jie remembered in Liang's instructions and left. He knew that in Liang did all this for Baiyu. Classmate Baiyu, after you work today, go back and explain the situation to your mother. After the things I just mentioned are dealt with, she will go back to teach. Now let her take care of herself in peace. Do you understand? In this period of time, Bai Ling's physical health attributes should be restored to above 80 points, right? Chapter 903 Goodbye, classmate Baiyu. And Liang waved goodbye. Baiyu said softly, at Yu's door. Baiyu looked at Liang's back, and she said silently, why are you so nice to me? Obviously, it's obviously not from the same world. Baiyu remained silent. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At Tianfu International Airport, I boarded the plane at the Onliang first VIP channel and entered the first-class cabin smoothly. And Liang has long been disappointed with the flight attendants, and this time is no exception. His appearance score cannot even reach 80 points, and he cannot attract Liang's attention at all. The flight from Tianfu to Daidu took nearly 3 hours. Near 8 o'clock, the flight landed smoothly at Daidu International Airport. And Liang did not inform Chen Siyu. He even told Chen Siyu that he would not come until tomorrow. In fact, he wanted to give Chen Siyu a surprise. The airport pickup service of Yunjing International Apartment was very punctual this time. And Liang took a Mercedes-Benz S350 to Yunjing International Apartment. As for the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Liang felt it was a bit exaggerated. The main reason is that the Rolls-Royce Phantom attracts too much attention. If you use a Rolls-Royce Phantom to pick you up at the airport, it will attract attention. If any security company lets someone slip through the net, Onliang's privacy may be exposed by the self-media. So Onliang chose the Mercedes-Benz S350, which is low-key and comfortable. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, there was a traffic jam in the imperial capital. It was almost 9 o'clock when Liang arrived at Yunjing International Apartment. And Liang came to room 8806, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and then opened the door carefully. As soon as he opened the door, and Liang heard the sound of the Steinway piano coming from the living room. Chen Siyu should be practicing piano. She would be on stage during the invitational performance session the day after tomorrow, so she naturally had to practice more now. Ning Rushwang on the sofa had already seen Liang, but Liang made a gesture of silence, and Ning Rushwang cooperated and pretended that nothing happened. And Liang quietly came behind Chen Siyu, and he reached out to cover Chen Siyu's eyes. Chen Siyu originally thought it was Ning Rushwang, but she immediately judged that it was Liang on my OG. Chen Siyu asked, and Liang solemnly declares that he is not an on my OG. And Liang let go immediately, and then picked up Chen Siyu. Although the big cat in the imperial capital was 1.78 meters tall, and Liang still picked her up. And Liang carried her to the sofa, placed her next to Ning Rushwang, and then kissed her directly. The big cats in the imperial capital are showing their teeth and claws to no avail. Do you want to know whether Liang is a giant of righteousness? Ning Rushwang was in a daze on the side. Because the feeling now is amazing. What is it like to watch your boyfriend kiss your best friend? A few minutes later, Taoist priest in, a giant of righteousness, temporarily let go of the big cat in the imperial capital. Veishan Newer, who was in a daze, was suppressed by Taoist priest in again. Ning Rushwang was still a little confused. After a few more minutes, and Liang stood up and asked, "Siyu, are you going to be on stage the day after tomorrow?" Chun Siyu responded affirmatively, and then pretended to complain, "Masterin, don't make trouble. I want to practice piano well." As she spoke, she stood up and wanted to walk towards the Steinway piano. The big cat in the imperial capital was once again hinting that he was the master of yin and yang. How could Liang spare her? The big cat in the imperial capital, who was a little wild, was once again suppressed by Taoist priestin. This time, the giant of righteousness became Onlu Mountain. Wuzishin suppressed the giant panda, making the giant panda in the imperial capital want to escape. But how could An Liang let her do so? Ning Rushwang looked at it with her face turning red, and she watched helplessly. Chen Siyu was retreating steadily. Instead of trying to help Chen Siyu, he got up and ran away. Ning Rushwang fled directly from room 8806 back to room 8805. After all, it is better to betray your teammates than to be beaten by your opponent in a double kill, right? Most of the time. An hour later, in the master bedroom of room 8806, the big imperial cat was lying on her side. She glared at Liang and hummed, "Masterin, were you thinking about something strange just now?" And Liang looked at her doubtfully. "Snort." The big cat in the imperial capital snorted. "Did you do it on purpose when you were in the living room just now? Did you still want to keep Shuang here?" "I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense." And Liang directly denied it 3 times. "I don't believe it." Chen Siyu was angry. "Do not believe?" And Liang hummed. "Do not believe." Chen Siyu responded firmly. And Liang doesn't talk about anything fancy with this big cat in the imperial capital. Since he doesn't believe it, just accept the demon-subduing stick method. The dual talent warrior is very powerful. Because of the dual talent, and Liang is now a Buddha. Dual cultivation of Taoism. He not only learned the secret skill of Buddha's Wuzishin Mountain, but also possessed the stick method of subduing demons and subduing demons of the great master of the righteous path. The dual talent warrior plus the double secret skill. The big cat in the imperial capital will not believe it if he doesn't believe it. And Liang must defeat her with absolute strength. Let she beg for mercy. As long as she begged for mercy, what did it matter whether she believed it or not? Chapter 904, 10:15 at night. The big cat from the imperial capital fluttered into Liang's arms. She placed her right ear on Liang's chest, listening to Liang's strong heartbeat. And Liang stroked her long, silky hair as if petting a cat. "Siyu, are you hungry?" And Liang asked. Chen Siyu said angrily, "I'm not coming." Is this big cat in the imperial capital thinking wrong? Bang, and Liang patted the big cat in the capital, and he hummed, "I mean late-night snack." Chen Siyu was confused. "I took a flight at 5 o'clock, landed at 8 o'clock, and then encountered a traffic jam. I came here at 9 o'clock and hadn't had dinner yet. What did you think it was?" And Liang smiled mischievously. Chen Siyu's face turned red. She really thought wrong. "Then we can order something to eat directly from the butler service." "What do you want to eat?" Chen Siyu asked. The dual-talented warrior was a little tired. He needed a high-protein supplement. "Let's have a steamed snow crab, 2 more steaks, and a fruit salad, by the way." "I don't eat it." Chen Siyu responded. "Shuang and I were full at night, and Shuang probably wouldn't eat it." Chen Siyu continued. "I'll ask Shuang to see if she eats it." Chen Siyu sent a message on WeChat. Chen Siyu. Shuang, Master wants to have a midnight snack. Will you come?" Ning Rushwang. "If I don't come, let him eat you." Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu. "We're talking about late-night snacks." I ordered a snow crab, 2 steaks, and a fruit salad. Ning wonk. Ning rushwang. I won't eat. I'm gonna bed first. Good night. Chun Siu directly handed the phone to Liang to check. Here, look, it's not my problem alone. You order first, I'll get her over here. And Liang responded, okay. Chun Siu responded. And Liang put on a set of pajamas and set off. Anyway, it was a door-to-door situation. He went directly to room 8805 and used his fingerprint to unlock it. Ning Rushwang was not sleeping at all at the moment. She was on the sofa in the living room. She was still thinking about the situation in room 8806 before. She guessed that if she hadn't run fast, she would have been suppressed by Liang, right? Frost. And Liang greeted, Ning Rushwang was shocked. What are you thinking about? And Liang walked over and asked. Ning Rushwang's face was slightly red. How dare she say what she was thinking? No, I was thinking about dancing. Ning Rushwang responded. And Liang greeted, let's go over and have supper. Ning Rushwang was just about to refuse. She was worried about what would happen if she ate a midnight snack, and Liang didn't give this iceberg girl a chance to refuse. He directly hugged Ning Rushwang like a princess. Ning Rushwang's face turned red. She put her hands around Liang's neck and whispered, Master and it's really a midnight snack. And Liang responded, all right. Ning Rushwang agreed. Put me down and I'll go there by myself. Doho. And Liang placed Ning Rushwang on the sofa, but he possessed him himself. Well, Ning Rushwang was immediately kissed by Liang. Fortunately, Liang had just punished the big cat in the capital and let this iceberg girl go for the time being. When Liang took Ning Rushwang to room 8806, Chun Siu joked, wow, is it so fast this time? This Chun Siu also learned so much that he even learned the yin and yang magic. Can the girls around Brother Liang always learn yin and yang magic? Ning Rushwang responded, Siu, what are you hinting at? Let's come over right away. Okay. Chun Siu laughed and teased. I thought it would take you more than half an hour to come over. Go, whatever do you think about during the day? And Liang hummed, come here. I'll play the piano with you. Oh. Chun Siu came over obediently. The two sat in front of the Steinway piano. Chun Siu first told Liang the piano score and played it once. The second time, Liang had successfully connected. Even if it was a little bumpy, but at least he has kept up with Chun Siu's rhythm. In fact, the main reason is that Chun Siu lowered his level to cooperate with Liang. The two played 4 times with 4 hands, and Chun Siu persuaded Liang to leave. Okay, master, and go and accompany Xuan Xuan. I'm afraid that if you continue to accompany me, my skills will be lowered by you. And Liang was unable to complain. This big cat in the imperial capital was obviously meant for him to accompany Ning Rushwang to prevent Ning Rushwang from feeling disappointed. But could it actually be presented in the form of yin and yang magic? And Liang walked to Ning Rushwang. He patted Ning Rushwang and motioned for Ning Rushwang to move away from the sofa. Ning Rushwang got out of the way. After Liang sat down, Ning Rushwang sat on Liang's lap again. She continued to watch the dance video on her phone. And Liang is sending a message in the Imperial Capital Friends group. And Liang at everyone. Brothers, I have arrived in the Imperial Capital. Qian Xiaojing at Anlang. Location information, Qian Xiaojing. Next door to your house, Mr. 13, there is a game with Miss Gaowen today. Are you coming? Qian Xiaojing. Picture. Qian Xiaojing. Taste it carefully, and see if it looks like Miss Gaowen. Li Tsunyun. Brother Liang, do you want to play? Li Tsunyun. I remember. Did you say you would come over tomorrow? Yun Haiyang. If Chun Siu and Ning Rushwang don't know that you are coming to the Imperial Capital, we will wait for you at Mr. 13. Yin Haiyang, don't worry. We will never sell you. Chapter 905 Yunjing International Apartment. In the living room of room 8806, Liang was sitting on the sofa. Ning Rushwang was lying on Liang with her pillow on the armrest of the sofa. She was watching a dancing video. Ning Rushwang and Chun Siu have different styles. If the big imperial cat is in Liang's arms, the cat in his arms likes to sit sideways on Liang's lap, then snuggle into Liang's arms, and occasionally glance at what Liang is talking about. This was the situation when the images of Li Tsunyuan and the others collapsed. Because of his ability to foresee danger, An Liang was not worried about the big cat in the imperial capital watching him chatting, because the cat in his arms was also very measured. She just took a look when she was in An Liang's arms, but never said she wanted to check her phone or anything. Quite measured. Ning Rushwang is different. She prefers to lie down on the armrest of the sofa without even looking at what An Liang is doing. An Liang. Location information, An Liang. I'm already at Yunjing International Apartment. What do you think? An Liang. By the way, this young lady from the Atmosphere Group is not like Miss Gaowen. An Liang. In addition, I must reject you righteously. I won't go to a place like a bar, okay? Qian Xiaojing. Hello, sister-in-law. Yun Haiyang. Good evening, sister-in-law Li Tsing. Sister-in-law, we are just kidding. Brother Liang only comes to the bar to drink. And Liang. These 3 beeps are too much, suggesting that he has tracheitis? And Liang. Chen Siyu is playing the piano. What are you thinking about? And Liang. It's Ning Rushwang now. She doesn't read chat messages. Qian Xiaojing. I'm envious. Yun Haiyang. As expected of you, Li Tsing. I still need to continue studying and strive to let my 2 girlfriends live together peacefully. And Liang, you can play by yourselves. I just want to tell you that when I get to the imperial capital, we will find time to have dinner together later. Li Tsunyuan? Okay. Yun Haiyang. No problem, Qin Xiaojing. Okay, let's continue playing. I'm going to go on a killing spree today. At nearly 12 o'clock in the evening, An Liang was driven to number 8805 by Chen Siyu. Because An Liang's plan was successful, Chen Siyu said that she was unable to fight anymore and she had to get up early to practice piano tomorrow, so she drove An Liang to Ning Rushwang. In room number 8805, An Liang greeted Ning Rushwang. Shuang Shuang, I have a professional question to ask. What professional question? Ning Rushwang looked at An Liang doubtfully. If you're learning to dance, if you do yoga, can you do most of the movements easily? An Liang said curiously. Ning Rushwang responded, yes and no. Ah? And Liang was confused. What do you mean? Dances are also divided into types. For example, I am a folk dancer and a solo dancer. I can do all kinds of body coordination events very well, so I can do most of the yoga postures. Ning Rushwang responded, those who learn ballet all have knee hyperextension problems. Those who learn classical dance usually suffer from lumbar muscle strain. Those who learn Latin dance have an anterior pelvic tilt, and those who learn hip-hop generally have thicker thighs to provide sufficient strength. Ning Rushwang popularizes some knowledge about dance. Those dance scholars I just mentioned will not be able to do many movements unless they have studied yoga. Ning Rushwang explained. Ning Rushwang continued, yoga and dancing look similar, but they are actually 2 different things. Dancing is the pursuit of external beauty. Ning Rushwang sighed. In order to pursue the ultimate external beauty, the bodies of people who learn to dance are often in an overloaded state, making them prone to injury. And Liang thought of Ning Rushwang's previous injury. Yoga is about following the heart and regulating the body. Although some postures are very difficult, after systematic professional practice, those difficult movements are actually beneficial to the body. Ning Rushwang explained. After Ning Rushwang's explanation, An Liang had a preliminary understanding of dance and yoga. Therefore, if you want to exercise or something, it is not recommended to learn dance, but to learn yoga. Do you understand? Weird knowledge has increased again. Come on, Shuang Shuang, let's study yoga. I'm very interested in yoga recently. You could do a rabbit pose to... And Liang explained seriously. But Ning Rushwang's face turned red. Rabbit pose. Ning Rushwang was originally unwilling, but after being carried to the master bathroom to wash up by An Liang, she finally demonstrated the rabbit pose in the master bedroom, and the demonstration lasted for more than half an hour. The next day, at just 7 o'clock in the morning, An Liang was woken up by the ringing of the phone. An Liang's cell phone is set to Do Not Disturb mode. In Do Not Disturb mode, only contacts that exist in the address book and make 2 calls within 3 minutes will activate the incoming call ringtone. If you make 2 calls within 3 minutes, there must be an emergency. Otherwise, if the first call is not connected, you should know that the other party is still sleeping. And Liang answered the phone. Hello. Li Tsunyuan's voice came over. Brother Liang, wake up quickly, something big happened. Chapter 906 Lantern Festival. Just after 7 o'clock in the morning, and Liang was woken up by a call from Li Tsunyuan, who said that something big had happened. And Liang responded calmly, "What's the big deal?" "Gold and silver plummeted early yesterday morning." Li Tsunyuan responded, "Brother Liang, take a quick look at the situation." And Liang responded, "Let me take a look first." After saying that, and Liang hung up the phone. Ning Rishuang also woke up. She was next to Liang and naturally heard Li Tsunyuan's voice. She looked at Liang worriedly. And Liang took the initiative and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." Ning Ruoswang notet. And Liang checked the important things Li Tsunyuan said on his mobile phone. The international price of gold is currently 348 yuan per gram. At about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and Liang was at the home of Xiao Rui and Xiao Xin. I have seen the international gold price, which was as high as 392 yuan per gram at that time. And Liang thought that it would successfully reach 400 yuan per gram today. However, just overnight, the price of gold fell to 348 yuan per gram. What's the situation? And Liang checked the historical prices. Yesterday, the highest price of gold reached 399 yuan per gram. The corresponding time point was 11:08 p.m. Xiaohui time. Then there were sideways fluctuations, jumping up and down around 399 yuan, rising and falling by a few cents. The price was maintained here because some people were optimistic that gold would break through 400, and some were bearish that gold would not be able to break through 400. The international spot gold market follows a global 24-hour trading rule. It does not use Xiaohui time as the standard, nor does it use the time of any country as the standard. Anyway, it is a 24-hour nonstop transaction. Starting at 2 o'clock in the morning during the Lantern Festival on February 8th, Xiaohui time, the international price of gold began to plummet, falling rapidly from the price of 399 yuan per gram. Until 6:58 a.m., Xiaohui time, the international gold price dropped to the level of 348 yuan per gram, and then stabilized at this price. And Liang took the opportunity to check the international silver price, which dropped from 6,100 yuan per kilogram to 5,202 yuan per kilogram. This drop is too severe. It reached a height of 14.721%, the highest decline in 12 years. In fact, the international gold price has also recorded its highest decline in 20 years. If the highest point of 399 yuan per gram is used as the benchmark point, the current price of 348 yuan per gram is used as the comparison point. Then the international gold price fell by 12.782% overnight. This drop is very interesting. At the critical moment when Great Britain is withdrawing from the European Union, and when the world economic structure is likely to be turbulent, such a huge drop occurred. Can we only talk about magical reality? If we go back 20 years, no. Just go back 10 years. No one believes such a thing at all. After all, gold, which is said to maintain its value, has experienced such a huge decline, which is completely unreasonable. This kind of decline is basically a kill-off for long positions. After all, they have entered the international spot gold market. How many people do not use leverage? However, according to the ratio of 12.782%, even a leverage of 8 times will be liquidated by a wave of damage. When Liang opened a long position, he had very conservatively chosen a leverage of 12.5 times. This leverage was the capped leverage coefficient of the domestic gold trading market in Shanghai. If Liang enters the international spot gold market a little slower and enters at a high level to build a long position, I am afraid that tens of billions of funds will be lost, right? In fact, it doesn't need a high price. It only costs 379 yuan per gram to be taken away by a set of injuries in this wave of market conditions. Is the international gold price of 379 yuan per gram high? Not high, because the highest price has risen to 399 yuan per gram. If you enter the market at 379 yuan to go long and exit at 399 yuan per gram, it is a wonderful operation. But what if you encounter a decline? Based on the current price of 348 yuan per gram, The drop from 379 yuan per gram would be a drop of 8.17942%. Under the leverage factor of 12.5 times, the damage has just overflowed and is set to take away instant kills. Fortunately, An Liang had already received the information provided by the Life Winner system. The price for entering the market to open a long position was 345 yuan per gram. Okay, what's the use of the sudden drop in market prices late last night to An Liang? According to the current price of 348 yuan per gram, An Liang can still make a profit. It's just that the profit is very small, only 0.869565%, not even 1%. After amplifying the leverage factor by 12.5 times, it reaches an interest rate of 10.87%. Based on the total cost of 10.25 billion, the final profit is only 1.14 billion. Profit dropped from 17.455 billion to 1.14 billion overnight? Sure enough, it is the international spot gold market. Isn't this too exciting? Love it, love it. Chapter 9:12 and Liang didn't know Huang Guoxiang's identity, and he didn't want to know Huang Guoxiang's identity. Regarding the graphene battery industry project, An Liang hopes that it will be a purely commercial cooperation, so that the graphene battery industry can develop more freely. For this reason, An Liang first proposed conditions to Huang Guoxiang. As for whether Huang Guoxiang will agree, the answer is yes. Huang Guoxiang will definitely agree. Because An Liang has already proposed a solution, Huang Guoxiang can hold the corresponding equity through an agency holding agreement or other secret means. In fact, it was just as An Liang guessed. Huang Guoxiang directly agreed. No problem. We can agree to this condition. Very good. An Liang responded. In order to express my sincerity, let me first make a promise. Regarding the graphene battery industry project, the company we established will never set up production bases overseas, let alone spread the technology overseas. And Liang made a reassuring promise. Lao Huang, this promise should satisfy you, right? And Liang teased with a smile. Huang Guoxiang responded with a smile. Very satisfied. Your kid can always hit the bottom line just right. With this commitment, our cooperation will be smoother. Huang Guoxiang responded. He continued to add, by the way, we also have a condition here. You say? And Liang asked back. We will arrange certain staff to enter the graphene enterprise to ensure the safety of relevant personnel and technology. Huang Guoxiang explained the situation. No problem at all. And Liang responded, this is a good thing. I suggest that you directly arrange your employees to go to the security department and leave all future security issues to you. And Liang explained. Huang Guoxiang asked, aren't you going to arrange for someone to come in? Why should I arrange for someone to come in? And Liang asked back. Rennie's security company, Huang Guoxiang's test, Lao Huang, I always feel that you are testing something, but I can tell you for sure that the graphene company we establish will be a commercial company. It will operate completely in accordance with the rules of commercial companies and comply with the legal issues of the relevant regions. And Liang explained. Where do you plan to set up this graphene company? Huang Guoxiang asked, look, you were exposed as soon as you opened your mouth. And Liang complained, Huang Guoxiang was stunned for a moment. Where was he exposed? Commercial companies naturally have the operating methods of commercial companies. Where do I plan to set it? It must be our external bidding. And Liang complained. According to my plan, the graphene battery industry is an asset-heavy industry with a very high investment amount. It must be the first choice for large cities with complete industry, supporting facilities, and willing to give us preferential conditions. And Liang explained. Let's take Chongqing as an example. If Chongqing is willing to give us free land, tax incentives, even interest-free and low-interest loans, and some decision-making conveniences, we will definitely choose Chongqing. And Liang gave an example. Huang Guoxiang understood what An Liang meant. This is indeed the way a commercial company operates. The arrangements he mentioned before were more about designated means. What if other cities offer more favorable terms? Huang Guoxiang asked tentatively. Of course, choose a city with more favorable conditions. And Liang responded, and then added, but we must also consider the situation of the city. For example, we basically won't choose the cities in western Xinjiang because they are too remote. We will comprehensively consider a series of issues such as transportation, urban development, young talents' recognition of the city, and the livability of the city as a comprehensive reference. And Liang explained, after all, a commercial company is a commercial company. Do you understand? And Liang responded, will the imperial capital consider it? Huang Guoxiang asked, of course consider it. My girlfriend is in the imperial capital. You should know that, right? And Liang tried to please Ning Rushwang and Chen Siyu. Huang Guoxiang suddenly didn't know how to answer. And Liang's girlfriend is in the imperial capital? What is the situation of Yang Maui in Shengqing? Where is Li Xian from Magic City? In addition, the two sisters from the Xia family in Tianfu also have problems, right? Huang Guoxiang suddenly felt that he was no match for En Liang because this person was too coquettish, right? If the graphene industry we cooperate with is settled in the imperial city, I will spend more time here and my girlfriend will be happy. And Liang continued, see you, Shuang Shuang. Are you right? And Liang chuckled. Snort, snort. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang snorted together. Huang Guoxiang expressed that he was completely convinced. It can't be more sexy. Excuse me? Lao Huang, you can get some fresh air and ask the imperial government what conditions they can provide. Anyway, free land is the basic condition because I can definitely get free land in Shengqing, and it is land in a good location. And Liang responded. And Liang was not lying about this. Shengqing is now actively pursuing urban upgrading, and high-tech industries do have good preferential treatment in Shengqing. According to the energy of En Liang and the three families of Li, Yun, and Qian, free land is really not a boast. Chapter 9:13 Yunjing International Apartment. En Liang and Huang Guoxiang briefly exchange information about the graphene industry. Okay, Lao Huang, I still have something to do here. I'll hang up now and talk about it later. All right, Huang Guoxiang responded. Although he did not reach any agreement with En Liang this time, En Liang made a promise, which was just the right amount to reassure Huang Guoxiang. After ending the call, En Liang put away his phone. He walked behind Chen Siyu, lowered his head, and hugged her. Chen Siyu, who was playing the piano, suddenly froze. Oh, Masterin, what are you doing? Chen Siyu said angrily. I'm practicing the piano. And Liang said with a bad smile. That's almost it. Your level is very good. Ning Rushwang also stopped dancing. She was observing the situation. She was already prepared to retreat immediately when the opportunity arose. As for the issue of selling teammates, didn't you just sell it once yesterday? Do you still care about the second time? See you. Shuang Shuang, please change your clothes and we'll go out. And Liang greeted. Chen Siyu asked doubtfully, where to go? Ning Rushwang also looked at En Liang curiously. Go change your clothes quickly. Why are you asking so much? And Liang waved his hand. All right, Chen Siyu agreed. Ning Rushwang also nodded, and she walked directly to the direction of the second bedroom. In fact, Ning Rushwang lived with Chen Siyu in normal times, and the relationship between the two was good. Room 8805 was vacant for a long time. Yes, no one lived there at all, and Liang naturally kept such small details in his eyes. He would be secretly worried if Ning Rushwang went back to room 8805 to change clothes. After a while, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang had changed their clothes. They all chose Louis Vuitton's wool coat, which looked full of elegance. And Liang was much simpler. He wore a maple leaf National Goose down jacket. Mainly in the imperial capital in February, it was cold during the day and the temperature was often at 5 degrees Celsius. People in Shengqing said that it is difficult to be tough at this temperature. After going out, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang held En Liang's arms on the left and right, and they began to get used to such intimate actions. As for what other people think, love, just watch it however you want. They don't care, okay? The three of them took the elevator to the underground garage. There was no one in the elevator. Chen Siyu asked again, where are we going? You guess. And Liang asked back, Brother Yuan, are they asking you to go out to a party? Chen Siyu guessed, and Liang responded negatively. No, you will know after a while. We were very close in the past. In the underground garage, the three of them naturally chose the Rolls-Royce Black Emblem Ghost. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang sat in the back seat again, and then Liang changed from the boss hugging him to the driver. The black Rolls-Royce Scott left Yunjing International Apartment and arrived at SKP Shopping Mall more than 10 minutes later. When entering the underground parking garage of SKP Shopping Mall, Chen Siyu asked curiously, "What do you want to buy again?" Ning Rushwang also looked at Liang curiously. She heard Li Tsunyuan calling to say something bad happened before. Although Liang comforted her, Ning Rushwang has been worried in her heart. Now Liang is coming to shop again. Could it be that he said, "Is it true? Just a special project? Aren't you going to perform on stage tomorrow? I'm going to buy you some jewelry." And Liang explained. Chen Siyu responded, "But I have it." As she spoke, she raised her left wrist. She was wearing Van Cleef & Arpels high-end jewelry watch, The Secret of the Cosmos, on her left wrist. This Van Cleef & Arpels high-end jewelry watch is worth $1.46 million. I also have a 10-flower necklace and a 5-flower bracelet. I don't need new jewelry at all. These are enough, Chen Siyu explained. Chen Siyu added, "Tomorrow I plan to wear the Secret of Cosmos as a brooch, and then wear the 10-flower necklace and 5-flower bracelet. I think it is very good." And Liang responded with a smile, "I think it's still a little short. Let's go to Van Cleef & Arpels to have a look. There shouldn't be anything better in their house, right?" Chen Siyu responded. And Liang laughed. "This big cat in the imperial capital is too naive. It's only more than 1 million. Not to mention Van Cleef & Arpels customized jewelry. It's just Van Cleef & Arpels regular products. It costs more than 2 million. Just a lot of them, okay?" This innocent big cat in the imperial capital. In the SKP shopping mall, Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang were still holding in Liang's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Two beauties who were of the highest level and elegantly dressed were holding in Liang's arms together, which directly puts in Liang's vanity at the limit. After all, as long as he is a male creature along the way, he will look at the combination of Liang and the others, right? Even though Brother Liang's mentality is very stable, he is secretly happy now. And Liang took Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang came to the Van Cleef & Arpels store, and Lin and I immediately greeted her politely. "Mr. and Ms. Chun, Ms. Ning, welcome to Van Cleef & Arpels. I called you before. Are the corresponding products ready?" And Liang asked certainly. Lin and I responded affirmatively. "Mr. and please come this way." Lin and I led the three people into the VIP room. She first gave them Perrier water, and then responded, "Please wait a moment, Mr. and we will send the corresponding jewelry right away." After Lin and I left, Chen Siyu asked again, "Master, what did you book?" Ning Rushwang was equally curious. "Don't ask, just wait and see for yourself." And Liang didn't mean to say anything, because it's useless to explain too much. When they see the jewelry, they naturally don't need to explain. Chapter 9:14 VIP room in Van Cleef & Arpels store. Lin and I brought over 2 velvet jewelry trays. She opened the 2 jewelry trays respectively and took the initiative to introduce them. "Ms. Chun, Ms. Ning, there are fully depressed high-end jewelry series by Van Cleef & Arpels. The design is inspired by mountain wildflowers and is mainly composed of round and pear-shaped gemstones. We also call it the Cult series because it really makes women crazy." Lin and I introduced. Among them, the ruby model of the Frenzy necklace is composed of 127 rubies and 103 diamonds. The weight of the rubies reaches 23.64 carats, and the total weight of the diamonds reaches 6.9 carats. Lin and I explained the detailed data. It uses our Van Cleef & Arpels advanced inlay technology. When worn, all gemstones will show their most beautiful side. Lin and I sighed. To be honest, Lin and I herself also likes this ruby fanatic necklace, but Lin and I knows that she will never have the chance to wear it in her life. Lin and I continued to introduce. The one next to it is designed and made purely with diamonds. Fanatical necklace, which uses 23.95 carats, a total of 230 pure diamonds combined with white K gold. Looks very delicate and elegant. Their bracelets of the same design are also very good. "Ms. Chun and Ms. Ning, you can check them out at will," Lin and I explained. And Liang is a VIP member of Van Cleef & Arpels. He has purchased more than 5 million jewelry for Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang. Naturally, he has the right to try on high-end jewelry series at Van Cleef and Arpels. If not VIP, sorry. We at Van Cleef and Arpels do not provide high-end jewelry fitting services. I prefer the ruby version. Chen Siyu said first. Ning Rushwang responded. I prefer the pure diamond model. Chen Siyu's personality is more fiery. After all, she is a female driver. Her favorite activities are speed racing and elegance. For the equally fiery ruby, Chen Siyu does prefer it. Ning Rushwang is an iceberg girl, and she does prefer purity. The diamond style is more in line with her aloof temperament. With the help of Lin and I, the two tried on the Frenzy series of high-end jewelry. Chen Siyu first put on the ruby Frenzy necklace. She looked at Liang and asked, "Does it look good?" And Liang nodded affirmatively. "It's quite beautiful. I think it's much prettier than the 10-flower necklace." Lin and I complained helplessly on the side. Are the two comparable? After all, the price difference is huge. Ning Rushwang also put on the diamond fanatical necklace. She looked at Liang and asked, "What do you think?" "Good. It suits you quite well." And Liang nodded affirmatively. Ning Rushwang felt the same way in her heart. Chen Siyu asked first, "By the way, how much are these two necklaces and bracelets?" Lin and I responded, "The ruby necklace is 2.42 million and the bracelet is 1.59 million. The diamond necklace is 2.26 million and the bracelet is 1.49 million. Chen Siyu is speechless. Ning Rushwang was also speechless. Is it so expensive? When they first came here, they thought the high-end jewelry watches they were wearing were already very expensive, but they turned out to be a bit naive. This is too expensive. Chen Siyu couldn't complain. Ning Rushwang seconded. It's indeed expensive. Lin and I didn't listen to the two people's complaints. She looked at Liang. She knew that Liang was the payer. If Liang thinks it's okay, that's good. And Liang was looking at Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang. He pulled her left and right. He held their hands and then commented, "I think it looks pretty." "Xiaolin, what do you think?" And Liang asked Lin and I again. Lin and I responded affirmatively. The Fever series is our high-end jewelry watch by Van Cleef and Arpels. From my personal point of view, I think the Fever series is just like its name and will really make women caught in a frenzy. At least I'm filled with crazy envy now. Whether it is Ms. Chen or Ms. Ning, they both look very good wearing the high-end jewelry from the Fanatic series. They're the most beautiful female customers I have met so far. Lin and I praised, and Liang laughed. You salesmen still know how to speak. Bah! And Liang responded, "Wait a moment. My personal account only is more than 6 million. I asked the finance department to transfer a sum of funds." And Liang explained, "At present, and Liang's personal account is indeed only more than 6.9 million. This is because he previously bought 2 Porsches in Xinjiang and spent more than 3 million. But in Liang's private investment in Onshin Investment Company, the account has 0 funds, right? In fact, Liang still has a fund. The blessing salary provided by the Life Winner system. The Life Winner system is currently at the 7th level and will provide Liang with 2 yuan of blessing salary every second. Currently, 15,628,692 yuan of blessing salary has been stored. Yuan. The blessing salary of more than 15 million yuan is emergency money. Without this life-saving money, it would be too difficult, right? Although 2 girlfriends have 2 happiness, their consumption is also double. This is the biggest problem with having 2 girlfriends. Chapter 9:15, The Blessing Salary of the Life Winner System provides Brother Liang with a wave of emergency money, thereby alleviating Brother Liang's financial crisis. And Liang ordered the Life Winner system to settle the blessing wages. The Life Winner system immediately issued a prompting. The income from this blessing will be obtained from the virtual currency market through Tyrant Renin Investment Company and will be distributed and transferred to the host in the form of profit dividends. The corresponding funds will arrive in the account in 3 minutes. The income from this blessing, whether it is a profit method or a profit operation method, is reasonable and legal. All operations are well documented. Please feel free to use the corresponding reward funds. 3 minutes later, and Liang's mobile phone received the message that the funds had arrived. Okay, the funds have arrived, Xiaolin. Swipe your card. And Liang ordered. Chun Siyu, the big cat in the imperial capital, obediently came to An Liang and kissed his left cheek. Thank you, Masterin. Chun Siyu thanked her. And Liang looked at Ning Rushuang and said proactively, Shuang Shuang, what about you? Ning Rushuang came over with a flushed face, then kissed An Liang's right cheek. She whispered, Thank you, Masterin. And Liang hugged the two of them, kissing them on the face respectively. You're welcome. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushuang both looked at Lin and I. They were actually very embarrassed because they were outsiders, but Lin and I just pretended not to see them. Lin and I looked at An Liang intently. Mr. N, please enter password. And Liang took the mobile POS machine, entered the password directly, and clicked to confirm. Click, click, click. The mobile POS machine made the sound of printing a receipt, indicating that the payment was successful. Lin and I quickly took the mobile POS politely, tore off the receipt, and handed it to An Liang. Mr. N, please sign. And Liang signed his name casually and used the advanced consumer cashback card. Ding! The host successfully uses the advanced consumer cashback card. The cashback coefficient for this advanced consumption is 9 times. The total amount of cashback for high-end consumption this time is 45 million yuan. The cashback funds will be obtained from the virtual currency market through Renin Investment Company. Special note: the cashback funds will be obtained after 24 hours. Please pay attention to system prompts and bank balance changes. This time, the premium consumer cashback card actually received the highest 9 times cashback, received 45 million cashback rewards at one time. Simply great. This amount of cashback reward funds will directly alleviate An Liang's financial crisis. Think about how you just bought 4 pieces of Van Cleef & Arpels high-end jewelry and almost couldn't pay for it. It's just a sad feeling, right? Lin and I handed a copy of the receipt to An Liang as proof of payment. Please wait a moment, Mr. N. We have prepared a small gift for you. Lin explained. After a while, Lin and I brought in a gift bag from Van Cleef & Arpels. She took out 3 gift boxes, opened them all, and introduced them to An Liang. In view of Mr. An's support for our Van Cleef & Arpels, we presented a set of vintage Alhambra Carnelian series jewelry to Mr. N. Lin explained. An Liang lacked interest. Although the VA Carnelian series is not the lowest entry-level series of Van Cleef & Arpels, it is also a low-end series. The 5-flower bracelet with yellow gold and carnelian is only 31,800 yuan. The same series, the pendant costs 21,000 yuan, and the earrings only cost 30,500 yuan. A set of VA Carnelian series jewelry only costs over 80,000 yuan in total. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushuang were not interested either. They just glanced at it and then looked away. Fine, it's a free gift anyway, so I'll just keep it. And Liang responded. After accepting it, An Liang handed it to Chun Siyu. Siyu, you take it? Chun Siyu shook his head. It doesn't look good. I do not want. Ning Rushuang seconded. I don't like it either. Okay, then I'll keep it for myself. When I go back to school, I'll see if there's any good-looking girl in the school. If there is, I'll give it to her. And Liang said teasingly. Chun Siyu snorted. If there are good-looking girls in your school, do you still have to wait until the second half of the semester? Ning Rushuang smiled and said nothing. Ning Rushuang didn't believe there was anyone more beautiful than her. And Liang was helpless. He looked at Lin and I and asked, Can this gift be discounted? Lin and I responded awkwardly and politely. Sorry, Mr. N, we do not provide such services for the time being. By the way, Miss Chun, Ms. Ning, I have installed your high-end jewelry watch. Please check it. Chun Siyu and Ning Rushuang checked separately. Lin and I put the secret of Cosmos and the secret of Margaret into velvet jewelry boxes. After the two checked, they nodded slightly. Lin and I put the 2 jewelry. The box was also put into the gift bag. And Liang picked up the gift bag and greeted. Siyu, Shuang Shuang, let's go. We have to go to the next house. Chun Siyu asked doubtfully. What else do you want to buy? Chapter 916 Van Cleef & Arpels VIP Room. Facing Chun Siyu's inquiry, and Liang responded, Let's buy you another dress. Is it so grand? Chin Siyu responded. I'm also planning to wear a summer dress directly. This is a good idea. And Liang stretched out his hand and rubbed Chun Siyu's head. A summer-style Louis Vuitton dress is not impossible. But there are better choices. Why not better? I've made an appointment. Come on, I'll take you there. And Liang explained. The three of them walked out of the VIP room and saw Hu Xiaoyu. She was looking at Van Cleef and Arpels jewelry. Little fish. Chin Siyu took the initiative to say hello. Hu Xiaoyu followed the sound and looked over. She was stunned for a moment before saying hello, Siyu, Shuang Shuang, brother Liang. Ning Rushuang nodded in response to the greeting. And Liang asked casually, what are Xiaoyu going to buy? I'll just take a look, and if there's something I like, I'll make a move. Hu Xiaoyu replied, brother Liang, come here. Wow, fanatical series of necklaces. Hu Xiaoyu saw the frenzy series of high-end jewelry necklaces on the necks of Chin Siyu and Ning Rushuang. She looked at their wrists and found the same bracelets. It's so sour, Hu Xiaoyu said enviously. Did you just buy it? Chin Siyu nodded. Yeah. Brother Liang, are you too kind to them? Hu Xiaoyu said enviously. Each person has a set of high-end jewelry from the Frenzy series. The two sets add up to 800 pieces. It's really enviable. And Liang asked teasingly, didn't you make more than 2,000 yuan from the last counterplan? Isn't the whole thing too much? The principal was provided by my family. After handing over 2,000 yuan, I only had more than 20 yuan left. Where could I afford it? Hu Xiaoyu sighed. The communication between the two ignored the unit of 10,000 in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Brother Haiyang, don't you express your gratitude? And Liang smirked. Hu Xiaoyu snorted, stop talking about him, it's boring. Okay. And Liang stopped joking. Siyu, Shuang Shuang, I envy you. Hu Xiaoyu pulled Chin Siyu and Ning Rushuang to the left and right. She occupied in Liang's position and was admiring their bracelets. Chin Siyu took the initiative. Siyu, do you want to try it? Hu Xiaoyu was moved, but refused. No, if you try it, you will have a comparison in your mind, and it will be difficult to look at other jewelry in the future. So forget it. The three girls communicated for a while, and then Liang reminded at the side, Siyu, we have something to do here. I want to take Siyu to choose a dress. Look, and Liang didn't finish speaking, but his meaning was clearly expressed. Hu Xiaoyu answered, I know a good dress shop called SDS in Dongqing District. Their custom-made dresses are not only of good quality, but also relatively affordable. And Liang responded, we have made an appointment with Jenny Packham at Wangfu Peninsula. Next time we have a chance, I'll choose the STS you recommended. Hu Xiaoyu was unable to complain. I should have thought of it earlier. Hu Xiaoyu sighed. Brother Liang is a big boss who bought Xiaobai high-end jewelry casually. He will definitely choose Jenny for the dress. Jenny Packham is the most luxurious brand in dresses. All domestic top-tier actresses have worn it. Foreign celebrities such as Swiftie, Angelina, and even Princess Kate are all fans of their family. The dresses of this family are always hundreds of thousands of dollars. Level 10,000. As for whether it is worth it, according to ordinary people's eyes, it is definitely not worth it. But for certain occasions, it is indeed very worth it. Brother Liang, can I go and see it with you? Hu Xiaoyu asked. And Liang looked at Chin Siyu and Ning Rushuang and signaled them to make up their minds. Chin Siyu agreed. No problem. Just Xiaoyu can help with reference. Then let's go. And Liang greeted. The three of them followed and Liang to the underground parking garage. This time Chin Siyu finally chose the co-pilot. On the way from SKP to the Peninsula Hotel, Hu Xiaoyu sent a message to the little sisters in the imperial capital. Hu Xiaoyu at Cheng'er, at Ningrusu. These two little fairies, I am so envious that I explode. Miao Shui. Li Qian? Xia Shihan, silently peeking into the screen. Chen Siyu. Okay, actually it's nothing. Ning Rushuang, confused. Hu Xiaoyu. Brother Liang bought each of them a set of high-end jewelry from the Van Cleef and Arpels Fanatical series. Do you want to know more? Li Qian. That crazy series with a necklace costing over 2 million and a bracelet costing over 1 million? Hu Xiaoyu. Otherwise? Li Qian. Envy. Li Qian. I want it too, but my prodigal brother recently lost 9.6 million in the international spot gold market, and his mentality exploded. Xia Shirhan. Brother Liang is awesome. Xia Shirhan. Please let me pester Brother Dagong. How likely is it that Brother Dagong will buy it for me? Miao Shui. You try? Who Xiu you? If you are Brother Gongzi, even if you don't buy Fanatic, you can at least buy a VA series. Who Xiao you? If it were Yun Haiyang, the #1 pick in the Imperial Capital Circle, the probability would be 0. Poor Yun Haiyang was hacked again. After all, in this era, if you are stingy, your relationship with women will not be very good, right? Chapter 922 inches the Griddle Fish Grocery Store. Song Qian proposed to Chen Xiyu and Ning Rishuang a plan to have An Liang pretend to be her boyfriend. But An Liang directly refused. Faced with Song Qian's rhetorical question, An Liang said jokingly, "Don't ask. Asking is ugly." Is Song Qian really ugly? In the interpersonal relationship scanning system, Song Qian's rating information is as follows. Song Qian, age, 20 height, 169 centimeters weight, 52 kilograms appearance, 80 figure, 85 favorability, 79 purity and essence, 100 character and morality, 91 physical health, 95. The appearance score is 80 points, one of a kind. Is this level bad? Choosing one from 1,000 probably means choosing the most beautiful one in the entire department. Although they cannot reach the level of 1 in 1,000s of beauties like Chen Xiyu and Ning Rishuang. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are also considered beauties, right? The body score is really a bit off. Maybe for a change of taste once in a while, try Zilong Bao. The 3 new attributes are all outstanding. A 100-point purity is a prerequisite. The moral character is rated as high as 91 points, and the physical health is as high as 95 points. Generally speaking, Song Qian is a beauty who is one of a kind and has good moral character. But Chen Xiyu and Ning Rishuang are just too strong. Song Qian showed a disappointed look. Chen Xiyu nudged An Liang with her elbow next to An Liang, signaling An Liang to retract the yin and yang magic. Qian, Shuang, and I have prepared a gift for you. Chen Xiyu took out the 3-piece vintage Alhambra Carnelian series from Van Cleef and Arpels as a gift from the Louis Vuitton messenger bag that she carried across her body. Song Qian herself had bought Van Cleef and Arpels, and she knew Van Cleef and Arpels jewelry. Box, you. See if you like it? Chen Xiyu signaled Song Qian to open the jewelry box. Song Qian opened the 3-piece jewelry box from the VA Carnelian series, which included a 5-flower bracelet, a flower pendant, and a pair of carnelian earrings. What's happening here? Song Qian asked. Song Qian knew very well the value of this 3-piece set of VA Carnelian series, which was at least over 80,000 yuan. Why did Chen Xiyu and Ning Rishuang give her such an expensive set of jewelry? Is it a reminder? She didn't want to mess with An Liang. However, the next moment Song Qian knew that she was thinking too much. Chen Xiyu said frankly, "Master bought me and Shuang a set of jewelry this morning. It was a gift from Van Cleef and Arpels. It's a little gift, so I give it to you." Van Cleef and Arpels still wants to give gifts? Song Qian was stunned. Is this still a small gift? A small gift of more than 80,000 yuan? It should be said, it is worthy of Van Cleef and Arpels. Shuang and I chose a set of necklaces and bracelets from the Frenzy series, so we gave them this gift. Chen Xiyu explained. Oh, wow. Song Qian responded in a daze. But she reacted the next moment. She immediately searched for Van Cleef and Arpels Fanatical Series necklaces and bracelets on her phone, then put away her phone a little numbly and looked at An Liang. "Master, are you doting on them a little too much?" "I feel very good," An Liang responded with a smile. Song Qian was speechless. 2 sets of Van Cleef and Arpels Fanatical Series high-end jewelry, worth close to 8 million, were bought casually. What else could she say? If you have money, you can do whatever you want. Then I won't be polite. Song Qian ordered the VA Carnelian Series 3-piece set. No need to be polite. And Liang responded, "Since Xiyu and Shuang want to give it to you, then let's give it to you." I suddenly felt that they were the real wives, and I was the concubine. Song Qian said jokingly. And Liang laughed at Song Qian's statement. Ding! Random task. Pretend to be Song Qian's boyfriend and help Song Qian solve the blind date problem. Mission reward will be determined based on the satisfaction of Chen Siyu, Ning Rushuang, and Song Qian. Friendly reminder. This mission is very likely to obtain the advanced series of rewards. What the hell? Premium series rewards? Currently, On Liang has received 2 high-level series of rewards. The first is a premium consumer cashback card. To be honest, although high-end consumption cashback cards are very powerful. For example, when On Liang bought 2 sets of Van Cleef and Arpels high-end jewelry for Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang, he directly received a cashback reward of 45 million yuan. But compared to the second type of advanced series of rewards, the advanced consumer cashback card is the younger brother. Because the second advanced series reward is advanced version of designated stock future trend information card. Once On Liang obtained a high-end version of the future trend information card of designated stocks, thus establishing the success of the entire counterattack plan. In the counterattack plan, On Liang not only earned more than 2 billion by himself, but also led a huge interest group to earn a total of 8.91 billion. In comparison, is the premium consumer cashback card the younger brother? This mission is very likely to get a high-end series of rewards. Even if you get a high-end consumer cashback card, it will be a huge profit, right? Faced with such a reward, and Liang felt that he had given in. Chapter 923 at the dry pot fish shop in the back alley of the National Conservatory of Music, the proprietress personally delivers the dry pot fish. Classmate, I specially added fish roe for you. Please use it with caution. The landlady greeted, thanks, and Liang responded. Chen Siyu took the initiative to pick up a piece of golden fish roe for Liang, and Ning Rushuang did the same. Song Qian said half-jokingly and half-seriously, 2 sisters, do I also want to learn from you and give it to Masterin? Pick up food? Chen Siyu responded affirmatively. Of course. Song Qian also gave Liang a piece of fish roe. She asked curiously, Masterin, is the fish roe really delicious? Necessary. And Liang responded affirmatively. In fact, it is for the reward card with no return date for billions of descendants, right? A reward card with no return date for billions of descendants, as long as it is successfully used, can earn at least more than 40 million yuan. And Liang said he likes it very much. When Liang, after eating the 3 pieces of fish roe together, the winner of Life System finally issued a reward prompt. Ding! The host tasted the unforgettable dry pot fish roe, which supplemented some protein and nutrients. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward card with no return date for billions of descendants. This time it was very smooth to get the billionaire descendants no return reward card. He currently has 2 billionaire descendants no return reward cards in reserve. If there are no unexpected circumstances, will he take them away in Tianfu in the second half of the semester? It was approaching 8 o'clock in the evening. The 4 of them were enjoying desserts at the Little Isa milk tea shop in the back alley. The milk tea in this shop is relatively cheap. Most of them cost 14 yuan. Song Qian brought up the old story again. Siyu Shuang, please help me. Chen Siyu sat on the left side of Liang. She was held by Liang's hand. Masterin, please help Qian. Ning Rushuang also said seconded. Masterin, don't you think about it as a good thing to help others? And Liang snorted, I can promise you first, but you also have to promise me something. Whether it is Chen Siyu or Ning Rushuang, both of them suddenly blushed. Chen Siyu refused. No, I have a performance tomorrow. Ning Rushuang also refused. I have lost weight recently. Song Qian looked at the 2 of them suspiciously. What slang they were talking about? Why couldn't she understand? Masterin, just help me, it's a big deal. Big deal? We could pretend to be real. Song Qian suggested, and Liang hummed. You have such a beautiful idea. Song Qian looked at Liang speechlessly. Siyu, Shuang, just take care of this Masterin. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang refused to participate in the battle this time. They were already aware of the danger. If they help Song Qian, it seems like they will be killed by Liang, right? Although Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang were within Liang respectively, if they were within Liang at the same time, both Chen Siyu and Ning Rushuang said they could not accept it. For Siyu and Shuang's sake, it's not impossible to help you, but you can't have any inappropriate thoughts. You are Siyu and Shuang's best friend, and I am your best friend's boyfriend. Do you understand? And Liang reminded. Song Qian looked at Liang speechlessly. This man is truly a master of yin and yang. Isn't Ning Rishuang Chen Siyu's best friend? Isn't Liang the boyfriend of Ning Rishuang's best friend? Why did Liang suddenly become Ning Rishuang's boyfriend? In fact, Song Qian is not coveting Liang's money. Song Qian's family conditions are not bad. Her family also bought her a Patek Philippe, and she also bought Van Cleef and Arpels. Among ordinary people, Song Qian is definitely a typical bai fume. What Song Qian likes about Liang is that he respects women and is very good to his girlfriend. This is why Song Qian thinks Liang is good. As for money, although Song Qian's own money cannot reach Liang's level, Song Qian is not short of money. At least the consumption of high-end luxury brands can be borne by herself as long as Song Qian is willing. Master, and I'm convinced, Song Qian complained, and Liang responded seriously. When do you need me to pretend to be your boyfriend? He added, first of all, let me state that after 8 o'clock in the evening is an impossible time period. Song Qian was speechless. Chen Siyu and Ning Rishuang were smiling constantly, and Liang in the on-my-OG state made them very interesting. The day after tomorrow, Song Qian explained, and Liang agreed. It's getting late, no need to send it. I drove here. Song Qian responded. Okay. Originally, and Liang wanted to say that they would call a special car for Song Qian. The four of them returned to the open-air parking lot of the National Conservatory of Music together, and Liang found that Song Qian had changed the car. She was now driving a new Mini Cooper. Song Qian explained, I bought it a few years ago. It was quite cheap, just over 300,000. See you Shuang, look at it. Am I right? This guy is the little rich woman. And Liang said jokingly. He had told Chen Siyu and Ning Rishuang before that Song Qian was definitely a rich little woman. Chapter 924. It was approaching 9 o'clock in the evening, and Liang and the other three returned to Yunjing International Apartment. Chen Siyu said that he wanted to sharpen his skills before the battle, and Liang was pushed to room 8805 by her, and Ning Rishuang was naturally betrayed by Chen Siyu as a teammate. In the bedroom of room 8805, and Liang greeted Ning Rishuang. Shuang, you said you wanted to lose weight, right? Well, what's wrong? Ning Rishuang asked back. I have a way to lose weight. And Liang explained. Ning Rishuang looked at Liang suspiciously. After she and Liang were together, she became more and more aware of Liang's many tricks. If she wasn't careful, she would fall into Liang's tricks. Any solution? Ning Rishuang asked cautiously. The main way to lose weight is actually exercise, right? And Liang asked back. Oh. Ning Rishuang is sure. Exercise is the healthiest way to lose weight. As for dieting, it does have an effect in a short time, but it is not good for the body. Have you ever heard of a major called automation? And Liang asked seriously. Ning Rishuang asked doubtfully. I know there is an automation major at Wadayaka Vocational College. What happened to this major? Come on, let me teach you the comprehensive practice of automation and weight loss. And Liang pulled Ning Rishuang over. Before going to work, they washed up in the main bathroom first, and then began to practice how to use automation to lose weight. This weight loss practice was successful because normally it only takes more than half an hour, but after using the automation major to practice weight loss, the weight loss exercise lasted for almost an hour. Perhaps Ning Rishuang's automation major was not good at studying and always fell off the chain at critical moments. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, Ning Rishuang lay on the bed in Liang's arms. She hummed softly, You will bully me. No, I will still bully Siyu. And Liang responded, In addition, if we can bully you together, that would be even better. And Liang added, You think beautifully. Ning Rishuang. And Liang didn't refute. There was no need to rush for some things. It just happened naturally. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, and Liang woke up early. Today was the day when Chen Siyu performed on stage, and she was invited to perform. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Arrive at the backstage dressing room of the national TV station at least before 8 o'clock. Today, En Liang and Ning Rushwang will go there to watch the live performance together. At 7:30 in the morning, En Liang drove Chen Siyu to the national TV station, and the national music teacher Sun Minji from the college was already waiting for Chen Siyu. After seeing Chen Siyu arrive, she breathed a long sigh of relief. Come on, Chen Siyu, go backstage and get ready. I'll tell you about the situation. Sun Minji explained, and Liang greeted. Teacher Sun, can we go backstage and have a look? Sun Minji hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, no problem. Come with me, I'll take you in. And Liang and Ning Rushwang followed in. Sun Minji took the three of them to the exclusive dressing room of the National Conservatory of Music and left in a hurry, not knowing where they went. In the dressing room, Mushime and Liku already arrived early. Mushime was wearing a black dress, and she was practicing blind bombing. Liku was wearing a tuxedo and looked very upper class. I wonder if he bought it at Jingdong? Mushime looked at it. Chen Siyu joked. Chen Siyu, you're not going to go on stage like this, are you? Chen Siyu is still wearing a down jacket. Chen Siyu responded, the air conditioner backstage is a bit weak. I'm afraid of the cold. I'll change clothes later when I go on stage. Oh. Mushime responded and continued to practice blind bombing. Nearly 10 minutes later, Sun Minji returned to the dressing room of the National Conservatory of Music. She asked, Chen Siyu, I borrowed a dress for you. Come with me. I'll take you to change it soon. Chen Siyu responded negatively. Teacher Sun, thank you, but I brought a dress. And Liang shook the dress storage bag in his hand. Sun Minji was stunned for a moment. She was in such a hurry just now that she didn't even ask. Did she end up making a mistake? I thought you forgot. Sun Minji said, slightly embarrassed. And Liang responded, thank you, Teacher Sun, for taking the trouble. Actually, Siyu feels a little cold, so I will change it before going on stage. By the way, when will Siyu come on stage? Liku was the first to play, Mushime was the second, and Chen Siyu was the third. Sun Minji responded, the finale? And Liang asked back. Sun Minji responded. She looked at Chen Siyu and said, Chen Siyu, please behave well later. Okay, Teacher Sunday. Chen Siyu responded. And Liang couldn't help but look at Chen Siyu. This big imperial cat is a bit powerful. A few years ago, he often took Chen Siyu to play in various ways during the day and went home to yell at Chen Siyu at night. As a result, this big imperial cat, she can actually win the finale performance? It seems that she is not only good at racing, but also plays the piano very well. When Chen Siyu saw and Liang looking over, she snorted, You didn't expect that, did you? I really didn't expect that. And Liang responded with a sigh. Chapter 925, it's approaching 9 o'clock. And Liang and Ning Rushwang came to the front auditorium. The relatives and friends of the National Conservatory of Music were seated in the third row, which was quite prestigious. After all, the first row is the judges and teachers of the violin and piano competition, and the second row is the senior experts in the violin and piano circles. 9 o'clock sharp. The host of the violin and piano competition announced, and the invitational performance session began. Liku played the beginning, a piece that En Liang was familiar with. Liku's performance was quite satisfactory, with no faults to be found, but no bright spots either. And Liang thinks it's okay for him to have sex with him? Mushime played the classic canon without any problems or highlights, and the audience gave polite applause and encouragement. Chen Siyu was the last one to come on the stage, and as soon as she came on the stage, there were whispers. The $1 million luxury dress was easily controlled by Chen Siyu. After all, this big imperial cat was 1.78 meters tall. She walked towards the piano with an elegant gait. As the first note sounded, and Liang confirmed Chen Siyu's repertoire. It was Our Love that the two of them often played recently, /Our Love. Did this big cat in the imperial capital actually send this piece of music to the invitational performance session? Behind En Liang, on the left side of the fourth row, a man wearing glasses looked at Chen Siyu longingly. He couldn't help but exclaimed, This girl playing the piano is so pretty. Chen Chi, do you know who she is? The man wearing glasses asked. Chen Chi reminded. Brother Chunshi, I advise you not to have any ideas. What's the meaning? Chunshi asked back. Chunshi said with an embarrassed look on his face. Her name is Chun Siyu, from the piano department of the Imperial Conservatory of Music. Her boyfriend is in Liang, a rising star in the Imperial Capital Circle. I believe you have heard of this name, right? The one who went against this plan? Chunshi asked yes. Chunshi nodded affirmatively. Brother Chunming told us not to provoke in Liang. He is very difficult to mess with. How bad is it? Chunshi sneered. Chunming probably didn't tell you that in Liang was in a lot of trouble recently, right? Chunshi was stunned for a moment. Huh? That in Liang used the funds of Li, Yun, and Xian to enter the international spot gold market. But this time the international spot gold market was obviously the result of Europa and Great Britain joining forces to harvest leaks. I estimate that he suffered heavy losses this time. Chunshi analyzed the situation. Chunshi is not a member of the Chun family in the imperial capital. He is a member of the Chun family in Jinling. The power of the Chun family in Jinling even exceeds that of the Chun family in the imperial capital. What's more important is that the two families are related and their ancestors are directly related to each other. Split into two branches, really? Chunshi asked, just ask Chunming yourself. Chunshi responded. Chunshi immediately sent a message to Chunming on WeChat. Chunshi, Brother Chunming, something unexpected happened here. Chunming? Chunshi, Brother Chunshi and I were at the violin and piano competition. He fell in love with Chunsiyu and asked me to take him to get to know Chunsiyu. Look at this. Chunming, did he tell you that An Liang was in trouble? Chunshi, is that guy really in trouble? Chunshi was planning to strike up a conversation with Chunsiyu at Starbucks in SKP Mall, but was scolded by Chunming. He almost peed when he found out Chunsiyu's identity. Chunshi buried this matter deep in his heart and regarded it as a great shame and humiliation. Now that he heard that Liang was in trouble, and that it involved the Li, Yun, and Qian families, Chunshi gloated. He wondered if Liang fell, would Chunsiyu break up with Liang? Chunming, judging from the current situation, yes Chunming, I can't say the specific situation yet. If Brother Chunshi wants to get to know Chunsiyu, you should make arrangements to test Liang. Chunming, Anshin Investment Company is too quiet, which is a bit abnormal. Chunming did not enter the international spot gold market this time. He has been waiting for Anshin Investment Company's action, but Anshin Investment Company does not seem to have carried out any operations. In view of this situation, Chunming happened to test Liang through Chunshi. Chunshi got Chunming's response, and he immediately responded to Chunshi, Brother Chunshi, that An Liang is really hard to mess with. Brother Chunming doesn't recommend that we provoke him. Chunshi ignored Chunshi and sent a message directly to Chunming. Chunshi. Chunming, what do you mean? Chunshi is a piece of shit. You let him stop me? As soon as Chunming saw the message Chunshi sent, he knew that Chunshi had something serious in mind, so he naturally chose to cooperate. Chunming, Brother Shi, I asked Chunshi to stop you. It's for your own good. Chunming. The black and white photo of the last guy who challenged Liang is now hanging on the wall. Please think about it seriously, okay? Chunshi. What kind of piece of shit is Jia Devon? Chunshi. Is a shabby settlement in a place like Shishan worthy of being promoted in the imperial capital? Chunshi. I always hear you say how powerful this Liang is, but I want to give him a try and see how powerful he is. Chunming. Brother Shi, there's really no need. There is no grass anywhere in the world, so why bother? Chunshi. Oh, that's a coincidence. I just have an unrequited love for a flower. Chunming, Brother Shi, I'm not joking. You really shouldn't cause trouble. Chunshi. Okay, no more talking. I have my own sense of discretion. In an office building in the imperial capital, Chunming looked at the message sent by Chunshi. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Did he have a sense of propriety? Hope this guy can find out some useful information. Chunming thought secretly in his heart. Chapter 926 National TV Station, Violin and Piano Competition Studio Hall. The whispers between Chunshi and Chunchi did not reach Liang's ears. He was concentrating on enjoying Chunsiyu's playing performance. This big cat in the imperial capital gave him a surprise. The performance song he was practicing at home was Not Our Love, but when he went on stage to perform, he actually played the song she and Liang were most familiar with. And Liang even played blindly to keep up with the rhythm. The song is over. And Liang clapped vigorously. Ning Rushwang also clapped, and others would naturally give polite applause. Chun Siyu bowed slightly to thank the audience before exiting the stage. Seeing Chun Siyu exiting the stage, Chun Shi in the fourth row immediately greeted, Chun Shi, let's go backstage. That woman just now, I want to get her. This time Chun Shi's voice was a bit loud, and then Liang heard the other party's voice. Chun Shi? And Liang thought to himself, this name is a bit familiar. Watching Chun Shi and Chun Shi walking towards the backstage, and Liang also pulled Ning Rushwang to follow them. Chun Shi and Chun Shi trotted all the way to the backstage. They were wearing the organizers' work badges, so naturally no one stopped them. When the two came to the backstage, they happened to meet Chun Siyu coming down from the stage. Sun Minji was saying next to Chun Siyu, the song you just chose was not very good. You should choose traditional piano music to win favor more easily. Chun Siyu responded, Teacher's son, you are just inviting the performance. If it is a formal competition, I will definitely prepare according to the requirements of the official competition. Sun Minji also knew that Our Love played by Chun Siyu was her and in Liang's repertoire. Hi, pretty girl. Chun Shi took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Chun Siyu looked at Chun Shi doubtfully. She saw the organizer work cards of Chun Shi and responded, Hello, what can I do for you? My name is Chun Shi from Jinling Tianyan Investment. I am currently the project manager of Tianyan Investment. I would like to get to know you. Chun Shi directly showed off his identity. Jinling Tianyan Investment Company is a well-known old investment company. It has long-term management of over 100 billion assets. The annual return on investment is between 6% and 8%. It is a well-known, excellent investment company. Chun Siyu wrinkled. She frowned and ignored Chun Shi. Crazy. Chun Siyu saw Chun Shi again. It turns out to be you. I've seen you at SKP Starbucks before. Chun Shi's expression changed slightly. Chun Shi snorted. Beauty, you are a bit disrespectful. Why should she give you face? And Liang responded to Chun Shi. Chun Shi quickly shrank his head. Are you and Liang? Chun Shi looked at Liang Yo, and Liang was surprised. It's interesting. Originally, and Liang thought that the other party didn't know Chun Siyu, let alone him. So he had the courage to strike up a conversation with Chun Siyu. But now it seems that the other party not only knows Chun Siyu, but even knows him. Is it a deliberate provocation? Who are you? And Liang asked proactively. Jinling Tianyun, Chun Shi. Chun Shi said proudly. And Liang owns Anshin Investment Company and is a practitioner in the financial industry. Chun Shi guessed that Liang should know about Jinling Tianyun Investment, right? However, Liang really doesn't know. All the investment companies that Liang knows are Big Max level. What about Citi, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, Berkshire Hathaway, and other global giants? Yinlung Destiny? What kind of hot chicken stuff? Have not heard. And Liang responded directly. Chun Siyu reminded at the side, Brother Liang, I remembered that guy is Chun Ming's cousin. Chun Siyu pointed at Chun Shi. And Liang looked at Chun Shi. Chun Shi secretly complained. Originally, Chun Shi thought that with Chun Shi's support, he would no longer be afraid of Liang. But now he realized his mistake when facing Liang, and faced Liang made him feel as if he had seen a tiger, and he naturally felt a sense of fear. Hello, Brother Liang. Chun Shi greeted awkwardly, and Liang stared at Chun Shi. Who is that silly guy next to you? Who are you calling a piece of shit? Chun Shi stared at Liang, and Liang chuckled. I'm sure now that you and Chun Ming have a bad relationship. Chun Shi looked at Liang hesitantly. Chun Shi was sweating on the side, and Liang looked at Chun Shi again. What's your name? Brother Liang, my name is Chun Shi, Chun Ming's cousin. Chun Shi quickly responded. Tell me what happened to the dog released by Chun Ming? And Liang asked again. You ride on the horse. Before Chun Shi could finish scolding, he was interrupted by Liang. I advise you to calm down. Otherwise you will regret it. And Liang's tone was calm, but it really made Chun Shi calm down because he realized the danger. And Liang looked at Chun Shi again. You can choose to say it, or you can choose not to say it. If you don't say it, I will send you a message at most. You can ask the answer, but if I ask the answer, you have no value. Do you understand? And Liang looked at Qinchi. Although it is winter now, and the heating and air conditioning backstage is not very powerful, Qinchi is sweating like rain. Chapter 932 inches the large tea room of Yunjing International Apartment, whether it was Qian Xiaojiang, Li Tsinyuan, or Yin Haiyang. The three of them all felt like they were in a dream. They have known in Liang for less than a year, but in such a short period of time, did they follow in Liang's super god? 10 billionaire? Then they will enter the Forbes Rich list, right? If they were ranked according to the 2019 Forbes Rich list, they would have directly entered the top 300, within 269 to be precise. More importantly, the wealth value calculated by Forbes Rich list is the concept of net worth, not the cash held. If it's cash, just take the Forbes wealth list as an example. It is still in the top 100 at least. It's just that the Forbes wealth list is just an incomplete list. This list only contains people familiar to the public, and more big names are completely invisible. For example, Mr. Duan, who is rising steadily, is very likely to be a powerful campaigner for the richest man. Another example is Mr. Su of an S brand who defeated Zara steadily. The value of the S brand has over 100 billion, plus the unit is US dollars. Are these big guys not on the list? In fact, quite a few big names are not on the list. After the funds in the international spot gold market are withdrawn, An Liang will not be on the list. He likes to hide behind the scenes. Brother Liang, your worries are normal. My two brothers are definitely going to cause trouble. Qian Xiaojiang explained. If Brother Liang is willing to cooperate with me and limit the corresponding funds to me, our family's problems can be solved, and my status will rise in the future. Qian Xiaojiang said straightforwardly, and Liang responded, my brother will definitely cooperate with you. Yun Hoyoung begged, take me. I'm having difficulties here too. Please cooperate. Li Yuan responded, there is no difficulty here. I have a final say, but I will inevitably have to disperse the money later. I have a lot of brothers and sisters. I need to keep a low profile when the time comes, so as not to be annoyed by them every day. Regarding the international spot gold market, you still need to keep it confidential. Our operations have not been completed yet, and it will probably take some time, by the end of February at the latest. And Liang reminded, no problem. Li Yuan responded. Qian Xiaojiang scratched his head. Brother Liang, you should keep hiding it. I feel like I'm floating now. Really, I want to celebrate like crazy now. Then I advise you to give it a try. The tens of billions I am talking about are the tens of billions that have not yet been obtained. In that market, the national team is rampant, and our operations will still need to wait for a certain period of time. And Liang reminded if the information is revealed, an accident is very likely to happen, understand? And Liang reminded. Yun Haiyang said with the same distress. I feel like I'm drifting too. It seems I'm going to learn to skateboard. I recently met a female skateboard friend who said she would teach me how to skateboard. Stop talking. I'm afraid you might do something cool again. And Liang complained. How could I be doing something sexy? Yin Haiyang complained. Qian Xiaojing also complained. Brother Haiyang, you have done too many tricks. Don't let us expose your background. Li Tsuyin couldn't help complaining. Brother Haiyang, I beg you, stop doing tricks. I have taken too many scapegoats for you. You are simply poisonous. Yin Haiyang coughed and said, okay, we are also tens of billions in the future. I won't do any tricks in the future and just show off my cards. I am a tens of billions, okay? And Liang teased. Don't show your cards. I have something that you need to deal with. Li Tsunyuan and the others looked at Liang. And Liang explained, when the funds from the international spot gold market are recovered, there is still a big project waiting for us. This time, it is the asset-heavy high-tech graphene battery industry. Apart from us, in addition to the four families, there is another guy who will become the core. This person will be introduced to you later. You can list the industrial chains related to the Imperial Capital Circle, Tianfu Circle, Shengqing Circle, and the people who belong to our group. You can list anything linked to the graphene battery industry. And Liang explained, this time the graphene battery industry is a directly implemented industry, not the graphene technology in the news. I believe you have more or less an idea of what this means. And Liang explained. Qian Xiaojing answered, Brother Liang, are you serious? The graphene battery industry will be launched directly. Then, we are instantly invincible, right? Among the three brothers in Daidu, Qian Xiaojing, who seems to be the least reliable and always dressed up as a spiky-headed young man, is the top academic. He is from Daidu University of Science and Technology, a double first-class institution. Therefore, what is graphene battery technology? What is the use of things? He is the rhythm of Menqing. Qian Xiaojing knows very well that if graphene battery technology is real, this technology will promote changes in the entire world. Li Tsunyuan and Yun Haiyang looked at Qian Xiaojing in confusion. Just Brother Gongzi, graphene battery technology is very strong? Yun Haiyang asked. Qian Xiaojing complained. Don't you watch the news? I mainly pay attention to current affairs news. Yun Haiyang was slightly embarrassed. There is nothing wrong with this. Current affairs news is the news they should care about. To put it simply, if graphene battery technology really develops, the market value of such a company may reach the trillion-dollar club level. Does this make sense? Qian Xiaojing explained. Chapter 933, it doesn't matter that Li Tsunyuan and Yun Haiyang don't understand graphene battery technology. When Qian Xiaojing mentioned that the company's market value is in the trillions, they understood the value of graphene battery technology. The two looked at Liang in shock. Li Tsunyuan sighed. Brother Liang, where did you get this graphene battery technology? I didn't get it. I will tell you about the specific channels later. The forces that got this technology will occupy the majority. We're going to provide funds, and you will screen the peripheral alternative investors. We will look at the specific situation later and decide whether to allow them to participate. And Liang threw the blame to the National Security Investigation Bureau. It shouldn't be a problem to throw the blame to them anyway, right? Li Kunyuan responda. Qian Xiaojing asked, Brother Liang, do you have a sample of this graphene battery? If there is a sample, I want to verify it and do some electronic product modifications, by the way. Not yet, but everything will happen in the future. These matters are being dealt with by the force that has obtained the technology. And Liang explained, graphene battery expert Guijiang. This person has now changed his name to Wu Chunxing. Graphene battery expert Wu Chunxing is currently under the control of the National Security Investigation Bureau and following in Liang's instructions to make graphene battery samples in a laboratory environment, thereby verifying graphene battery technology through graphene battery samples. Otherwise, except for Li Tsunyuan and the other two people, who else would be willing to participate if the talk is empty? You should do the corresponding screening work first. I will handle the affairs of the Chun family and Jinling here, and then handle the matters of the graphene battery industry. And Liang explained. And Liang continued to add, you are very busy with the follow-up matters, including global patent registration, related industry chain integration, and support from various government policies, all of which need to be handled by you. Don't worry, these are small things. Li Kunyuan responda. Yun Haiyang seconded. Leave these to us. Qian Xiaojing added, patent issues may cause trouble in some countries, such as the bald eagle country. This country may block our patents. It doesn't matter. An Liang responded, anyway, if you apply, they will get stuck. I have made a promise here that I will not set up a production base overseas, let alone set up a R&D center overseas. As for overseas sales, there should be various delays. In the case of insufficient production capacity in the early stage, the corresponding products should be digested internally. And Liang added. Li Tsunyuan and the three looked at each other. And Liang's promise revealed something. Okay, let's split up. And Liang explained, you should sort out the industry chain as soon as possible. By the way, one more thing. If our people here manage assets at Tianyan Investment Company, let them be careful. I am not kidding this time. And Liang reminded, we have already sent a message on WeChat Moments, but Chunming's beep is also saying that you are boasting nonsense, and now the entire Imperial Capital Circle is waiting for you to fight. Qian Xiaojing responded, then let them watch a good show. And Liang responded with a smile. Finally, a reminder, Brother Haiyang, Brother Gongzi, please don't be arrogant. Our money has not been recovered from the international spot gold market. This matter needs to be kept extremely confidential. And Liang reminded, okay. Yin Haiyang agreed. Qian Xiaojing nodded affirmatively. No problem. The four of them came out of the big tea room, got their mobile phones at the front desk, and then left separately. In a certain WeChat group in the Imperial Capital Circle, Li Qian at Hu Xiaoyu summoned the little fish. Hu Xiaoyu? Li Qian. I heard that in Liang from Onxin Investment and Chen Shi from Tianyan Investment had a fierce conflict. And Liang threatened to mess with Chen Shi. Do you have any inside information? Hu Xiaoyu. How did I know? Zhou Ronghua. Goddess Xiaoyu. Please ask my classmate Haiyang for help. I have some funds in Tianyan Investment. Li Qian. My brother also has funds in Tianyan Investment. Miao Xue. If Brother Liang has already announced that he wants to mess with Chen Shi, I suggest you be cautious. Luo Mandy. Sister Xiaoyu, what is going on? I invested 5 million in Tianyan, but I don't know what's going on. Su Siwen. One more person is added to the 5 million, but I am panicking to add one more person. Peng Jingfeng. Put 20 million in Tianyan Investment and retreat immediately if the opportunity arises. Hu Xiaoyu. Yin Haiyang and I have broken up a long time ago. That big bastard makes me annoyed just looking at him. I don't know the specific situation. Hu Xiaoyu. But I met in Liang by chance at SKP before. He bought his girlfriend more than 7 million yuan of high-end jewelry from the Frenzy series, and then bought a dress at Jenny. You can try it out for yourselves. Hu Xiaoyu. Chen Ming made some weird rumors saying that Brother Liang had cheated those 3 families, but those 3 families didn't jump out, so Chen Ming jumped out. Do you think it's okay? Hu Xiaoyu. I remember that some of you have been tricked before, right? Zhou Ronghua. Stop talking, Xiaoyu goddess. You will kill me with this knife. Li Mingfei. Luning. Zhou Ronghua. I heard goddess Xiaoyu is right. I will ask for the funds back tomorrow. Li Mingfei. Shivering. I signed a term investment contract with them. Li Qianmi. Li Qian, brother, you are poisonous. The same situation continues to appear in many small circles in the imperial capital. The war between Onxin Investment and Tianyan Investment has touched the hearts of many people. Just because today is Sunday and the stock market is closed, everything seems to be business as usual. But this is just the calm before the storm. Chapter 934, Yunjing International Apartment, Room 8806. Chen Xiyu was lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone. She had already performed at the invitational performance section of the national TV station's violin and piano competition in the morning, and now she was in full swing. She is chatting in the little sisters group Miao Xue at Chensu. Is the little fairy Xiyu here? Chen Xiyu? Miao Xue. Picture, Miao Xue. Picture, Miao Xue. I am being chased by a lot of friends here asking, is your boyfriend going to engage in Tianyan Investment? Chen Xiyu. Not sure. Chen Xiyu. Brother Liang is not at home. I don't know the specific situation. When he comes back later, I will tell you after asking about the situation. Miao Xue. Okay, sit back and wait. Hu Xiaoyu. Just wait. Hu Xiaoyu. There are a lot of people here waiting for answers. While Chen Xiyu was chatting, and Liang happened to open the door and come back. Chen Xiyu. Brother Liang is back. Wait a minute. I'll ask about the situation first. Miao Xue. Great. Wait for the results. Hu Xiaoyu. Urgent. Waiting online. Masterin. How is the situation? Chen Xiyu stood up and asked. And Liang walked over. He picked up Chen Xiyu. He sat on the sofa and let Chen Xiyu sit in his arms. Although the cat in his arms was a bit big and did not have the feeling of a little bird clinging to him. And Liang, I like Chen Xiyu sitting in his arms, all the best. And Liang hugged Chen Xiyu. Chen Xiyu showed in Liang the chat content of the Little Sisters group, and she asked, how should I answer? Tell them directly that if you have funds to invest in Tianyan, try to transfer the funds out. Otherwise, the funds may be lost. And Liang responded, yeah, I'll reply right away. Chen Xiyu replied to the message in the Little Sisters group. Chen Xiyu. I just asked Brother Liang. He is indeed ready to start investing in Tianyan Investment. Chen Xiyu. If you have money to invest in Tianyan, then take it out, otherwise you may be cheated. Chen Xiyu had just finished replying. And Liang took Chen Xiyu's mobile phone and canceled the 2 messages that Chen Xiyu had just sent. Chen Xiyu looked at Liang in confusion. And Liang said with a smile, this is called a routine. It makes people think that you accidentally said it, and then I revoked it for you after I found out. Was this time difficult to handle? Chun Siyu asked. It's very, very, very difficult. That Tianyin investment company manages hundreds of billions of funds. Do you think it's difficult? And Liang said deliberately, So Siyu, you have caused a big trouble for me. You can hold Shuang Shuang down for me later, and I will let you go. Snort. Chun Siyu was still worried at first, but the second half of An Liang's sentence was directly exposed, right? Frost. And Liang greeted. Ning Rushuang was a little wary. Huh? Come here, and I'll send you a message on your mobile phone. And Liang explained. Ning Rushuang walked over, but was pulled directly by An Liang. So An Liang sat Chun Siyu on his left thigh, and Ning Rushuang sat on his right thigh. He enjoyed the blessing of being hugged on the left and right, and can also kiss one on the left and the other on the right. But if you want to go further, you still need to continue to work hard. In Chun Siyu's little sister's group, after An Liang withdrew the message sent by Chun Siyu, no more messages popped up in the group, but no matter whether it was Hu Xiaoyu or Miao Xue, they both saw the message sent by Chun Siyu. So they fell into An Liang's trap and spread the two messages sent by Chun Siyu. Psychologically speaking, this kind of withdrawn message, it is often easier to believe. The next day, at 9:30 in the morning, the two major exchanges of Xiaowa stock market opened together. Just after the market opened, Tianyin Investment Company encountered trouble. It was an Anshin investment company that came directly to the door. And Liang said he would start looking for trouble tomorrow. That is, he would start looking for trouble tomorrow. It's a large number of customers who are causing trouble today. A large number of customers in the Imperial Capital Circle notified Tianyin Investment Company to request redemption of funds. According to statistics from Tianyin Investment Company, the total amount of funds requested in the first round reached 5.2 billion. This situation makes Tianyin Investment Company quite speechless. In fact, it is very simple for such a situation to occur because people in the Imperial Capital trust Anshin Investment Company more. The record of Anshin Investment Company is too brilliant, from the original Lights Company to Neon Senior Hall and later to the U.S. stock market to Harvest Bention Motors. The record of Anshin Investment Company is so brilliant that people in the Imperial Capital cannot be cautious with such a record. Besides, now that Tianyin Investment Company has withdrawn its funds, if Anshin Investment Company is just bragging, will Tianyin Investment Company be able to accept it when it invests again later? In the Imperial Capital, Chinshi received the message from Tianyin Investment Company, and he couldn't help but swear. These damn bastards, Chunshi complained crazily, a group of white-eyed wolves. When we were leading them to make money, each one would wag their tail like a dog. Now that they are in trouble, each one runs faster than the other. Brother Shi, calm down. There is no need to be angry over a group of white-eyed wolves. The female companion Chun-Shi recruited from the bar atmosphere group echoed Chun-Shi, but Chun-Shi had no idea that the female companion in the bar atmosphere group was actually arranged by Chun Ming. Chapter 935 inches Chun Ming's office. He was checking relevant information about Tianyin Investment Company, as expected of Brother Liang. Chun Ming sighed. Just releasing threatening news from a distance caused the withdrawal of more than 5 billion funds. Wei Zhihong, a well-known investment manager in the prosperous world, also lamented. The main reason is that Anshin Investment's performance is so good. These people are afraid of Anshin Investment. But in fact, unless Anshin Investment accurately grasps the specific investment situation of Tianyin Investment, it will not be possible at all. It is impossible to crack down on Tianyin Investment. I am now worried that Anshin Investment has grasped the specific investment situation of Tianyin Investment through some means. Chun Ming frowned. If Tianyin Investment really fails, can we save it? Wei Zhihong asked. Of course we need to save him. Chun Ming responded. Tianyin Investment has quite high-quality resources, and these resources are our goals. Clear. Wei Zhihong responded. Chun Ming's so-called rescue is actually taking advantage of the situation. The Chun family in the Imperial Capital and the Chun family in Jinling do have a connection, and there are even two branches of the same family, but interests are interests. For the sake of interests, brothers have turned against each other. Let alone, what is it? Distant relatives? Chun Ming is a person who puts interests first. Otherwise, he would not have been reluctant to invest even 1 million in Liang. Because at the beginning, Chenming felt that the insider information in Liang said sounded like 10 years ago, or even a scam 20 years ago. Who knew that in Liang really had inside information? It can only be said to be too ridiculous. Monday night fell. In room 8806 of Yunjing International Apartment, and Liang was really sending messages to Li Gang and Liang. How is the situation? Li Gang. With the cooperation of Rini Security Company, I have found quite a lot of information about Tianyun Investment Company. This information can be used to attack Tianyun Investment Company and earn us a certain amount of profits. Li Gang. Mr. And according to the intelligence data we have collected, we can not only attack our opponents, but also make good profits. Do we want to make some pocket money? Anshin Investment Company has never set foot in Xiaogua's stock market. This time I entered the Xiaogua stock market, it was just to target Tianyun Investment Company. And Liang. Focus on cracking down on Tianyun Investment Company. Make money or something. Make whatever you can, but don't think about how much money you make. And Liang. Record all operations in detail. If there is any review, I hope there will be no problems with all operations. Li Gang. Okay, Li Gang. Based on a capital of 50 million, after this war, we can earn at least 30% profit. And Liang. Good job. Li Gang. No problem. Don't worry, mister. I'll give them a big gift package when the market opens tomorrow. The next day, 9:15 in the morning. A large number of relevant people in the Imperial Capital Circle are paying attention to the war between Anshin Investment and Tianyun Investment. According to rumors, today is the time when Anshin Investment Company will target Tianyun Investment Company. A large number of WeChat groups are discussing what Anshin Investment Company is going to do. Is it going to compete with Tianyun Investment Company? At 9:30, as soon as the Xiaogua stock market opened, Anshin Investment Company publicly released news, revealing that Tianyun Investment indirectly held 7% of the shares of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group. This part of the stock was indirectly purchased by Tianyun Investment Company in March 2019 for more than 5.5 yuan. According to the current price of 2.42 yuan per share of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group, Tianyun Investment Company lost approximately 150 million on this investment. Yuan. As soon as this news came to light, it was confirmed by other investment companies, indicating that Tianyun Investment Company did indirectly hold 7% of the shares of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group, turning it from a stock speculator into the fifth largest shareholder. Just because he indirectly controls the stock, he is not ranked among the top 10 shareholders. However, Anshin Investment Company's offensive has not stopped. Anshin Investment Company just broke the news that Tianyun Investment Company had become a taker and lost more than 150 million yuan, and immediately made a new round of revelations. A new round of revelations are directed at Zhangzhidao Seafood Group. Anshin Investment Company broke the news that Zhangzhidao Seafood Group was suspected of falsifying seafood product output, as well as information about the group's internal financial confusion, and also released ship entry and exit data at relevant ports and ship fuel big data. This proves that the fishing data released by Zhangzhidao Seafood Group does not match the vessel access and fuel consumption. After all, analysis of vessel entry and exit and fuel consumption showed that the corresponding catch volume was far lower than the quantity announced by Zhangzhidao Seafood Group. Anshin Investment Company officially filed a report with the Supervision Bureau, hoping that the Supervision Bureau would strictly investigate Zhangzhidao Seafood Group. After this news came out, not only did the share price of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group fall, Tianyun Investment Company was also deeply affected. A large number of customers began to question Tianyun Investment Company about the issue of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group's stock being deeply locked up. Anshin Investment Company's first set of punches hit Tianyun Investment Company directly in the face. The experts who were originally not optimistic about Anshin Investment Company were slapped in the face by Anshin Investment Company. They had no idea that Anshin Investment Company would bypass direct competition and attack the fundamentals of Tianyun Investment Company. Chapter 936. Before the war between Anshin Investment Company and Tianyun Investment Company broke out, financial experts in the Imperial Capital Circle analyzed various methods of Anshin Investment Company. For example, Anshin Investment Company may attack Tianyun Investment Company's investment channels, including but not limited to maliciously raising stock prices, manipulating the market behind the scenes, etc. Some experts even said that Onshin Investment Company may directly compete with Tianyan Investment Company for customers. After all, Onshin Investment Company is very famous in the imperial capital circle. The rate of return of Onshin Investment Company has been more or less spread out. If Onshin Investment Company uses high yields and dimensionality reduction to attack Tianyan Investment Company, it is really possible for Tianyan Investment Company to be affected. Transport investment companies causing trouble. However, no one expected that Onshin Investment Company would do the opposite and directly attack the fundamentals of Tianyan Investment Company. Faced with the ruthless actions of Onshin Investment Company, Tianyan Investment was in dire straits. Because the announcement issued by Onshin Investment Company is true information and not false information fabricated by Onshin Investment Company, Tianyan Investment Company did lose more than 150 million in the stocks of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group. At the same time, Tianyan Investment Company holds 7% of the shares of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group, which is currently unable to be sold. 7% of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group shares are approximately 50 million shares. Although the stock price of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group has now fallen to dust, each share only costs 2.42 yuan. Alright, after Onshin Investment Company released big data on port arrivals and departures and ship fuel related to Zhangzhidao Seafood Group, the stock price of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group fell directly by 10%, entering the limit down state. Zhangzhidao Seafood Group, which originally had a stock price of 2.42 yuan per share at the opening, was unlucky. It was obvious that Onshin Investment Company and Tianyan Investment Company were fighting. As a result, Zhangzhidao Seafood Group was the first to fall victim to the trap, and its stock price fell to 2.18 yuan. Tianyan Investment Company, which holds 50 million shares of Zhangzhidao Seafood Group, lost 12 million this time. In fact, the mere loss of 12 million is not a problem. The real problem is that Tianyan Investment Company was effectively attacked by Onshin Investment Company, resulting in a loss of funds. This time, Onshin Investment's attack only caused a loss of 12 million yuan and tied up Tianyan Investment Company with more than 100 million yuan. Will there be more next time? This is what investors should be worried about. Tianyan Investment Company is off to a bad start. There are worse problems waiting for Tianyan Investment Company. On Monday yesterday, Onshin Investment Company had withdrawn more than 5 billion funds from the battlefield based on its strong performance in the past. Today, Onshin Investment Company directly caused financial losses to Tianyan Investment Company. This situation caused more investment withdrawals. In just the 2 hours of opening time from 9:30 to 11:30, Tianyan Investment Company received more than 5 billion withdrawal applications. Faced with the withdrawal application of these funds, Tianyan Investment Company is simply overwhelmed. Although Tianyan Investment Company is a large-scale asset management investment company that manages hundreds of billions of funds, it seems that it can easily handle the withdrawal application of 5 billion funds. But it can't be handled easily at all, right? Because almost all the funds managed by Tianyan Investment Company are invested in various markets, including the stock market, the bond market, and even some of the funds are still in the futures market. If you want to recover funds from these markets, in addition to the bond market, whether it is the stock market or the futures market, if you want to obtain a large amount of funds in a short period of time, you will definitely suffer losses. The essence of the stock market is buying and selling. The Xiaowa stock market cannot directly short sell stocks. If a large amount of funds are to be cashed out in a short period of time in the stock market, the only result will be to penetrate the depth of the stock price, causing the stock price to fall significantly. After all, when supply exceeds demand, shouldn't the stock price drop? Even if it is a high-quality stock, as long as it is sold on a large scale in a short period of time, the price will still inevitably fall. Tianyan Investment Company is facing such a problem. If stocks are sold in a short period of time to raise funds, Tianyan Investment Company will suffer a large loss. However, if it cannot meet the reasonable withdrawal needs of customers, Tianyan Investment Company will have a big problem with its goodwill and may even cause a chain collapse. In order to avoid such a situation, Tianyan Investment Company must meet the reasonable divestment needs of its customers. Fortunately, Tianyan Investment Company is a mature asset management company. Through the stable bond market, Tianyan Investment Company has finally withstood the damage of the second wave of divestments. While Tianyan Investment Company is dealing with investors' divestment demands, it is also planning to fight back against Onshin Investment Company. If it doesn't fight back, will it always be passively beaten? Tianyan Investment Company's counterattack came quickly. Just like Onshin Investment Company, they issued an announcement directly to the outside world. Chapter 942, and Liang prefers the kind-hearted rules of life. But being kind is just being kind. Once a person takes action, the kind type is often more ruthless. Just like an honest man is more terrifying when he breaks out. Because the premise of the rules of being kind is that if you can't be kind, then go to the worst direction. Whatever situation is the worst, go to that situation. This time, Tianyan Investment Company happened to be caught in the crossfire, and An Liang prepared to kill Tianyan Investment Company to scare the monkeys. So when Tianyan Investment Company was already in dire straits, An Liang chose to make up for it without hesitation. Faced with the stab in the heart from Onshin Investment Company, Tianyan Investment Company could only bear it silently. Because the Hongshin project is real, Tianyan Investment Company has indeed been deeply locked up in 5 billion funds in this project. No, it's not a deep trap, it's just thrown into the water. Sure enough, the heart of playing with the core is dirty. At 9:30 in the morning, the Shaohui stock market opened, and Tianyan Investment Company ushered in a wave of divestments. The withdrawals, which were originally only 2.6 billion, suddenly increased rapidly. In particular, funds from the Imperial Capital Circle have demanded divestment. There are 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle that have invested in Tianyan Investment Company, not counting the large amount of idle funds in the Imperial Capital Circle. For example, those like Pang Zhengfeng, the old Pang family, who invested 20 million by themselves, can only be regarded as idle funds. Their family's investments are not included. The funds invested by 20 families in the Imperial Capital Circle are calculated separately. 20 companies in the Imperial Capital have invested more than 40 billion in Tianyan Investment Company. How could Tianyan Investment Company agree to divest? After all, they have signed fixed-term investment contracts. If they rashly withdraw 40 billion in funds, Tianyan Investment Company may lose more than 10 billion in one go. Even if the 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle are very powerful, it is impossible for Tianyan Investment Company to accept the divestment request. Faced with the toughness of Tianyan Investment Company, the 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle could only stop their activities. After all, even if they signed a peace contract and sued the government, they would ultimately suffer the loss. But the idle funds in the Imperial Capital Circle are different. Most of the idle funds have not signed a regular investment contract. Originally, these idle funds had to be looked at. However, Onshin Investment Company was a bit too ruthless. Onshin Investment Company stabbed the key points of Tianyan Investment Company one after another, so that idle funds did not dare to stay at all. Under such circumstances, the original withdrawal amount of only 2.6 billion rose to the level of 10 billion at noon on Wednesday, and Tianyan Investment Company was once again in trouble. Over 10 billion in funds is a big problem for Tianyan Investment Company, because neither stocks nor futures can be liquidated quickly. Stock prices are just paper data. Even for Goose Factory stock, its stock price is also paper data. Once the Goose Factory stocks are sold on a large scale, the price will still be reduced. Not to mention other stocks. Therefore, Tianyan Investment Company's investment in the stock market cannot be realized effectively and quickly. If it wants to realize it quickly, it will inevitably suffer huge losses. The same is true for the futures market. Tianyan Investment Company could only realize cash in the bond market again. They gave up considerable bond income and even lost part of their principal. In the end, their comprehensive losses reached 2 billion, and they finally realized 11 billion yuan with difficulty. Yun Investment Company managed 116 billion in funds, and this round of divestment was as high as 10.6 billion. They eventually withstood this round of divestment at the cost of losing up to 2 billion in funds. Tianyan Investment Company has not thought about concealing the Hongxin project, but Chen Hui is much more awake than Chen Shi, and he knows very well that he cannot conceal the corresponding matters. The investors of their Tianyan Investment Company have too many connections. Those people can find out whether Tianyan Investment Company has invested in the Hongxin project by just checking, which is nothing more than a waste of time. Under such circumstances, it is impossible for Tianyan Investment Company to conceal the specific situation. So just admit it. Those who should deal with divestment should deal with divestment, and those who should be tough on regular investment should be tough on regular investment. As long as the initial chaos is stabilized, they can get a chance to breathe. Near 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Tianyan Investment Company finally completed the accounting. At present, the total amount of divestment is as high as 23.6 billion. Tianyan Investment Company has fully paid these funds, ensuring the integrity of goodwill. This is good news. However, the total amount of assets under management has dropped from 132.2 billion to 103 billion, and the loss in short-term cash out has exceeded 5 billion, which is equivalent to the loss of another Hongxin project. Two pieces of news from Hongxin Investment Company directly damaged the vitality of Tianyan Investment Company. However, far away in Yunjing International Apartment in the imperial capital, worse news about Tianyan Investment Company appeared. In room 8806 of Yunjing International Apartment, and Liang was sitting on the sofa. Chun Siyu, the imperial cat, was sitting in Liang's arms. Ning Rishwang was dancing, and both Liang and Chen Siyu were watching her dance. The life winner system suddenly sent out a prompt, and another piece of good news appeared. But this good news is bad news for Tianyan Investment Company. Chapter 943 Ding. Special Mission. Help Lu Cini solve the white face crisis. Mission completed. Mission reward. Obtain $100 million stored in the Swiss bank bearer account by the Haipu organization. Special note. This reward will obtain the corresponding funds from the Swiss bank through Renan Investment Company and allow the host to transfer it to a personal account or an Hongxin Investment Company private investment account, and the transfer will be credited in real time. Exist? How does it feel to be at home with your girlfriend in your arms and suddenly get hit in the face with $100 million? And Liang helped Lu Cini solve the problem of Haipu organization before, but the National Security Investigation Bureau didn't know what the hell it was doing, and this special task was never completed. Now that it is suddenly completed, will it be slapped in the face with $100 million? This is the single largest reward that An Liang has received through the Life Winner system. As for the counterplan, although it was also the Life Winner system that gave the information, An Liang personally laid out the plan, always watching and dispatching in the middle, and then completed the harvest, okay? If An Liang hadn't made arrangements in the US stock market in advance, the counterplan would have been in vain, right? To be honest, An Liang still prefers the feeling of sitting at home and having money come from the sky. $100 million. According to the current exchange rate, it is approximately 687.2 million Xiaogui yuan. And Liang thought about it for a while and decided to transfer 680 million to the private investment account of Hongxin Investment Company. Because according to the theory of the financial revenge card, the capital invested starts from 50 million. The more funds invested, the greater the financial revenge will be, the better the effect. When the invested capital reaches 10 billion, Tianyan Investment Company will directly collapse in a chain. However, An Liang currently does not have 10 billion, and the funds in the international spot gold market cannot be recovered for the time being because the international gold price has not yet skyrocketed, and the national team seems to be still plotting. After the $100 million was converted into Xiaogui yuan according to the exchange rate, $680 million entered Liang Ji's personal account at Hongxin Investment Company, and the other $7.2 million entered in Liang's personal account. This income made in Liang's personal account exceed 15 million. And Liang suddenly kissed Chun Siyu on the face. Chun Siyu was a little confused. She was chatting with her little sisters. Master, and what's wrong with you? Chun Siyu asked doubtfully. And Liang waved to Ning Rishwang. Shuang Shuang, come here. Ning Rishwang guessed that Liang wanted to kiss her, but she still came over obediently, and Liang kissed her as expected. Master, and what good things have happened to you? Ning Rushwang asked. Just made a windfall. And Liang responded with a smile. I will give you 2 cards, 1 million each. If you want to buy. And if you want to play other games, you can play other games, but you are not allowed to do anything online. Understand? Wow. Thank you, Master. And Chen Siyu also kissed in Liang. Ning Rushwang also responded with thanks. Thank you, Master. And call your husband. And Liang smiled evilly. Chen Siyu whispered, husband. And Liang looked at Ning Rushwang again. Ning Rushwang's face was slightly red, and she screamed like a mosquito, husband. And Liang pulled Ning Rushwang over and let her and Chen Siyu sit in his arms, one on the left and the other on the right. He hugged her on the left and enjoyed the blessings of being together. Where did you make money from? Chen Siyu was curious. Just when Liang was about to respond, his cell phone rang with an incoming call. Chen Siyu took the phone over, and the caller ID was Huang Guoxiang. And Liang had Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang with his arms around him. How could he have time to answer the phone? Just click hands-free. And Liang ordered Chen Siyu. Chen Siyu answered the call and clicked on the speakerphone. And Liang said first, Old Huang, I am not free now. I answered the call on the speakerphone. What do you want? Huang Guoxiang naturally heard in Liang's reminder about answering the phone hands-free. He responded, the last matter has been completely resolved. Have you received the news over there? I'm not interested in knowing. I'm not paying attention, and don't tell me. Anyway, I don't know what you were procrastinating on over there. And Liang said without interest. So, we just found out that your account earned $100 million. Are you interested? Huang Guoxiang asked. Chen Siyu and Ning Rushwang both looked at Liang in surprise. I still have to thank you for this. As I said last time, your equipment is quite good. We are now getting a lot of them, and the business is developing very fast. This time we're getting dividends, you know? And Liang responded, is it so profitable? Huang Guoxiang complained. Do you want long-term cooperation? Long-term cooperation? And Liang was confused. What do you want to do? Let's talk in detail another day. Huang Guoxiang probed. And Liang echoed. But let me declare first, I will not do anything illegal. Ha! Huang Guoxiang was amused by Liang. No problem. I am also a good and law-abiding person. Huang Guoxiang responded, yes, we are all good people who abide by the law. And Liang responded, by the way, thank you for what happened last time. How about I give you a big red envelope? Okay. Huang Guoxiang opened his mouth wide. I want 100 million. Hello? Hello? Huang, can you hear me? The signal is not working? And Liang asked, this old man is poisonous. He doesn't even want to give out red envelopes. It's boring. I'm dead. Huang Guoxiang deliberately complained. Isn't Liang's beep too naughty? He said he didn't want it? The key is that Liang died directly again. Ha ha. After Chen Siyu helped Liang hang up the phone, she burst out laughing. Ning Rushwang couldn't help laughing either. The master is the master. Chen Siyu should be complimenting him, right? Chapter 9, 4:11 p.m. And Liang is in room 8805 today. Ning Rushwang's fighting ability is not very good either. In a one-to-one comparison, the Imperial Capital Big Cat and Bingshan Girl together are probably equal to the Little Vixen. So he is really a vixen? And Liang has occasionally taken a look at Little Vixen's annual Anchor campaign rankings recently. As of today, Little Vixen is still ranked first. Are these people too bad? Frost. And Liang gently stroked Ning Rushwang's smooth back. Ning Rushwang responded softly. You are so beautiful. And Liang said with both praise and sigh. Ning Rushwang's appearance score is as high as 98 points, and she deserves to be the first. More importantly, is the folk dance and yoga that Ning Rushwang learned seamlessly connected? This Ning Rushwang knows almost all yoga movements. She can do whatever yoga movement she wants. Except for her combat power being a little weaker, everything else is impeccable. If there is perfection, Ning Rushwang is the one who has taken over it recently. One right? Ning Rushwang hummet. The corners of her mouth curved up. She liked Liang to praise her. Let's study new yoga methods again. I learned a new routine. Have you heard of lying butterfly pose? And Liang said with a bad smile. Ning Rushuang became shy. She had really heard of it. A yoga academic exchange lasted for more than half an hour. Ning Rushuang lazily rested her pillow on En Liang's right side. She bit her arm lightly. Originally, she wanted to bite a heavier one, but in the end she couldn't bear it. When it was approaching 12 o'clock, En Liang received a message from Li Gang. Mr. and good news. Li Gang, I will send the corresponding information via email right away. Mr. and you will know after reading it. En Liang, okay, I'll take a look first and get back to you later. In less than half a minute, En Liang received the email from Li Gang, and he quickly checked it. This Tianyun investment company is dead. After En Liang read the email, he replied directly to the message. En Liang, attack directly at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. En Liang, spend some money and promote what needs to be promoted. En Liang, kill it tomorrow. Li Gang, okay, Li Gang, it's just a pity. We can't get any benefit from killing it in this way. Li Gang, I have studied Tianyun Investment Company. They have several bonds and several stocks that are quite good. If we can get them, we can make a fortune. En Liang, don't have anything to do with Tianyun Investment Company. En Liang, this time they are dead. En Liang, forget it. The announcement will be postponed to 12 noon. I will send a message to Moments first to ask some people to withdraw their funds. Li Gang, okay, En Liang, no one else knows about this, right? Li Gang, only Mr. and me, Mr. Fan, and the people at Rennie Security know about it. En Liang, strict confidentiality. Li Gang, got it. En Liang ended his communication with Li Gang directly, and he directly sent a group message to his friends in the imperial capital. En Liang at everyone, are you here? Qian Xiaojing. Picture. Qian Xiaojing. Picture. Qian Xiaojing. Brother Liang, we are all next door to your house. Mr. 13, are you coming? Li Tsung. Location information. Yun Haiyang. Brother Gongzi is treating me to a treat. Brother Liang, come quickly. En Liang. En Liang. Brother Haiyang, it's worthy of you. Qian Xiaojing. I'm used to it. Li Tsun Yuan. This habit of Brother Haiyang has nothing to do with whether he has money or not. Is it probably a kind of fun? Yun Haiyang. 3 good men teamed up to mess with me? En Liang. Don't be gay. Qian Xiaojing. Not interested. Li Kunyuan. Shamalas. Cloud Ocean. En Liang. Let's get down to business. En Liang. If you have friends or acquaintances who still have funds in Tianyun Investment Company, try to get them to withdraw as quickly as possible. En Liang. This time I am serious about killing Tianyun. En Liang. Okay, I'll send another post to Moments. En Liang didn't say much. He directly posted it on WeChat Moments. En Liang. How long does it take to kill a $100 billion investment company? Today, we at Anshin Investment will still attack Tianyun Investment. If you have friends in your circle of friends who have assets under custody at Tianyun Investment, please forgive me for not treating the person personally. If you don't want to be accidentally injured, please withdraw your Tianyun investment as soon as possible. Let me explain in advance that this investment in Tianyun has no time limit and no bottom line until it is strangled. This is En Liang's final warning. This is also En Liang's disclaimer. With this circle of friends, when En Liang kills Tianyun Investment Company tomorrow, even if someone is accidentally injured, En Liang will not be blamed. After all, En Liang has shown mercy and extended the grace period from 9 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Those who have not withdrawn their capital deserve it, right? Chapter 945 late at night and early in the morning. The information posted by En Liang on Moments caused an uproar in the imperial circle. A large number of relevant people asked for information through connections, and Li Tsunyuan, Yun Haiyang, and Qian Xiaojing became the focus of attention. In Mr. 13, the cell phones of the 3 brothers Li Tsunyuan rang almost at the same time. Li Tsunyuan looked at the caller ID. This is from the Zhou family. Yun Haiyang said, this is from the Pang family. Qian Xiaojing shook his phone. It's from the Luo family. What do you mean? Be honest. These 3 families have some relationship with our 3 families. If you can help, please help. It is not easy for everyone. Li Tsunyuan said. Yun Haiyang responded, yes, Brother Liang said it in advance, which proves that he is not targeting them. No problem, Qian Xiaojing responded. When Li Tsunyuan answered the phone, he said first, Brother Ronghua, good evening. Zhou Ronghua joked. You are still dancing over there, but which one is dancing now? Mr. 13, Brother Ronghua, come and sit down. Li Kunyuan invited Ok. I am coming over now. Zhou Ronghua agreed directly. Li Tsunyuan was not surprised. Okay, we are here with Mr. 13. Okay, half an hour at most, today's drink is mine. Zhou Ronghua responded politely. How can I let Brother Ronghua spend money? Mr. Qian will foot the bill today. Li Tsunyuan teased Qian Xiaoch. It turns out that Brother Gongzi is paying the bill, so I have to have a few drinks with Brother Gongzi. Zhou Ronghua can still say, okay, we'll wait for you. Li Tsunyuan hung up the phone. Yun Haiyang also hung up the phone, and he said first, Pang Zhongfeng is coming over. Qian Xiaojing responded. I'm here with Luo Jin from the Luo family, and Luo Mandy is also coming. The three of them had just finished talking when their phones rang again. It was still juniors from various families in the imperial capital circle, obviously trying to inquire about the situation. After hanging up the phone for the second round, Li Tsunyuan looked at Yun Haiyang and joked, Brother Haiyang, I am bien received a call from Li Mingfei. He and Li Qian were coming over. You and Li Qian. Yun Haiyang is unable to complain. Brother Yuan, please let me go, Li Qian, and I have nothing. Yun Haiyang explained. Then she must have been crazy before, right? I'm actually willing to lend you money. Qian Xiaojing ordered yellow on the side. Ahem. Yun Haiyang didn't dare to speak. Half an hour later, the younger generation in the imperial capital circle came over one after another. Everyone was drinking first, and no one talked about Tianyan Investment Company first. In the end, it was Li Xian who spoke first. Brother, sons, sisters, I know what you mean. I will only say it once, and Brother Liang also said it. If he wants to kill him this time, Anshin Investment will definitely fight to the death with Tianyan Investment. Our suggestion is only made once. If you have funds under custody in Tianyan Investment, we recommend that you withdraw as soon as possible, as fast as possible. If you can withdraw today, then withdraw today. If you can withdraw before the morning, then withdraw before morning. Li Tsunyuan reminded, I can't guarantee when Anshin Investment will take action, but I can definitely assure you that if Anshin Investment wants to kill Tianyan Investment, then it will definitely kill Tianyan Investment. Li Tsunyuan said with a sigh. Of course, Li Tsunyuan is confident. Because An Liang has already shown off, there is a large amount of profits coming out in the international spot gold market. Once they come out, Anshin Investment Company will have tens of billions in cash. In such a situation now, even if Anshin Investment Company wants to play a trick of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800, Tianyan Investment Company can't resist it. Okay? Yun Haiyang lowered his voice and said, Li Qian, how much money does your family have there? Li Qian hesitated for a moment, then responded, My brother invested 2,500. There may be about 10 in our family. Quit as much as possible. Yun Haiyang responded, Tianyan Investment Company is dead. It can't be stopped. It's just a matter of time. My suggestion is that the sooner the better. But we invest regularly. Li Qian responded, No cash required. Whatever you have, stocks, bonds, futures, whatever you have. Yun Haiyang suggested, Understood. Li Qian looked at Yun Haiyang and said, Thank you. Unkind. Yun Haiyang responded. The members of the younger generation in the imperial capital circle came and left quickly. They have got the answers they wanted and the solutions. Even if Tianyan Investment Company can't come up with cash for a while, then they can wait. Valuable stocks, futures, and bonds, whatever is valuable is what is valuable. Tonight, in the imperial capital circle, is destined to be a sleepless night. 20 companies in the imperial capital circle have investigated the assets of Tianyan Investment Company thoroughly. They even chose what they wanted and discussed the interest division together. As soon as the stock market opens at 9 o'clock, they will go to Tianyan Investment Company because they have also discovered problems, such as An Liang suddenly $100 million were transferred from Tyrant. They thought An Liang was going to engage in tactics of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800. Faced with An Liang's tough attitude, 20 companies in the imperial city decided to protect themselves. Poor Tianyun investment, the company is now in constant trouble. First of all, it is the aggressiveness of the 20 companies in the Imperial City Circle, and then there is the butcher knife that Anshin Investment Company has raised. This time, An Liang is ready to kill. Tianyun Investment Company will definitely die. Chapter 946, 8 o'clock in the morning. The Xia Kingdom stock market has not yet opened, but 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle have already started taking action. 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle have formed a temporary community of interests. Their goal is simple, that is, to find Tianyun Investment Company to withdraw the assets under their custody. As for Tianyun Investment Company not giving it, that is impossible. If Tianyun Investment Company rejects the community of interests of the 20 companies in the Imperial City, Tianyun Investment Company will undoubtedly die. Tianyun Investment Company does not know for the time being that Anshin Investment Company has raised the butcher's knife and that An Liang is about to use his decisive skills, so they will definitely choose the final struggle. In fact, this is true. When 20 interest communities in the Imperial Capital Circle jointly requested Tianyun Investment Company to withdraw the corresponding custody assets, Tianyun Investment Company was originally prepared to delay, but the 20 groups in the Imperial Capital Circle directly demanded stocks, bonds, and futures of equal value. The biggest reason why Tianyun Investment Company is unwilling to agree to the divestment of the 20 companies in the Imperial City Circle is not because it is really unwilling to let them divest, but because of the negative losses caused by the divestment. The 20 companies in the Imperial Capital area have approximately 40 billion assets under the custody of Tianyun Investment Company. If 40 billion cash is to be cashed out in a short period of time, according to internal estimates of Tianyun Investment Company, it is very likely that the loss will exceed 10 billion. Such a loss cannot be accepted under any circumstances, because this loss of 10 billion will directly cause Tianyun Investment Company to collapse. Now that everything has collapsed, they will naturally not be afraid of the threat from the 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle. However, 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle have proposed stocks, bonds, and futures of equal value, so there is no problem. Tianyun Investment Company can completely accept it because such a plan is equivalent to using 40 billion in cash from 20 families in the Imperial City Circle to directly take over the equivalent value of stocks and futures from Tianyun Investment Company, as well as a small amount of matching bonds. As long as Tianyun Investment Company has no losses, it is naturally willing to solve the problems of the 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle. After all, Tianyun Investment Company is currently at war with Anshin Investment Company. All right, to be precise, it should be that Tianyun Investment Company was pushed to the ground and humiliated by Anshin Investment Company, and the dignified 100 billion level asset management investment company was easily suppressed by the underachiever Anshin Investment Company. In view of having to deal with the aggressiveness of Anshin Investment Company, Tianyun Investment Company does not want to provoke the 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle. Otherwise, will we have to fight on two fronts? Logically speaking, the interest community composed of 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle is much more threatening than Anshin Investment Company. So Tianyun Investment Company is naturally unwilling to offend them. At around 10 o'clock in the morning, the settlement between Tianyun Investment Company and the 20 companies in the Imperial City Circle was completed. Under the control of the 20 companies in the Imperial City Circle, everything was handled very quickly. It took more than 2 hours to completely recover the money. 41.7 billion assets under entrusted management. Notice, this is a recovery of the assets entrusted to be managed, not an asset transfer. 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle originally invested 41.7 billion in Tianyun Investment Company and entrusted Tianyun Investment Company to carry out investment management. Now they just revoked the entrustment and recovered their own funds. The statement of transferring assets sounds like something illegal and criminal. At 11 o'clock in the morning, friends from the Imperial City, Qian Xiaojing and Enlang. Brother Liang, are you awake? And Liang? Qian Xiaojing. I'm thinking that you have 2 girlfriends. Aren't you worried that you are overworked? And Liang. Brother Gongzi, you are poisonous. And Liang. What's the matter? Li Tsuinyuan, the capital in the Imperial Capital Circle, has basically been withdrawn from Tianyan Investment Company. Even if there is still money, it is very small. Li Tsuinyuan, Brother Liang, what methods do you have? Yun Haiyang, do we have to wait for the funds from the international spot gold market to come back and then directly force it? And Liang, being tough costs money. And Liang, the situation will be announced at 12 o'clock. You can see for yourselves. I won't say any more. I'm still watching the market here. On Liang is checking the situation of the international spot gold market. The international gold price is still at a low price. It is already February 13th, and the price of gold in the international spot gold market is only 355 yuan per gram. If the Life Winner system had not clearly stated that the international gold price on February 24th was 450 yuan per gram, An Liang himself would not have been able to understand the gold price. After all, it was too weird. There are still 11 days left for the international gold price to rise directly to 450 yuan per gram. Who believes this? Even if Great Britain leaves the European Union, the impact it may have on the global economic market has only caused the international gold price to reach 399 yuan per gram, not even 400 yuan. What will happen that will cause the international gold price to skyrocket in just 11 days? Could it be that Bald Eagle Country was tricked? If the Bald Eagle Country is deceived, it is indeed possible that the price of gold will skyrocket in just 11 days. However, things in the international spot gold market are slightly delayed, and An Liang now wants to kill Tianyan Investment Company first. At 12 o'clock sharp, Anshin Investment Company released an announcement on time. The killing blow is coming. Chapter 952 in Liang and Chunming ended the call, and he immediately sent a message to the Imperial Capital Friends group and Liang at everyone. Guys, book a place tonight and contact the people who wanted to thank me before. I'll treat them to dinner. Li Tsuinyuan, is there any big move? And Liang, get ready to fight Chen Ming. Li Tsuinyuan, the old Chen family has some power in the Imperial Capital Circle, but those 20 families may not necessarily help you. Yun Haiyang, someone from Lao Chen's family is in the household department, and the circle is quite good. Qin Xiaojing, more than half of the 20 were entrusted with asset management during the heyday of the old Qin family. And Liang, the annual return rate of asset management, which is famous in the prosperous times, is only 6%. Do these people also like it? Qin Xiaojing, in this era, the safety of funds comes first. Yun Haiyang, yes. As long as you don't lose money, everything will be fine. Li Tsuinyuan, in fact, there are restrictions in the imperial capital area. You can try to make the assets outpace inflation or keep it slightly lower. Li Tsuinyuan, after all, it's not easy to make money in this era. And Liang, then give them benefits. And Liang, I will definitely kill Chen Ming. Yun Haiyang, how about we arrange seafood hot pot in the banquet hall of Yunjing International Apartment? Qin Xiaojing, I think it will work. Li Tsuinyuan, I can see that too. And Liang, no problem. And Liang, by the way, call on our peripheral organization members. Li Tsuinyuan, no problem. Yun Haiyang, notification starts immediately. Qin Xiaojing, I'm actually quite annoyed with Chen Ming. This guy almost messed up the counterplan last time, so this time it's appropriate to do it to him. And Liang, dinner starts at 7 o'clock. In a courtyard on the edge of West 2nd Road near West 3rd Road, Chen Ming is checking the information of the WeChat group Mingxiang at Chen Ming. You are in trouble. Lin Mufeng, I didn't expect Tianyan Investment to collapse so quickly. Chen Ming, it's expected. Chen Ming, what trouble can I get into? Meng Xiang, I just received news that the other party held a banquet to invite the 20 companies that had previously invested in Tianyan, and also invited the major alliance of interests they gathered in the counterfund plan. Meng Xiang, I remember that among the 20, many of them were entrusted with asset management during your famous times, right? Meng Xiang, if An Liang persuades them, your family may also be affected. Lin Mufeng, one thing to say is that the interest alliance he has gathered now is very huge. If the entire interest alliance wants to help him, it will be difficult for you, the famous people in the prosperous age, to withstand it. Chen Ming, why would those people help him? Chen Ming, How can he prevent the 20 companies in the imperial capital circle from being cheated by Tianyun investment? Chun Ming. Our Shengshi Dingming is different from Tianyun. We at Shengshi Dingming have not done anything illegal, and our profit channels are very stable. Chun Ming. Besides, our Shengshi famous asset management scale is relatively small, but we have a lot of cell-phone funds. This trick is not very effective for us. Chun Ming. As long as our Shengshi Dingming has no risks, it is impossible for investors to withdraw their capital from Shengshi Dingming. Shengshi Dingming's total asset management amount is only close to 50 billion, about 48.6 billion, of which 12.6 billion are cell-phone funds. In addition, the annual interest rate paid is only 6%. Shengshi Dingming is really a traditional asset management company. The company has not made any risky operations. Therefore, Chun Ming is not afraid at all that Liang will deal with Shengshi Dingming Investment Company the same way he dealt with Tianyun Investment. That trick won't work. At nearly 7 o'clock in the evening, Liang put on his down jacket and greeted, "See you, Shuang Shuang, I'll go down and handle the work." Chun Siu nodded affirmatively. "Yeah." Ning Rushuang also nodded and said, "Come on." And Liang was alone. After kissing him, he walked out of room 8806. He took the elevator to the banquet hall on the 3rd floor. At this time, the banquet hall was filled with the delicious aroma of seafood hot pot. When Liang walked in, Li Tsunyuan and 3 others had arrived early. There were about 50 or 60 people in the banquet hall. "Brother Liang." Li Tsunyuan greeted Brother Yuan, and Liang responded. Li Tsunyuan took Liang around, mainly introducing the younger generation of various families in the imperial city. And Liang silently used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to view everyone's information, and he secretly divided everyone into 3 categories. Chapter 1-1 type is those whose moral character is greater than or equal to 90 points. If this type of people can become friends, Liang is very happy to become friends with them, because the moral character of more than 90 points means that such people have a very high moral bottom line, and at least they will not betray their trust. For those whose moral character is above 80 and below 90, if after contacting them, their emotional intelligence is high enough, Liang will be willing to be friends with them. Although the moral bottom line of this type of people is lower, but the emotional intelligence is high enough, they will not betray easily. As for those whose moral character is lower than 80 points, Liang defines these people as partners. It's just cooperation. If it is beneficial, we will cooperate, and if it is not beneficial, we will divide. That's it. Chapter 953 7. Under the leadership of Li Tsunyuan, and Liang recognized most of the younger generation in the imperial city. He took the microphone handed over by Yun Haiyang and issued a cough test. Ahem. And Liang coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention. "Good evening, brothers and sisters. We have just met. My name is Liang. I am very happy to meet you." And Liang said politely. Everyone applauded. Inviting everyone to dinner today is mainly to apologize to everyone first. And Liang apologized. Our Anshin Investment Company's foreign war is not over yet, and we are about to launch a new round of war against the prosperous and famous family of Mingge. The buddies and sisters here must also have friends of Brother Ming. I would like to apologize in advance. It is not that we at Anshin Investment Company are engaging in hegemonism, but that Brother Ming provoked him first. And Liang explained, regarding the conflict between Brother Ming and I, some brothers and sisters may not know about it. I will explain it in detail today. And Liang began to explain the reasons for the conflict between the 2 parties. For related information, you can investigate the backstage monitoring records of the national television violin and piano competition studio by yourself. I believe everyone here can easily do this. And Liang added, by making these explanations, and Liang was actually describing his identity as the victim. In this war between Liang Investment Company and Tianyun Investment Company, although Liang Investment Company's powerful intelligence collection capabilities were demonstrated, such a powerful intelligence gathering ability can actually cause other people to worry. After all, this time we are dealing with Tianyun Investment Company, so everyone can just ignore it and watch the fun. But what about the next time we face Anshin Investment Company? Everyone is like this. The more important thing is that in Liang wants to target Chunming. Chunming is a member of the Imperial Capital Circle and has some status in the Imperial Capital Circle. Although in Liang has also integrated into the Imperial Capital Circle, his foundation is unstable after all, and he is an outsider. So if in Liang's identity eliminates Chun Ming and Shengshi Dingming, it will cause discomfort among the local forces in the Imperial Capital Circle, and they will feel offended. Therefore, Liang wants to explain the ins and outs of the matter, reveal his identity as the victim, and show that he was forced. Fighting back is not about hegemony. Within Liang's explanation, many people breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was Chun Ming and Chun Shi who took the initiative to die, and it was Chun Ming who tricked Chun Shi, and Chun Ming had been counterattacking before. There was some shadow plan in the plan, and some people in the Imperial Capital Circle also lost some funds. This made Chun Ming's reputation in the Imperial Capital Circle a bit bad. Under such circumstances, the wind direction and empathy of the fishing boat were directly biased towards Liang. It can only be said that there are some you really can't touch money. Chun Ming made a shadow plan and stabbed An Liang in the back. How could An Liang forget about it? It's just that the time was not ripe at that time. A mature person, when the time is not ripe, it is definitely impossible to express one's true thoughts. Otherwise, it is easy to be targeted, okay? If Chun Ming had not created any shadow group to target in Liang when he counterplanned, then what happened this time would not have happened, and neither would in Liang. Gather new interest groups to target Chun Ming. Every action must have a cause. All actions have corresponding consequences, but the critical point has not been reached and the results cannot be seen. Now the causes planted by Chun Ming are beginning to bear fruit. And Liang explained they figured out the reason for wanting to mess with Chun Ming, and secretly reflected that Chun Ming deliberately framed Chun Shi, which caused everyone to think about the previous incident of the shadow group. Naturally, they could not have a good impression of Chun Ming. Chun Ming's path became narrow, and he went to isolationism. On the road, people live in groups. Once they lose the support of the group, they lose the greatest strength. This is the case for Chun Ming now. Without the support of the Imperial Capital Circle, and even arousing the hostility and resentment of the Imperial Capital Circle, he can only head-on confrontation with Anshin Investment Company. Dear buddies and sisters, I apologize to you again. Let me explain in advance that our Anshin Investment Company only targets Shengshi Dingming. If any buddies and sisters invest in Shengshi Dingming, if it is because of our Anshin Investment Company the targeting has caused losses, and I apologize to everyone in advance. And Liang once again expressed his apology. Of course, when I say this, some people may think that I am deliberately releasing an atmosphere of terror to force you to withdraw funds from Shengshi Dingming. This is for my own consideration, right? And Liang said mockingly, yes, when I say this, I do mean this. We have investigated in advance, and the problem with Shengshi Dingming is not a big one. Our Anshin Investment Company cannot solve it by targeting Tianyan Investment Company. And Liang said frankly, but our Anshin Investment Company has no plan to solve it quickly. If necessary, our Anshin Investment Company will use the method of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging 800 to ourselves to attack Shengshi Dingming. And Liang directly used his trump card. I believe someone already knows that I mobilized $100 million from Taiwan to enter the country. I originally wanted to invest in Tianyan, but it turned out to be vulnerable. Now this money is intended to be used for Shengshi Dingming. And Liang explained, in addition, if necessary, I will continue to invest more funds to target Shengshi Dingming. I am not afraid of losing money. I can make it back anyway. All I want is to defeat Brother Ming. And Liang still politely called Chun Ming Brother Ming. But what he said was that he wanted Chun Ming's life. Chapter 954, Yunjing International Apartment, Banquet Hall on the 3rd floor. And Liang first spoke in an introductory manner, secretly slandering Chun Ming, and then sincerely stated his purpose, thus winning everyone's trust. One last thing, the annual return rate of the famous asset management trust in Shengshi is 6%. Our Anshin Investment Company will give you 10%, a stable 10%, and the maximum amount is $2 billion. And Liang said his trump card. After the last upgrade of the Life Winner system, The annual rate of return of Onshin Investment Company has reached a high of 15%. Now that Liang is giving an annual rate of return of 10%, he still has profits, okay? More the key is that a stable 10% income is really good. One more point, the entrusted management assets withdrawn by anyone from Shengshi Dingming are not included in the quota. If any of you have assets under entrustment management of Shengshi Dingming of 2 billion, as long as you withdraw, we will invest this money with confidence. The company will take it over. And Liang began to target Shengshi Dingming. In addition, for the funds withdrawn from Shengshi Dingming, we will give an additional 5% annual interest rate in the first year. And Liang, through the depth charge, still taking 2 billion as an example. If you withdraw 2 billion from Shengshi Dingming and invest it in Onshin Investment Company, the annual interest rate in the first year will be 15%, which is equivalent to 2.5 years of Shengshi Dingming's income. It is also the compensation made by our Onshin Investment Company. And Liang explained, if necessary, I hope to have it done by Sunday. As for Onshin Investment Company's ability to pay, I can only say that if you believe in Onshin Investment Company, then invest in it. And Liang said in conclusion, the bait has been thrown out, and now we are waiting to be hooked. Okay, brothers and sisters, don't be polite. Everyone here is paying for it today. And Liang greeted. Li Yuan and Qian Xiaojiang laughed directly. Yun Haiyang looked at Liang speechlessly. I vomited. Brother Liang, you are really cool. No, Brother Haiyang, it's your family's property. Is it okay for you to treat us? And Liang's response to the complaint, okay, I'll pay for it. Yun Haiyang responded, but, Brother Liang, as you said before, can our family invest money? Sure. Can your family still trust me? And Liang asked back, let me try. Yun Haiyang responded, don't try it, we'll talk about it later. And Liang responded, our own brothers, you three will invest money later, and our Onshin Investment Company will also follow suit. Thank you, Brother Liang. Yun Haiyang sighed. My brothers. And Liang patted Yun Haiyang's arm. When there was a big banquet at Yunjing International Apartment, Chun Ming had already begun to panic. As Liang said, there must be Chun Ming's friends in the banquet hall of Yunjing International Apartment. They conveyed the conditions stated by Liang to Chun Ming and expressed their intention to withdraw capital so that Chun Ming could prepare as soon as possible. Chun Ming originally thought that Onshin Investment Company would still deal with their Shengshi Dingming Investment Company, just like they dealt with Tianyan Investment Company. But in the end, who knows that On Liang directly reduces dimensionality? The profitability of On Liang Investment Company is very strong. Even though it was established only a short time ago, On Liang's record is too brilliant. Especially this time, On Liang Investment Company defeated Tianyan Investment Company. And in the most critical moment at that time, On Liang mobilized $100 million from Tyrant. This operation made many people finally realize that On Liang still has industrial distribution in Tyrant, and On Liang Investment Company is just an industry of On Liang. In view of the fact that On Liang Investment Company defeated Tianyan Investment Company and another $100 million from Thailand were mobilized. Now the goodwill of Onshin Investment Company is very high. These two things have greatly increased the credit of Onshin Investment Company. Under such circumstances, everyone chooses Onshin Investment Company. There seems to be nothing wrong with the investment company. Chun Ming, who had originally vowed, now began to panic. He silently calculated in his heart that the funds paid out in this round are very likely to exceed 10 billion, or even more. If Shengshi is allowed, Dingming cashed out more than tens of billions of funds in a short period of time. It would be difficult for Dingming in the prosperous age. The loss of quick cashing out of funds was very huge. The losses of Tianyan Investment Company's quick cashing out before were right in front of him. But Chunming also, there is no choice. The situation of Shengshi Dingming is almost the same as that of Tianyan Investment. Even if the old Qin family is from the imperial capital circle, they cannot go against the wishes of the other 20 families in the imperial capital circle. If Chun Ming's popularity is better, for example, and in the counterattack plan, 20 companies in the imperial capital circle made profits. So this time the war between Onshin Investment and the famous people in the prosperous age was Mars hitting the earth. However, Chun Ming's pattern was a little worse. Chun Ming used the shadow plan and the counterattack plan. He only cares about making money for himself. Even Lin Mufeng and Meng Xiang just follow the soup. How can he lead others to make money? And Liang did this very well. He made 8.91 billion by using the anti-capital plan, and he only took it was only more than 2 billion, and the rest was divided out, which made his reputation in the imperial capital circle explode. So this time, Anshin Investment Company directly bombed Tianyan Investment Company, and in turn continued to engage in other projects in the imperial capital circle. Although he was famous in the prosperous age, everyone just chose to watch the show. As for helping Qinming, how is that possible? Chapter 955 at 11 o'clock in the evening. We were inside a courtyard on the edge of West 2nd Road near West 3rd Road. Chun Ming is counting the amount of divestment, which has now reached a high of 5.2 billion. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked, "Can you still stand it?" "Dad," Chun Ming greeted. Chun Ming's father is Chun Hong. He is 49 years old. He is currently the Minister of Household Affairs. He is a senior official in the 4th rank and is the backbone of the Chun family. How much money has withdrawn this time, and which companies have withdrawn? Chun Hong asked. Chun Ming sighed and said, "Currently, 7 companies have withdrawn, with a total divestment of 5.2 billion. Our reserve funds are completely insufficient. They are the Zhou family, the Early family, the Luo family, the Pang family, and the Su family. Lu family, Miao family, I estimate that there are more people who want to withdraw their capital, such as the Hu family. The Hu family participated in the counterfunding plan last time. People from their side will definitely mess with us this time." Chun Ming explained. Chun Hong asked, "Do you have any countermeasures?" "Not yet. The other party's methods are very powerful. The annual profit rate has directly reached 10%. They also withdrew their capital from us and even gave us 15% of the income in the first year." Chun Ming hesitated for a moment. "I'm afraid I can't win." Chun Ming sighed. "Have you ever considered how long the other party can last with such a high rate of return?" Chun Hong reminded, "We are just a newly established investment company, and our own funds exceed 10 billion. Even if all external asset management entrustments are withdrawn and we lose some of our own funds, we will not be completely defeated in the end." Chun Hong added. Chun Ming's eyes lit up. Shengshi Dingming's own capital rate is very high, a full 12.6 billion, a ratio of 25.93%, more than a quarter. As Chun Hong said, even if all, so what if all external asset management entrustments cancel their asset management entrustment? They still have tens of billions of their own funds. As long as you operate this amount of funds carefully, we will be invincible. Chun Hong said very rationally. After all, it is more than 10 billion of their own funds. If they don't mess around, no one can mess with them. You can't misappropriate this amount of funds out of thin air, right? That's not the case. It's so magical. Chun Hong's words helped Chun Ming regain his confidence, and he responded affirmatively. "Dad, I understand. We will get through it this time." "You," Chun Hong sighed. "You should learn from that person in your future work. Why did he integrate into the imperial capital circle in just over half a year and gain the support of so many people? You should really learn from him." Chun Hong patted Chun Ming's arm. Chun Ming agreed on the surface, but he was not convinced in his heart. Who is Chun Ming? He is the proud man of the imperial capital. Since he was a freshman, if he counts against his roots, he has already earned more than 2 billion for the famous shadow plan in the plan. He also has his own pride. Okay. And Liang is indeed very powerful. But Chun Ming is not convinced. In the future, you should engage in less conspiracies and be upright, just like your big brother. There is nothing wrong with being upright. Our family already has enough money that we can spend in a few lifetimes. There is no need to offend others for profit. Do you understand? Chun Hong continued to educate Chun Ming. He could see Chun Ming's unconvinced expression. Chun Ming's eldest brother is called Chun Jin. He is currently in the academic department and is a subordinate of the 6th subject of the academic department. He is a Jima official under the 9th rank, a person who specializes in handling practical affairs. Chun Ming has no interest in entering the government. He just likes to make money. Facing Chun Hong's preaching, Chun Ming was secretly impatient. Chun Hong sighed secretly in his heart. He only hoped that this time, Chun Ming, after learning some lessons, you can finally change your character. Chun Ming always thinks that he is the smartest one and likes to play some tricks behind the scenes. But in Chun Hong's view, these are inferior, including counterattack plans. The shadow plan in the project also fell behind. Chun Hong preferred in Liang's open-minded and above-board feeling. Of course, and Liang didn't know that Chun Ming had been educated at home, and he was concentrating on dealing with the big cats in the imperial capital. This big cat in the imperial city is a little bit arrogant and needs to be taken care of, and Liang wants her to meow. The next day is the traditional Western Valentine's Day, and Liang wakes up early in the morning. In the Imperial City Friends group, Li Tsunyuan sent a message. Li Tsunyuan. Tragic news. Li Tsunyuan. Picture. Li Tsunyuan. Chun Shi, the actual controller of Tianyan Investment Company, Song Zilin, the second largest shareholder, and Chen Hui, the third largest shareholder, were involved in a car accident while being transferred to the detention center. Li Tsunyuan. All three people died after being sent to the hospital. And Liang. Damn it, is this an accident? And Liang didn't believe it. But An Liang swore that he didn't do it. Real. Absolutely no joke, and Liang really didn't do such a thing. After all, Tianyan Investment Company has been completely banned by the government. Tianyan Investment Company is insolvent, and the Jinling Chen family disappeared overnight. Why wouldn't Liang do such a taboo thing? Chapter 956. As for the car accident involving Chun Shi and the others, it was indeed not in Liang's behind-the-scenes arrangement. And Liang is not an idiot, right? Because the Cloud Pet project has been invested by Tianyan, which has attracted much attention. If something unexpected happens at this time, it will inevitably cause greater waves. And Liang. I have no arrangements here. And Liang. Those 20? Li Tsunyuan. No, Li Tsunyuan. According to the evidence obtained by the current patrol, it should be someone from the Jinling circle who is behind the scenes. And Liang. At this time? And Liang. Are you crazy? Li Tsunyuan. According to the gossip, it should be the He family of Jinling, Qian Xiaojie. I have a buddy who is from Jinling. He also said he is from the He family. And Liang. So wild? Qian Xiaojie. The He family is a bit unruly. The key is that the He family, like the 20 other families in the Imperial City, approached Tianyan Investment Company in advance to divest their capital, but they were rejected by Tianyan Investment Company. Qian Xiaojie. The He family clearly saw the opportunity to withdraw from the market, but Tianyan Investment Company refused to allow them to divest their capital. Do you think the He family was angry? And Liang. The government should handle such a wild operation, right? Yin Haiyang. I heard that the He family was buried in the coffin. This time Tianyan Investment Company is finished, and they are basically finished, so their reaction is normal. Li Tsunyuan. The He family is no longer afraid of the government. After all, they are still alive and all their money is gone. So what's the point? The biggest sorrow of rich people is not that the money has not been spent after death, because most people have the idea of inheritance. The real greatest sorrow for rich people is that while they are still alive, their money is gone. If an ordinary person wants to make 1 million, as long as he works hard, he will eventually have a chance. If he wants to make 10 million, he needs some opportunities. As for 100 million, more than a billion, even tens of billions, if ordinary people want to earn this level of wealth, it is no longer a problem that can be solved with hard work. In addition to the most basic abilities, they also need superhuman emotional intelligence to make up for the lack of family background. At the same time, we need opportunities provided by the industry and the times. For example, in the past, the sharing economy, such as shared bicycles and shared cars, although these projects all suffered losses, most entrepreneurs in this era actually made money. Finally, there is one most important factor, which is strong luck. If you have enough luck, you will be the protagonist of various billion-dollar jackpot news. If you have more luck, Brother Liang is the representative figure. Except for existences like in Liang in the end, it would be too difficult for other billionaires to stand up again if they were beaten once, because the era and industry opportunities that supported him to stand up are gone forever. Let's take the sharing economy craze as an example. In the era of the sharing economy craze, as long as it is a sharing economy idea, as long as it has some feasibility, it can deceive some investment. One of them, Mr. Dai, was once worth over 100 billion. But what now? Can Mr. Dai still stand up? Times are just changing. So the biggest sorrow for rich people is that their money is gone before they die. After all, they have enjoyed the prosperity of the world. And then let the rich live in poverty? Just talking about the psychological gap will drive many people crazy. Just like a program called Life Exchange Game. The lives of children from wealthy families in the prosperous world and left-behind children in poor areas are exchanged for a short period of time. This kind of life exchange game can only destroy the hearts of left-behind children in poor areas. If they had not seen the prosperous world, they could have endured poverty. Because I have seen it, I have extravagant hopes. And Liang's biggest purpose in destroying Tianyun Investment Company is to make Shinshi fall into the mortal world. According to his arrogant temperament, he shouldn't be able to accept it, right? The biggest possibility is to end your own life. However, the He family could not accept such an ending in advance. Li Tsunyuan. By the way, Brother Liang, we have found the whereabouts of the lithography machine. At the local commercial bank in Jitanku, we directly asked him to block the mortgage project. Li Tsunyuan. As long as 580 million funds are thrown away within a month, the other party will send over the lithography machine. Li Tsunyun. Brother Liang, 1 month is enough, right? And Liang. Completely enough. And Liang. Thanks. Li Tsunyun. My brother, there is no need to be polite. And Liang. Come on, today is Valentine's Day. Don't you have anything to do? Li Tsunyun. I had a falling out with Miao Shui last time, so I have no new goals for the time being. Qian Xiaojing. I'm working hard here. Li Tsunyun. Brother Haiyang, Mr. 13 is still OT tonight, my treat. Yin Haiyang this? I'm not a drinker. Li Tsung. Yes, you are not. Mainly because I want to buy you a drink. Yin Haiyang. Next time, I'll treat you next time. I have something to do today. And Liang? Li Kunyuan? Qian Xiaojing. Damn it. The #1 pick in the imperial capital doesn't drink alcohol. So there must be something going on. And Liang. Leniency for confession? Li Tsunyuan, wait. You're not really rekindling your old relationship with Li Qian, are you? Cloud Ocean. Yin Haiyang. I made an appointment with Li Qian to have dinner and left first. I made an appointment for a haircut. Qian Xiaojing. I vomited. What a scumbag. Li Tsunyuan. I admire you. And Liang. Congratulations to Brother Haiyang. Chapter 962. And Liang once promised Song Qian to pretend to be her boyfriend to help deal with her father. Now, after Ning Rushuang's explanation, Chen Siyu, the big cat in the imperial capital, took the first step to grab in Liang's arm. Masterin, please help Qian. Fine. And Liang agreed. Please contact her and ask her to go to Yunjing International first. We can have lunch together. By the way, what do you want to eat? And Liang asked. I can do it all. Chen Siyu answered first. Ning Rushuang followed. Masterin, you can decide. I'm not picky about food. Then let's eat seafood hot pot at Yunjing International? And Liang added, I had it once 2 days ago, and it felt okay. Chen Siyu nodded. Yeah. The three of them rested in the VIP lounge for nearly 20 minutes. Zhao De returned the car keys of the BMW M8C and Rolls-Royce Ghost and handed the relevant bills to En Liang. Just the Rolls-Royce Ghost, it cost 25,000 yuan to replace 4 tires on T BMW M8C. Plus 3 hours of maintenance fees, the total price was 265,000 yuan. And Liang swiped his card readily. Zhao De said politely, Thank you, Mr. and welcome. Visit. When returning to Yunjing International Apartment, En Liang drove a BMW M8C and Chen Siyu drove a Rolls-Royce Ghost, thereby trying to familiarize themselves with the performance of the Rolls-Royce Ghost. More than half an hour later, the three returned to Yunjing in the international apartment. Song Qian was already waiting in the seating area of the entrance lobby. In the seafood hot pot restaurant on the 2nd floor of Yunjing International, En Liang and Chen Siyu sat together in the booths near the window, while Ning Rushuang and Song Qian sat together. En Liang asked Song Qian curiously, What blind date did your dad arrange for you this time? Have no idea. Song Qian shook her head. He just said that this time he introduced me to a high-quality resource. Song Qian responded, "My dad is simply poisonous. He thinks I have androphobia and is worried that I will become gay. I also accept it." Song Qian complained crazily. Chun Siyu started laughing. "Your father is too funny. Why does he think you have androphobia?" Ning Rushuang was also curious. "I don't think Qian is androphobic." Song Qian responded, "I'm not originally. It's just that during the whole holiday, when I went out shopping, I was either with you, my cousin, or my little girl Yangwan, plus no boy has ever asked me out. My dad thinks there's something wrong with me." Song Qian explained, "If this is the case, it seems like there is a bit of internal odor." The four of them were eating seafood hot pot at Yunjing International. When it was approaching 2 o'clock, Song Qian received a message from her father Song Chung. "Song Chung, Xiao Qian, where have you been?" Song Chung, "The time I've arranged for you is at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at Costa Cafe in SKP Mall. Don't be late, okay?" Song Chung, "My friend helped introduce me this time. The other person's family is in a very good condition and he will definitely not covet our property." Song Chung, "By the way, the young man this time is tall and handsome. You will definitely like him." Song Qian directly sent the screenshot of the WeChat chat to the small group of 3 of their best friends. "Look, my dad is so unreliable. He is tall and handsome, and his family is in good condition. How can such a person be single?" Song Qian is quite sensible. She has not been poisoned by all kinds of chicken soup literature at all. Why are tall, handsome, rich, and all kinds of good-natured men waiting for her on a special trip? It's just nonsense. And Liang looked at the message sent by Song Chung, and he took the initiative to say, "I think tall, handsome boys with good family backgrounds are talking about me. Smelly." Chun Siyu was annoyed. Ning Rushuang agreed that in Liang did meet such conditions. Song Qian said seriously, "Yes, master, and you don't meet these conditions at all, but you have a girlfriend. You have 2 girlfriends. Do you think it is possible for this kind of man to not have a girlfriend?" "Have no idea." And Liang would not answer such a question about death. "We will find out after a while. Your appointment is at 3 o'clock. When are you going to go there?" Song Qian asked. "When do you think is a good time to go there?" And Liang thought for a few seconds before responding, "I think it would be appropriate to go there at 3:05 or around 3:10. I would deliberately be late for a little while to test the other person's patience and judge the other person's character." "Wow, Masterin is amazing," Song Qian responded. "Then let's go there at 3:10. By the way, do you know the other person?" An Liang is curious. "Do not know." Song Qian complained distressedly. "My dad is so unreliable. He didn't send any photos before the blind date. Can you believe it?" According to the introducer, the other party would place a red rose on the coffee table. This blind date was like a spy movie, and I couldn't complain. Song Qian complained. Please forgive Liang for not having been on a blind date. He doesn't know what the process is, but shouldn't a blind date start with sending photos? At least close your eyes through a photo? As a result, there weren't even any photos. Could it be that the introducer's statement about being tall and handsome was an irony? After all, what's wrong with posting a photo when you're tall and handsome? Chapter 9633:08 SKP Shopping Mall. Song Qian walked to the Costa coffee shop, and her mobile phone kept a WeChat voice call with Chun Siyu's mobile phone, so that An Liang and the other 3 could hear the blind date going on. And Liang and the other 3 were at the TWG, Tea Afternoon Tea Shop in Dongguan. All 3 of them were wearing wireless Bluetooth headsets. Because there is audio sharing technology that allows 2 pairs of wireless Bluetooth headsets to be connected to one mobile phone, all 3 of them could use the headsets. On the other side, Song Qian entered the Costa coffee shop. Inside the Costa coffee shop, she quickly observed the situation and finally found a red rose on a small table near the south window. She looked at the young man at the table from a distance. The young man was dressed very fashionably, and Balenciaga's winter windproof suit initially revealed that his economic conditions were not too bad. As for looks, because she could only see the profile, Song Qian silently used in Liang as a comparison. She felt that there was a gap between him and in Liang. Song Qian walked over and took the initiative to say hello. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" The other party interrupted Song Qian directly. You're late. Ah? Song Qian was stunned for a moment. She was indeed late, but the other party said it directly. Did she lack a bit of gentlemanliness? Blind date is not work, right? Excuse me. Song Qian quickly apologized. Just now. There's a traffic jam on the road, right? The other party rushed to answer again. In the Dongmin TWG, tea afternoon tea shop, An Liang and the other three couldn't help laughing. Please introduce yourself. The other party said directly in a commanding tone. Song Qian snorted. Forget it, it's not necessary. I came here today to tell you that I have a boyfriend, and you were deceived by the introducer. Goodbye, etc. The other party said. Are you kidding me? What's the meaning? Song Qian asked back. Why do you pretend to have a boyfriend? The man sneered directly. And Liang and the other two people had already rushed over from the TWG, tea afternoon tea shop. Song Qian's blind date was completely the scene of a mudslide disaster. It was simply too tragic, right? The introducer said that you don't have a boyfriend, and the introducer also said that you have a kind personality, but I think there is something wrong with your personality. The man continued, I just don't understand. Is there something wrong with you women? You still have to go out on blind dates when you have a boyfriend. Do you think you could do whatever you want just because you are beautiful? The man raised his voice. Song Qian and the customers around him had already looked over, especially at Song Qian. Song Qian frowned. I'll say it again, you were deceived by the introducer. I don't care what the introducer said. Yeah, that's the situation anyway. I don't even know your name. My name is Qiao Wenhao. Qiao Wenhao introduced himself, not interested in knowing. My boyfriend will be here soon. Song Qian said the secret code you. Qiao Wenhao snorted coldly. He was just about to continue scolding Song Qian, but he looked at the door of the coffee shop and then immediately walked towards the door of the coffee shop with a flattering smile. Qiao Wenhao came directly to Liang. He nodded and bowed like a leader. Brother Liang, what a coincidence, I meet you here. Who are you? And Liang looked at Qiao Wenhao in surprise. Does he know him? Brother Liang, my name is Qiao Wenhao, and I play cards with Brother Dagong. Qiao Wenhao said quickly, Brother Gongzi's friend? And Liang asked back, Yes, when I was at Jinggang International this morning, I was still watching and learning the drifting skills of Brother Liang and sister-in-law. The drifting of Brother Liang and sister-in-law was simply superb. It made me feel relaxed and happy. I can't wait to find Brother Liang, become an apprentice, and learn drifting. Qiao Wenhao boasted exaggeratedly. Song Qian came over. She looked at Qiao Wenhao and then at Liang. She was helpless secretly. She agreed to pretend to be her boyfriend, but it turned out that the person she was dating knew Liang. What should she do? Master, what is going on with you? Song Qian asked. Qiao Wenhao looked at Song Qian first and then at Liang. He asked awkwardly, Brother Liang, do you know each other? And Liang coughed. Yeah, she is my girlfriend's best friend. What are you doing? And Liang asked knowingly. Chunsiyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ning Rishwang's originally slightly cold expression also showed a smile. Qiao Wenhao felt a little like he was sitting on a wax. This, Brother Liang, I have a little misunderstanding with Ms. Song Qian. After saying that, Qiao Wenhao immediately apologized to Song Qian. I'm sorry, Ms. Song. I just acted stupidly. Please forgive me. When Qiao Wenhao apologized, he bent down and bowed 90 degrees, completely showing the image of a leader. Song Qian looked at Qiao Wenhao speechlessly. She then looked at the crowd of people around her and said quickly, It's okay. It was just a misunderstanding. We were all fooled by the introducer, my best friend, and I made an appointment to go shopping. I'm leaving first. After saying that, Song Qian quickly walked to Chunsiyu. She took Chunsiyu's arm and pulled Chunsiyu out. When Song Qian pulled Chunsiyu and the three of them out of the Costa coffee shop, everyone, including Liang, laughed. Qian, it's too difficult for you. Chunsiyu teased with a smile. Ning Rishwang seconded. Yeah, what are these? Song Qian complained. I'm speechless. This is so embarrassing. It's like a disaster blind date. Chapter 964, at nearly 3:30 in the afternoon. Chunsiyu and Ning Rishwang invited Song Qian to do a manicure. The three of them went to the south building of SKP, while Liang stayed at the TWG, tea afternoon tea shop in the North Building. As for going to the nail salon, and Leon could only say begging to be let go. TWG.in, the tea afternoon tea shop, and Leon was exchanging information with Fan Ping and Li Gang from Onshin Investment Company. And Leon, how much funding have you received? Li Gang, there are currently 10.3 billion. Basically, all the people who should invest have invested. There should not be much funds in the future. And Leon, are tax avoidance channels ready? Fan Ping, all those people helped prepare everything. They even helped us establish 2 investment companies in the Lion City as a safe haven for overseas funds. And Leon, are these people so wild? On Liang's tax avoidance channels have always been in the direction of Tyrant, because On Liang has a very large influence in Tyrant, and he can avoid taxes there like a duck to water. But did people in the imperial capital directly open a tax haven? The Lion City is currently a world-famous tax haven, because the Lion City has very strict confidentiality laws. For example, Switzerland, which was once known as a tax haven, in 2016, UBS Switzerland failed to withstand the pressure from the bald eagle country, resulting in a world-renowned rich man bearing a tax bill of $780 million in the bald eagle country. Loss. Even UBS Shearway Bank disclosed thousands of accounts of wealthy people in Bald Eagle Country to the court of Bald Eagle Country, which directly caused Shearway to lose the trust of the rich circle. But during the same period, the banks in the Lion City withstood the pressure from the Bald Eagle Country and refused the Bald Eagle Country's application for an audit unless the Bald Eagle Country could provide definite evidence of illegality. Otherwise, if you need to query the other party's bank account to assist in proving the other party's criminal behavior, it will be impossible to pass the Lion City's Bank Secrecy Act. To put it simply, if you want to check someone's bank account in the Lion City, you must first try the other party and confirm his guilt before passing the Bank Secrecy Act. If you want to first examine the other party's bank account and then reversely investigate whether the other party has committed a crime through the bank account, it is impossible to pass the review of the Bank Secrecy Act. If it operates through the Lion City, a tax haven, Onshin Investment Company can save 20% of the relevant taxes. Notice, tax avoidance is not a crime. Tax evasion is a crime. Fan Ping, their path is indeed very wild. Li Gang, if our profits in the international spot gold market are transferred from tax avoidance channels in Tyrant to the Lion City, then back to Tyrant, and finally find a way to enter the country, our losses will eventually be reduced by more than 10%. And Liang first took a look at the current international gold price. It has risen to 370 yuan per gram. Finally, there is a slight improvement. He directly gave the order on WeChat. And Liang, all 10.3 billion funds, as well as 730 million of my own funds, were invested in the international spot gold market, and I still opened a long position. On Liang considered the coefficient of increasing leverage. It was already February 14th. The news revealed by the Life Winner system was that on February 24th, the international gold price reached a height of 450 yuan per gram. There are only 10 days left. In 10 days, the price will go up, right? However, recently the international spot gold market has returned to an almost stagnant situation because there are no explosive news in the world, and there are no things that shake the global economic structure. Therefore, the price of gold has stabilized relatively. And Liang thought that under such circumstances, it would be impossible for it to suddenly fall again and suddenly rise again. In view of the fact that when the international gold price reached 450 yuan per gram, he could make a profit of more than 10.4 billion. So even if all the 10.3 billion external entrusted funds are lost, he still has the ability to compensate. Then be braver? Anyway, the current chances of winning are already very high. If you lose, it is equivalent to not investing in the international spot gold market this time. And Liang, add 20 times leverage to this capital. And Liang, cancel the setting of stop-loss line. Li Gang, Mr. And if we don't set a stop-loss line, if extreme market conditions like Great Britain's withdrawal from the Europa League occur before, we may be directly liquidated. And Liang, that situation is basically impossible to happen now. And Liang, once the price of gold reaches 450 yuan per gram, sell off across the board. Li Gang didn't try to persuade him again, because saying some things once was enough. If he tried to persuade him again, he would be questioning the boss, which would be stupid behavior. In addition, An Liang previously invested tens of billions of dollars to build a long position on gold prices and now has achieved good profits. Li Gang has certain confidence in An Liang's price judgment. A few minutes later, the 10.3 billion funds invested by Anshin Investment in the Imperial Capital District, plus An Liang's own funds of 730 million, all entered the international spot gold market. A total of 11.05 billion funds did not cause any fluctuations in the international spot gold market at all. The profit from this fund belongs entirely to An Liang. Chapter 965 20 companies in the Imperial Circle, as well as peripheral members of the 4 An Liang core companies, invested 10.3 billion in Anshin Investment Company, and they indeed obtained a rate of return that was far higher than the market conditions. But will Brother Liang suffer a loss? That's a dream. Even if these funds are placed in Anshin Investment Company, according to the rewards of the Life Winner system, the annual rate of return is 15%. An Liang will have to eat 5% of the income, and the corresponding fund entrustment management fee will also be deducted. So how could Brother Liang lose money? However, it was impossible for Brother Liang to use this amount of funds so simply. Brother Liang directly used this amount of funds to enter the international spot gold market. According to the current international gold price, plus 20 times leverage, and Liang can make a huge profit. An Liang plans to invest this money in chip projects brought by photolithography machines. Chip projects have always been a bottomless pit of money. The Hongshin project with an investment of 100 billion was completely destroyed before it even started. It was because it was too expensive and could not support consumption. And Liang wants to play the chip project by himself. You have to find a lot of money. It just so happens that now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although Liang doesn't know why the international gold price soared within 10 days, the winner system in life said it would soar, and that means it would soar. Big problems would definitely occur in the next 10 days. An Liang's subsequent investments using funds from 20 companies and peripheral organizations in the Imperial Capital Circle would have earned tens of billions of dollars if there were no unexpected events. Although tens of billions of funds are simply not enough in the chip field, An Liang is not trying to punch TSMC or kick Samsung. He is simply bringing the chip industry to fruition to supplement his own graphene battery industry. An Liang plans to share the graphene battery industry and win over a large number of allies. As for the chip industry, to be fair, even if Liang wants to share it, others will definitely not accept it, and may even think that Liang wants to harm them. Otherwise, why share the chip industry? Of the 10 people who invested in the chip industry, 11 lost everything. Okay? Therefore, it seems from the current situation that An Liang needs its own funds to purchase the mortgaged photolithography machine, and then uses its own funds to build a factory from scratch, recruit technical personnel, and complete special tasks, the beginning of all greatness, at the beginning. Finally, he received the task reward a battery management solution technology related to graphene batteries, and then developed his own chip industry and produced chip modules for graphene battery management technology solutions. In this way, an industrial closed loop of completely independent research and development and self-production can be formed. How powerful is the closed-loop industrial chain? Please refer to Samsung Group. To put it more simply, a closed-loop industrial chain is not afraid of sanctions and can even sanction others. If there is no supporting chip industry, if An Liang wants to produce graphene battery management chips, it will need to find someone to manufacture them, either Samsung, TSMC, Zhongshin International, or other foundries. However, this is controlled by others. Graphene battery technology is originally an exclusive monopoly technology. If other aspects are controlled by others, I am afraid they will be sanctioned in turn, especially the bald eagle country, where they like to do things like this. Based on the advancement of graphene battery technology and its future potential, wouldn't it be natural for the bald eagle country to impose sanctions on the graphene battery industry? In order to avoid such a situation, when the Life Winner system released the corresponding tasks, and Liang started layout and planning without hesitation. The mission of the Life Winner system is to help him become a winner in life. How can he not understand? At 5:30 in the evening, When Liang was playing with his mobile phone, a middle-aged man suddenly sat across from Liang. And Liang originally thought that the other person was sharing a seat, but after taking a look, he realized that it was Huang Guoxiang. "Hey, Lao Huang, what a coincidence." And Liang said jokingly, "What a coincidence. It doesn't exist. This Huang Guoxiang must have come to find him specially, right?" Huang Guoxiang responded, "It's not a coincidence at all. I came here specifically to find you. I got it." And Liang responded, "What's the matter? What happened to Wu Chunxing?" Huang Guoxiang asked, "You don't care about him at all? Isn't this what you were concerned about?" And Liang joked, "I'm very curious as to what means you used to make Wu Chunxing completely loyal to you." Huang Guoxiang is really curious. "Have tea?" And Liang pushed the tea order over. He did not immediately respond to Huang Guoxiang's question. "Oh, you are a rich man, so I won't be polite," Huang Guoxiang said without politeness. "How is your research going?" And Liang asked casually, basically near the end. "You were right, Wu Chunxing does master that technology. We have verified it." Huang Guoxiang responded to An Liang before ordering the corresponding tea. Huang Guoxiang was really not polite and ordered the Royal Selection Jade Dew tea. The unit price is 910 yuan, which is more than 10 times the price of other teas. "Oh, you're so welcome." And Liang teased, "We know your net worth very well." Huang Guoxiang responded, "Mr. In, you won't tell Wu Chunxing's secret of loyalty, but you should always tell us when will you discuss cooperation with us, right? Put it off some more?" And Liang responded, "Let you do your job well. Only when you find out in despair that Wu Chunxing really will not betray us will you accept all our conditions." Well, Huang Guoxiang sighed. Just as they guessed, An Liang's purpose of delaying was to wait for them to give in. "What are your conditions?" Huang Guoxiang asked. Chapter 966 SKP North Building in the TWG Tea Afternoon Tea Shop. Huang Guoxiang specially found in Liang and tried to discuss matters related to graphene batteries. But in Liang made it clear that he deliberately delayed to occupy a more favorable negotiating position. Faced with the question raised by Huang Guoxiang, and Liang responded, "My conditions are very simple. That is, you accept all conditions." Isn't Liang asking for one condition? Innocent. And Liang was asking for a high price, first putting forward conditions that the other party would never agree to anyway, and then slowly lowering the standard based on this condition, thereby achieving some conditions that the other party would never accept. For example, the one-vote veto power in An Liang's plan is almost impossible to exist in a joint stock company, and it is almost impossible for any wise partner to agree to it. But in Liang now proposed that if the other party accepts all the conditions, then lower the conditions to a one-vote veto, whichever is the lesser of two evils. On the one hand, you agree to any conditions, and on the other hand, you agree to the one-vote veto power with relatively light consequences. Do you know what to choose? In this way, the so-called bottom line can be easily penetrated. That's impossible. Huang Guoxiang refused without hesitation. Regarding Wu Chunxing's matter, we can give you greater benefits, but the decision-making power must be ours. It involves too many things, and you just don't understand. Huang Guoxiang explained what's involved, and Liang asked back, "I heard that graphene batteries can make mechas and space battleships. Are these what you were talking about?" Huang Guoxiang had a question mark on his face. Do graphene batteries have these functions? Why didn't he know? Are you kidding me? Huang Guoxiang asked back, "Is it not okay?" And Liang asked the same question. "I suggest you watch the movie." "What do you want?" Huang Guoxiang complained. "If you want to talk about the specific situation, we will start formal negotiations. You will know the details of what it involves. Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. I'll give you a little more time." And Liang explained with a smile. And Liang added, "By the way, I believe you already know that it requires a lot of money to implement it. So do you have the money?" Huang Guoxiang was speechless. Do they still need to pay? As I said before, this time the matter is business cooperation. And Liang reminded, "If you don't have money, then I'm afraid you will have to pay some price." "At what cost?" Huang Guoxiang couldn't help but ask. "Lao Huang, don't worry. We are a business cooperation that abides by laws and regulations, and there is definitely nothing like what you are thinking about now." And Liang teased, "Let's talk about it." Lao Huang, Your ideological consciousness is a bit low, and your mind is full of illegal and criminal things. Do you know that there is a problem with this? And Liang continued to tease. Huang Guoxiang was unable to complain. His ideological consciousness is a bit low. Doesn't Liang know that he is? All right, and Liang really doesn't know. Let me give you another reassurance. I love this country and I love this land. Our commercial company will definitely be based on this land. Do you understand? And Liang explained. Huang Guoxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Give me an approximate time. When exactly will we discuss Wu Chuanxing's matter? Negotiations will begin before the end of this month at the latest. Have you listed the functions of graphene batteries? And Liang asked curiously. Huang Guoxiang did not answer. You will know during the negotiation. Have tea. And Liang greeted. Huang Guoxiang picked up the Yushuan Jade tea and took a sip. The taste is just average. I'm leaving now. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Huang Guoxiang stood up. Okay. Lao Huang. See you next time. And Liang waved his hand. In this confrontation with Huang Guoxiang, and Liang had already laid the groundwork in advance. He demanded a high price and demanded that the other party agree to all the conditions. Just this one condition made Liang invincible. In the evening, it was close to 6 o'clock, and Liang found that Chen Siyu and the others had not returned yet, and they had not sent any messages, so he walked to the South Hall of SKP. Chen Siyu had sent him the name of the nail salon before, so he went to look for them. However, Liang soon regretted it, because the person was found, but the manicure was still in progress, and it was expected to take at least an hour, so he was stored in the men's rest area. This scene, he seems to have experienced it? Could it be that he was trapped on the same day? In the men's rest area of the nail salon, and Liang had just sat on the sofa when he received a WeChat message from Chunming. Chunming, brother Liang, although you have won temporarily, I want to see how long your Anshin investment company can sustain it. Chunming, the rate of return is 10 to 15%. To be honest, brother Liang, I even want to put all our own funds into your Anshin investment company. Chunming, brother Liang, do you dare to accept it? And Liang, you try? Chunming, huh? Chinming, brother Liang, so far, our flight capital is only 16.5 billion, and everything else has stabilized. Do you have any other tricks? And Liang, you will know. Chapter 972 on February 16th. At 7:54 in the morning, the international gold price was 448 yuan per gram. This price did not make An Liang happy, but made An Liang wary, because the information given to An Liang by the Life Winner system was that on February 24th, the international gold price was as high as 450 yuan per gram. However, with 8 days left, the international gold price reached 448 yuan per gram. Something is wrong with this situation. Could it be that these 13 countries want to say that they are just joking? And Liang sends a message to Li Gang, and Liang set a stop-loss line for the 11.03 billion, 20 times leverage order. When the international gold price drops to 440 yuan, this order will be cleared and left. Li Gang, okay, let's deal with it right away. As for the other order, there is no need to set a stop-loss line, because the leverage of that order is lower, only 12.5 times, and the entry price is 345 yuan per gram. According to the current price, it has risen by more than 100 yuan. Do you still need to set a stop-loss line? That's nonsense. In less than a minute, Li Gang replied to the message Gang. Mr. N, the stop-loss line has been set up. Li Gang, Mr. N, judging from the current situation, the price of gold should still rise, right? And Liang, I'm really not sure. And Liang, Great Britain and the European Union have joined forces to play a double act before. What if the same happens this time? And Liang, the economic situation around the world is getting weirder and weirder now. The so-called reputation of the national team is completely nonsense. Even if those 13 countries announce tomorrow that the announcement they made today is a joke, I think it is acceptable. And Liang, Lao Li, please go down and be on duty 24 hours a day. Li Gang, by the way, Mr. N, when the gold price reaches 450, do we want to ship it? And Liang, if it is daytime and I am online, Once the gold price reaches 450 yuan per gram, you can contact me and we will temporarily reserve the position. In Liang, if it is after early morning, when I am not online and there is no special instruction on the day, once the price line reaches 450 yuan, then the stock will be cleared immediately. Ligong, okay. 8:15 in the morning. Chen Xiu opened her eyes lazily. She turned over first, then snuggled into Liang's arms, continuing to be the big cat in her arms. Don't you remember it yet? And Liang asked. Chen Xiu responded negatively. I still want to sleep for a while, you big bad guy. How many times did you bully me yesterday? Didn't you count? Hey. And Liang smiled mischievously. Chen Xiu refused. I won't come. But can she stop coming if she can't come? Sorry. It took Taoist master and a giant of righteousness more than half an hour to completely conquer this big cat in the imperial capital. It was close to 9 o'clock in the morning, and then Liang looked at international gold again price. The current international gold price has entered a sideways trend and has temporarily stopped at 449 yuan. This price is very subtle. To be precise, this price is very subtle for An Liang. He is considering whether to simply withdraw from the market early. The price difference is only 1 yuan, but in fact the income is not much different. After some consideration, An Liang decided to wait. He believed in the information of the winner system in life and also set a stop-loss line for the second entry of funds. Now the situation was that he had won. It was just about how much benefit he got. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Xiu sat in Liang's arms in the living room of room 8806 of Yunjing International Apartment, and she was chatting with the little sisters in the imperial capital. Miao Shui at Chen Xiu, do you have any views on the changes in international gold prices? Chen Xiu, I'm not sure about this matter. How about I ask Brother Liang? Miao Shui, thank you. Good people have a safe life. Li Qian, thank you. Good people have a safe life. Luo Mandy, thank you. Chen Xiu showed the phone screen in front of Liang and asked Liang to check her chat history. She asked, Master, how should I answer? And Liang quickly looked at the chat history, and he knew that these people were asking about international affairs. Gold price trends, just say it. I said I can't understand the current gold price. If you have entered the market before, you will make a fortune. If you still want to enter the market now, then I advise them to consider it carefully. And Liang reminded. And Liang didn't lie. He really said that the current international gold price is a bit difficult to understand. The main reason is that these national teams have too many tricks. The matter of Great Britain leaving the Europa League has been taken advantage of by these national teams, incisively and vividly. It is obviously a bad thing for Great Britain to leave the Europa League, but after the operations of these national teams, it has actually turned into a gluttonous feast. Every participating national team has made a lot of money. Now there is no guarantee what the international spot gold market will be like. Based on the current price of 449 yuan per gram and the comprehensive judgment based on the information provided by the life winner system, who dares to say that the international gold price will not reach 470 yuan per gram and then fall again? How about 450 yuan per gram? If that's the case, maybe these national teams are harvesting it again, right? Chapter 973, February 16th, is a Sunday and the stock market is closed, but the international spot gold market continues to trade around the clock throughout the year. And Liang told Chen Xiu and Ning Rushuang in advance that they should pay attention to the international spot gold market. One of them played the piano and the other danced. And Liang checked the international gold price on the sofa. At 10:20 a.m., the international gold price in the international spot gold market finally exceeded the price of 450 yuan per gram. Li Gang immediately called in Liang. Mr. What should we do now? And Liang responded, wait a minute. 13 countries successively announced that they would transport gold back from the bald eagle country and the National Bank of Great Britain. And Liang, suddenly I feel like I can really wait a little longer. Time passed by, and during lunch, An Liang enjoyed the treatment of an uncle again. Chen Xiu and Ning Rushuang fed him together, while he paid attention to the situation in the international spot gold market. At 2:25 p.m., the international gold price climbed to 453 yuan per gram. Seeing the price repeatedly and continuously trading sideways, An Liang immediately issued an order to sell off all gold in the international spot gold market. The price of 453 yuan per gram has exceeded An Liang's psychological expectations. He originally hoped to get the maximum profit of 450 yuan per gram, but now it has exceeded the maximum profit that he expected, so what else can he say? Following An Liang's order, Anshin Investment Company became fully operational and liquidated all the funds invested twice in the international spot gold market to make a profit. And Liang himself cleared out the previous 30 million yuan in Shengqing Circle at the Magic Capital Gold Exchange. The total amount of funds invested in the Magic City Gold Exchange is 30 million. The entry price to open a position is 345 yuan per gram, and the clearance price is 453 yuan per gram. The profit rate is approximately 31.304%, and a 10x leverage is set. The final profit was 93.913 million. The profit promised by An Liang to the three people in Shengqing Circle was 30%, which would require an additional expenditure of 9 million. Therefore, after An Liang repaid the other party's favor, he also earned an additional 84.913 million pocket money. This small amount of funds was cashed out into An Liang's private investment account, and he immediately sent a message to the Shengqing Circle WeChat group and Liang at everyone. Is anyone here? Say a word. Song Jifeng, yes. Wu Shiwen, squeak. Han Shayu, eh. And Liang, what is your account number? And Liang, the investment operation of Anshin Investment Company has been completed. According to our agreement, each of you can get 30% of the profit, which is 13 million principal plus profit for each person. And Liang, send everyone's account number. The three of them sent their account information respectively, and then started touting them in the group. Song Jifeng, thank you, Brother Liang. Wu Shiwen, Brother Liang is awesome. Han Jiaoyu, I call 666 to the boss. And Liang, the specific circumstances of this investment are internal business secrets of our Anshin Investment Company, and we will not disclose them to the public. And Liang, if the relevant patrol department wants to investigate your income, you can ask the patrol department to come directly to our Anshin Investment Company for investigation. After An Liang sent the message, he quickly transferred money to 3 accounts. And Liang, picture, picture, picture. And Liang, all transfers have been sent out, and they are all received instantly. It will take up to 5 minutes to arrive. If you don't receive it, remember to contact me later. Song Jifeng, the account has been received. Thank you, Brother Liang. Wu Shiwen, thank you, the account has arrived. Han Jiaoyu, the account has also arrived. The next time Brother Liang comes back, the 3 of US brothers will help Brother Liang wash away his troubles. And Liang, you're welcome. I still have things to deal with here, so I'll leave now. Shengqing, Song Jifeng, and the 3 of them happened to get together. They originally planned to participate in a board game, but now, what kind of board game are they going to participate in? Wu Yinzu, little overlord, I want to go back first. Song Jifeng responded. You also want to go back, right? Wu Shiwen nodded affirmatively, yes. Han Jiaoyu also nodded. I will definitely go back. This money will be confiscated again. It's too difficult for me. Let's get together as 3 brothers in the evening. Oh, Song Jifeng agreed. Wu Shiwen also responded affirmatively. No problem. Han Jiaoyu seconded. I won't come home until I get drunk at night. It's so great to make money this time. The money comes from a legitimate source. I'll go back and work hard. I want to buy a Porsche. Wu Shiwen responded in agreement. I want to buy it too. Then let's do a group purchase. Maybe even cheaper. Song Jifeng said. Imperial City. At 2:30, in just 5 minutes, Anshin Investment Company recovered all 2 investments in the international spot gold market. Both investments made a lot of money, especially the second one. Bai Anliang borrowed more than 10 billion funds from Shengshu Dingming to lay eggs, which brought Anliang extremely huge profits. Chapter 974 Anshin Investment Company has invested a total of 2 funds in the international spot gold market. The first fund was invested as early as January 27th. The exact time was 11:43 a.m. on the 27th, when the international gold price was 345 yuan per gram. 10.25 billion yuan was invested. Among them, and Liang invested 2.75 billion, and Li Tsunyuan each invested 2.5 billion. The second amount of funds entered the market on the afternoon of Valentine's Day 2 days ago. The exact time was 3:33 p.m. At that time, the international gold price was 370 yuan per gram. An Liang judged that it was profitable, so he invested a total of 10.3 billion in An Liang Investment Company from 20 companies in the Imperial Capital Circle and some peripheral members. Adding An Liang's own 730 million in funds, the total amount was 11.03 billion, all of which were transferred to international spot funds. Gold market. At that time, An Liang took a risk and chose 20 times leverage without setting a stop-loss line. Now we have huge profits. According to the international gold price of 370 yuan per gram at that time, it is now 453 yuan per gram to clear and exit, and the profit margin is 22.432432%. Because 20 times the leverage is added, the profit rate after adding leverage is 448.648649%, which is almost 4.5 times the profit rate, right? The profit based on the principal of 11.03 billion is 49.4859,459 million yuan. This profit is exclusive to An Liang. Because the principal of this profit came from members of the Imperial Capital Circle and peripheral members, their funds were invested in Anshin Investment Company for stable financial management, and they were not taking risks with An Liang. An Liang promised them an interest of 10% to 15% in the first year. This interest can be completely solved through the normal operation of Anshin Investment Company. After all, the normal operating level of Anshin Investment Company is a profit rate of 15% a year. Not only will he not be in debt, but he will also make some pocket money from these funds. Therefore, the 49.4859,459 million yuan is entirely An Liang's own profit. Exist? What is it like to be worth tens of billions? For An Liang, it makes sense. Even though his net worth is about to reach 50 billion, An Liang doesn't feel it at all. Real. Because the wealth that An Liang had before was far less than this amount. But wasn't it possible that An Liang could basically realize whatever he wanted to buy? Besides, this amount of funds has already been arranged, and An Liang even needs to add some additional funds, with a total investment of 50 billion to start the foundation of the chip industry. The previous failed Hongshin project cost 128 billion. Although most of the funds have not yet entered the market, more than 20 billion of funds have actually been consumed. This shows how fast the chip industry is burning money. That's really a waste of money. No, it's not that fast to burn money, right? And Liang checked the profits of Anshin Investment Company's first investment into the international spot gold market. After watching it for a while, he sent a group message to his friends in the Imperial Capital. And Liang at everyone. Everyone put down what they are doing and bring quick-acting heart-saving pills to Yunjing International. Qin Xiaojing. Rubbing hands. Qin Xiaojing. Come on, we'll be there in half an hour. Li Tsunyun, I have about the same time. Yun Haiyang, I'm skateboarding here at the Workers' Stadium. I'll come over right away. Qian Xiaojing, do you skateboard? Qian Xiaojing, female board mate. Yun Haiyang, yes, I just met her. She is from the robotics college nearby. Qian Xiaojing, I vomited. And Liang, stop talking about girls. Now imagine what it would be like for you to be worth tens of billions. Qian Xiaojing, damn it, Yun Haiyang? Li Tsunyuan, let me calm down. And Liang, I'll wait for you in the big tea room here. By the way, I'll let Anshin Investment import the data. You can take a look at all the data on this investment in a moment. And Liang, remember to bring Suxiajuxin pills. I'm afraid you have a bad heart. Qian Xiaojing, my heart has started to beat wildly. I don't dare to drive anymore. Now I just feel weak in my legs and feet. I need to call a driver. And Liang, the one worth 20,680 yuan. Li Tsunyuan, also called chauffeur Yun Haiyang, I didn't drive today. I took a taxi there. I skateboard and don't drive. Nearly 20 minutes later, Yun Haiyang came over first. In the big tea room, and Liang was still checking the situation of the international spot gold market. After Yun Haiyang came in, and Liang took the initiative to greet him, Brother Haiyang. Yun Haiyang walked quickly to An Liang's side. He sat down and relaxed. He said in a tone of voice, I finally held it back. I just acted very calmly and didn't laugh like crazy. Laughing crazily on the road? Are you afraid you want to be on the news? And Liang teased, mainly because I really want to laugh. Yun Haiyang explained, Brother Liang, thank you. My brother. And Liang patted Yun Haiyang's arm. He and the three brothers in the imperial capital circle complement each other. Only by himself, he would definitely not be able to control so much money. Vice versa, without him, the three families of Li, Yun, and Qian in the imperial capital circle would not be able to control each other. It is possible to get so much money. In any place in the world, just having more money is actually not a good thing. For example, Mr. Xiao Gou Lao Wang, once the richest man, now has debts of more than 80 billion. This transformation only took a few years. It's just time. As for why there is such a change, this kind of question needs to be understood by yourself. Chapter 9, 75, Yunjing International Apartment, Large Tea Room. Li Yuan and Qian Xiaojing arrived at the same time. And Liang greeted him first, Brother Yuan, Brother Gongzi. Let's get straight to the point. Anshin Investment Company has sent all the data. While saying hello, and Liang directly turned on an 85-inch TV as a screen, and the data sent by Anshin Investment Company is projected onto the 85-inch TV. Look, this is our total cost of 10.25 billion. And I threw in an additional 250 million. And Liang said openly and above board. And he made additional investment. I didn't ask you to invest more at that time. According to the situation at that time, you shouldn't be able to come up with more money, right? And Liang explained. Li Yuan nodded affirmatively. 2.5 billion funds is already close to the limit. Yun Haiyang seconded. Not only have I reached the limit, I've also overcapitalized in various ways, and I owe a lot of debts waiting to be repaid. I barely scraped together 2.5 billion, and the additional funds were probably just to mortgage the car, but it was completely unnecessary. Qian Xiaojing sighed. Our entry time is January 27th, at the price of 345 yuan per gram of gold. This data is generated when we enter the market. Take a look for yourselves. And Liang explained the data information to the three of them. We only increased the leverage ratio by 12.5 times. So, at the most dangerous time, when Brother Yuan informed me that something bad was going to happen, we were actually still profitable. And Liang said with a smile. Li Yuan complained. I was almost scared to death. And Liang continued to explain the data. The price corresponding to the price we just cleared and exited was 453 yuan per gram of gold. So our profit margin is a little more than 391% after doubling the leverage. That is, this line of data has been retained. The 6 decimal places of the percentage fully ensure the accuracy of the data. Based on the total principal of 10.25 billion, our profit is 40.186956 million yuan. My profit is 10.760869 million yuan. And the profit of each of you is 9.782608 million yuan. And Liang explained. This time, our Anshin Investment Company will withhold the funds after 100 million as related investment management fees, so the profit for each of you is 9.7 billion yuan. Adding the principal of 2.5 billion yuan, you can get a total of 12.2 billion yuan of funds. And Liang explained. Although more than 80 million in handling fees were deducted from each person, how could Li Yuan and the other three care? With a profit of 9.7 billion, plus the corresponding principal, they became worthless. Is it better to be a billionaire or a billionaire with more than 10 billion in cash? According to this calculation, the three of Li Yuan received a total of 36.6 billion. An Liang received 13.5 billion, and a total of 258.69 million will remain in Anshin Investment Company. After the corresponding bonuses are distributed, these funds naturally become An Liang's funds. Brothers, are we going to become billionaires? Qian Xiaojing was a little dazed. Yun Haiyang responded in an equally dazed manner. According to Brother Liang, we have indeed become tens of billions. Li Yuan took a deep breath. Yes, we are tens of billions. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Qian Xiaojing immediately cheered. We are tens of billions. I want to buy all kinds of things. I want to buy an airplane. I want to buy a yacht. and I want to buy a manor. Yin Haiyang agreed. I want to buy all kinds of supercars. If I hit one, I will lose one. Let me see how expensive supercars are. Li Tsunyun thought about it for a moment before responding. Maybe I can buy a piece of land in Tongzhou district and build a horse farm? And Liang complained on the side. I advise you three not to think too much. Li Tsunyun looked at An Liang in confusion. Yun Haiyang and Qian Xiaojing also looked at An Liang. Did you suddenly forget what I said about the graphene battery industry? And Liang reminded. Qian Xiaojing asked tentatively. This shouldn't cost a lot of money, right? 100 million is never too little, and 10 billion is never too much, but in the future, it will definitely become a trillion-level super enterprise. As for how much money to invest, my suggestion is that the more the better. This kind of opportunity does not come often. Once you enter in the graphene industry, the four of us are equivalent to having the core fundamentals of the future. And Liang explained. Looks like my plane and yacht are gone. Qian Xiaojing sighed. Yun Haiyang also sighed. I'd better drive a second-hand Carrera. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Li Tsunyun seconded the idea. There is already a horse farm in the imperial capital. I can just buy a horse. The tens of billionaires who just vowed to buy instantly withered, and then Liang almost laughed out loud. When it comes to tens of billions of profits, we should let it go first. Now there are two questions before us. And Liang looked at the three people. The first is the matter of tens of billions of funds being placed in tax havens. Are you sure you can withstand the pressure? And Liang asked. After all, if we don't use any tax avoidance means for these funds, we will generate more than 8 billion in taxes. We actually have no pressure. Li Tsunyun explained. This incident has not been widely spread, right? Yun Haiyang asked. Brother Liang, do many people know about our money-making? So far, except for some senior executives and core members of Anshin Investment Company. Only we know. And Liang responded, the level of confidentiality at Anshin Investment Company is very high. Then the problem is not big. We are just avoiding taxes reasonably. Li Tsunyun explained, reasonable tax avoidance is not tax evasion. There is no problem with placing these funds in tax havens. Li Tsunyun added, when financing the graphene industry, we can enter the funds as foreign investors and successfully complete the lossless transfer of funds. Can. And Liang nodded in agreement. Second question, I plan to formalize our interest group. The four of us will build a club as the core, and then all the people who invested money in Anshin Investment Company can be absorbed as peripheral members of the club, including those who played with us in the past. All can become peripheral members. And Liang explained, what do you think is a suitable name for our club? And Liang asked. Qian Xiaojing was the first to respond. Just call it the 10 Billion Club. He added, the four of us are all billionaires, so there's no problem with this name, right? Chapter 976, 10 Billion Club? It's too tacky. The key is that it is a little too straightforward and a little too high profile. But Qian Xiaojing is a spirited young man with a spiky head. Such a name is completely in line with Qian Xiaojing's aesthetics. Yun Haiyang was the first to refuse. No, Brother Gongzi. I beg you. The name 10 Billion Club is like the feeling of a souvenir package with a deposit of over 100 million. Li Tsunyun seconded. I also think 10 Billion Club is to be more direct. Yun Haiyang suggested. What do you think of the names of the four noble young masters? Qian Xiaojing complained. You said that Brother Liang and Brother Yuan are called noble sons. I think there is nothing wrong with it. And I am half he's a noble man, but Brother Haiyang, just forget it. Damn it. Yun Haiyang looked at Qian Xiaojing speechlessly. Brother Gongzi, have I offended you? No. Brother Haiyang, let's talk about it. When you and Sun Linru were dating, Sun Linru paid for the house, right? Qian Xiaojing said. Yun Haiyang was unable to refute. And Liang laughed on the side. Does Yun Haiyang have so many dark histories? Stop talking, Brother Gongzi. I give up. Let's change my name. Yun Haiyang took the initiative to admit defeat. Li Tsunyun looked at Liang and said, Brother Liang, what do you think the name is? And Liang thought about it for a while before responding. Do you remember when you came to Xingqing during the Chinese New Year and how many people from the Xingqing circle we met at the surprise bar? Li Tsunyuan nodded. I still remember. They seem to be called Song Jifeng, Wu Shiwen, and Han Jiaoyu, right? Li Tsunyuan continued. Song Jifeng's family is the chief inspector of the patrol department. Wu Shiwen's family is the minister of the Ministry of Industry, and Han Jiaoyu's family is the Xiqing County Magistrate's family, right? Sharp. And Liang gave a thumbs up and praised. This Li Tsunyuan is indeed amazing. After just meeting once, he not only remembered the names of the three people, but even silently investigated their identities. Qian Xiaojing asked, "What happened to them?" Yun Haiyang also looked at Liang curiously. "I accidentally learned that they have a name for us. They call us Tian Tian by Yu Jing. What do you think?" And Liang asked. Li Tsunyuan responded, "It seems to be Li Bai's poem." Yun Haiyang seconded, "It is indeed the case. I think it's okay." Qian Xiaojing said, "Bai Yujing and tens of billions are somewhat homophones. Bai Yujing in the sky sounds very comfortable. Brother Liang, is this the name of our club?" "I think it's okay." Yun Haiyang seconded the proposal. Li Tsunyuan added, "If our club is called Tianshang Bai Yujing, our peripheral organizations can also use the name 5 Cities on the 12th Floor. And Liang seconded the affirmation. "I think so too. Our club is called Tianshang Bai Yujing. The 4 of us are the core, and the remaining peripheral members are the 5 cities on the 12th floor." Li Tsunyuan asked, "Brother Liang, does our club need to pay membership fees?" Qian Xiaojing said on the side, "I suggest that we should set a high membership fee threshold. I am at the LCF Automobile Club here in the Imperial Capital. The annual membership fee is 100,000 yuan." Yun Haiyang explained on the side, "LCF Car Club is a Lamborghini car club, a high-end car club that only accepts first-hand Lamborghini owners. Its positioning in the Imperial Capital is a bit high-end. Far beyond, it has become a supercar club that is well known to the public. Generally speaking, entry-level Porsche 911 models can join the public supercar club, and there are no restrictions on first-hand car owners, second-hand car owners, or even eight-hand car owners. Therefore, the public supercar club is actually a mixed bag, with some real dragons lurking in it and some people with ulterior motives." Yun Haiyang seconded, "I agree with Brother Gongzi. The annual membership fee of our Heavenly by Yujing Club should be set a little higher." Li Tsunyuan did not express his opinion. He asked Liang, "Brother Liang, what do you think?" "What?" And Liang responded with a smile, "Everyone here is a billionaire. I think your ideas should be a little more arrogant. After all, for us, if a problem can be solved with money, is it still a problem?" Li Tsunyuan and Yun Haiyang and Qian Xiaojing were stunned for a moment. It seems to be what Liang said. They are all tens of billions now. As long as problems can be solved with money, they are almost no problem. Therefore, the issue of membership fees is not a problem at all. The membership fee of our Tian Tian Bai Yujing Club is a nominal fee of 1 yuan, but the development of new members of our Tian Tian Bai Yujing Club will be based on the invitation and consent system." And Liang explained, "For example, if Brother Yuan wants to invite a new member, if the other 3 of us have no objections, the other person will join the Tianshang Bai Yujing Club and become a peripheral member." And Liang explained, "As for becoming a core member? Sorry. Currently, the Tian Tian Bai Yujing Club has no plans to develop core members." Li Tsunyuan asked about possible problems. What if the peripheral members want to invite new members? Chapter 982, within West 2nd Road, there is a courtyard. In the study room of the Li family, Li Tsunyuan's grandfather sat at the top of the table, and Li Tsunyuan's father, Li Honghu, sat next to his grandfather. Li Honghu is the minister of Zhongshu in Zhongshu province. He is a third-rank official and has the right to participate in the affairs of the imperial court. Li Tsunyuan's 2 brothers, Li Lingyun and Li Huaizhi, were also there. Li Lingyun served as a general secretary in Zhongshu province and was a supernova of the imperial court from the 6th rank. Li Huaizhi served as deputy director of the water department of the Ministry of Industry. He had just entered the 9th rank and officially started the process of entering the imperial court. As for Li Tsunyuan, he is the future business heir of the Li family, grandpa, dad, eldest brother, second brother. I show my cards. I am a billionaire. Li Tsun said directly. Li Haoran calmly took a sip of tea. Li Honghu's hands shook. Li Lingyun and Li Huaiji both breathed thickly. Li Haoran asked calmly, "Tell me about the situation." Li Tsun started from the beginning, from when An Liang led them to enter the U.S. stock market and make a fortune through the lights company in the U.S. stock market, and then cut all kinds of melons and vegetables in the capital market, and finally made tens of billions of profits in the international spot gold market. Li Lingyun, he, and Li Huaiji felt relaxed and fascinated. Li Honghu sighed. "That young man is so powerful," Li Haoran still said calmly. "What's even more powerful is that the young man has never had the habit of eating alone. He always leads the three of them forward. Although he does use them to shelter from wind and rain, he also makes real contributions. This is very good. A person knows that he or you both have to pay their own share of the chips." Li Haoran saw through in Liang's methods at a glance. And Liang wanted to grow, but in Liang's family background could not provide enough strength. So in Liang relied on the resources behind Li Tsun, Yun Haiyang, and Qian Xiaojiang. In the same way, the three families to develop the resources behind them, they also relied on An Liang's money-making ability. Although the two parties used each other, they also complemented each other. The three families of Li, Yun, and Qian protected An Liang from wind and rain, allowing An Liang to grow successfully, and An Liang was not ungrateful. He has been leading the three companies to make a lot of profits. Even now that An Liang has begun to take root in the imperial capital circle, fully integrated into the environment of the imperial capital circle, and formed his own circle of contacts, he still has no habit of eating alone. After all, eating alone can cause stomachaches. In a courtyard outside West 2nd Road, Yun Haiyang was doing the same thing as Li Tsun. He also showed off that he was a billionaire. The current person in charge of the Yun family is Yun Haiyang's uncle Yun Jianhua. He is the minister of Shanshu province and is also a third-rank official. However, the status of Shanshu province is lower than that of Jiangsu province. Therefore, in the imperial capital circle, the Yun family is lower than the Li family. The Li family belongs to the second level of the imperial capital circle, and the Yun family belongs to the strongest existence in the third level. Uncle, this money is currently staying in tax havens. When the graphene battery industry divides the pie later, I am ready to invest as much as possible. Yun Haiyang explained his plan. Yun Jinya sighed. This child An Liang hasn't been to our house yet, has he? When you have time, you'd better come and sit at home. Our Lao Yun family owes An Liang a lot of favors. You stingy little brat, don't neglect your benefactor. Yun Jinya reminded, "Don't worry, uncle. I will pay attention here." Yun Haiyang responded, "By the way, regarding the graphene battery industry, your idea is very correct. I will tell you a piece of news, but please don't tell it." Yun Jinya lowered his voice. Regarding the graphene battery industry, if there is no accident, it will settle in our imperial capital, and it will be one of the most important industries in the future. We are paying attention to it from top to bottom. Yun Jinya reminded, the share of the National Security Investigation Agency will be divided into 5. Do you understand? Yun Jinya continued to remind vaguely, are they going to join in too? Yun Haiyang was stunned for a moment. The interests are great, and they are very excited about it, but they will not come forward directly. It will only be arranged by the National Security Investigation Bureau, and they will not make any intervention. Yun Jinya explained, "Well, I'll just pretend that I don't know the news, and I won't give away any of the benefits that I should fight for." Yun Haiyang explained. Yun Haiyang continued, "According to what Brother Liang said, we are the first in line, and our assets will be directly amplified 10 times through the graphene battery industry. His gameplay has long been guessed, but even if it is enlarged 10 times, these people will rush to grab it because after enlarging it 10 times, it will be enlarged 10 times in the future. So we owe each other a lot of favors. You boy pay it back slowly in the future." Yun Jianya explained. Yun Haiyang complained, Yes, I will pay it back slowly. It's a pity if the second cousin, well?" Yun Bowen snorted softly. "Heong, stop saying these bastard words. Brother Bowen, I just sigh. I definitely won't say it." Yun Haiyang said, "By the way, Brother Bowen, I will introduce Brother Liang to you another day." You and brother Shangwu are both single. Brother Liang is quite good at flirting with girls. He will teach you. Yun Bowen looked at Yun Haiyang speechlessly. Yun Shangwu complained on the side. Haiyang, the boss is messing with you. Why are you messing with me? By the way, Haiyang, you're already a billionaire, so you gave me your second-hand Carrera. Is there anything wrong with it? Yun Shangwu said, just buy a new one. Yun Haiyang said that he is not short of money. Don't stop. My identity is sensitive and the second-hand ones are suitable. Anyway, it is also a waste in your hands. You are so bad technology to buy an SUV, honestly. Yun Shangwu complained. The sea of clouds was speechless. Is this the reincarnation of heaven? He just complained about Yun Shangwu incidentally, but Yun Shangwu immediately retorted, this person is poisonous. Yun Jianya watched the three brothers quarreling with relief, because this situation showed that the three brothers were close to each other. Chapter 983 different from the harmony between the Li family and the Yun family. Qian Xiaojiang had a completely different style after the showdown at home. Qian Changsheng is the minister of the Ministry of Rights, and he is also a third-rank official, but his status in the Ministry of Rights is lower. His status in the Imperial Capital Circle is also at the top of the third level, but lower than that of the Yun family. Perhaps because he worked in the Ministry of Rights, Qian Changsheng cared more about the orderly system of elders and younger children. He directly made a suggestion. Xiaojiang, you already have shares in Lingxiu Gold Mine. This time, you should give up the tens of billions of funds to your two brothers. Qian Xiaobo is a fan of officials, but his cultural achievements are a little too poor. Even though he has a father who is a third-rank official, he has not yet entered the imperial court's order. Qian Xiaodue is a nerd, and his IQ is indeed relatively high, but his emotional intelligence is problematic. Faced with Qian Changsheng's proposal, both Qian Xiaobo and Qian Xiaodue agreed. Qian Xiaobo accused, third brother, you have held financial power for a long time, and you are always eating, drinking, and having fun outside. Are you worthy of the family's upbringing? Qian Xiaodue then accused, third brother, you only care about yourself and drinking outside. Have you ever thought about your two brothers suffering? Qian Xiaojiang didn't bother to pay attention to the two of them. Dad, you clearly want to favor them? Qian Changsheng snorted. I am your father. How do you speak? I am also your father. How do you talk to your son? A powerful voice came. Qian Xiaojiang's grandfather Qian Daiyou appeared. Qian Changsheng, a third-grade official, was like a mouse meeting a cat. Dad, what I mean is… Shut up. Qian Daiyou snorted coldly. Looking at your pedantic look, I want to kick you to death. Qian Daiyou looked at Qian Xiaobo again. And you just daydream about entering the imperial court in one day. But have you studied seriously? Qian Daiyou continued to spray. You can't pass the imperial examination even once. What's the use of you? Qian Xiaobo was submissive and did not dare to speak. Qian Daiyou looked at Qian Xiaodue and said, you are just a bookworm. Just study hard and seriously pursue your cultural dream. What do you want money for? To become a scholar and go to a painting studio. I'm so angry at you three little turtles. I'll leave this matter to Xiaojiang. From now on, I'll also hand over the financial power of the family to Xiaojiang. I'm afraid that one day I'll go out with my legs stretched out, and then this Qian family I am so angry that I was defeated by you. Qian Daiyou sighed. Grandpa, don't be angry. I will work hard. Qian Xiaojiang consoled him. On the other side, in a courtyard on the edge of West 2nd Avenue, near West 3rd Avenue, is Chun Ming's home. In the Chun family study, Chun Ming was silent. Chun Hong looked at Chun Ming. He sighed and shook his head. Chun Jin, please advise your brother. This time the other party has taken root in the Imperial Capital Circle with the help of Bai Yujing. The other party's status in the Imperial Capital Circle has directly surpassed ours. Now we have to fight with him. What is he fighting for? Chun Ming, just bow your head. Chun Hong sighed. According to the current situation, the other side has all the advantages. Most of the Imperial Capital Circle is the other side's ally. What you did before has alienated many people from us. Have you never thought about bowing your head? As long as you lower your stance low enough and apologize sincerely enough, although you will lose face, you will save the day. Chun Hong persuaded. However, Chun Ming remained silent. Chun Hong looked at the stubborn Chun Ming and could only shake his head. His son had grown up and finally had his own ideas. What else could he do? Forcibly tied him up. Did Chun Ming go to plead guilty? After Chun Hong left, Chun Jin asked, "Brother, what do you want to do?" Chun Ming responded, "I just want to prove that I am no worse than him. When I first met him, I had a feeling that he and I were rivals." Chun Ming continued, "Since the first meeting, our relationship has deteriorated rapidly. Even Qian Xiaojiang has joined the other party's camp. I want to defeat him. I want everyone to know that I, Chun Ming, am better than him and Liang." Chun Ming explained. "Why bother?" Chun Jin sighed. "So what if you win against him?" Chun Jin continued to ask. Chun Ming was silent. "So what if he did win?" But he just wanted to win. He wanted to prove that he was more powerful than in Liang. Because of this, Chun Ming planned a shadow plan and deceived Chun. She tested in Liang because Chun Ming wanted to win once and he had to prove himself. Asking for anything is hard work, and Chun Ming was completely confused. Chun Ming is now completely obsessed with it. He used to be the darling of the Imperial Capital Circle. They Shengshi Dingming is also an evergreen tree in the Imperial Capital Circle. Especially with the addition of Tianyan Investment, their old Qin family has a very high status in the Imperial Capital Circle. But everything changed after Liang came. At first, Qin Xiaojiang was alienated. He and later the people in the circle kept getting close to Liang, and finally made Liang a shining supernova in the Imperial Capital Circle. Chun Ming was jealous of Liang like this. That's why Chun Ming wanted to prove himself. It's a pity that when Ming is born, how can Liang be born? Chapter 984. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening on February 16th. In room 8806 of Yunjing International Apartment, and Liang received a call from Huang Guoxiang. Chun Siyu was naturally in the state of a cat in his arms. And Liang answered the call directly. He spoke first. "Old Huang, what's going on? Why are you calling me in the middle of the night? Did you reveal the graphene battery thing?" Huang Guoxiang asked, "Not interesting." And Liang hung up the phone directly. On the other side, Huang Guoxiang held the phone speechlessly, and then Liang actually hung up on him again. "Is this the first time and Liang hung up on him?" Huang Guoxiang called again, and he asked first, "You have to give a reason when you hang up, right?" "First, I did say something about the graphene battery, but for what happened next, do you dare to say that you weren't adding fuel to the fire?" And Liang asked back. "The life parameters, energy density parameters, charging speed parameters, and even commercialization cost information of graphene batteries have all been leaked. Do you think I don't know it's you?" And Liang asked again, "Lao Huang, I have released friendly messages again and again. For example, this time I have invited the Imperial City Circle to join in. This is to tell you that our graphene battery industry will be completely rooted in this land." And Liang explained, "Under such circumstances, you still ask questions knowingly. It is okay for me to hang up on you. Do you believe it or not to block you?" And Liang said jokingly. Although Liang saw through the little trick, Huang Guoxiang did not feel any embarrassment at all. Instead, he boasted, "As expected of Mr. N, really sharp mind. Talk about something." And Liang responded jokingly, "There are so many people praising me. You need to line up." "Fine." Huang Guoxiang responded, "Wu Chunxing has independently developed a graphene battery sample. The current sample is based on the Pedal M30 Pro mobile phone. Do you think we should hold a demonstration? Have you tested it?" And Liang asked back. "Certainly." Huang Guoxiang said affirmatively. "The effect is very good. It fully meets the theoretical performance described by Wu Chunxing, especially the charging performance, which is simply beyond our expectations." Huang Guoxiang continued, "I will send you the information later. If you look at it yourself, you will know that the excellent performance of graphene batteries is indeed very, very powerful." "Okay, you send the information and I will reply to you after reading it." And Liang responded, "Old Huang, it seems that you are very economical. You actually know how to demonstrate the powerful performance of graphene batteries in advance and then arrange for people in the Imperial Capital Circle." "Ah!" Huang Guoxiang was stunned for a moment. "Mr. N, what are you talking about? I'm just sharing good news with you." "I didn't." And Liang interrupted Huang Guoxiang directly. "When you talk like this, I can only hang up the phone. You are probably trying to make me take the blame, right? Huang Guoxiang laughed dryly. I will bear the blame. After I read the information later, if there are no problems, I will arrange an internal product launch conference to let potential partners in the Imperial Circle see the power of graphene batteries, so as to increase our financing. Fine. And Liang said that he took the blame. But this Huang Guoxiang forgot one thing. And Liang said before that he wanted Huang Guoxiang and the others to accept all conditions, because the initiative was in Liang's hands. How Liang wanted to formulate the rules was up to Huang Guoxiang and the others. Compliance. So this time, Huang Guoxiang shot himself in the foot. Potential collaborators in the Imperial Capital Circle will be deceived. Huang Guoxiang himself will also be deceived, and Liang will definitely become a big winner again. Okay. Huang Guoxiang didn't realize that he would be cheated. After the two parties ended the call, Huang Guoxiang sent information through the National Security Investigation Bureau's confidential communication software. And Liang quickly checked the situation of the graphene battery. As Huang Guoxiang praised, the graphene battery, the performance of the sample was indeed very powerful. After Liang read it quickly, he laughed. Because Huang Guoxiang really did it to himself this time. And Liang replied directly to the message in the confidential communication software of the National Security Investigation Bureau. And Liang, I have finished reading it. It is indeed very powerful. I will take the blame. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, you will bring Wu Chunxing to the Yinhuan Tea House in Yinhuan Villa. I will gather people from the Imperial Capital Circle, and we will let Wu Chunxing make arrangements on the spot. How about a Huaban M30 Pro mobile phone? Huang Guoxiang. No problem. Huang Guoxiang. Be there on time at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And Liang, I advise you to arrive early to avoid being late. After all, absolutely everyone in the Imperial Capital Circle will arrive early. Do you believe it? Huang Guoxiang. Okay, let's arrive early. And Liang. Okay, see you tomorrow, Huang Guoxiang. See you tomorrow. After Liang and Huang Guoxiang finished their exchange, he asked, See you. Shuang, will you start school tomorrow? Well, tomorrow is the last day to register. Chen Siyu responded in Liang's arms. Ning Rishuang also responded, Yes, but my weight is still 1 kilogram over the standard. We will study yoga later. You learn about automation, and I will help you lose weight. And Liang said with a bad smile. Ning Rishuang's face turned red. Chen Siyu also snorted. By the way, I have something to take care of tomorrow, so you can sign up on your own. And Liang explained. Chen Siyu responded obediently. Shuang, you accompany me to register first, and then I will accompany you to register. Ning Ruoshuang responded. Chapter 985 at nearly 10:30 in the evening, and Liang sent a message to the Tianshang by Yu Jing WeChat group, and Liang at everyone. Let me tell you one thing. An internal graphene battery exhibition will be held at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning in the business conference room on the 3rd floor of the Cloud Tea House. And Liang, does anyone use Huaban M30 Pro mobile phone? Hu Xiaoyu me. Li Mingfei. Me too. Qin Xiaojing. Sujikai. M30 Pro has the highest configuration. And Liang, I will randomly select one of you tomorrow and ask you to contribute your mobile phone. And Liang, graphene battery experts from the National Security Bureau will be on hand to demonstrate the effects tomorrow. Hu Xiaoyu. Brother Liang, don't you pretend anymore? And Liang, don't you all know? Hu Xiaoyu. Ha ha ha. Qian Xiaojing. There are no secrets in this circle. These people have many tricks. They can dig out any little secret in the blink of an eye. Hu Xiaoyu. Aojiao. Li Mingfei. Sit back and wait for 10 o'clock tomorrow. And Liang. By the way, we will be inspected by the National Security Investigation Bureau before entering tomorrow. We don't want to make the internal demonstration tomorrow public. We will not fully disclose the graphene battery technology until we have completed our discussions. And Liang. So tomorrow, I suggest you bring some poker, Go, chess, etc. because we will collect your mobile phones before entering the venue. And Liang. Of course, if you don't participate tomorrow, there will be no such thing. Hu Xiaoyu. It is impossible not to participate. Brother Liang, can our family withdraw its investment? Our family wants to invest money in the graphene battery industry. Li Mingfei. Our family also wants to divest investment. Zhou Ronghua. Our family is the same. Romandai. Add one more, and Liang. Has Anshin Investment suddenly become Tianyan Investment? Wronged. Hu Xiaoyu. Sorry, brother Liang. The main reason is that the graphene battery industry seems to have more development prospects, and some experts have evaluated the future development potential of the graphene battery industry. Even if we are in the second series, our investment is still possible increased dozens of times. And Liang. Okay. And Liang. We'll talk about divestment later. Your idea is good, but the graphene battery industry was not originally prepared for you. So how much share will be released depends most on the situation of the National Security Investigation Bureau. And Liang, anyway, I can only guarantee that there will be more or less a mouthful of soup. And Liang, no more talking. Let's watch the internal exhibition tomorrow. The next day, at around 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Xiu drove a BMW M8C and Ning Rushuang to school, and Liang drove a Rolls-Royce Ghost to Yunwan Villa, and Li Tsunyuan and the other three had also set off. It was around 8 o'clock, and it was the end of the morning rush hour. Although An Liang was leaving the city, the traffic situation was still very bad. And Liang arrived at the Yunwan Tea House in Yunwan Villa just before 1:30. Li Tsunyuan and the other three were chatting at the door. They saw the Rolls-Royce Ghost driven by An Liang. Yun Haiyang greeted, "Brother Liang, we've reserved a parking space for you here." Under Yun Haiyang's guidance, and Liang parked the Rolls-Royce Ghost into the reserved parking space. After he got off the car, he asked, "You guys, what are you doing standing at the door?" Qian Xiaojing answered first. "The National Security Investigation Bureau has been here a long time ago. They are waiting inside. You can go in if you want, but your mobile phone will be confiscated when you go in. Let's rest outside for a while." Those people went in? And Liang asked casually. Most of them went in. Hu Xiaoyu, Li Qian, and a few girls were chatting on the first floor. Brother Haiyang was so excited. Qian Xiaojing was joking. He continued, "Hu Xiaoyu knows that Li Qian and Brother Yang are now rekindled. Brother Liang, do you think Brother Yang still has a chance?" And Liang gave Yun Haiyang a thumbs up. "Brother Haiyang, I suddenly admire you. Do you dare to do this in the Imperial Capital Circle?" Li Tsunyuan lowered his voice. He still didn't dare, so he held hands with Li Qian. As for Xiaoyu, he didn't even hold hands, otherwise his legs might be broken by Xiaoyu's brother, or the third one. That kind of thing. Yun Haiyang complained helplessly. "I beg you three scumbags, I forget it, tell me. How do I join you?" "Sorry, I'm a good man, I don't understand what you mean." And Liang said seriously. Li Tsunyuan seconded. "I'm a good man too." Qian Xiaojing took a step forward and stood next to Li Tsunyuan and in Liang. "Although I have big arms, although I have a spiky hair, and although I smoke, drink, race, and go clubbing, I am indeed a good man." Qian Xiaojing's statement seems a bit familiar, but his statement should be no problem, right? After all, Qian Xiaojing is also a good man. I vomited. Yun Haiyang deliberately vomited. They are indeed three scumbag men. Okay, no more joking. Let's go in and demonstrate the powerful performance of graphene batteries in a moment. It will subvert your understanding of batteries. And Liang explained. Chapter 986 Cloud Tea House. And Liang greeted the three brothers Li Tsunyuan and prepared to enter the tea house. But the three brothers Li Tsunyuan laughed together. Li Tsunyuan first said, "Brother Liang, please hold still for a while." "Ah." And Liang looked at Li Tsunyuan in confusion. Qian Xiaojing answered, "Brother Liang, you just said that Brother Haiyang is so courageous that he dares to ride two boats in the circle, but in fact Brother Haiyang really doesn't dare." Qian Xiaojing continued to add, "It will be time to test Brother Liang in a while." Yun Haiyang agreed. "I suggest you be careful. What's going on?" And Liang looked at Li Tsunyuan and the other three and asked, "Let's go in and talk about it later." Qian Xiaojing greeted, and Liang was full of doubts. He followed the three people into the Cloud Tea House. Huang Guoxiang was waiting for the four people at the door. Originally, the staff of the National Security Investigation Bureau wanted to check the four people, but Huang Guoxiang stopped him. He took the initiative to greet them. "Mr. In, Lao Huang, you came very early." And Liang greeted. Huang Guoxiang responded, Come on, mister, and I will introduce you to a friend. Li Tsun Yuan and the other three secretly held back their laughter. What friend? And Liang asked while following Huang Guoxiang's footsteps. Huang Guoxiang took in Liang to a TR performance area on the north side of the first floor. This area was occupied by 8 girls. And Liang saw acquaintances, including Hu Xiaoyu, Li Qian, Luo Mandy, etc. The one who is demonstrating the tea art is a top beauty, and Liang naturally uses the interpersonal relationship scanning system to query the other party's information. Zhao Wanxi, age, 19 height, 176 centimeters weight, 54 kilograms appearance, 97 figure, 96 favorability, 69 purity and essence, 100 character and morality, 91 physical health, 98. Her appearance is only slightly lower than Ning Rushuang's. Her figure is better than Ning Rushuang's. Her moral character is above par. Her physical health is almost off the charts, and there is no problem with her pure nature. Yun Duan Tea House actually has such a top-quality product? And Liang glanced at Yun Haiyang first. Based on his understanding of Yun Haiyang, could Yun Haiyang not take action in such a situation? Unreasonable. Has a problem. Yun Haiyang noticed in Liang's eyes and lowered his voice. Why are you looking at me? You know. And Liang responded, I don't understand. Yun Haiyang didn't accept the move. Qian Xiaojing laughed strangely on the side. Brother Liang, I guess you were thinking wrong. Li Tsun Yuan revealed. The beautiful woman showing off her tea art is not from Yinduan Tea House. Sure enough, there is a problem. Huang Guoxiang greeted. Xiao Zhao, come here, I will introduce you to a friend. Zhao Wanxi came over. She looked directly at Liang and introduced herself. Hello, Liang. My name is Zhao Wanxi. Sorry, it is not regret, sympathy, or regret. This self-introduction is full of confidence. Book of Songs? And Liang asked back. Zheng Feng, there is creeping grass in the wild. Zhao Wanxi responded. Do I need to introduce myself? And Liang asked back. No need, I know everything. Zhao Wanxi responded with a smile. She is beautiful when she smiles. Just like her self-introduction, there is really a beautiful person. Qingyang Wanxi. Huang Guoxiang answered on the side. You already know each other. I don't need to introduce you. Correct. Huang Guoxiang added. Mr. N. Xiao Zhao is our agent. She is currently studying at the School of Economics at Taito University. She is a freshman like you. It's interesting. Is this Huang Guoxiang some kind of beauty trap? His appearance score is 97 points, his figure score is 96 points, and all other scores are very good. It seems a little hard to bear? Li Tsun interjected. Zhao Wanxi, long time no see. Brother Tsun, Brother Haiyang, Brother Xiaojing, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Zhao Wanxi greeted. Yun Haiyang responded. It's been a long time indeed. Qian Xiaojing responded in a somewhat distant tone. The last time we met was during the summer vacation last year, right? Zhao Wanxi did not answer. She looked at Liang and said, As for the display of graphene batteries, we are ready. When do you think we will start? Now. And Liang asked back. Good. Zhao Wanxi nodded, and she immediately turned around and walked towards the tea art area, greeting other girls in the imperial capital circle. Qian Xiaojing spoke in a low voice. Brother Liang, do you think Zhao Wanxi is good-looking? Quite good-looking. And Liang responded affirmatively. Yun Haiyang reminded. This Zhao Wanxi is the top existence in the Imperial City Circle. Among the 5-level ecology of the Imperial City Circle, their home is on the first level. Li Tsun Yuan added. Our home is only on the 2nd floor. Brother Liang, if you are moved, you can refer to Brother Haiyang's fate for yourself. Yun Haiyang had a question mark on his face. What would happen to him? I see. No wonder Zhao Wanxi showed strong confidence when she introduced herself, and her overall aura was extremely confident. Is this beauty trap a bit too high-end? Why do you suddenly feel like a son-in-law? May I ask if the Life Winner system gives any magic needle rewards? Chapter 992 Early in the morning, 042. And Liang returned to Yunjing International Apartment. He entered room 8806 first. The light in the living room was still on, but Chin Siyu fell asleep on the sofa. He carefully walked over and picked up Chinsiyu and walked to the bedroom. Chinsiyu woke up when he picked her up, and she whispered, "Back." "Well, there's a lot going on today." And Liang responded, "Then I'm relieved." After Chinsiyu finished speaking, his head was pressed against Liang's chest. And Liang carried her into the bedroom, and Chinsiyu quickly fell into sleep again. And Liang originally wanted to go to room 8805 to check on Ning Rushwang, but he found that Ning Rushwang was there. In the second bedroom, Ning Rushwang is also asleep. Neither she nor Chinsiyu are late-night players. After all, staying up late and girls are natural enemies. Of course, and Liang can't torment them anymore. After washing up in the guest bathroom, he came sleeping with Chinsiyu in the master bedroom. And Liang respects the rules of Chinsiyu and Ning Rushwang. When they were in room 8806, and Liang must have slept with Chinsiyu. It was impossible for him to break Chinsiyu and Ning Rushwang's rules by himself. Cause trouble for yourself. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, and Liang was woken up by Chinsiyu using the tip of his hair. When Chinsiyu saw and Liang woke up, she was a little surprised. And Liang snorted, "You woke me up? What else do you want?" "I'll just give it a try," Chinsiyu said coquettishly, but was suppressed by Liang the next moment. And Liang carried Chinsiyu to the bathroom. His recent canyon game skills have improved a bit. For example, he has learned to configure new talents, including Grasp of Immortality, Crazy Growth, Phase Rush, Fatal Rhythm, Rhythm of War, and Absolute Focus. The storm gathered, the energy poured out, and it was a perfect ending. It seems like something strange is mixed in. Never mind. Anyway, more than half an hour later, a professional-level combat display ended, and Liang prepared calm again. He was lying on the bed with Chinsiyu in his arms, thinking to himself, this canyon game is really fun, and you can never get tired of playing it anyway, if given the chance. And Liang thinks that with his newly learned talent configuration and unique skill-stealing skills, he can definitely beat 2, right? Double kill is definitely not a problem. "See you, do you want to have class today?" And Liang asked, "Of course I have to. I'm already late, and I have to work hard again this semester." Teacher Sun said that he will take me to participate in international competitions. If I don't work hard, I may not get a place. Chinsiyu explained, "Are you participating in international competitions?" And Liang secretly noted it down. "I was thinking, we're going to be late anyway. Let's play another canyon game?" And Liang smiled mischievously. "Canyon game?" Chinsiyu was confused. And Liang explained to Chinsiyu, such as the talents in the canyon game and so on. "You." Chinsiyu was just about to complain, but Liang kissed her. When Liang took Chinsiyu to play another canyon game, Ning Rushwang had already run away quietly. Although she couldn't drive yet, Yunjing International Apartment provided pickup and drop-off services, and she could easily arrange it directly in the housekeeper app. The second canyon game ended. It was past 9 o'clock in the morning. When Chinsiyu finished washing and getting dressed, her cell phone rang. The caller ID was Teacher Sun Minji. Chinsiyu said a little crazy. "Master, and look, Teacher Sun called. What should I do?" "I'll pick it up." And Liang answered the phone. "Chinsiyu, why didn't you come to class?" Teacher Sun asked straight to the point. "Ahem." And Liang coughed. "Well, Teacher Sun, Chinsiyu was trapped in the elevator when she went downstairs in the morning. She was rescued just now. Did Sun Minji believe it? Isn't this a bad reason? Give your phone to Chinsiyu." Sun Minji responded. And Liang handed the phone to Chinsiyu. He shrugged and said he was helpless. Chinsiyu took the phone and said directly, "Teacher Sun, I will be here soon. I was really trapped in the elevator just now." Sun Minji is too difficult. Her once good student was led astray by Liang. "Dean Lin's class is at 10 o'clock. Can you make it?" Sun Minji asked. Chinsiyu looked at the time. It was now 9:15. The morning rush hour traffic had passed. It only takes less than 15 minutes to get from Yunjing International Apartment to the National Conservatory of Music. "No problem," Chinsiyu replied affirmatively. "I will arrive before 10 o'clock. Will it be in a concert hall?" Sun Minji responded. "I'll wait for you in the concert hall." After ending the call, Chinsiyu rolled her eyes at Liang again. "Master, and You should go to Shuang Shuang. She had run away a long time ago. And Liang heard Ning Rushuang running away. Snort, Chen Siyu said coquettishly. I'm leaving first. I have to get there before 10 o'clock. There are yogurt and sandwiches in the refrigerator. Remember to take them with you. If you arrive at school early, you can eat some to fill your stomach. And Liang instructed. Right, Chen Siyu responded. Chapter 993. Chen Siyu went out to school, and then Liang was about to go out for breakfast. He received a strange call just after he left the house. Because the caller ID was the number of Imperial City, and the number was quite auspicious, and Liang chose to answer the call. Zhao Wanxi's voice came over. On Liang, are you at Yunjing International? Just went out. Is there something wrong? And Liang asked back. Zhao Wanxi responded, what you said yesterday was to edit the video of the graphene battery and Pedal M30 Pro mobile phone test. We have finished processing it here, but the narration has not been processed. Can you handle it? And Liang thought for a moment. Where are you? Next door to your house is Media and Happy Film and Television Company behind SKP and Wenda. Let's borrow their space. Zhao Wanxi responded. This? Can you borrow the venue of a film and television company for narration and dubbing? Etc. Don't tell me. The editing of the film is done by Happy Film and Television Company? And Liang thought of a possibility. Yes, it was indeed helped by Happy Film and Television Company. Zhao Wanxi responded. I'll add you on WeChat, you approve it, and I'll send you the address. Huck. And Liang responded. After hanging up the phone, and Liang received the WeChat friend application from Zhao Wanxi. After he passed it, Zhao Wanxi immediately sent the address. The straight-line distance from Yunjing International Apartment is no more than 2 kilometers. By car, 10 minutes at most. And Liang drove the Rolls-Royce Ghost to Happy Film and Television Company. In less than 10 minutes, and Liang arrived at the underground parking garage of Media. He took the bus according to the address sent by Zhao Wanxi. The elevator went up to the 28th floor. When the elevator arrived at the 28th floor, Zhao Wanxi was waiting at the elevator door. Welcome. Zhao Wanxi greeted. Her temperament has changed today. She has put away her dazzling confidence like the girl next door. And Liang raised his eyebrows. It's just a small video. It can be processed by just finding a small workshop. Zhao Wanxi took in Liang into Huanyu Film and Television Company, and she said casually, For you, isn't this just a small workshop? I don't read much. Don't lie to me. I know Huanyu Film and Television, and I have watched several TV series produced by them. And Liang explained. He has actually watched some of the costume dramas produced by Huanyu Film and Television Company. Last year, their turnover was less than 800 million, and their profit was less than 100 million. It is indeed a small workshop, Zhao Wanxi explained. While Zhao Wanxi was talking, a middle-aged man came over with an embarrassed expression on his face. Zhao Wanxi introduced, On Liang. Let me introduce to you, this person is Zhou Tao, the boss of Happy Film and Television. And Liang asked back, Your family's property? Barely. Zhao Wanxi responded, Only a small share. Zhao Wanxi continued, Uncle Zhou, this is in Liang. I believe you should have heard of it. Certainly. Zhou Tao politely stretched out his hands to shake hands. Hello, Mr. and welcome to Happy Video. And Liang stretched out his right hand to shake hands and said, Hello, Mr. Zhou. Hey, Mr. You're too polite, just call me Lao Zhou. I'm nothing in front of you. Ms. Zhao is right, we are just a small workshop. Zhou Tao lowered his posture. After Liang shook hands with Zhou Tao, Zhao Wanxi asked, Uncle Zhou, are you ready for our film? Don't worry, everything is ready. Zhou Tao responded, Come this way, I'll take you to the video room. When Zhou Tao took Zhao Wanxi and Liang to the recording studio, a female artist contracted by Happy Film and Television asked curiously, Senior, who were those two people just now? Mr. Zhou was too polite. Don't ask, just ask the big shots. Didn't you hear what they said? Our annual turnover is less than 800 million, and we are just a small workshop. Another female artist responded, We had a turnover of more than 700 million last year, but we are still a small workshop. The young contracted female artist sighed a little. This is the imperial capital. Senior female artist responded, It's just less than 800 million. It's really nothing in the imperial capital, right? In the audiovisual room of Huanyu Film and Television Company, and Liang first watched the edited video. The total length was more than 3 minutes. Wu Chuanxing's image and everyone's appearance were blocked. The camera focused entirely on the test items. And Liang is very satisfied with this editing. And Liang, how do you do a narration? Zhao Wanqi asked. And Liang thought about it for a moment before responding. Give me 10 minutes. I'll write the manuscript first and see the effect later. Zhao Wanqi responded. Zhou Tao quickly ordered his secretary to prepare manuscript paper. And Liang was busy at Huanyu Film and Television Company for nearly an hour, and he finally finished the narration dubbing. Zhao Wanqi looked at the busy and Liang with admiration. Just like Li Tsungyuan, she said the same thing. She also felt that Liang was a good match for her, but Liang was not single at the moment. By the way, Liang, where are you going to publish it? Zhao Wanqi asked. What suggestions do you have? And Liang asked back. Chapter 994, Small Workshop Happy Film and Television Company Headquarters. And Liang has completed the narration and dubbing work for the graphene battery test video. As for the release channel, according to Liang's plan, he plans to publish it on a small TV station. Anyway, according to the topicality of the graphene battery test video, it should be easy to spread, right? Zhao Wanqi suggested. How about letting the small workshop help you promote it? Zhou Tao answered, Mr. and please give us a chance. We, Huanqi, can use the official Weibo to publish the video, and then all our artists, as well as the contracted studios and cooperative studios, we will work together to build momentum for you by forwarding them on Weibo. In addition, we will also promote it for you on the small video app. Zhou Tao explained, and Liang laughed. Zhao Wanqi, do you dare to say that you don't know martial arts? Changwei, Zhao Wanqi asked in response. She liked the way she got along with Liang. Most of the younger generation in the imperial circle were a little uncomfortable and reserved when facing her. She didn't like that feeling. And Liang ignored Zhao Wanqi. He sees Zhou Tao said, since Mr. Zhou wants to help us promote it, we would like to thank Mr. Zhou. By the way, can we discuss the cost of publicity? No, Mr. And you are too polite. According to the popularity this video may generate, it is entirely our company, Happy Video, that has taken advantage. We put the trademark of Happy Video at the end of the video to show that this video was assisted by us. Mate, is that okay? And Liang agreed. This Zhou Tao is very measured. He didn't ask for the opening trademark, only the ending trademark. This is a sign of being sensible. Thank you, Mr. N. We will arrange to release the corresponding video immediately. Zhou Tao responded, no problem. And Liang agreed. Zhao Wanqi interjected. And Liang, would you like to take you to browse Huanli Film and Television? They have many female artists. I remember you. And Liang interrupted Zhao Wanqi directly. Not interested. Are they as beautiful as you? Are you praising me? Zhao Wanqi asked back. You can understand it this way, but your beauty cannot reach that line in my heart. Do you understand? What Liang meant was that he couldn't give up anyone else for Zhao Wanqi. Zhao Wanqi ignored the second half of Liang's sentence. As long as you think I'm beautiful. What do you want to eat for lunch? Can we go together? Does the small workshop provide lunch? And Liang asked teasingly. Zhou Tao was stunned for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. Our company provides lunch. Then let's try the lunch from the small workshop? And Liang suggested. Zhao Wanqi thought about it for a moment before responding. Okay. Internet world. The official Weibo account of Huanyu Film and Television released a message. Happy science fiction movie? No. This is black technology. How far is the future? In fact, the future is not far away. It has already arrived. Black technology graphene battery. Video link. Ku Yufei is a self-media person. He mainly makes electronic product review videos. He has made several videos on the review of the Huaband M30 Pro mobile phone. He originally read gossip on Weibo. After all, there are many grassland stories on Weibo. Reading other people's environmental protection stories makes his life a little happier every day. As a result, Ku Yufei saw the happy science fiction movie that was spread everywhere on Weibo. No, this is black technology. Topic as a self-media person in the field of electronic products. Of course, he wants to see what black technology is. If it was another marketing campaign for Huanchi Film and Television, he would prepare a video to ridicule it. However, when Ku Yufei clicked on the video, he quickly discovered that the problem was not simple. Before the video plays, a voiceover narration sound comes, "Don't repost it, we won't give it away. Don't brag, we are not a listed company." The Huaban M30 Pro mobile phone used in this video, as well as the supporting charging equipment, will be auctioned on Tianmiao on February 22nd, and the proceeds will be donated to charity. Next, the video starts. If you don't understand, close it. There is no obligation to teach or explain to trolls. All technical parameters are displayed with the video. The explanation is over. Don't ask me who I am. I'm afraid of checking the water meter. Goodbye. When the voiceover ends, the official video begins. The first step is to disassemble the M30 Pro mobile phone and replace the graphene battery. These operations are reminded to the audience in the form of floating subtitles. Then there are various tests to speed up the screen, especially charging. The test also took a close-up shot, and the 1% battery indicator jumped up in just 8 seconds. Such results made Ku Yufei doubtful without hesitation, and he continued to look at the discharge test. There were relatively few shots of the discharge test. Mainly, it was a shot of the dead man's pesticide game, and the floating subtitle showed that 3 people took turns to test it. In the end, it lasted for 12 hours, and there was still 4% of the remaining battery. Seeing that the dead man's pesticide lasted for 12 hours in the discharge test, Ku Yufei, he was even more convinced that this video was fake. He even wondered if the producer of this video had never played with a dead pesticide. Otherwise, he didn't know how much electricity the dead pesticide consumes. After the video ended in just 3 minutes and 40 seconds, Ku Yufei said nothing. Don't hesitate to leave a message below the official Weibo of Huanyu Film and Television Company. Is this a science fiction movie? It's really a bit exaggerated. 7,000 milliamp hours capacity, 13 minutes of charging time, and 12 hours of dead pesticide life. It's worthy of a science fiction movie. After Ku Yufei posted the information, he checked the comments and found a large number of similarly questioning comments. He liked them one by one, as if he had found an organization. However, a few minutes later, Ku Yufei discovered the plot twist. Chapter 995. Ku Yufei, a self-media person, watched Happy Science Fiction Movie, released by Happy Film and Television Company. No, this is black technology. After watching the video, it was directly determined that Huanyu Film and Television Company was creating a gimmick. From Happy Science Fiction Movie? No, this is black technology. After the video was released, in just 1 hour, the comments on the official Weibo of Huanyu Film and Television Company exploded, with the total number exceeding 500,000. This is the most glorious moment on the official Weibo of Huanyu Film and Television Company. Although most of them questioned Huanlei Film and Television's intention to make a science fiction movie, or even directly insulted them, Huanlei Film and Television did not stand up to explain it all. Moreover, the artists of Huanyu Film and Television Company, as well as contracted studios and cooperative studios, all forwarded this Weibo post to promote it. A few minutes after Ku Yufei posted a questioning message, the plot took a turn. First, a big blogger called Game Maniac posted a Weibo. Hashtag Happy Film and Television Science Fiction Movie. Hashtag Happy Film and Television makes a science fiction film. It is recommended to check the performance of the dead pesticide account unknown in the test video. This account has indeed been online for 12 consecutive hours. The only problem is that the record of this account is a bit too bad. It's a bit like a multiplayer account, a bit like 3 people playing. One is a rookie, one is a better player, and there is a special one who has lost 27 games in a row. At Pesticide of the Dead. Please let the authorities check this account. This Weibo post announced Li Mingfei's Pesticide of the Dead game record. According to the time analysis of the game record, it was indeed 12 hours of game time. When this Weibo post became popular, the official of Dead Pesticide also posted on Weibo. Hashtag Happy Film and Television Science Fiction Movie. Hashtag in view of the large number of players complaining about players in the WeChat area being uninformed, we specifically inquired about the account situation. The account was logged in at 10:17 a.m. yesterday, and the login device was Huaban M30 Pro. The continuous login time ended at 22:21 p.m. There were 51 games in total, 3 wins, 48 losses, and the longest losing streak was 27 games. After identification by our technical team, there is no cheating in this account. Please forgive the player who complained. The Dead Pesticide official made up the fact that Li Mingfei's game account was complained by players and then inquired about the information, thus gaining some popularity. The key is that it really gained popularity because the Weibo message corresponding to the deceased pesticide received more than 1 million likes and more than 300,000 retweets in just 10 minutes after it was released. A big game blogger and an official account of Dead Pesticide each proved from the side. Happy science fiction movie? No. This is black technology. The authenticity of the video. This situation has divided people into 2 groups. Some people have begun to believe in black tech graphene batteries, because once such black tech graphene batteries are officially mass-produced, how good will future mobile phones be? Ultra-fast charging speed, ultra-large capacity battery, ultra-long life, almost no heat when charging, and absolute safety. If these features are combined, it would be great if it were applied on a mobile phone, right? Not just mobile phones. Tablets, laptops, and wearable devices can all use graphene batteries like this and stand out from similar competitors. After all, if the Huaband mobile phone has a graphene battery, and the graphene battery has all the characteristics in the test video, can other mobile phones stop it? Neither Samsung nor Apple can stop it, right? Even the blue and green factories that started out with fast charging seem to have turned their fast charging technology into a joke when faced with graphene batteries. After all, the concept charging technology currently released by the blue and green manufacturers is 100W supercharging, but it takes 17 minutes to fully charge 4,000 milliamp hours. How can such battery capacity and charging time be compared with graphene batteries? Completely crushed. If only one game blogger and the official Weibo of Dead Pesticide joined the battlefield, which is still a little less important, then what about the official Weibo of Pedal Mobile? The official Weibo of Huaband Mobile also released information. Hashtag Happy Film and Television Science Fiction Movie hashtag I heard at happyfilm.com is recruiting actors. Please tell me about this. Happy science fiction movie? No. This is black technology. In a science fiction movie, do you think our pedals have a chance to become the leading actor? Pay is a small issue. We are willing to pay 100 million. Please, Huanyu Film and Television Company, consider our pedal phone. We want to be the leading actor in a science fiction movie. However, the emergence of the pedal mobile phone is just the beginning, and the coarse grain mobile phone will follow closely. Hashtag Happy Film and Television Sci-Fi Movies hashtag at Huanyu Film and Television Company. Do you think our coarse grain still have a chance? After Operation Coarse Grain, how could Blue and Green Factory No. 2 let go of such an opportunity? After all, Blue and Green Factory No. 2 is already an old marketing account, and their operation level is higher. They produced a small script in a short period of time, indicating that Blue and Green Factory No. 2 went to Huanyu Film and Television Company to apply for a leading actor. Xiao's mobile phone manufacturers are having fun on Weibo. The powerful Samsung mobile phone and Apple mobile phone have also joined the battle group. Especially when the Apple mobile phone joined the battle group, it received the support of a large number of Apple fans, indicating that they hope that Apple will become a science fiction movie. The male protagonist. The headquarters of Happy Film and Television Company. Zhao Wanqi looked at the situation on Weibo and asked, "Who are you going to choose as the male lead? Or pedals? If the decision-making power was given to you, how would you choose?" And Liang asked back. Zhao Wanqi was silent for a moment before asking, "Does this script have a second male lead, a third male lead, or even a fourth male lead?" Chapter 996, and Liang once gave Huang Guoxiang a reassurance, saying that after the future graphene industry is officially launched, priority will be given to enterprises within Xia State. Taking the Huaband M30 Pro mobile phone as an example, have you ever calculated the cost of a graphene battery? And Liang asked Zhao Wanqi. The cost is 92 yuan. Zhao Wanqi responded, "The gap between this cost price and in Liang's guess is very small. And Liang's guess is that the cost price is about 100 yuan. According to the cost of 92 yuan, Our external sales are 200 yuan. Do you think the pedal phone will pay for it? And Liang asked. Zhao Wanqi affirmed without hesitation. Of course. After all, the characteristics of graphene batteries are so powerful that the purchase cost of only 200 yuan is not a problem at all for Huaban mobile phones. While ensuring our own profits, we give priority to selling graphene batteries to domestic companies. And Liang explained, 100% profit is already very powerful. What if mobile phone manufacturers such as Samsung and Apple offer higher prices? Zhao Wanqi asked further, can all the money be made? And Liang asked back. Zhao Wanqi's eyes lit up, and she shook her head in the negative. Are we a public company? And Liang asked again. Zhao Wanqi still shook her head. Since there is endless money to be made and we have no pressure from shareholders, why should we pursue the highest profits? And Liang explained, there is no need to make some money. For example, Samsung Electronics, which produces the highest grade screens, is always the first to supply them. Even Apple has to wait half a year. As for our domestic companies, they cannot get their most advanced screens at all. And Liang explained, science has no borders, but technology companies have national borders. I hope you respect my choice. At least during the period when I control the graphene industry, I will implement a very strict sales sanction strategy. And Liang explained. Zhao Wanqi showed an appreciative smile. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door. Please come in. And Liang responded. Zhou Tao walked in and said quickly, Mr. N. Dong Dayu from Huaban Mobile has contacted me. He hopes to discuss graphene batteries with you. You see. Give me his contact information. And Liang responded. Okay, Zhou Tao responded and left. Zhao Wanqi looked at Liang and said, your goal has been achieved. Graphene batteries are now widely known. When are you going to negotiate for equity? Now you can. And Liang responded, now? Zhao Wanqi hesitated, is there a problem? And Liang asked back, no. Can you tell me your plan? Zhao Wanqi probed. Each of our 4 companies wants 10% of the equity, corresponding to an investment of 10 billion. The technology founder Wu Chunxing wants 1% of the equity, and he uses graphene battery technology as a stake. For the other equity, I suggest 10% of the stock. Leave it to the Imperial City Circle. You can earn up to 49%, and Liang explained. To be honest, this equity allocation is terrible. But An Liang has his own plan. Zhao Wanqi looked at Liang doubtfully. We want 49%. I want a veto. And if the 4 of us, plus Wu Chunxing, agree unanimously, we also need the right to pass. And Liang told him his plan. Zhao Wanqi asked directly, are there any other conditions? Of course there is, but the right to veto with 1 vote and the right to approve with 5 votes are prerequisites. After all, we have given up a large amount of equity. To put it simply, we need to obtain more than 67% of the voting rights with 41% of the equity, similar to Google and Facebook. Wait for the company to implement the AB equity model. We all want Class B equity, and your equity is all Class A. And Liang said the answer, we can give up some economic benefits, but we want control of the graphene company. Of course, daily operations will be handed over to professional managers, and Wu Chunxing is an expert in operations. We will not interfere in daily operations. We will only use our power in major decisions. And Liang explained. For example, some shareholders want us to sell graphene batteries, but these graphene batteries may be used overseas. We may use special voting rights to deny such a decision, and may convene a shareholders' meeting to discuss such decisions. Shareholders were kicked out. And Liang added, what if you do evil? Zhao Wanqi asked back, our right to pass is divided into 5. I cannot do evil alone. If I want to do evil, will the Li family, Yin family, and Qian family follow me and go crazy? And Liang asked back. Zhao Wanqi was silent for a while before asking, do you know? What? And Liang asked back, are you willing to give us 49% of the shares? Do you also know that ours will be divided into 5 shares? Zhao Wanqi said in a showdown. And Liang did not deny it, because Li Tsunyuan and Yun Haiyang had secretly revealed the news to Liang. We still have conditions. It's not just AB shares. You are not just A-share stocks. When you enter the market, the valuation of graphene companies will also skyrocket. And Liang explained. What's the meaning? Zhao Wanshi asked. Chapter 1002. On the way, and Liang returned to Yunjing International Apartment. The Life Winner system sent out a new prompt, and he immediately checked it. Are associated people at risk? Through his danger premonition ability, and Liang immediately discovered that Li Xiyin was in danger. Impossible? All women related to An Liang are protected by Rinnie's security company. Why is Li Xiyin in danger? The danger premonition ability gives a more detailed answer. After An Liang read the answer, his expression changed slightly. He first checked the flights from the imperial capital to the magic capital, and then booked the first-class flight from the imperial capital at 5 o'clock in the morning. In room 8806 of Yunjing International Apartment. After An Liang came back, Chen Xiyu took the initiative to ask, Master, what's wrong with you? Ning Rishuang also saw that An Liang had many things on his mind. There is a piece of work that needs to be taken care of in Shanghai. I have a 5 o'clock flight tomorrow morning and plan to go to bed early today. And Liang explained. Is the problem serious? Chen Xiyu asked with concern. Ning Rishuang looked at An Liang with the same concern. And Liang responded affirmatively. It is indeed a bit serious, but it can be solved. It just so happens that the problems in the imperial capital have been almost solved. Even if the problems are not solved, Brother Yuan can be solved. They help solve it. Originally, and Liang was going to get Ismail's lithography machine back in person. But now he has to trouble Li Tsunyuan and the others to solve it, because Li Xiyin is indeed in danger in the Magic City. As long as it can be solved. Chen Xiyu breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Master, and after you leave this time, when will you come over next time? I'll come over when I have time. I plan to go back to school first. After all, I haven't gone to school since I signed up. And Liang responded. Chen Xiyu pretended to be relieved. That's good. I finally have time to practice the piano, so that you don't have to yell at us here every day. Ning Rishuang agreed. When Master was here, my weight increased. Ning Rishuang's throwing the blame is okay. She obviously gained weight by eating too much during the Chinese New Year, but she can still throw the blame to An Liang. It seems that Ning Rishuang should learn more about automation in the future, allowing her to consume more fat, lest she throw the blame to Brother Liang again. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the morning, An Liang had already boarded the first-class flight to Shanghai, and the purchase of the lithography machine was left to Li Tsunyuan. 5.8 billion of funds were also transferred to Li Tsunyuan. 2 hours later, the morning flight arrived in Shanghai, 10 minutes early. It seemed that the captain was a little high, so he was speeding. After coming out of Dongpu International Airport, An Liang got into a taxi. After getting into the car, the taxi driver spoke first. We have completely monitored the target. The target is at the Xianangguo Garden Hotel east of Fudan College. The taxi driver turned out to be an employee of Rinnie's security company. Have you found out the other party's details and purpose? And Liang asked. The target's name is Togo Saburo. He is 41 years old and comes from the Neon capital Tojin. He is the president of Reader Media Company, Limited. This time, the other party responded to the invitation of Fudan University to give a speech. Fudan University gave the opportunity to interview the other party. Li Xiyin. The taxi driver said quickly, how many people does this Togo Saburo have in his entourage? And Liang asked, there are only 2 people, namely Secretary Anahara Kuriko, female, 27 years old, driver and security guard Amori, male, 32 years old, black belt in Neon Judo, and has a record of learning free fighting. The taxi driver responded. The taxi driver continued. According to our investigation, the target was to meet Li Xiyin at school yesterday and confirmed the interview. How should we deal with it? The taxi driver asked. In his danger premonition ability, An Liang discovered that Togo Saburo and Nakamori were plotting something evil. When the conspiracy was exposed, Togo Saburo ordered Nakamori to hit Li Xiyin with his car, thus causing a tragic accident. And Liang, are you saying these guys are too bold? It's 2020, do you still think it's a bygone era? Follow Level 1 TA treatment plan. An Liang responded. The TA treatment plan is the abbreviation of traffic accident. The first level treatment standard is the faster, the better, the more serious, the better. Simply put, it is a death case based on a traffic accident. Rennie's safety company plays this trick very with experience. Devin was once on the wall like this. And then the patrol room couldn't find any evidence at all. Even if it was known that Liang was behind the plan, there was no evidence to support it. Now the treatment plan ordered by Liang is the same as Devin was dealt with before. Receive. The taxi driver responded first, and then sent Liang to the Huangting Holiday 5-star Hotel near Fudan University. In the business suite of the Huangting Holiday Hotel, Liang contacted Li Xian on WeChat and Liang. Baby, are you up? It's not even 8 o'clock now. If Li Xian stays in bed, there's a real chance she won't get up. Li Xian, of course I got up. There is an important interview today. I finally defeated others and won the opportunity. Was it a hard-earned opportunity? Sure enough, life is unpredictable. Fortunately, this silly girl is protected by Liang. Chapter 1003 at 8:05 in the morning, in front of Fudan University. Liang successfully reunited with Li Xian, and under the leadership of Li Xian, he entered the campus of Fudan University. Come on, baby, take me to breakfast. Liang led Li Xian towards the cafeteria. He had been to Fudan University and had been to the cafeteria before. He looked like a familiar Fudan student. Okay. Li Xian let Liang hold his hand and asked, why did it come all of a sudden without saying anything in advance? There is a problem with the project here, so I came here to deal with it today. And Liang explained the situation. By the way, where's the interview location you agreed on? Star Papa Coffee, just opposite the school. Li Xian responded, well, I learned this location from you. During the previous summer vacation, when Liang and Porsche sales manager Kai Mingjia discussed matters, they did so at Star Papa Coffee in Starlight Center. Li Xian and Lu Ling were both together at that time. This choice is okay, but why there was an accident? The ability to foresee danger is unmistakable. So is there an accident in the choice of location? When Liang led Li Xian to the cafeteria, they met Li Xian's roommate. The other party took the initiative to say, hello, Xian. And Liang didn't remember the other party's name, so he naturally used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check the information. After seeing the information fed back by the interpersonal relationship scanning system, Liang also remembered the other party's name. Li Xian responded, Yuqing, could you please introduce this person? Yuqing rushed to answer, I've met your boyfriend before. And Liang, did I remember correctly? Ahem. Fortunately, Liang had an interpersonal relationship scanning system that identified the other person's name. Otherwise, would it be a bit embarrassing not to know the other person's name? No. Of course it's not embarrassing. Who can remember the names of their girlfriends, best friends, or roommates? Good men don't do this. For example, if Liang remembered Ning Rushuang's name, the result would go without saying, right? Ahem, honey, please introduce me. The good man master asked with a slight embarrassment. Yuqing rolled her eyes at Liang. My name is Yuqing, from Daxiagua, and the sky is sunny after rain. Do you remember it this time? Li Xian smiled carelessly on the side. This silly Beitian is just a little stupid sometimes, or she is simple-minded and doesn't think too much at all. And Liang nodded. Hello, Guanuxia. Yuqing snorted and said to Li Xian, your boyfriend is a bit naughty. Li Xian actually agreed and said, yes, he is very naughty, but he is a very good person. And Liang looked at Yuqing proudly and said with a smile, Vexia Gua, don't even think about whose baby she is. She must be helping me. Yuqing looked helpless. Isn't it great to have a girlfriend? Sorry, having a girlfriend is awesome. And Liang made up for it. When I look at you, you don't have a boyfriend, right? Actually, Yuqing's appearance is not bad, with a score of 82, which is 1 in 1,000. But Liang has an interpersonal relationship scanning system. He knows that Yuqing's pure nature is 100 points, so he naturally knows that she does not have a boyfriend. Yuqing looked at Liang speechlessly. Xian, isn't your boyfriend too cruel? Li Xian responded, it's normal. He's always been like this. And Liang added on the side, Vexia Gua, why can't you remember that Xian is my girlfriend? Yuqing said that she is autistic. The three of them came to the cafeteria together. The cafeteria of Fudan University has a variety of choices for breakfast, including various types of pasta, including steamed buns, flour rolls, steamed buns, noodles, as well as soy milk, fried dough sticks, and porridge. Fried dumplings, as well as sandwiches, fried eggs, bacon, and milk options. And Liang preferred to ignore steamed buns, dumplings, and sandwiches, and bacon because he was unable to determine what raw materials were used for these breakfasts due to cost constraints. And Liang could accept the canteen's food, but it does not mean that he does not screen for potentially problematic foods. And Liang chose fried eggs, milk, and flour rolls. Li Xian had already eaten breakfast, so she swiped in Liang's meal card with her meal card, and then accompanied and Liang eat. Gui Yuqing sat diagonally across from An Liang. She chose a sandwich and a glass of milk. While eating, she asked Li Xian, have you made an appointment with President Togo Saburo of Reader Media Company, Limited for an interview? Gui Yuqing asked. Li Xian responded affirmatively. Yeah, we agreed on 10 o'clock. Gui Yuqing sighed. I really envy you. This is a very good qualification. After graduation, this interview experience can also add points to your job search. Li Xian responded. No, it's just good luck that I happened to be chosen. You are so awesome. You actually learned some simple neon words forcibly. Gui Yuqing sighed, and Liang was secretly stunned. Li Xian can actually speak neon language? It's interesting. In fact, and Liang can also speak neon language, especially when playing Canyon games. His neon language is very outstanding. Chapter 1004 at 9:30 in the morning. Star Papa Coffee Shop opened for business. And Liang followed Li Xian to the Xingbapa Coffee opposite Fudan University. There were very few people in the morning. Li Xian chose a corner seat and took out the voice recorder from the Louis Vuitton messenger bag she carried crosswise. The recorder she used was very high-end. It was Sony's PCM D100 Professional Linear Digital Recorder. She first placed the recorder on a small tripod and added a windproof cover. And Liang, you can play by yourself for a while. I want to concentrate on the interview. Li Xian said seriously. And Liang nodded. No problem. After your interview is over, we can go out to play again. Ah! Li Xian nodded affirmatively. After today's interview, I will accompany you to play in the afternoon. And Liang smiled secretly. Then I'll go and handle the work nearby. You can prepare for the interview first. Li Xian responded. She took out a small notebook and checked the questions for today's interview. She seemed to be very serious about preparing for it. And Liang, who was 2 tables away, looked at Li Xian's serious look and smiled secretly in his heart. The interview subject this silly girl is waiting for will never come. In the confidential communication software of Rennie Security Company, and Liang received the message from number 1 Tang Jinsheng. Number 1. The target is in operation. The task is expected to be completed in 6 minutes. Number 0. Received. Zainangwo Garden Hotel. Saburo Togo, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, and Kuriko Onahara, who was dressed in a small suit, boarded an Alpha Nanny car together, with Mori Nakata responsible for driving. In the rear airline seat, Togo Saburo asked, Lizzie, have you investigated the information about that female student clearly? I have obtained some information, but judging from this information, the other party's economic conditions are very good. Onahara Kuriko responded, if the financial conditions are good, we can think of other ways. For example, if the other party wants to interview a celebrity, we will arrange for the celebrity to be interviewed. Togo Saburo explained. Okay, Mr. Togo, I will write it down. Onahara Kuriko responded. Nakata Mori, who was driving the Alpha Nanny car, suddenly discovered a problem. Because there was a red light ahead, he found that the brakes were malfunctioning and could not brake effectively. It seemed that the brakes were aging. Under such circumstances, he directly became the party running the red light. What was even worse was that the traffic light ahead was not a crosswalk, but a lane intersection. Nakamori tried to cross the traffic with high concentration, but he was eventually hit by a Land Cruiser. If it was an ordinary car accident, it would probably be that the Alpha Nanny car was knocked over, and then the surrounding vehicles stopped, and then the patrol was notified to deal with the traffic accident. But this is not an ordinary accident. After the Alpha Nanny car overturned, Nakata Mori discovered the problem again. He was unable to open the door, and the Alpha Nanny car immediately burst into flames. It was only a few seconds from the overturn to the fire, and the fire was so fierce that the surrounding vehicles kept away for fear of being affected. Lon, who was responsible for the accident at AtoZ, did not run away. A blonde overseas friend looked at the blazing flames in a daze. Some of the surrounding onlookers had notified the patrol, but no one stepped forward to put out the fire. Instead, they took out their mobile phones to take videos. This is probably a characteristic of the times, right? Whether it is a person falling into the water, jumping off a building, or other situations, the onlookers will most likely take out their mobile phones to take videos instead of thinking about saving people. After all, it is possible to save people. Who wouldn't be afraid of being hit by oneself? In less than 10 minutes, 3 patrol motorcycles arrived at the scene first. The fire patrols could not come in because the surrounding traffic was completely blocked. Even if the patrols arrived at the scene, they could only watch the raging fire. After all, ordinary fire extinguishers are useless for burning at this level, right? The 3 police officers first walked towards the overseas friend who caused the accident. One of the police officers asked, "Passport, driver's license, what happened just now?" The blonde overseas friend took out his passport and driver's license, and then responded in stiff Siam Mandarin. "He ran the red light, and I drove normally." Another patrolman checked the safety monitoring records on the tablet. There must be a safety monitoring system at the intersection, because intersections are always places where safety accidents occur. After inquiry, the patrolman determined that the man named Thomas Edwin, according to the words of overseas friends, it is indeed the Alpha Nanny car that ran a red light. From a legal perspective, Thomas Edwin not only has no problem, the maintenance cost of his Land Cruiser even needs to be compensated by the other party, but from the current point of view, get up, the other car owner seems to be cold. "Lu Peng, have you found out about the car that caused the accident?" Zhuang Xiang asked. "Wait a moment, Brother Zhuang. I'm still identifying the other party's license plate." Lu Peng responded. Yang Hao was observing the situation of the car accident. There should be no risk of explosion, but the people in the vehicle should be dead. Chapter 1005. At an intersection 2 kilometers east of Fudan University, a raging fire burned an Alpha Nanny car. While waiting for the fire patrol to arrive, the fire almost went out on its own. The entire Alpha Nanny car was burned into a metal skeleton. Whether it was Tugo Saburo or the other 2 people, they were all turned into coke. The patrolman investigated the safety surveillance records, and after briefly interrogating Thomas Edwin, they defined the incident as a traffic accident, and only needed to take Thomas Edwin back to the police to record the incident. The situation this time is different from Jade Vian's situation before. The conflict between Jia Duan and En Liang was well known before. When something happened to Jia Duan, everyone's first reaction was that En Liang was responsible. That's why some police officers suspected En Liang and wanted to investigate En Liang. This time is completely different. What happened this time was that En Liang knew there was a problem in advance through his danger premonition ability, thus predicting the opponent's actions and nipping the danger in the cradle before anything happened. How could he possibly suspect En Liang under such circumstances? After all, no causal connection has been established, and without any motive at all, it is impossible to think of En Liang, so it is naturally simply defined as a traffic accident. The ability to foresee danger is so powerful. In the Stardad Cafe opposite Fudan University, Li Xian checked the interview questions for the last time. After she was sure that there were no mistakes, she picked up her phone to check the time. However, it is already past 10 o'clock. Li Xian also took a special look at the Patek Philippe 7121J001 watch on her left wrist, in case there was a problem with the time on her phone, but the time on the watch was also past 10 o'clock. Li Xian couldn't help but walk to En Liang's table. She found that En Liang was reading a book called The Universe in a Nutshell on Liang. Li Xian called. En Liang picked up the bookmark and sandwiched it between the pages. This book was provided by Starbucks. Faced with Li Xian's call, he asked knowingly, "What's wrong, baby?" Li Xian said anxiously, "The interview time I agreed on here is 10 o'clock, but it's already 9 past 10 and the other party still hasn't shown up. I'm worried that the other party has canceled the interview." "Who are you going to interview?" And Liang still asked knowingly. Li Xian said, "The president of Reader Media Company Limited over there in Neon was invited by the school to give lectures." Reader Media Company Limited has a pretty good influence in Neon, so I think interview their president. If you make an agreement, it should come, right? And Liang responded, I'm just worried that the other party won't come. After all, this is a rare opportunity. Li Xian said with some worry. And Liang comforted him. Don't worry, honey. Even if the other party gives up, I will call another person for you to interview. Ah! Li Xian was stunned for a moment. While Li Xian was in a daze, her cell phone rang with an incoming call. The caller ID was Gui Yuqing, and Li Xian immediately answered it. Xian, are you at Star Papa Cafe? Gui Yuqing asked anxiously. Li Xian responded affirmatively, yes. Are you interviewing President Togo Saburo? Gui Yuqing asked again. Li Xian replied negatively. No, the other party didn't come. I was wondering if the other party had let go. What a relief. Gui Yuqing sighed. Li Xian was confused. What did the other party mean? Xian, don't get me wrong. I'm worried about you. If you were interviewing President Togo Saburo now, I would definitely be scared to death because I just saw the local news that President Togo Saburo had a car accident, including Onahara. The secretary and their driver all died in the car accident. So if you were interviewing President Saburo Togo, wouldn't that be scary? Gui Yuqing explained. Li Xian was a little speechless. This Gui Yuqing is a superstition. Did they get into a car accident? Li Xian asked. I'll push it to you on WeChat, and you can take a look for yourself. Gui Yuqing hung up the phone and then pushed local news to Li Xian on WeChat. On Liang, look at this. Li Xian asked Liang to check it together. Li Xian clicked on the local news and then played the video of the car accident scene and announced the identities of the victims. And Liang joked, don't say that. Your interviewee is like this cold? Well, my interview subject was in a car accident and was killed in the car accident, so they were late. Li Xian explained. This silly girl, that's why they were late? And Liang almost laughed out loud. She was late. She obviously would never arrive, right? Li Xian silently returned to the table in the corner, and she began after putting away the recorder. She felt a little depressed. And Liang walked over and said, Baby, don't be sad. The dead rest in peace, and the living work hard. Ahem, I've screwed up my lines. Let's do it again. Baby, I'll arrange a new interviewer for you. What do you think of this person? And Liang showed his mobile phone to Li Xian for review. The homepage of Dong Dazue's Weibo account was displayed on the screen of the mobile phone. Dong Dayu? Li Xian was stunned for a moment. Do you know him? Li Xian continued. Last night he broadcast live late at night to explain that their pedal phone is equipped with a graphene battery. He was the #1 hot search on Weibo. He is very popular, so it should be difficult to hire him. Li Xian thought and Liang wanted to spend money to hire someone. Is it difficult to hire Dong Dayu? And Liang thinks it's not difficult, right? Chapter 1006 Dong Dayu is indeed very popular. Late last night, Dong Dayu started a live broadcast and explained in detail the powerful features of the graphene battery version of the M30 Pro mobile phone. Whether it is ultra-fast charging or ultra-long battery life, he personally demonstrated it in the live broadcast. The graphene battery promotional video, previously released through Manhwa Video, was only a little over 3 minutes long. Although there is various evidence that graphene batteries are indeed very powerful, some people still express doubts. It wasn't until Dong Dayu personally demonstrated the power of graphene batteries in a live broadcast late last night that a large number of people were completely convinced that graphene batteries had indeed entered the commercial application stage. After all, the first impression of graphene batteries by the general public is that they are scams. Because regarding graphene batteries, except in the news, it seems that I have never seen the finished product. This time, the Huaban M30 Pro mobile phone is equipped with a graphene battery, and the live broadcast has verified it, which instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the melon eaters. They left messages on Dong Dayu's Weibo to ask whether Huaban's upcoming B40 series mobile phones will be equipped with graphene batteries. Originally, Dong Dayu's Weibo had only 10,000 or 20,000 likes, only 1,000 or 2,000 comments, and less than 1,000 retweets. But yesterday, Dong Dayu posted a Weibo post after his live broadcast, saying that graphene battery technology has matured and been implemented, and the number of likes alone exceeded 3 million. The number of comments has exceeded 500,000, and the number of retweets has exceeded 100,000. This achievement only took half a day. Baby, have you also watched Dong Dazue's live broadcast? And Liang asked. Li Xian shook her head in the negative. I didn't read it, but I saw the news when I got up in the morning. We have to watch the hot news every morning. There's nothing wrong with this. Li Xian is a news media major. Watching hot news every day is her daily study. I didn't expect that graphene batteries were actually made. I always thought graphene batteries were a scam. Li Xian explained that. And Liang did not reveal his identity. He asked, do you want to interview Dong Dazue? Is it really possible? Li Xian was a little moved. On Liang, first tell me what price you have to pay for inviting him. And Liang stretched out his hand and pinched Li Xian's cheek. This silly girl doesn't use makeup, but her skin is in very good condition, and she feels like it can be broken by blows. Dong Dayu and I are good friends. Good friends help each other without paying any price at all. Maybe treat him to a meal? And Liang explained. Really? Li Xian expressed doubts. Of course it's true. Just wait a moment, and I'll give Dong Dayu a call. And Liang responded. He dialed Dong Dayu's number directly through the loudspeaker. Li Xian glanced at Liang's mobile phone interface. And Liang had saved Dong Dayu's contact information. Dong Dayu was naturally displayed on the call interface. S name is not a numeric number. 10 seconds later, the call was connected, and Dong Dayu's voice came first. Hello, Mr. In. Mr. Dong, are you still in the imperial capital? And Liang asked. Dong Dayu responded affirmatively. Yes, I am still in the imperial capital. Mr. And what can I do? And Liang responded, that's right, I'm in Shanghai now, and my girlfriend is a student majoring in journalism and media at Fudan University. Do you have time for an interview? Dong Dayu is a sensible person. Yesterday, in the barbecue restaurant, he heard that Liang had 2 girlfriends in imperial capital. Now that Liang first said that he was in Magic City, it must not be the 2 girlfriends he mentioned yesterday. It must be my girlfriend in Shanghai. Dong Dayu responded, of course I have time. Mr. In, I will book a flight to Shanghai right away and expect to arrive before 2 o'clock in the afternoon. How can we arrange it? Hey, I'll make the arrangements here. Contact me directly when you arrive. And Liang responded, okay, Mr. In, see you in the afternoon. Dong Dayu responded, no problem, see you in the afternoon. And Liang responded and hung up the phone. He looked at Li Xian, who was a little dazed, stretched out his hand, and flicked his head. Ah! Li Xian looked at Liang angrily. What are you doing? What are you doing? And Liang asked back. Li Xian looked at Liang and said, I was thinking how powerful you are. It obviously feels like everyone has just graduated from the college entrance examination, but you are so amazing, little fool. And Liang pinched Li Xian's little cheek and said, by the way, Dong Daze has arranged it for you. Let's see where we plan to interview. Li Xian responded in confusion. I don't know either. Where do you think it's appropriate? And Liang responded, first of all, we exclude Star Papa Coffee Shop. According to Dong Daze's current popularity, if we interview in Star Papa Coffee Shop, we will probably be watched by people from 3 floors inside and 3 outside. It is also unclear whether the interview can proceed smoothly. Must. Li Xian agreed with certainty. And Liang asked, your school should have an interview room, right? Will the interview be held inside our school? Li Xian asked hesitantly. Any questions? And Liang asked back. Chapter 10121:10 noon. In the Sichuan Shengqing-style cafeteria of Fudan University, Li Xian ordered fish-flavored shredded pork, boiled pork slices, and braised pork ribs for An Liang. By the way, she also ordered stir-fried lettuce and a tomato and egg soup. Li Xian ordered 5 dishes, mainly because Gui Yuqing came over to eat and because the portions of the dishes in the canteen were a little small. All right. In fact, An Liang is better at eating. After all, he is a dual-talent warrior, and food will be efficiently converted into energy reserves. Near 1 o'clock, An Liang was drinking tomato and egg soup. His mobile phone rang with an incoming call. The caller ID read, Dong Dayu. And Liang picked up the mobile phone and answered the call. Dong Dayu's voice came first. Mr. In, I have landed at Dongpu International Airport in Shanghai. Are you at Fudan University? Has Mr. Dong eaten? And Liang asked casually. Dong Dayu responded, I ate airline meals on the plane. That's fine. I happen to have lunch in the cafeteria here at Fudan University. You can come over now. And Liang responded. Dong Dayu was a little speechless. He originally thought that Liang had arranged a reception banquet. It seems like you were thinking too much. Brainstorming is the most deadly. Okay, Mr. N, I'll be here right away, in about an hour. Dong Dayu explained. Okay, you can contact me directly when you arrive at Fudan University, and I will show you the way. And Liang responded. The two ended the call, and Gui Yuqing asked slightly excitedly, And Liang, is Dong Dayu from Flower Petals here? Li Xian also looked at Liang. And Liang responded affirmatively. Well, Dong Daze got off the plane and will arrive in about an hour. Gui Yuqing brought up old things again. Please wait a moment. I want to take a photo with him. And Liang nodded speechlessly. In fact, Gui Yuqing is not a fan of Dong Dayu. She is a fan of Huaban, and her mobile phone is Huaban M30 Pro, so she wanted to take a photo with Dong Dayu. Near 2 o'clock, and Liang, Li Xian, and Gui Yuqing met Dong Dayu at the gate of Fudan University. Dong Dayu was wearing windproof earmuffs and was not recognized. Hello, Mr. Dong Dayu greeted politely. He extended his hands to shake hands enthusiastically. And Liang also held Dong Dayu's hands politely. Mr. Dong, you are too polite. This is the Magic City. There is no need to follow the rules in the imperial capital. Habits, yours. By the way, Mr. Dong, let me introduce to you. This is my girlfriend Li Xian, and this is my girlfriend's roommate Gui Yuqing. And Liang introduced Dong Dayu. Dong Dayu greeted him very politely, without any intention of extending his hand. Hello, I am Dong Dayu from Huaban Mobile. I am very happy to meet you. Li Xian responded slightly nervously. Hello, Mr. Dong. Gui Yuqing responded excitedly. Mr. Dong, can I take a photo with you? Dong Dayu looked at Liang and responded after Liang nodded. Of course. After Li Xian took photos of the two of them, and Liang greeted, let's go to the news interview room. Oh, by the way, honey, tell your counselor that Mr. Dong from Huaban is here, and will be there right away. And Liang explained. Li Xian responded. In less than 10 minutes, four people arrived at the news interview hall. In the news interview hall, there were not only Jiang Xinjie, but also the leaders of the School of Journalism and Media and Nyogwa Shui hidden among the students. Everyone was simple and elegant. After the awkward introduction and acquaintance, we quickly got to the point with Li Xian interviewing Dong Dayu. Hello, Mr. Dong. I am Li Xian from Fudan School of Journalism and Media. I am very happy to interview Mr. Dong today. Li Xian's regular opening remarks. Dong Dayu responded very politely. Hello, classmate Li Xian. I am Dong Dayu from the mobile phone division of Huaban Group. I am very happy to be interviewed by classmate Li today. Mr. Dong, regarding the graphene version of the Petal M30 Pro mobile phone, you already conducted a live broadcast yesterday, thereby proving its authenticity. We would like to ask if the graphene version of the Petal M30 Pro mobile phone is to be launched, what will its price be? Woolen cloth? Li Xian's first question is very sharp. This question goes to the core. Dong Dayu's live broadcast proved the authenticity of graphene batteries. But will the price of graphene batteries be astronomical? When we previously released the Huaban M30 Pro mobile phone, the 8G memory and 128G storage version was priced at 5,488 yuan, and the 256GB storage version was priced at 5,988 yuan. If a graphene battery version is added, according to the expensive cost of graphene batteries and the excellent features, our estimated selling prices are 6,288 yuan and 6,788 yuan. Dong Dayu glanced at Liang when he was talking about the price. But Liang was indifferent. How much the Petals will sell is the Petals' business. They dream of the future, and the theory is that the company has already earned what they should earn. Money is forever. You can't make enough money. Only when other people follow you and make money will other people listen to you and follow your lead. Otherwise, why should others listen to you? Chapter 1013 Fudan University, the news interview hall of the School of Journalism and Media. Li Xian is interviewing Dong Dayu from Huaban Mobile. Li Xian points out the fundamental issue of graphene battery prices from the very beginning. Mr. Dong, has Huaban ever considered producing a graphene battery version of the Huaban M30 Pro mobile phone? Li Xian asked. This question is a little milder, but it is also a key issue, because quite a lot of melon eaters on the internet are concerned about this issue. A large number of melon eaters irresponsibly said that if the graphene version of Petals is launched on the Huaban mobile phone, M30 Pro mobile phone, they will definitely buy it. As for whether they will buy it or not, this is a metaphysical question. As for the promises made by the masses in the internet world, as long as they are not fully booked, it is regarded as bragging. The former Ghost mobile phone, he suffered so much that he actually believed the promises of the melon-eating people. Is it too miserable for the carpenter? Faced with Li Xian's inquiry, Dong Diyu laughed. There is currently no way to determine this issue, because graphene battery suppliers are making every effort to expand production capacity, and we at Huaban are also waiting for good news from each other. Which company is the graphene battery supplier? Li Xian asked him. Dong Diyu coughed twice, and he glanced at Liang vaguely. And Liang was covering his forehead. This little fool. Didn't you do your homework before the interview? Dong Diyu published the relevant answers on his Weibo. Dong Diyu was covering his forehead. Yukon Liang didn't say anything, and he answered directly. Regarding this question, I actually said in the live broadcast that our graphene batteries come from Imperial Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Company, Limited. Since classmate Lee asked this question, I would like to introduce you to the Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Company, Limited. It is a completely independent graphene battery technology company. From the design and production of graphene battery cells and packaging to the design and packaging of graphene battery management chips, all have independent intellectual property rights. Dong Diyu touted a wave of Dream Future companies. Let me talk about another data. The valuation of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Company, Limited exceeds 1 trillion. It is a very powerful and low-key company. Dong Diyu explained. Is it so powerful? Li Xian sighed, and then continued to ask, Mr. Dong, according to your past practice of Petal Mobile, you should release a new B40 series mobile phone in the past 2 months. Will the new B40 series mobile phone be equipped with graphite? What about EN batteries? This issue is also of concern to many people on the internet. Dong Diyu responded, regarding this issue, I can only respond conservatively. In the early stages of release, we will supply a small amount of the highest configuration graphene battery version B40 series cell phone. The reason is still that the supplier's production capacity is insufficient. According to our exchanges, it will take at least 3 months for the other party to initially and stably supply graphene batteries, and will initially supply Petals exclusively to us. Dong Diyu explained. In addition, there is a special thing to note about the B40 series mobile phones and graphene batteries. Overseas Petal fans will not be able to directly purchase the graphene battery version of the B40 series mobile phones. Dong Diyu explained. Li Xian immediately asked, why? It is still a request made by the supplier. We at Huaban Mobile will abide by our commitment to our suppliers. The graphene battery version of Huaban Mobile will not be sold directly overseas. Dong Diyu explained. Li Xian asked again, regarding this issue, can we understand that your supplier is treating different sales regions differently? This question, a bit sharp, Dong Diyu responded. No, it's just because the initial output of graphene batteries is too low to meet the needs of more markets. Therefore, the graphene battery version of the B40 series mobile phones will only be sold in the internal areas of Xia State. In order to make up for this regrettable problem, we will hold a press conference for the B40 series mobile phones in overseas regions first, and provide excellent B40 series mobile phones to overseas regions first. Dong Diyu added, in addition, if Huaban fans in overseas areas particularly want to try the graphene battery version of Huaban mobile phone, our Huaban mobile phone will not block overseas purchasing business. Dong Diyu said with a smile. When Dong Diyu said, overseas purchasing agent, the scene burst into laughter. One last thing to add, the B40 series of mobile phones should be our first products using mature graphene battery technology. In the not-too-distant future, We will comprehensively update mobile phones, tablets, laptops, smartwatches, and wireless earphones and other devices will use graphene batteries in all consumer electronics to provide the best experience for consumers. Dong Dayu summarized and explained. After saying this, Dong Dayu stood up and said politely, "Classmate Lee, today's interview is over. I still need to deal with work." "Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Dong, for taking the time to be interviewed." Li Xiyin responded politely. Dong Dayu walked towards En Liang and said politely to En Liang, "Classmate, I'll go ahead. I do have things to deal with here." This time, Dong Dayu's name for En Liang was as low-key as possible according to En Liang's suggestion. "No problem, thanks, Mr. Dong." En Liang thanked him. Dong Dayu replied politely, "Classmate is so polite." After the two parties exchanged greetings, Dong Dayu left accompanied by the leaders of the School of Journalism and Media of Fudan University. Li Xiyin quickly came to En Liang and asked timidly, "En Liang, was the interview I just conducted not very good?" En Liang responded with a smile, "Little fool, you just performed great." "Really?" Li Xiyin asked expectantly. En Liang nodded affirmatively. "Really?" Li Xiyin showed a happy smile. "Let's go too. I'll take you to dinner later. What do you want to eat?" En Liang asked maliciously. No matter what Li Xiyin wants to eat, there is only one thing En Liang wants to eat. After all, Li Xiyin can't run away this time, right? Chapter 1014, Facing En Liang's Invitation. How could Li Xiyin not know what he meant? Li Xiyin snorted softly. "I have to wait a while. I want to see the video of the interview record. This video will be posted on our official WeChat account of Fudan University. I will see if they film me well." "Ugly," En Liang said jokingly. "Don't worry, it's impossible," En Liang added. "After all, my baby is so beautiful. Will coax me," Li Xiyin said with a smile in her eyes. This little fool who doesn't mean what she says. When it was close to 5 o'clock, Li Xiyin finished watching the interview video, and she walked up to En Liang with a look on her face. En Liang pinched her the little face, said, "Baby, the smile on your face is so obvious. Doesn't it look good on you in the interview video?" Li Xiyin, who was asked by En Liang, felt a little embarrassed. "Since there is no problem with the interview video, I will take you to celebrate. What do you want to eat?" En Liang asked. Li Xiyin responded, "I want to go back to the dormitory first." "Okay." En Liang led her towards the dormitory. En Liang has been to Li Xiyin's dormitory, but he should be stopped by the dormitory aunt now, right? Downstairs in Li Xiyin's dormitory, En Liang first dealt with tonight's affairs in advance, and then while waiting for Li Xiyin, he was sending messages to Wu Chunxing. The software they communicated with was the confidential communication software within the National Security Investigation Bureau. En Liang, "Lao Wu, I just heard Dong Dazue say that Huab 40 series mobile phones can use graphene batteries." Wu Chunxing, "Yes, Mr. and Dong Dazue and I had a hard time talking to each other before. In the end, we could only agree to provide him with 10,000 to 20,000 graphene batteries first." Wu Chunxing, "There be 40 series mobile phones will be released in April. We still have 1.5 months in Liang. Is it too late?" Wu Chunxing, "There's enough time. The unit building the factory this time is directly the construction team under the Royal Forest Army. Their efficiency is very high. Coupled with the concession from the Shershan district government, we can work day and night. The first phase of the project was originally planned to take half a year, but now it should only take a little more than a month." Wu Chunxing, "According to this progress, we can provide some graphene batteries for pedals during trial production." Wu Chunxing, "Mr. and will we only provide pedal graphene batteries in the early stage?" And Liang, "Is there anyone else looking for you?" Wu Chunxing, "There is a computer manufacturer called Lianxiang who wants us to provide them with graphene batteries for laptops. The price is relatively high." And Liang, "I know this manufacturer, a bald eagle conscientious enterprise." Wu Chunxing, "This company seems to belong to Xiagua?" Wu Chunxing used to be an out-and-out bald eagle native. He naturally knew that Lianxiang Computer was an enterprise of the Xia Kingdom, not the bald eagle nation. And Liang, "Just refuse it anyway." Wu Chunxing, "Okay." Wu Chunxing, By the way, Mr. and we have started to register patents, including the new charging protocol USB solution based on Type-C interface, which is being registered. We plan to use Type-CE as the logo, which represents evolution. Can you think of it? And Liang, no problem. By the way, what is the power of the new charging protocol? Wu Chunsheng. Directly breaking through the 100W limit of the USB PD protocol, we magically changed the Type-C interface and added 4 new charging channels, thus reaching the highest charging power of 200W. If the battery capacity is still 7,000 milliamp hours, can be done in just 6 minutes. And Liang, this kind of technology is temporarily reserved, and the dividends of the previous technology will be harvested first. The current charging power of 100W and no attenuation is already at the level of air every second. Why do we need to release new technology? Take a look at Intel. Since 2013, Intel has been squeezing out toothpaste with its processors every year. There is no fundamental progress at all? Okay. As for whether it is a profiteer, this is a good question, and Liang feels that it is a matter of benevolence and wisdom. Anyway, and Liang feels that this kind of behavior is called technical reserve and is not the behavior of profiteers. I'm coming. Li Xian's voice interrupted and Liang's chat. And Liang sent a concluding message to Wu Chunsheng and closed the confidential communication software of the National Security Investigation Bureau. He looked at Li Xian. This silly girl had changed into a Louis Vuitton one. Bucket bag, and then changed clothes. What do you want to eat? And Liang asked. Li Xian took the initiative to hold in Liang's arm, and she responded deliberately, I want to eat stinky tofu. And Liang was speechless. He refused. At this time when everything is ready and all we need is east wind, let Li Xian eat stinky tofu? That's a disaster. After all, the last time she was in Chongqing, after Li Xian ate stinky tofu, the sour and refreshing feeling just made her taste better when she recalled it. And Liang remembered the fear of being the only match for stinky tofu. Chapter 10:15, and Liang mercilessly rejected Li Xian's proposal. It was impossible to choose stinky tofu. And Liang also rejected a series of dinners with strong flavors, such as Chongqing hot pot and malatang. As for neon cuisine and Western food, all were denied by Liang. Neon cuisine has a large number of raw dishes, such as various sashimi. What if the sashimi ingredients are not fresh or Li Xian's resistance is not as strong as An Liang's and she develops diarrhea? The same goes for Western food. For example, what if you have diarrhea after eating half-cooked steak? And Liang definitely didn't want to have diarrhea at this moment. In order to be on the safe side, avoid food with heavy flavors, have a sense of ceremony, and show his respect for Li Xian. And Liang chose high-end Cantonese cuisine. The most high-end Cantonese cuisine in Shanghai was probably Tang Court at the Langham Hotel. After all, it was once a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Later, after changing the chef, coupled with the lack of service details and a real decline in the taste of the dishes, Tangge has dropped to 1 Michelin star this year. And Liang himself didn't care much about the Michelin star rating, but he still stayed away from restaurants like Tang Pavilion, which had continuously dropped star ratings. He finally chose Imperial Treasure Xian. Yubeachuan is not a local brand in Xia Kingdom, but comes from the Lion City, a tax haven. It is located on the Bund of Shanghai. When Liang took Li Xian to the entrance of Fudan University, a black Rolls-Royce Phantom was already waiting. After confirming the information with Liang, the driver in a black suit and white gloves respectfully opened the door for Liang. And Liang let Li Xian get in the car first in a gentlemanly manner. The back seats of the Rolls-Royce Phantom are 2 relatively independent seats. And Liang held Li Xian's hand. He had already told the driver the destination, and the driver would naturally go there. Li Xian asked in a low voice, Where are we going to eat? How about the Bund? And Liang responded, Are you at the Huangting Holiday Inn outside our school again? Li Xian asked. And Liang did stay at the Huangting Holiday Hotel, and it was in the executive suite number 2808 last time. The Huangting Holiday Hotel is just a very ordinary 5-star hotel, and the price of the executive suite is only 1,600 yuan a night. It's true that it's so cheap that it lowers the quality of a 5-star hotel. Yes, and Liang said with certainty. Li Shiyin whispered. Then let's eat nearby. And Liang also lowered his voice and teased. You can't wait any longer? You big bad guy. Li Shiyin rolled her eyes at Liang. Looking at this simple and somewhat heartless Li Shiyin, and Liang felt full of love. This kind of Li Shiyin was more innocent and less wealthy. Yeah, I really like it. As for what Li Shiyin said about eating nearby, that's impossible. In fact, when Liang was just waiting for her downstairs in Li Shiyin's dormitory, he had already rebooked Aminyanjian. In the magical city, the hotel Liang is most satisfied with is Manhwayan. In the imperial capital, the hotel Liang is most dissatisfied with is Manhua. It's the same Amman, but the difference is really huge. Liang hopes to give Li Shiyin the best naturally. He would not bring a novice like Li Shiyin into the canyon game in the most ordinary five-star hotel like the Haunting Holiday Inn. He once said that from an emotional level, because feelings cannot be like money can be quantified, and Liang really can't achieve absolute balance. He actually has more feelings for Li Shiyin in his heart. And Liang hopes that Li Shiyin will have a wonderful experience when entering the canyon game for the first time. That's why Liang booked Yangyun Amman Hotel and booked in Guyuan Level Suite, which is the highest level of rooms at Amman Yangyun. The price of a one-bedroom Guyuan suite reaches 20,000 yuan. As for whether the price is worth it, for Anli Anglai said, it must be worth it. The Rolls-Royce Phantom is very quiet, and the sound of traffic outside cannot be heard. And Liang held Li Shiyin's right hand with his left hand, and he asked casually, Baby, how is your progress in learning to drive? During the previous vacation, Li Shiyin vowed to learn to drive seriously after school started. And Liang wondered if this silly girl could really learn it. I have only been there twice recently, and I am still practicing Subject 3. However, there are no instructors at the driving school recently, so I have to wait until later. Li Shiyin responded. Li Shiyin's driver's license study progress is still good. She passed Subjects 1 and 2 early, but got stuck in Subject 3. And Liang was stunned for a moment. What would it be like without a coach? Coach Young has taken leave, and I have to wait until she comes back before going. Li Shiyin explained. Didn't Xingfu Driving School say there were 3 female instructors? And Liang asked doubtfully. When he signed up, the other party told Liang that there were 3 female coaches. What does it mean that there are no coaches now? Li Shiyin said embarrassedly. When Coach Yang was away, Coach Wani took me to practice driving, and I accidentally hit the median in the middle of the road. Later, when Coach Miao took me to practice driving, I bumped into the coaching car in front of me again. Li Shiyin added, These 2 coaches are a little afraid of me. They told me to wait for Coach Yang. And Liang suddenly felt that it was really okay to let Li Shiyin learn to drive. Chapter 10:16, there is definitely something wrong with Li Shiyin's driving skills. And Liang wondered how he should teach her to drive later. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom shuttled through the night, sending in Liang and Li Shiyin to the Royal Treasure House on the Bund. And Liang took Li Shiyin out of the car, and he led Li Shiyin towards Yubayakshuan. The receptionist at Imperial Treasure House greeted her warmly. Good evening, and welcome to Imperial Treasure House. Do you have a reservation? Good evening. I have a reservation. My surname is In. And Liang responded, Hello, Mr. In. Please come this way. The welcoming lady led the way for Liang and Li Shiyin. Although Imperial Treasure Xian is a 2 Michelin-starred restaurant, Imperial Treasure Xian's positioning is not a cold one. Instead, it has a specially created warmth. Whether it is the service attitude or the layout of the restaurant, it is biased towards in the direction of 1-1. The welcoming lady took in Liang and Li Shiyin to the table for 2 by the window. The service staff immediately brought over 2 menus. Imperial Treasure Xian has not yet upgraded its electronic ordering and still uses the traditional large book menu. And Liang and Li Shiyin flipped through the menus respectively. The dishes of Yubayakshuan pricing is synonymous with affordability among 2 Michelin-star restaurants. And Liang glanced at it and saw that, except for a few specialties, most of the dishes were very affordable. If there are more than 4 people gathering for dinner, 300 per person can solve the problem. 300 yuan per person in a Michelin 2-star restaurant? To put it bluntly, it is indeed very conscientious. After all, everyone in the imperial capital remembers the roast duck. The price per capita exceeds this, right? As for remembering the roast duck, how good is it? I understand everything. At first, and Liang was almost cheated, but the three brothers Li Tzu and Yuan stopped him from being cheated. Li Xian looked through the menu, and she clicked on it. I want a piece of Milk King Quicksand Bun. Milk King Quicksand Bun is the #1 recommended item of Imperial Treasure Xian, and is known as the #1 item in the Magic City in terms of quicksand bun items. As for the price, it's a bit unbelievable to say it, but with the aura of being the #1 in Shanghai and the support of a 2-star Michelin restaurant, the price of 3 Milk King Quicksand Buns is only 36 yuan. After conversion, the price of a single Milk King Quicksand Bun is only 12 yuan. If you have eaten quicksand buns and know what quicksand buns are, you should know that the most common quicksand buns, as long as they are genuine quicksand buns, cost at least 7 or 8 yuan, right? So Yubeakshuan's Milk King quicksand buns are really cheap. I'd also like the steamed chicken feet with soy sauce. Li Xian ordered another dish that was more snack-oriented. The price was also 36 yuan, which revealed a strong sense of affordability. You get some of the others. Li Xian closed the menu and let Liang decide. And Liang nodded slightly. Li Xian preferred fish. He looked at the menu and ordered the special dish, steamed fish with bamboo shoots and shell. The service staff was recording the dishes on the side. This dish is the specialty of Yubeakshuan. In addition, bamboo shoots and shellfish are relatively expensive. The price is 960 yuan per serving. Truffle shrimp balls. And Liang ordered another special dish. This one looked very expensive because it had both truffles and shrimp, but in fact it was only 75 yuan. For a 2 Michelin star restaurant at this price level, and Liang recommends coming to Shanghai. You can check in when traveling because it is really affordable and it is a Michelin restaurant that ordinary people can check in. Fish maw stewed in thick chicken soup. And Liang ordered a soup. The price was 228 yuan, which was a little expensive, but fish maw chicken is not cheap in the first place. Cold ice grass. And Liang chose a vegetable, and the price was 68 yuan. Wheat grass is a vegetable with a particularly good taste. If you haven't eaten it before, and Liang recommends trying it. After all, the price is not expensive. Sir, the dishes you ordered should be enough for 2 people. The service staff reminded, okay, thanks. And Liang closed the menu. A reminder system like Imperial Treasure Xian is actually easy to win favor. It not only avoids waste, but also creates a feeling of thinking about customers for customers, thus giving Imperial Treasure Xian a better reputation. It can only be said that this is probably a catering company that carefully builds its brand, right? As for the roast duck, just lying on the merits and deceiving people. After a while, the dishes were served one after another, and the first one to come was the Milk King Quicksand Buns. And Liang first tried to touch the Milk King Quicksand Bun with his hand to make sure it was at the right temperature, and then reminded him, baby, it's not hot. And Liang said as he picked up a Milk King Quicksand Bun and took a bite. The salty smell, the chewy texture, and the soft, waxy, and chewy outer skin make it the #1 recommendation. Li Xian, after taking a bite, he praised, this quicksand bun is so delicious. Not bad indeed. And Liang seconded the opinion. The steamed chicken feet with soy sauce is also quite good. It has a moderately soft and waxy texture. It is not so soft that it melts in the mouth, so there is no texture, nor is there a lack of heat, which makes it difficult to chew the skin of the chicken feet. Steamed bamboo shoot fish is today's main dish. I'm afraid many people don't know that the bamboo shoot fish is an invasive alien species, right? After all, it is an invasive species that needs to be artificially cultured after being eaten. It itself is embarrassed to say that it is an invasive species, so why not they pretended to be high-end ingredients to save the last bit of face for themselves. The texture of the bamboo shoot fish was fresh and tender without any fishy smell, and the steamed sauce was very tasty. Li Xian ate half of it by herself, and then An Liang finished the rest. Half a piece. After nearly an hour, and Liang and Li Xian finally finished eating the entire table. And Liang suddenly felt that he was a little hasty because he found that he had eaten a bit too much, and might it affect his driving later? Fortunately, there is a backup plan. Chapter 1022 the next day, February 20th, It was just after 7 in the morning. When Li Xian woke up, she felt in Liang's body temperature and Liang's gentle breathing and heartbeat. Li Xian found this feeling of lying next to Liang so close up very strange. She secretly glanced at Liang, who had not yet woken up, and then carefully snuggled up to Liang's side, hoping to continue sleeping for a while. At nearly 8 o'clock, Liang woke up and found Li Xian looking at him. So he asked, "Baby, what are you looking at me for? You look so ugly when you sleep." Li Xian said innocently, "Hey, you silly girl." And Liang immediately pulled Li Xian over. Li Xian quickly begged for mercy. No, 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 I was wrong, and Liang, I was wrong. Did you know you were wrong at this time? And Liang hummed. Li Xian responded pitifully, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I have to go to class later. And Liang glanced at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Li Xian had class at 10 o'clock. It would still be close to an hour from Yanyan Amon. He greeted, "Baby, get up quickly. We'll have breakfast." Past, Li Xian walked to the bathroom. After Li Xian went to the bathroom, and Liang followed. In the bathroom, Li Xian said coquettishly, "You big bad guy. What are you doing here?" "Of course, take a shower." And Liang said seriously, "Okay, let's take a shower and then send you to school." And Liang is not a reckless person. Li Xian entered the canyon game for the first time yesterday, so he naturally let Li Xian go. The two had breakfast at Aminyanjian in the morning, and An Liang still chose Rouse at Aminyanjian. Traveling in the Rolls-Royce Phantom limousine, he and Li Xian sat in the spacious back row of the Rolls-Royce. And Liang still held Li Xian's right hand with his left hand, and the fingers were interlocked, so as to prevent Li Xian from feeling disappointed. After girls play the canyon game for the first time, their mentality is actually very fragile, so they need to be more cautious with female players. Li Xian's right hand is held by Liang, and she is holding the mobile phone in her left hand to check the chat. Although it is a bit inconvenient to use the mobile phone with one hand, but Li Xian likes the fulfilling feeling of being led by Liang. Guo Yuqing. Xin, are you coming to class today? Guo Yuqing. Do you want me to ask for leave for you? Guo Yuqing. There is an important class at 10 o'clock in the morning. Guo Yuqing. Where are the people? Guo Yuqing. If you don't show up at 9:30, I'll ask you for leave and say you have a fever. Guo Yuqing. You do have a fever, right? Bad laugh, bad laugh, bad laugh. Li Xian looked at the message sent by Guo Yuqing, and she typed slowly with her left hand. Li Xian. I want to come to class, Li Xian. I'm on my way, Li Xian. I'll arrive around 9:30, Guo Yuqing. Wow. Guo Yuqing. I thought you couldn't come today. Guo Yuqing. How is it? Guo Yuqing. Tell me what it feels like. Li Xian. Guo Yuqing. Share, we are good sisters, aren't we? Li Xian. No. Guo Yuqing. Wow. You've gone too far. Guo Yuqing. Are you bullying me for not having a boyfriend? Li Xian. Yes, Guo Yuqing. Me plastic sisters? Li Xian. Good sisters, but I won't tell you, Guo Yuqing. When I find a boyfriend, I will know it myself. Li Xian. Come on, Guo Yuqing. Just wait for me. Li Xian. Let's wait and see. And Liang glanced at Li Xian chatting. He didn't mean to let go of Li Xian. Instead, he rubbed Li Xian's white and tender hands with his thumb, causing Li Xian to glare at him fiercely. An Liang, don't make trouble. I'm talking to Yuqing about class. Li Xian lied blatantly, but An Liang pretended not to hear it at all. He leaned back against the comfortable seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, held Li Xian's right hand with his left hand, closed his eyes and rested, looking like an uncle. Li Xian found that An Liang had no intention of letting go of her, so she could only hum softly, and then used her left hand to send the message slowly and with difficulty. At almost 9:30, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at Fudan at the main entrance of the university. After passing the registration, he entered smoothly and finally arrived at the open-air parking lot. And Liang asked the concierge car driver to wait in the open-air parking lot. He led Li Xian to the classroom where the class was held. Fudan University is an open campus, which is almost the same as there is no access control, except for very few small classes that need to be discussed with the teacher. In other cases, you can observe the classroom disciplines. And Liang naturally led Li Xian into the classroom openly. It was only 9:35 now. There was no class yet, and only a few students came to the classroom early. Gui Yuqing was in the classroom. She was stunned for a moment when she saw Liang and Li Shiyin coming in together. "How did you come?" Gui Yuqing asked, and Liang responded casually. "Is it okay to observe?" "Sure," Gui Yuqing responded. "It's just that you don't have to go to class yourself." "Sorry, I am a top student at Imperial University. Can you please understand?" And Liang boasted. "Ah!" Gui Yuqing looked at Liang in surprise. "Is this person actually a top student?" Li Shiyin activated her backstab skill on the side. "Aren't you Tianfu School of Economics?" And Liang is speechless, this silly girl. Gui Yuqing couldn't help laughing. Chapter 10:23 on the campus of Fudan University. And Liang wanted to pretend to be a top student at the School of Economics at Imperial University, but was stabbed in the back by a silly girl named Li Shiyin. Throughout the morning, and Liang accompanied Li Shiyin in class. He even took some notes. His serious look was like that of a top student. But it's fake. At noon, and Liang followed Li Shiyin to have a meal again. The main reason was that the canteen of Fudan University required meal cards. And Liang did not have a meal card, so he could only follow Li Shiyin. "Baby, what's your class this afternoon?" And Liang asked while eating. Li Shiyin said coquettishly, "Are you going there in the afternoon? Is there a problem?" And Liang asked back. Li Shiyin snorted, "Of course there is a problem. Even if you don't listen carefully in class, you still come to harass me. Do you think there is a problem?" "Ahem. I absolutely cannot admit this." And Liang is serious in class, right? "We have an interview simulation class in the afternoon. I have to concentrate on studying. Didn't you say that there is a problem with the project here, and you won't solve it?" Li Xian asked, Okay, I'll take care of things in the afternoon. When will you finish class in the afternoon?" And Liang asked. Li Xian's face turned red. "Class ends at 5:30 today." "Okay, I'll pick you up at 5:30. And Liang responded. After eating lunch, and Liang came to the open-air parking lot of Fudan University. Aminyanjian's Rolls-Royce Phantom limousine was still waiting here. When Liang walked over, the limousine driver immediately helped Liang. He opened the rear door. After getting in the car, and Liang asked casually, "What's your name, master?" The limousine driver looked to be in his 40s, unsmiling and very calm. "Hello, Mr. And regardless of your surname Yang, you can just call me Master Yang." Master Yang respondet politely. "Has Master Yang had lunch?" And Liang asked, after eating, "We will prepare bread and mineral water when we leave the car." Master Yang replied. And Liang nodded slightly. "We are going to the Patek Philippe Origin Mansion now." "Master Yang, do you know where it is?" "You know, over there on the Bund." Master Yang replied. And Liang didn't say anything more, and the black Rolls-Royce Phantom set off. In the back seat, and Liang sent a message to the Imperial Capital Friends group, and Liang at Li Tsunyuan. "Brother Yuan, have you got my lithography machine?" The day before yesterday, An Liang asked Li Tsunyuan to help bring the photolithography machine to the Imperial capital. When the graphene battery industry settled in Shirshan district, An Liang asked for a piece of free land to develop chip companies. The Shirshan district government was quite generous and directly allocated 2,000 acres of land to An Liang. It also provided preferential conditions of tax exemption for 3 years and half tax reduction for 3 years. Because the Shirshan district government knows that the chip industry is more expensive than the graphene industry, the Shirshan district government is patiently waiting for An Liang to start burning money, thus providing more jobs for Shirshan district Li Tsunyuan. Negotiations are ongoing. The property rights of the machine are a bit complicated. We are handling them one by one and clarifying the property rights thoroughly to avoid trouble later. And Liang. "Okay. Thank you, Brother Yuan." Li Tsunyuan. "You're too polite." Li Tsunyuan. "Regarding the graphene battery industry, we haven't thanked you yet. By the way, our old man said that the next time you come over, he invites you to come to our house for dinner." Yun Haiyang. "I am here too, Qian Xiaojing." Me too, and Liang. "I'm in Shanghai. I've been staying in Shanghai for a while recently." And Liang at Li Tsunyuan. "Do you still want the blue starry sky?" And Liang. "I'm about to go to Patek Philippe's Origin Mansion to get the blue starry sky back. If you want it, I'll bring it to you next time." Li Tsunyuan. Yes. Of course, yes." Yin Haiyang. Brother Liang, I also want a piece of the Starry Sky series. Can you help me make a reservation? Qin Xiaojiang. Count me in. I was so pissed off at Patek Philippe in the imperial capital. The stupid salesman made me wait for 2 years. And Liang, I'll call later and ask what's going on at the imperial capital's UND. If the wait there takes too long, I'll go back to the imperial capital's UND. By the way, besides the Starry Sky, do you want anything else? Li Tsun Yuan. If there is 6002G 010, I want one too. Li Tsun Yuan. I have long been eyeing the king watch on Brother Liang's wrist. This time graphene has magnified our wealth tenfold. I thought that if I don't want to buy a horse race, I would buy a watch. And Liang, there is a steady flow of water on graphene, and your stocks cannot be sold, so don't be inflated. Qin Xiaojiang. I also want 6002G 010. Can Brother Liang arrange it? Yin Haiyang. You all want to buy it. If I don't buy it, am I being unsocial? And Liang? And Liang. The three of us are good men, and you are a scumbag. We are all different, right? Li Tsun Yuan. After all, he is the biggest pickpocket in the imperial capital. If you don't buy it, I think there's nothing wrong with it. Qin Xiaojiang. The two eldest brothers are right. Cloud Ocean. It's too difficult for Yin Haiyang. He is besieged by 3 scumbag men again. How can he be a good person? All right. Yin Haiyang is not a good man either. Chapter 1024. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom was moving forward in the traffic. And Liang called Xiang Kong, the sales manager of Patek Philippe UND in the imperial capital. Waiting for the call to connect, he greeted Kong first. Hello, Mr. N. Hello, Manager Xiang. I would like to ask, how long does it take to queue for a reservation for the Starry Sky series at Imperial Capital UND? And Liang asked. Xiang Kong immediately responded, under normal circumstances, the blue Starry Sky will take 2 years, and the black Starry Sky will take 1.5 years, and they are all diamond models. If they are without diamond models, the time cannot be estimated at the moment. What if I want to make a reservation? And Liang asked. He is a high-quality potential customer of Patek Philippe in the world. He is an SSVIP member in the Patek Philippe membership system, second only to the top VIP member. Mr. N, if you want to make a reservation, you still need to wait a moment. I want to ask about the situation at the headquarters. Xiang Kong could not immediately tell the exact waiting time, etc. And Liang greeted. You want to ask about the waiting time for 26104G 001 blue Starry Sky diamond models. By the way, I'm also asking about the waiting time for 6002G 010. 6002G 010 are needed. Xiang Kong was stunned for a moment. Does An Liang want to order so many watches at once? Go and ask. And Liang ordered, okay. Please wait. Xiang Kong responded. Patek Philippe 6002G 010 is the contemporary king. The annual output is very small. Although it is not a handful, it is not bad. According to An Liang's understanding, its annual output can reach a maximum of 10.2. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, Xiang Kong called back. After An Liang connected, Xiang Kong quickly said, Mr. N, if you order 3 6002G 010, the latest is December 30th this year. Delivered 1 day before, 2 blue Starry Sky can be delivered within half a year. If Mr. N wants to make a reservation, I will try my best to get more gifts from Mr. N. Xiang Kong made a vague promise. And Liang laughed. These are all small things. Book according to the time you promised. I am now going to Modu UND to pick up the watch. I booked a 6104G at Modu UND. -001 blue Starry Sky. Then my friends wanted it one after another, but your waiting time was too long, so you entrusted me to help you book it. Okay, Mr. N, I will contact the headquarters immediately to help with the reservation. After the headquarters receives the reservation application, they will send a confirmation email to Mr. N. Mr. N needs to check the confirmation email and pay the corresponding amount to lock the order. Xiang Kong reminded, and secretly laughed in his heart. Why don't you want money? No problem. Hang up first. And Liang responded and hung up the phone. As for the gifts, let Xiang Kong figure it out for himself. After finishing the call with Xiang Kong, and Liang contacted Lu Ji from Modu UND, who was the salesperson of Patek Philippe Mode UND. Director, hello, Mr. N. Lu Ji's polite greetings. Director Lu, I'm on my way here. Please prepare my watch. I'll come and pick it up soon. And Liang explained. By the way, are there any parking spaces? Yes, Mr. and Lu Ji responded. After communicating with Master Yang, and Liang reported the license plate. We expect to arrive in 10 minutes. No problem. We will reserve a parking space for Mr. and Lu Ji responded politely. Nearly 10 minutes later, because he had reserved parking in advance, the black Rolls-Royce Phantom entered the Patek Philippe Magic City. Lu Ji was already outside to greet Liang. When the black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked the car, at that moment, Lu Ji diligently opened the car door for Liang. Welcome, Mr. into Patek Philippe Magic City UND. Lu Ji expressed his warm welcome, and Liang responded politely, thank you. The two walked into the Patek Philippe Magic City Yuan mansion. Lu Ji took Liang directly to the VIP room. The two watches Liang ordered were already placed on the coffee table. 6104G001 Blue Starry Sky, there is nothing to see. Although the price is as high as more than 2.9 million, but it is a little worse than the 6002G010 on Liang's wrist. Liang looked at it casually and put down the Blue Starry Sky. He was more concerned about the 7140G001 women's watch. At first, Liang planned to give this watch to his mother Sun Xia, but later he did not get it back in time. So he bought Sun Xia a 7140R00, one of the same series with different colors and materials in the imperial capital. Later, Liang planned to give this watch to Sun Xia. The watch was given to Lu Ling, but he still gave up because he didn't get it back and didn't find a chance. Now, after experiencing the special mission, Choice of Destiny, Maturity and Innocence, Liang chose Innocence, and he changed his mind again and took this piece, give the watch to Li Xiyan. Liang's eye carefully inspected the 7140G001 lady's watch and finally nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. They're all fine. Box them up. Lu Ji asked the clerk to install the two watches separately. He said to Liang, Mr. N, there is one more thing. I wonder if you are interested. Before Liang answered, Lu Ji continued. On Labor Day in May, we have a gathering of famous watches auction here in Shanghai, including our very rare Patek Philippe Perpetual Calendar Ref 1518. And Liang neither expressed interest nor lack of interest. He responded, I remember you have my contact information. Send a copy of the information on the watches sold at this auction to my email. If I want to participate in the filming, I will contact you in advance. Okay, Lu Ji responded politely. And Liang stood up and was about to leave. Lu Ji personally escorted Liang to the Rolls-Royce Phantom and opened the door for Liang. Mr. N walked slowly. Lu Ji said politely, and Liang waved his hand and then raised the window. Sir, where are we going now? Master Yang asked, medium volume, Bay 1. And Liang responded, okay. Master Yang responded and drove quietly. Chapter 1025 The Black Rolls-Royce Phantom crossed the Huangpu River from the Bund Tunnel and arrived at number 1 Zhongliang Bay community from the Patek Philippe Magic City UND in less than 10 minutes. Zhongliang Bay number 1 community was launched in 2012 and has naturally been sold out long ago. However, the original home buyers were more interested in investment, and now there are a large number of new homes for sale. When Liang was just about to go to the official secondhand house sales office at Zhongliang Bay number 1 to check out the listings, he received a call from the young actor Liang Shui. Does this young actor know that he has come to Shanghai? And Liang swiped the screen to answer the call. Liang Shui's voice came over first. I have good news for you. Our promise has successfully passed the review and has been sold for a good price. What price? And Liang asked casually, you invested 5 million before. According to the sale price this time, your investment should get twice the return, and you can get back 15 million with interest. Liang Shui responded good, and Liang responded casually. Facing in Liang's calm answer, Liang Shui was a little confused for a moment. The other party made 10 million, aren't you still happy? You made 10 million. Liang Shui reminded, well, you just said it and I heard it, so what? And Liang asked back, just 10 million? At present, Liang's mobilizable cash assets are 52.75 billion Xia Gui Yuan, As for total assets, excluding EXA Construction Company, excluding Lingxiu Gold Mine, excluding Onshin Investment Company, excluding Rini Security Company, excluding Rinin Investment Company, only the calculation of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Company, limited value. And Liang holds 10% of the shares of Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Company, limited. Even according to the static valuation, it is 1 trillion. He owns stocks valued at 100 billion, including cash assets, and Liang's net worth has already exceeded 150 billion. So a mere 10 million? How else could Liang be excited? Feel sorry. The real estate and Liang planned to give to Li Xian was worth tens of millions. It should be the reward card for billions of descendants with no return period completed by Li Xian, which rewarded 49.5 million. So what does 10 million mean to Liang? So you don't care about 10 million? Liang Shui said a little out of control. So what do my efforts mean to you? Liang Shui's mood is obviously a little abnormal. Do you know that in order to be worthy of your investment and to make you make money, I worked hard to hone my acting skills and supervise others, and finally made this drama what it is now. But the result is nothing in your eyes. Liang Shui was a bit hysterical, and Liang listened to Liang Shui's outburst calmly. Did this little actor suffer any injustice? We didn't take a break during the new year, you know? Liang Shui's voice was mixed with tears. I know. And Liang responded, Where are you? Liang Shui was silent. Where are you? And Liang raised his voice. I'm here in Zhangjiang. Liang Shui responded specific address. And Liang asked again, send it to me via WeChat. After saying that, and Liang hung up the phone directly, then opened WeChat and found Liang Shui. Liang Shui sent a location information. Liang Shui. Positioning. Zhangjiang Riverside Garden in the Magic City. Liang Shui. I'm at number 303, Building 6 in Liang. I'm also in Shanghai. I'm on the Bund. I'll be right over. And Liang gave the address to Master Yang, and he continued to send messages to Liang Shui and Liang. What happened over there? Liang Shui. I'm sorry, and Liang? Liang Shui. I just couldn't control my emotions. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be angry with you. And Liang. What happened? Liang Shui. I'm a little hungry. Can you bring something to eat when you come over? On Liang. What do you want to eat? Liang Shui. Fried chicken, ice coke, french fries, hamburgers. What happened to this little actor? And Liang thought she was going to eat something. But was this the result? Liang Shui. These are things I didn't dare to eat before. They're very high in calories. If I eat them, I have to spend more time exercising to avoid gaining weight, but I didn't have time before. And Liang. Do you have time now? Liang Shui just said that the web drama, Our Promise, has been reviewed, so does this young actor really have time? Liang Shui. Probably so, Liang Shui. There is a Keifukai fast food restaurant opposite my house. I'll wait for you to come over. Nearly 40 minutes later, and Liang walked into Building 6 of Riverside Garden carrying a bucket of family-friendly vegetables, a bag of French fries, and a burger. Master Yang in the courtesy car is waiting downstairs at the door of room 303, and Liang knocked on the door. Who? Liang Shui's voice came, I. And Liang responded, click, the security door opened. Liang Shui opened the door in her home pajamas. Her hair was messy and her eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that she had not rested well or cleaned herself up. And Liang glanced at Liang Shui, and the interpersonal relationship scanning system confirmed Liang Shui's pure nature is still 100%. So this little actress has not been harmed? So what is her situation now? Chapter 1026 Riverside Garden. The entrance to room 303, Building 6. Liang Shui was wearing pajamas. Her hair was messy. The whites of her eyes were bloodshot, and her mental state was a little bad. She greeted, come in. And Liang walked into the room. Liang Shui added, there are no new slippers at home, and there is no cleaning, so you don't need to change your shoes. And Liang glanced at the living room, and it was indeed quite messy, with many empty takeout boxes. So this person is living off takeout lately? What happened to you? And Liang asked. Liang Shui cleaned up the coffee table and put the instant noodle boxes and empty takeout boxes aside, while responding, my personal condition has been bad recently. My mentality is unbalanced, so I can't control my emotions very well. Where is your little assistant? and Liang handed over the takeout from Keifukai. Doesn't Russell Fun, the little assistant, deal with Liang Shue's life problems? Liang Shue took the takeout from Keifukai and then explained she was called back by the company and is currently in charge of Zhao months of work. Oh. And Liang looked at Liang Shue in confusion. There is a problem. And Liang knew Zhao Yu, who was also in the Our Promise web drama before, and was in the same agency as Liang Shue. Could it be that your company is hiding you? And Liang asked curiously. From the analysis of various current signs, Liang Shue's situation indeed seems to have been hidden. Liang Shue was silent for a moment before responding, yes. Is it really hidden? Didn't you say that Our Promise was filmed well? And Liang asked, since it's good, your treatment as the female lead should be better, right? Liang Shue directly denied it. Not necessarily. Tell me the inside story. And Liang asked with interest. Our Promise is indeed very good, and I have more choices in my acting career. The company has promoted me several dramas, and some of them have 1 stars. Liang Shue explained. What about the twist? And Liang asked. There must be a turning point in this kind of thing. Liang Shue sighed. There is indeed a turning point. The problems in these dramas are relatively big. Whether it is the investors, the producers, or the directors, they all have problems. And Liang understood instantly. This Liang Shue has said before that she doesn't want to be exposed to those fancy things because these things can only happen 0 or countless times. After all, the circle is too small. Once there is the first time, the corresponding information will reveal it. And the next time something like this happens, it will be almost impossible to refuse. Just like cheating, there are only 0 or countless times. Once the bottom line is breached, there will be no bottom line, and it will be exceeded repeatedly. Why? So you were dropped by the agency? And Liang asked. Liang Shue didn't answer. She was eating fried chicken. Silence represents acquiescence. How long will your contract with your agency last? And Liang asked. Liang Shue did not answer this question. She asked instead, You are very rich, right? What do you think? And Liang asked the same question. You are conflicted. Liang Shue explained. When I first met you, you did look like a rich person, but you were just an ordinary rich person. Liang Shue continued. Later you invested 5 million in Our Promise. I think you should be very rich and can at least bear a loss of 5 million. At that time, did you have a crush on me? Liang Shue looked at Liang, and Liang laughed and teased. Can you stop being so narcissistic? Be honest. Liang Shue asked again. And Liang used the interpersonal relationship scanning system to check Liang Shue's latest information. Liang Shue, age, 20 height, 170 centimeters weight, 46 kilograms appearance, 96 figure, 88 favorability, 79 purity and essence, 100 character and morality, 88 physical health, 82 long-term high-intensity work, subhealthy state. Liang Shue's favorability level rose from 70 points to 79 points, just shy of the last point before she entered the stage of being a lover. Her appearance is very good, with a score of 96 points, which is quite outstanding even among the 1 in 1,000s. The body score is slightly worse, maybe a B+ level panda. It is indeed very difficult for Liang Shue to maintain 100% purity in the entertainment industry. The temptation in the entertainment industry is too great, and the desire for comparison is also very serious, and most people simply cannot resist it. His moral character is SOSO. After all, in this turbid industry, he has seen something. For a long time, I stared into the abyss, and the abyss looked back. The worst thing is that Liang Shue's physical health only has a score of 82 points, and is rated as subhealthy due to long-term high-intensity work by the interpersonal relationship scanning system. It seems like you were really tired from filming before? Facing Liang Shue's inquiry, if he really wanted to tell the truth one by one, and Liang would have a showdown, right? It was because Liang Shue was good-looking in the first place, plus the task of triggering the winner system in life. Anyway, you can make money and win the favor of beautiful women. Do you still need to hesitate about this kind of thing? Of course it's easy. If I say no, do you believe it? And Liang responded to Liang Shue, do not believe. Liang Shue denied it without hesitation. Then asked, And Liang complained, I don't think you look like a brainless person, right? Huh. Liang Shue's statement about enjoying on Liang seems to have other meanings. Chapter 1032, at Liang Shue's home. She chose to surrender to En Liang. But when she sat on En Liang's lap and asked, En Liang responded with disgust, Go, go. I advise you to go to the bathroom and look in the mirror to see what you look like now. Liang Shui looked at En Liang doubtfully, dirty pajamas, messy hair, bloodshot eyes. Oh, you didn't even wash your face, right? And Liang said jokingly. Liang Shui finally realized the problem. She had an emotional breakdown before and was completely unaware of her personal image problem. Now that En Liang asked about it, she realized that her state seemed to be very bad. Liang Shuihao, she got up from En Liang's lap without hesitation and then ran to the bathroom. When she went to the bathroom to wash her hands, just now, she didn't even realize the problem. This time Liang Shui came to the bathroom, and she turned on the bathroom heater to maximize the light in the bathroom level, and then looked at herself in the mirror. In the mirror, Liang Shui saw her own image, and she felt a little collapsed, because, as En Liang said, the pajamas on her body were a bit sloppy because she had worn them for several days. Fortunately, it is winter. If it were summer, she would be sweaty, right? The messy hair is because she hasn't washed her hair for 3 days. The bloodshot eyes are because she hasn't had a good rest recently. With lack of sleep, her eyes are naturally bloodshot. Status. As for washing your face, Liang Shui washed her face. All right. Liang Shui saw a small drop of eye droppings in the corner of her left eye. Liang Shui suddenly felt that she was embarrassed. She had actually sat on En Liang's lap and questioned En Liang from close range. So En Liang saw this small eye drop and joked that she didn't wash her face, right? Liang Shui felt speechless. It's so shameful, right? Liang Shui immediately prepared to take a bath, but En Liang came over. He leaned by the bathroom door and said jokingly, En Liang, don't kill unknown people. You're like this. I really can't. Well, you understand, right? Liang Shui looked at En Liang speechlessly. En Liang glanced at the time. It was already early 4 o'clock. He would go to pick up Li Xian later. After all, Li Xian was a new player in Canyon Game, and Liang should pay more attention to Li Xian to avoid Li Xian's troubles. Sense of loss. This is what a real good man should do. By the way, I will be ready to leave when something happens. If there are any changes regarding the termination of the contract with your company, please contact me. And Liang explained. As for you, and Liang paused. Do you have any development plans in the future? Liang Shui was a little confused. Do you still want to film? And Liang asked, Liang Shui nodded affirmatively. Were you serious just now? And Liang skipped the topic. Liang Shui understood what En Liang meant. Wasn't Liang serious about asking her what she had just surrendered to? Faced with En Liang's question, Liang Shui sighed. Is this what this circle is like? Before En Liang answered, Liang Su continued. I knew it before, but I always wanted to be alone. Now I find that I am a little too naive. I am indeed beautiful, but others are also beautiful, so why choose me? This is indeed the case in the entertainment industry. There are so many beautiful people, especially when they wear makeup and filters. It's like beauties swarm in groups. When everyone is beautiful, how do you choose? Isn't that competition? Are they related? After listening to Liang Shui's words, and Liang took another look at Liang Shui's attributes. This person's moral values suddenly dropped from 88 points to 85 points. I have to say that this entertainment industry is poisonous. So are you serious? And Liang looked at Liang Shui. Aren't you serious? Liang Shui asked back. I have a girlfriend. And Liang responded, I know. Liang Shui replied without any surprise. Oh. And Liang looked at Liang Shui in confusion. Liang Shui said calmly, how can an outstanding person like you not have a girlfriend? I even suspect you have multiple girlfriends. Liang Shui suddenly said jokingly. And Liang did not answer this question. Liang Shui continued, don't worry, I won't fight. I just want to film. I want to be an actor. I want to see what the top level of the entertainment industry is like. Don't you regret it? And Liang responded, have no idea. Liang Shui was a little confused. But the answer was very true. She really didn't know if she would regret it in the future. I only know that if I choose you, I will only surrender to you, and you are tall, handsome, rich, and have a good personality. Liang Shui praised. If you succumb in the circle, you can imagine the consequences, right? And Liang nodded. I like your answer. It's honest and true. However, Liang Shui's answer destined her to be unable to compete for the position of the main palace. I'm leaving now. I'll contact you when I have time. And Liang waved his hand. Liang Shui looked at Liang's back. She was a little confused for a moment, but the next moment she figured out her position. She also knew that she could not compete for the status of the main palace. So why bother? Chapter 1033 Riverside Gardens. And Liang went downstairs and walked towards the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Master Yang watched Liang walking over. He politely opened the back door for Liang. Mr. N, where are we going now? Master Yang asked. Gongshang Bank near Fudan University. And Liang ordered, okay. Master Yang responded and started the Rolls-Royce Phantom. At Liang Shui's home. After Liang left, she received a call from Pu Minghan. Liang Shui swiped the screen to answer. Pu Minghan spoke first. Hello, Liang Shui, I am Pu Minghan. Hello, Mr. Pu. Liang Shui responded to him. Pu Minghan said, a little embarrassed. Liang Shui, regarding the previous matter, I think there is a certain misunderstanding between us. I am here to apologize to you on behalf of the company. Liang Shui showed a sarcastic smile. Misunderstanding? Huh. If she hadn't experienced it personally, facing Pu Minghan's sincere apology, Liang Shui would have thought that there was really some misunderstanding. It's a pity that Liang Shui experienced it personally. Pu Minghan discovered that Liang Shui, without any intention of responding, he continued, Liang Shui, regarding your contract with the company has decided to unilaterally terminate the contract with you. Liang Shui breathed a long sigh of relief. No problem. I accept the termination of the contract. If you need any compensation, you can put it forward and the company will try its best to consider it. Pu Minghan said tentatively. Liang Shui refused directly. She responded negatively. Just terminate the contract. Thank you, Mr. Pu. After we terminate the contract, I would also like you to inform Mr. N. Puis-je expliquer? Liang Shui sneered. I know. After saying that, Liang Shui hung up the phone directly, and then she suddenly laughed, which was a kind of helplessness that had seen through the world. Less than a minute after Liang Shui hung up the phone, her cell phone rang again. This time the call was from her assistant Russell Fun. Liang Shui answered the call without hesitation. Shui, have you terminated your contract with the company? Russell Fun asked with concern. Liang Shui did not hide anything. Yes, I just received a call from Mr. Pu, and he personally informed me of the termination of the contract. Congratulations. Russell Fun quickly congratulated thanks. Liang Shui responded, by the way, I resigned too. Hast du fin explained? Liang Shui was stunned for a moment. Russell Fun continued. Zhao Yu sighed. She went for the third female lead in a TV series. I had dinner with investors yesterday. I couldn't accept this kind of environment, so I resigned. Liang Shui sighed. She did not comment on whether Zhao Yu did the right thing or not. She could only say that everyone has their own choices, and others just made choices that others thought were worthwhile. Besides, she didn't have you made a choice? What are you going to do next? Liang Shui asked. Russell Fun was a little confused. I don't know yet. Can I go to work normally? Find a company to work as a receptionist or something. Liang Shui asked. If you are not afraid of having no future, you can continue to be my assistant, business assistant, and life assistant, and handle them all together. Currently, I can only give you 10,000 yuan a month, but I can let you live with me. Here, do you accept it? Really? Russell Fun asked excitedly. Well, really? Liang Shui responded, great, I do, thank you. Russell Fun said, gratefully. I'm in Riverside Gardens. You can come over now. Liang Shui explained. Okay, I'll be right over. Russell Fun responded. On the other side, and Liang, who was in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, received a prompt from the winner system of life. Ding! Random mission. Solve Liang Shui's troubles. Mission status. Completed. Mission reward. Room 3901, Wanyin Block, Zhongliang Bay Community Building No. 1. Special reminder. Please ask the host to transfer the route of Li Xian to the Magic City through Heavenly by Yuji. The task reward will be obtained through the Anshin Investment Company. Room 3901, Wanyanyu Building, Zhongliang Bay No. 1 Community Building Area, 592.8 square meters apartment area, 555.6 square meters rooftop garden, 310.2 square meters decoration status, ultra-luxurious modern fine decoration house status, for sale house value, 168 million yuan. This reward is so great. This suite is a duplex. There are only 10 duplex units in Zhongliang Bay No. 1. Room 3901 should be the best one. This house is worth 168 million yuan. Based on the construction area, the price per square meter exceeds 280,000 yuan. The king of the building deserves to be the king of the building. After all, in the entire Lujiazui area, the only first-tier Riverview houses are buildings A and D of Tangshan and Tianyuezeo of Zhongliang Bay No. 1, so it is completely understandable that the price is higher. Looking at the special reminder from the Life Winner system, and Liang sent a message in the Imperial Capital Friends group, and Liang at everyone. Guys, let me ask you something. I want to guide Li Xian from Shengqing to the Magic City and complete it within tomorrow. Who in the sky can handle it? Qian Xiaojing at Li Tsunyuan. Brother Yuan will do it today. Yun Haiying at Li Tsunyuan. Brother Yuan will get it done within an hour. Li Tsunyuan at Anlang. Brother Liang, why did you divert Li Xian's path there? All three Li Tsunyuan have met Li Xian. And Liang also brought Li Xian and Li Tsunyuan to a party at the surprise bar before. And Liang, I'm going to buy her a house in Magic City, so the main route is in Magic City. Li Tsunyuan, where are you going to buy? And Liang, No. 1 Zhongliang Bay, Tianyua Block, room 3901. Everything is ready. When Li Xian's road is moved, I will buy this apartment. Qian Xiaojing, I vomited. Qian Xiaojing, I know this community, the super high-end community next to Tangshan. Cloud Ocean. Picture, Yun Haiyang. Selling price 168 million. And Liang, Qian Xiaojing for a moment, I suddenly didn't want to be a good man. I thought it would be nice to be a scumbag. Chapter 1034 Imperial City Friends Group Li Tsunyuan, no problem. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. It will be processed within an hour. Qian Xiaojing, Brother Liang, I am very curious about one thing. Who is your true love? Yun Haiyang, same curiosity. Li Tsung, pricked up his ears for gossip. And Liang, when you ask this kind of question, it means you are not a good man and you need to continue practicing. And Liang, this is the key point. Pay attention to your notes. And Liang, good men, every one of them is true love. And Liang, only true love can make you a good man. Do you understand? Qian Xiaojing, I understand, but the price of this good man is a bit high. Yun Haiyang, fortunately, I am not a good man. Li Tsunyuan, after all, he is the No. 1 digger in the imperial capital. Qian Xiaojing, I'm so stingy. And Liang, Old Haiyang, Li Tsunyuan, Old Haiyang, Qian Xiaojing, Old Haiyang, Yun Haiyang, you three are poisonous. Li Tsung, by the way, Brother Liang, I've already given the order and it will be completed within an hour. And Liang, got it? The winner system of life sent another message ding. When Li Xian's road transfer is completed, the life winner system will complete the corresponding operation through Rennie Security Company. The property ownership certificate and related information of the house will be issued before 1500 hours tomorrow. The winner of life system issued a prompt. What else could Liang say? It can only mean that the winner system in life is awesome. In fact, An Liang hopes that the life winner system will be better and resolve the unknown legal and moral risks as soon as possible. Okay? Gongshang Bank, near Fudan University. And Liang took out 10,000 yuan in cash from the ATM using cardless reservation withdrawal. He first counted out 2,000 yuan and folded the remaining 8,000 yuan into his trouser pocket. When Liang walked out of Gongshang Bank, Master Yang opened the car door for Liang. After waiting for Liang to get in the car, Master Yang closed the car door again. The service was very attentive. In the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and Liang waited for Master Yang to enter the cab. He greeted, Master Yang, you have worked hard today. I will trouble you to wait for a while. After that, and Liang handed over 2,000 yuan. Passed it over. Master Yang was not polite. He had encountered such tipping many times, but it was usually a tip of 1 or 200. This was the first time that he directly gave a stack of money. Thank you, Mr. N. Master Yang respondet politely. You're welcome. Let's go to Fudan. And Liang ordered. Master Yang naturally agreed. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom came to the open-air parking lot of Fudan University, it was just after 5 o'clock, and Liang was not sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom waiting for Li Xian, although the back seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom is really comfortable, and Liang still got out of the car and walked around the campus of Fudan University. Please don't get me wrong. And Liang was just walking around the campus of Fudan University and look at the place where Li Xian studies, walk the path she walked, and breathe the air. And Liang even ran 2 laps in the stadium of Fudan University, as if he was a student of Fudan University. Next time, can Liang pretend to be a top student at Fudan University again? At 5:30, and Liang received a voice call from Li Xian. This silly girl is a bit proactive. And Liang answered the voice call from Li Xian. And he took the first step. He said, Baby, are you out of class? Get out of class just ended. Where are you? Li Xian asked nervously. She was vaguely worried that Liang would find an excuse to say he was busy or something. I'm in your school stadium. I just ran 2 laps. Tomorrow I'll go to class with you and walk around the library. From now on, I'll pretend to be your school's top student. I should be able to talk decently, right? And Liang said nonsense seriously. Haha, our school does not accept students with more than 400 points. Li Xian loga. Have to. This smell is so familiar and heartless. And it turns out he is still his little fool. Baby, where are you? And Liang asked. By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? Li Xian responded. I want to eat something spicy. After all, this silly girl is from Shengqing, and spicy taste is the basic operation spicy. And Liang thought for a moment. How about the Spicy Bamboo restaurant in Aminyanjian? And Liang continued. That restaurant is Xizjiang style, slightly different from Shengqing spiciness. Are you interested in trying it? Don't want. Li Xian responded. I listened to you for yesterday's dinner. You listen to me for today's dinner. I will take you to a place. Okay, and Liang agreed. Where should we meet? The main entrance of the school. Li Xian responded. And Liang agreed. After ending the call, and Liang walked to the main entrance of the school. When passing by the open-air parking lot, and Liang said hello to Master Yang, saying that he and Li Xian wanted to eat first, and asked Master Yang to eat too. Master Yang naturally agreed. As for whether he wanted to eat or just mineral water and bread, that was his own business. At the main entrance of Fudan University, when Liang came over, Li Xian was already waiting for him. Baby! And Liang greeted. When Li Xian heard Liang's greeting, she smiled happily. Chapter 1035. At the main entrance of Fudan University, everything seemed to be back to its original starting point, but this time it was Li Xian. Baby, what are you going to take me to eat? And Liang took the initiative to hold Li Xian's right hand. Li Xian, I found a Malatang restaurant outside the school. The owner is from Shengqing. The taste is very good and the price is very affordable. Well, let's go there. And Liang slowed down to take care of the novice female player of the Canyon game. Such details were taken in by Li Xian, and she felt secretly warm in her heart. Nearly an hour later, and Liang was led by Li Xian to an ordinary inside the shop. Li Xian greeted in Shengqing's local accent. Ms. Tao. Nang means and in Shengqing dialect. Tao Diyu looked at Li Xian, and she responded with a smile. Classmate Li, welcome. Tao Diyu looked at Liang, who was holding Li Xian, and she said jokingly, Classmate Li, this is your boyfriend. Friend. And Liang also spoke with a Shengqing accent. Hello, Mrs. Tao. I am Li Xian's boyfriend and Liang. He is also from Shengqing. Tao Diyu was a little surprised. Yes. And Liang responded with a smile. Tao Diyu said with a smile, You choose your dishes first. I will make you the standard Shengqing flavor today. Want it? And Liang responded. When choosing the dishes, and Liang found that the prices were indeed very affordable. Meat dishes were 4 yuan per skewer, and vegetarian dishes were 2 yuan per skewer. The price in Chongqing was also the same. It was indeed quite affordable. What's more important was the quail eggs. This kind of thing is actually counted as a vegetarian dish. Although there are only 4 quail eggs in a bunch, it is a good deal for only 2 yuan, right? Is such a price really not a loss? And Liang chose him, and Li Xian Tao Diyu sent the spicy hot pot to Tao Diyu, and he asked casually, Ms. Tao, the price of your spicy hot pot is so affordable. Won't you lose money? Tao Diyu responded negatively. No, most dishes actually have profits, such as lettuce heads, dried tofu, tofu skin, and lotus root slices. Tao Diyu continued without hiding anything. Most meat dishes can also make money. Only a small number of dishes are at a loss. Quail eggs are basically not profitable, and things like duck intestines are even slightly less profitable. Can profits be guaranteed? And Liang asked with interest. If the profit is less, then it will be less. Tao Diyu responded, we bought this store in full ourselves, and we don't have the pressure of rent, so less profit is not a problem. Is this a good store where I pay full price? And Liang must give Mrs. Tao a thumbs up. Honey, do you know that Mrs. Tao bought this store herself? And Liang returned to Li Xian and asked casually. Li Xian nodded affirmatively. I know, it was actually her daughter who bought it. Mrs. Tao said she was bored at home, so her daughter bought her a shop to make spicy food. Hot, sharp, and Liang sighed. Waiting for the malatang to be served, Li Xian first picked out a piece of dried tofu for An Liang. An Liang, try the dried tofu. This dried tofu is braised first. The braised dried tofu is delicious when made into malatang. Let me try. And Liang picked up a piece of dried tofu and tasted it. Just like Li Xian said, the dried tofu was marinated once. The marinated aroma is very rich and natural. The dried tofu does not have the smell of alkaline water. The raw materials are used very carefully. Good. The taste of malatang is also delicious and spicy, which means that the seasonings are very high-end and are not made of moldy chili peppers or unknown Sichuan peppercorns. Some unscrupulous shops like to use moldy chili peppers. After eating, customers easy to have diarrhea. Ding! The ordinary malatang contains all kinds of exquisite details, allowing the host to taste a very cost-effective malatang. Congratulations to the host for winning the random lottery gift package. And Liang directly ordered it to be opened. The prizes in the random lottery gift packs are all conventional, and you can accept them as long as they are not tiger tooth coins, etc. Extreme Experience 001 is also unacceptable. Things worth dozens of dollars are actually included in the rewards. It's simply a scam. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your good luck in getting an intermediate shopping cashback card. Huh? It's actually a mid-level shopping cashback card? Suddenly generous? Originally, An Liang was thinking about how thankful he would be if he got a junior shopping cashback card. But in the end, he got a mid-level shopping cashback card. How about it? Do you think it tastes good? Li Xian asked, and Liang nodded affirmatively. It's really good. Try this duck intestine again. Li Xian picked up some food for An Liang again. An Liang's cell phone rang with an incoming call, and the caller ID was Li Yuan. He wondered if it was Li Xian's route. Wait a moment, honey. I'll take Brother Yuan's call. And Liang explained, then swiped the screen to answer the question. Brother Yuan, what's the matter? And Liang asked. Li Yuan responded affirmatively. 2 things. First, the road guide for Li Xian in your home has been completed. When you buy a house, you can have Li Xian's road guide attached to the corresponding house. And Liang nodded affirmatively. Secondly, the photolithography machine you want is ready for 580 million yuan, and the other party is responsible for transporting it to the imperial capital. Li Yuan said, by the way, I found you a warehouse with constant temperature and dehumidification for storage. What do you think? That's great. Thank you, Brother Yuan. And Liang responded, as you always say, my brothers, there is no need to be polite. Li Yuan responded with a smile. By the way, Brother Liang, do you really want to enter the chip industry? You are interested in? And Liang asked back, no, I am actually interested, but our family is not interested. Our old man said that people should be content, and our family can just stick to the graphene industry. The chip industry is too risky. Li Tsunyuan answered truthfully. There is indeed a certain risk, so I am prepared to cheat an organization. And Liang explained, are you trying to trick the National Security Bureau again? Li Tsunyuan laughed. I'm afraid they won't be fooled this time. The reputation of the chip industry is not very good, and no one is willing to enter. In fact, it is true. A large number of chip projects easily cost tens of billions or hundreds of billions. The chip industry is a bigger scam than the graphene industry. How can ordinary people get involved? But An Liang is different. An Liang has already received the Winner of Life new prompt issued by the system. Chapter 1036 Ding. Special Mission. All greatness begins at the beginning. Task content. Ask the host to obtain the mortgaged assets of the Hongshin Project Twinskanxt. 1980D photolithography machine. Mission status completed. Task reward. Graphene battery vehicle technology solution and chip production solution. Special note. The reward for this mission will be obtained through Korean Choi Jinghao. The target mission is in Tyron Gumen. The specific address will be sent to the host's mailbox through the Onion Network. Graphene battery vehicle technology solution. Chip production solution for graphene battery vehicle technology solution. If these two technologies are integrated together, wouldn't it just take off on the spot? Take Tesla as an example. The most powerful thing about Tesla is not its assisted driving system called autonomous driving, nor its beautiful appearance design, nor its strong brand heritage and excellent workmanship. Are there actually fewer car accidents involving Tesla's assisted driving system? As for the exterior design, that's just a plus. The brand heritage and excellent workmanship are even more hilarious. Does Tesla have brand heritage? The workmanship has been criticized in various ways. Tesla's truly powerful core card is battery management technology. This set of battery management technology combines the management of more than 18,650 cylindrical lithium batteries to condense approximately 85 kilowatt-hours of power and accurately controls voltage and current, as well as energy recovery when the vehicle is running. This is Tesla's most powerful technology. Tesla's battery management technology ensures the most fundamental core of new energy electric vehicles, providing longer range. The core issue of new energy electric vehicles is battery life. Tesla's battery life is the best among all new energy electric vehicles, and when it is advertised, it is almost the same, unlike some new energy electric vehicles that advertise 400 kilometers, but actually have 250 kilometers. Once you buy it, it's 250, okay? Now the Life Winner system provides graphene battery vehicle technology solutions and chip production solutions for graphene battery vehicle technology solutions, which is equivalent to having the key to enter the field of new energy electric vehicles. According to the powerful characteristics of graphene batteries, how can Tesla win? Even Tesla has no power to resist. So how can other new energy electric vehicles resist? This means that as long as Dream Future Graphene Technology Group Company Limited enters the field of new energy electric vehicles, it will dominate the world. But why is this reward for him to be a kidnapper? Never mind. Anyway, it's just a trap for the National Security Bureau. After An Liang and Li Tsun ended the call, he first said to Li Xiyin, "Baby, I need to handle some work first." As he spoke, he shook his phone. Li Xiyin agreed. And Liang opened the confidential communication software of the National Security Investigation Bureau and contacted Huang Guoxiang in the confidential communication software. An Liang, Sumon Lao Huang. Huang Guoxiang. Huang Guoxiang thinks An Liang's summoning method makes him look like a duck? An Liang. Lao Huang, I need you to do a favor, Huang Guoxiang. An Liang. I'm going to get someone from Tyron to handle it the way Wu Chunxing did. Huang Guoxiang. Who else did you kidnap? An Liang? An Liang. Am I a kidnapper in your eyes? An Liang. Lao Huang. Your thoughts make me very sad. An Liang. Do you remember what I said before about developing the new energy electric vehicle industry through graphene battery technology? An Liang. You go through the relevant procedures and bring over the technical information related to electric vehicles. We will give you a valuation of 5 billion and let you pay off your debts. And Liang, look at Tesla. Once we develop the electric vehicle industry, it will become another trillion-level industry, which will directly double the valuation of Dream Future Company. In Liang, if the valuation is only doubled, it will still be wealth on paper. But how much profit can we make by selling new energy electric vehicles? In Liang, in addition, ordinary people don't know the country's strategic development direction. How can you not know it? Huang Guoxiang. Stop talking. Which person are you talking about? I will help you kidnap him. Is it so real? Just now, he said in Liang was a kidnapper, and now he joins in personally? Sure enough, money and silk can move people's hearts, as long as the benefits are in place. Huang Guoxiang said that he is in Liang's accomplice. In Liang, people are in Gumen, tyrant. You don't need to do anything yet. We have already done the work here. Just like Wu Chunxing's situation, we will send people over and you can make arrangements. I will have other uses. Huang Guoxiang. No problem. Huang Guoxiang. You want to build a graphene new energy electric vehicle. Should this project be placed in Dream Future Company? And Liang. Don't worry, I won't open another trap and trick you again. Am I like that kind of person? Huang Guoxiang. What a relief. And Liang. By the way, Lao Huang, we're going to develop a graphene new energy electric vehicle project. Can you discuss it with Shirshan Yaman and see if you can give us another 2,000 acres of free land? Huang Guoxiang. You are so greedy. And Liang. Am I the only one who owns the Dream Future Company? Huang Guoxiang. Huang Guoxiang. No problem. I will definitely handle Shirshan Yaman and Liang. This is called hello everyone. And Liang. After you retire, you can still work as a security consultant in your dream future. Do you understand? Huang Guoxiang. Huang Guoxiang felt that Liang was harming him, and he even grabbed the evidence. Chapter 1042, Fudan University Library. And Liang seemed to have encountered a new round of best friend tests. Because of the existence of the interpersonal relationship scanning system, and Liang easily discovered blind spots, and he directly chose not to take the test. Yao Qi noticed that Liang glanced at her and acted silently, so she ignored her. This situation surprised Yao Qi, because she found that Liang really ignored her, not just pretending to ignore her. Yao Qi is very aware of how beautiful she is. Her suitors range from Fudan University to the Bund. Coupled with her tall, slim, and proud figure, Yao Qi is simply the goddess of boys. However, when a goddess like her took the initiative to strike up a conversation, was she ignored? Yao Qi sat down directly opposite Liang. She looked at Liang curiously. She found that Liang was really reading, even though she sat opposite Liang, and Liang ignored her. And Liang naturally found Yao Qi sitting across from him, but he still ignored Yao Qi's intention. He was reading a book's evaluation of Soros's attack on Hong Kong. Soros's previous consecutive victories made him lost in the sea of victory, thus ignoring the fact that there was a huge Xia kingdom behind Hong Kong Island supporting it. So Soros came back defeated. Nearly half an hour later, and Liang finally finished reading this book. Although this book was out of date, the story of Soros manipulating the quantum fund to fight against the country also made Liang excited. One day in the future, can Liang use Onshin Investment Company to do what Soros once did? For example, how does it influence the financial markets of Southeast Asian countries? And Liang closed the book, glanced at Yao Qi, and proactively asked, "Is there something wrong?" "Hello, classmate. My name is Yao Qi. Nice to meet you." Yao Qi introduced herself, and Liang glanced at his phone. It was already close to 5 o'clock. He responded to Yao Qi, "Then you are happy too early." After saying that, Liang stood up and added, "Goodbye, classmate Yao Qi. May I have your name?" Yao Qi asked, "My name is Ma Ingjun, from Class 1 of 2019 majoring in Journalism and Media." And Liang responded and left directly. Yao Qi looked at Liang's back, and she tried hard to hold back her smile. When Liang left, Yao Qi finally couldn't help it, and she laughed repressively. Ma Yingjun? That was given by Guo Yuqing, the name of the classmate from whom Liang borrowed the campus card. On the Fudan University Stadium, Liang was running. Two people who looked like students were following Liang. They were security personnel from Rini Security Company. And Liang was always surrounded by runny security, the company's security personnel, and the branch scope is extremely wide. A quarter of an hour later, when Liang stopped, a person from Runny Security Company came over, handed a brown paper bag to Liang, and said quickly, Zhongliang Bay, all the information for room 3901 of number 1 Tianhua Tower has been completed, including the property ownership certificate, and 2 additional parking spaces are included. Actually, only 1 parking space is provided for each household in Zhongliang Bay number 1. But the developer, Zhongliang Group, is a company in the imperial capital. After Li Tsunyuan knew that An Liang wanted to buy the property at Zhongliang Bay number 1, he said hello through his connections. Although there is no discount on the house price, an extra parking space is given as a gift, so that room 3901 is equipped with 2 parking spaces, and they are property parking spaces. The 2 parking spaces are worth 3 million, and if there is no relationship, they will not be sold at all. Okay? So the value of the 2 parking spaces is very high. And Liang took the brown paper bag without any intention of checking it. He walked directly to the open-air parking lot and threw the brown paper bag on the co-pilot of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Now after settling on the house, and Liang was thinking about buying a car in Shanghai and placing it at number 1 Zhongliang Bay so that he could use the car more conveniently. But what car to buy? All supercar series were directly eliminated by Liang. From Ferrari to Lamborghini, from McLaren to all kinds of niche super sports cars, have all been eliminated by Liang. Focus. Li Xian's driving skills are problematic. Even if Li Xian gets a driver's license in the future, and Liang dares to let Li Xian drive a sports car? Nonsense, well, and Liang is thinking about buying a Kian Coupes? Li Xian likes Porsches anyway, right? And Liang can buy a top-of-the-range Audi Q7, which not only combines comfort and performance, but is also very low-key. And Liang is thinking about buying it when the car arrived. Li Xian's voice call came over, and Liang swiped the screen to answer. Baby, are you out of class? And Liang asked, Uh-huh. I just finished class, where are you? Li Xian asked, I'm over here in the parking lot. Can you come directly? Or should I go find you? And Liang asked back, I'll come directly. Li Xian responda. However, a few minutes later, and Liang saw an acquaintance, Yao Qi, whom he met in the library before. This person was indeed a friend of Li Xian or Gui Yuqing, because she came here with Li Xian and Gui Yuqing, yes. When she saw Liang, Yao Qi provocatively took the initiative to say hello. Hello, klasmate ma ying jun. Yao Qi looked at Liang with a half-smile. Chapter 1043 inches the open-air parking lot of Fudan University. When Yao Qi greeted Yao Qi with a half-smile and called him Ma Ying-jun, and Liang responded without changing his expression, Hello, who are you? Ha ha. Li Xian laughed heartlessly again. Gui Yuqing sighed at the side. Chichi, you lost. I told you this person is very skinny. Gui Yuqing looked at Liang. She stretched out her right hand and reminded, Liang, where's Ma Yingjuan's card? And Liang handed over Ma Yingjuan's campus card. Thank you, Wanuxia. You're welcome. Gui Yuqing responded, By the way, let me introduce to you. This is my friend Yao Qi. And Liang responded seriously, Hello, classmate Yao Qi. It's our first time meeting you. Nice to meet you. Yao Qi snorted. First time meeting? It's really yours, Li Xian said from the side. On Liang, Chi is a very nice person. Don't get into trouble. Baby, it's obviously you who messed with my mentality. I was reading in the library and a beautiful woman suddenly appeared. Of course, I had to be on guard. And Liang said openly that he had seen through the routine. After all, the 3 of them are top students at Fudan University. If being secretive would make it easier to be exposed, just admit it directly and do a counter-routine. When Liang admitted it himself, Gui Yuqing answered, I knew he could see through it. After all, we told him not to flirt with girls in the library. He must be wary. And Liang hummed deliberately. Baby, you still said you didn't mess with my mentality? Li Xian sold Gui Yuqing directly. It wasn't me, it was Yuqing. She came up with the idea. Gui Yuqing was speechless. And Liang responded with a smile. Okay. It's just a small matter. By the way, Nvexi Agua, in order to thank you for borrowing the card, how about Xian and I treating you to dinner tonight? Yao Qi asked from the side. Do I have a share? Certainly. And Liang affirmed. After all, You are also a friend of Gwenuxia. Gwenuxia has been very kind to me, so I naturally brought you with me. Yao Qi snorted. You're really good at manipulating people's minds. And Liang didn't answer her. He asked Gui Yuqing, Gwenuxia, what do you want to eat? Is anything possible? Gui Yuqing asked back, flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water. As long as it is legal, it is not a problem. And Liang explained. Gui Yuqing thought for a while. Shall we go to Wenda Plaza opposite to eat neon cuisine? Li Xian agreed. I think it's okay. Yao Qi also agreed. The joyous neon cuisine in Wenda Plaza is good. The price is affordable and the quality is good. Fine. Then let's choose neon cuisine. And Liang responded. Beauties, get in the car. Ah. Gui Yuqing was stunned for a moment. We can just walk there, right? Li Xian reminded. On Liang, we can walk there for 10 minutes at most. Yao Qi looked at Liang doubtfully. In her opinion, Liang shouldn't be the kind of person who shows off his luxury car, right? And Liang responded, let's switch to a neon restaurant. Where to change? Gui Yuqing asked back, just get in the car. And Liang greeted, I'll lead the way. And Liang opened the car door and told Master Yang to go back by himself. He would drive back to Yangyun Alman later. Master Yang did not refuse. He simply cleaned the driver's seat and handed the car key to Liang, mainly because of labor. There are only 2 seats in the back seat of the Slice Phantom. If it is a ghost, there will be no problem. 3 girls can sit in the back. Now on Liang can only drive the car himself to take the 3 girls with him. In view of this under the circumstances, Liang felt even more necessary to buy a car in Shanghai, and buy a practical car. Li Xian got into the passenger seat, picked up the brown paper bag from the passenger seat, and asked, what is this? You should hold the work information first. And Liang responded casually. Yao Qi and Gui Yuqing sat in the back seat. Gui Yuqing looked at the starry sky roof of Rolls-Royce Phantom. She sighed. Is this the starry sky roof of Rolls-Royce? Yao Qi responded, yes. How much does this car cost? Gui Yuqing asked. And Liang responded casually, it shouldn't be expensive, about 10 million. Gui Yuqing was unable to complain, saying it was not expensive, but more than 10 million? Yao Qi added, this car should be Aminyanjian's courtesy car, right? Oh. And Liang glanced at Yao Qi through the rearview mirror. I have been to Aminyanjian before, and I happened to see the Rolls-Royce Phantom courtesy car of Aminyanjian. Their concierge license plate is easy to remember. Yao Qi explained, well, it is indeed the courtesy car provided by Aman Yangyun. I lived there recently, and since I didn't buy a car in Shanghai, I used their concierge car. And Liang said casually. Li Xian answered, I will work hard to get my driver's license. Ahem. And Liang coughed. Li Xian worked hard to get her driver's license? Are the instructors at the driving school afraid of her? The black Rolls-Royce Phantom did not appear clumsy at all under Liang's control. It moved forward nimbly in the traffic, and Liang let everyone came to the Bund. Chapter 1044 Magic City, the Bund. And Liang drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom into the parking garage of Yifeng Building, and then took the elevator to the 3rd floor empty cicada. Yao Qi asked as she stepped out of the elevator. And Liang responded. At the door of Kanchan Neon Restaurant, a service staff asked politely, hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? I don't have a reservation. Do you still have private rooms? And Liang asked, yes, sir. May I ask the 4 of you? The service staff asked again, yes. And Liang nodded. This way, please. The service staff led on Liang and the 4 people into Kanchan. Kanchan has no lobby, only 4 boxes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Because there is no reservation, there is only the winter box. Kanchan only has 3 packages, respectively. The price is 1888, 2888, 3,888 yuan, and Anliang naturally chose the 3,888 yuan grade. According to the service staff, the reason why it is so expensive is because almost all the ingredients are flown in from Hokkaido on the same day. But is it true? If it's fake, then be benevolent and wise. For private rooms? Even if each box is priced at 3,888 yuan, how much can the daily turnover be? Almost all the ingredients are flown in from Hokkaido on the same day. What if there are 40 private rooms? And Liang believed unconditionally. Even if there were 14 private rooms, and Liang would choose to believe it, but there were only 4 private rooms, so there was a question mark. After all, and Liang knew that the thing called neon cantaloupe was fake. Kong-chan, the set menu is fixed, and you cannot order a la carte or add dishes. After An Liang chose the 3,888 yuan set meal, the service staff left politely. Guo Yuqing sighed. As expected of a rich man, one meal ate my living expenses for a month. Li Xian activated the backstab skill on the side. That's wrong. Yuqing, your monthly living expenses are 4,500 yuan. This meal only costs 3,888 yuan for just one person. Guo Yuqing looked at Li Xian speechlessly. Could this man be a disciple of the sword master Zhao? It's simply an indiscriminate stabbing. Huh? Yao Qi laughed loudly on the side. Xian, it's you as expected. After a while, the pre-dinner side dishes were served. The side dishes of yellow chrysanthemum mixed with mushrooms initially opened up the taste buds. Li Xian started eating directly, while Guo Yuqing chose to take pictures first. Yao Qi waited for Guo Yuqing to take pictures and then accompanied Guo Yuqing to eat together. And Liang, tasting the appetizers, he suddenly had a feeling of overturning. Originally, he thought that the 3,888 yuan set menu for one person should be amazing, but the appetizers made him feel overturned. The first round of appetizers came, including so many vegetables, radish puree and salmon roe, abalone slices and mayonnaise, monkfish liver, herring roe, and lily puree. And Liang tasted them one by one. When he finished tasting, and Liang felt like he was overturned, but Li Xian seemed to think it was okay. At least she didn't express her unpalatable attitude. The second dish was dried sea bream stewed with matsutake mushrooms, without any seasonings and in its original flavor. This dish finally brought it back a little bit. However, the sashimi that followed was another. Give An Liang a satisfactory feeling. No, not quite. It should feel like it's not worth it. The set meal is 3,888 yuan per person, and the sashimi is actually peony shrimp. Although there was medium-fat bluefin tuna, it was paired with ordinary squid, which directly lowered the score. If you remove the fat from the bluefin tuna, this plate of sashimi would taste like 388 yuan. Lower it a little more. The price of 298 yuan has such a level. The fourth round is all kinds of steamed food. The ingredients in this round are finally a bit good. From shark fin to king crab, from conger eel to left-mouth fish and scallops. These things can only be said to be a little better than the previous round of sashimi, but still it cannot reach the level of 3,888 yuan. Next is neon barbecue. The king crab legs are basic, the caviar and foie gras are also basic. There are no surprises at all, and they are not even satisfactory. None of the vinegar, tempura, or staple food that followed made An Liang feel amazing. The only thing that made An Liang's eyes shine was the dessert at the end. A pumpkin cake and a cup of matcha drink. Based on the 10-point evaluation, combined with the price of 3,888 yuan, An Liang would only give it 4 points. It's a complete failure. Okay. There is a side-by-side comparison of Tong Sushi in Imperial City. It is also a neon cuisine. Tong Sushi is cheaper, and the dishes are more amazing. An Liang over there can give it 8 points. Baby, are you full? And Liang asked. Li Xian nuda afirmatively. Not only was I full, I felt like I had eaten a little too much. Guo Yuqing seconded. It's indeed a bit heavy. Yao Qi asked with a smile. Is it possible that you haven't eaten enough? And Liang replied affirmatively. I'm indeed not full. Baby, do you still have your cake? Li Xian only took one bite of the pumpkin cake. She directly pushed the pumpkin cake over and said, Here you go. And Liang began to eat unceremoniously. After eating Li Xian's portion of cake, and Liang still felt that he was not full. This store is a bit average. And Liang sighed and gave his evaluation. In fact, this time it should have been an overturn. And Liang was not even going to use the cashback card for food enjoyment, because he found that Yao Qi's evaluation of Kong-chan should be relatively low. Chapter 1045 An Liang also has a cashback card for food enjoyment. According to An Liang's plan, he took Li Xian and the others to taste a delicious meal in Kong-chan, and then used the food enjoyment cashback card to earn a sum of pocket money. It ended up overturning, even though the cashback card for food enjoyment does not count on Liang's happiness. Liang discovered that Yao Qi was probably dissatisfied with Kong Chan, so he was careful not to waste the cashback card for food enjoyment. Please wait a moment. And Liang stood up to check out. 3,888 yuan for one person, which is 15,552 yuan for 4 people, plus an additional 15% service fee. The total is 17,884.80 yuan. Pay by mobile phone and pay accurately to 0.8 yuan. After the checkout, and Liang suggested, "Baby, let's go for a walk on the bund?" Li Xian nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, I just happened to be a little bloated from eating." And Liang naturally took Li Xian's right hand. When the 4 of them came out, he said casually, "This store has a little name. I have always heard that Kong Chan's quality is very high, but today I came to taste it in person." "A little disappointing," Gui Yuqing answered. "I think it's pretty good." Li Xian agreed, "It's really good." Yao Qi responded on the side, "Overall, it's not bad, but it's priced at 3,888 yuan per person, and there is a 15% service fee. Taken together, it seems a bit disappointing. If I were to blindly guess the price without knowing the price, I would only give about 1,000 yuan at most." Yao Qi responded, and Liang said casually, "Absolutely." As expected, Yao Qi is not very satisfied with Kong Chan, and Liang is right not to use the cashback card for food enjoyment. If he uses it, Yao Qi's happiness level should be very low, right? The 4 of Liang walked on the bund to eat. After walking for a while after the meeting, Li Xian pointed to Tang Chinipin on the other side of the river and said to Gui Yuqing, "Yuqing, you told me before that Tang Chinipin was the best, right?" Gui Yuqing nodded affirmatively. "Yeah, Tang Chinipin is indeed very good." Li Xian responded negatively. "Our family in Liang said that Tang Chinipin is not the best. For example, Zhongliang Bay number 1 next to it is a better choice." Gui Yuqing's family is just an ordinary family in the Magic City. She has not studied luxury houses. Tang Chinipin only knows about it because it is famous enough. Yao Qi seconded. Zongliang Ipin next to Tang Chun Ipin, the number is indeed better. But the prices are basically more than 200,000 yuan, and only the Tianhua block in Building 1 is the best Riverview room, and the other buildings can only be said to be average. Huh. This Yao Qi is quite capable. He even researched the Tower King Tianhua seat, and Liang carefully observed Yao Qi. He was dressed simply, without accessories, and his family conditions seemed to be average, so he was specialized in research. A mansion? Yao Qi said before that she had been to Yanyan Amman before, so she remembered the concierge license plate. At the same time, she knew Kong Chan, and she was very clear when commenting on Kong Chan. "It's interesting," and Liang continued. "Zhongliang Bay, it is true that only the Tianhua seat on number 1 is a truly first-line Riverview room. It sits on the Huangpu River at 270 degrees, and the view is simply invincible. By the way, baby, I want to give you a gift." And Liang added, Li Xian was stunned for a moment. "What else are you going to give me?" Before Liang could answer, Li Xian refused. "You just gave me a watch yesterday. I don't want any more gifts. Don't waste your money." "This little fool." And Liang rubbed Li Xian's hair and asked, "Do you still remember what I told you the day before yesterday?" "Ah!" Li Xian exclaimed. "I asked Brother Yuan to guide you to the Magic City, and then check the situation of number 1 Zhongliang Bay opposite. Finally, I found that room 3901 in Tianhua was in original first-hand condition, so I bought it for you." And Liang explained. "What are you doing?" Li Xian said coquettishly. "I said I didn't want it, so why did you really buy it? It's so expensive here, more than 200,000 yuan per square meter, and tens of millions for a house. It's not a good deal," Li Xian said distressedly. Everyone on Gui Yuqing's side was dumbfounded. And Liang bought Li Xian a house? And was it in Lujiazui opposite the Bund? Or was it a higher-end mansion than Tang Chinipin? Is she dreaming? Yao Qi was not too surprised. She answered on the side, "If it's room 3901, then it's not tens of millions. It should be more than 150 million, right?" "So expensive?" Li Xian asked in Liang. And Liang didn't hide anything, 168 million. "By the way, I gave away 2 property parking spaces. If these 2 parking spaces are also included, it should be more than 170 million. Guiyuqing was completely torn apart. Is her roommate's boyfriend so powerful? Come on, I'll take you there to have a look. And Liang held Li Xiyin's hand and asked additionally, by the way, are you two going to take a look? Li Xiyin invited. Yuqing, Chi-Chi, let's go together? Yao Qi agreed directly. Okay. Gui Yuqing also agreed. Let's go together. I want to see what a mansion worth over 100 million looks like. Chapter 1046 Magic City, The Bond. And Liang led Li Xiyin to the parking lot, followed by Yao Qi and Gui Yuqing. Gui Yuqing was really curious about what a mansion worth over 100 million looked like, and Yao Qi was even more curious about Liang. Who would buy a mansion worth over 100 million yuan? Take Zhongliang Bay No. 1 community as an example. Most of the people in this community are executives from Fortune 500 companies, even shareholders as well as various successful people. For example, Daming, who plays basketball, has an apartment at No. 1 Zhongliang Bay and mainly lives here. Yao Qi sees deeper and further than Gui Yuqing. Gui Yuqing just wants to watch the fun, but Yao Qi sees the essence through the phenomenon. She is more curious about Liang's background and identity. Yikfeng building parking garage. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Li Xiyin naturally sat in the passenger seat, and she put the brown paper bag on her lap. And Liang first paid the parking fee through his mobile phone, then started the Rolls-Royce Phantom. He reminded, baby, open the brown paper bag. Oh. Li Xiyin looked at Liang in confusion. And Liang told her before that this brown paper bag contained work information. Li Xiyin honestly followed Liang's instructions and opened the brown paper bag, and then found that the brown paper bag contained I got 3 house ownership certificates, a set of keys, 6 access control proximity cards, house instructions, water and electricity cards, etc. Li Xiyin looked at these things. She was stunned for a moment, and then checked the 3 house ownership certificates. As she guessed, everything is in her name, whether it is room 3901, Tianhua Building, Zhongliang Bay No. 1, or the 2 parking spaces A06 and A07. They're all in her name, and the processing date is today. On Liang, Li Xiyin looked sideways at Liang. What happened, babe? And Liang responded, why did you apply my name again? Li Xiyin asked. Gui Yuqing and Yao Qi in the back seat were stunned. Li Xiyin meant that Liang used her identity to buy a house? Especially Yao Qi. She was filled with shock. And Liang, did he actually transfer a property worth over 100 million yuan directly to Li Xiyin? Originally, Yao Qi thought it was the joint property rights of Liang and Li Xiyin. It was even possible that Liang occupied 99% and Li Xiyin occupied 1%, something like this. Li Xiyin's one-name situation. After all, real estate can be jointly owned without marriage, just like a joint stock company. Who knew that An Liang directly placed the property rights in Li Xiyin's name? An Liang bought a house worth more than it is one concept for Li Xiyin to live in a property worth over 100 million yuan. It is another concept for An Liang to buy a property worth more than 100 million yuan and give it to Li Xiyin to live in. In the former case, Li Xiyin only has the right to live. Once one day in the future, if Liang and Li Xiyin have a conflict, then Li Xiyin will clean up and go out. The latter is different. In the latter case, Li Xiyin directly obtained a real estate worth 168 million. Okay. 2, could it be the same concept? If described in popular language, it would be that Liang directly and unconditionally gave a mansion worth 168 million to Li Xiyin. Yao Qi felt that she was already well informed. In this magical city, Yao Qi felt that she had seen everything before, right? But now she was slapped in the face. Yao Qi had never seen Liang do anything like this. He was just in love, and he was just a boyfriend and girlfriend. Li Xiyin bought a property worth 168 million? She really has never seen it. After all, in this era, let alone falling in love, even if you are really getting married, there are endless ways to protect your lover. Real estate, vehicles, funds, etc. all must be defined as premarital property for fear of property division due to marriage. The result is completely different when we get to An Liang. How much money does An Liang have? May I ask what kind of family An Liang belongs to? Yao Qi was full of curiosity, and Liang drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom to number 1 Zhongliang Bay. Before entering the community, An Liang registered first. The security inspection of this community made An Liang very satisfied. Even the Rolls-Royce Phantom was not released directly. It's a strict inspection. When faced with ultra-luxury cars, ordinary communities will hardly check them carefully. For example, in Tianlan community, where Li Xian's family lived in Xingqing, there was almost no inspection when An Liang drove his Lamborghini Urus. Another example is the Riverside Garden where Liang Shui is located. When Master Yang drove An Liang there in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the security check was in vain. It seemed that the other party had determined that there were no bad guys in the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This time at number 1 Zhongliang Bay, An Liang finally met a serious inspection. After An Liang passed the registration, he successfully drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom into the underground parking garage of the community. "Honey, how about buying you a Porsche Cayenne later?" An Liang asked casually. Li Xian responded, "I quite like Cayenne." "Okay, then book it and wait until you learn to drive." "Forget it, I suddenly think your driving is a bit scary." And Liang said jokingly, "Snort." Li Xian said coquettishly, "Is it really scary for her to drive?" Chapter 1052 Riverside Garden, Room 303, Building 6. And Liang didn't know that the assistant was also here with Liang Shui, so he asked curiously, "Why are you here?" "I." Russell Fan looked at An Liang suspiciously. She guessed, could Liang Shui and An Liang be together? It seems possible. At the beginning, when An Liang invested 5 million for Liang Shui, Russell Fan felt there was something wrong. After all, in Russell Fan's opinion, why should An Liang help Liang Shui if they are neither relatives nor friends? Liang Shui continued, "After I terminated my contract with the company, Sufan also left with me. She is now my agent and assistant. By the way, she has no place to live in Shanghai, so she is living with me for now," Liang Shui added. And Liang nodded. He glanced at the tidy room and looked at Russell Fan teasingly. "You, the little assistant, did it?" Russell Fan nodded. "Yes, Mr. N. Do you have slippers today?" And Liang asked. Liang Shui nodded. She took out a brand new pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. "The ones I bought in the small supermarket downstairs are just ordinary slippers. Don't dislike it. What you say makes it sound like I don't live in this world." And Liang took off his Gucci sneakers. He walked to the sofa and sat down in his slippers. "Have you eaten breakfast?" Liang Shui asked. "Could it be that you can also cook?" And Liang asked back, "Why wouldn't I?" Liang Shui hummed, "I can boil eggs and I can also cook instant noodles." And Liang was unable to refute. "No, wouldn't it be enough to have a hand for such a breakfast? We're going to boil eggs. Would you like some?" Liang Shui asked again. And Liang waved his hand. "No, I've already eaten breakfast. You can eat it by yourself and accompany me out later." "Oh." Liang Shui didn't ask any more questions. She agreed directly. On the sofa, and Liang checked his phone. In the confidential communication software of Rennie's security company, number 1 Tang Jinxing sent him a message. Number 1. We have safely delivered the target to our allies. This message was sent late last night, and Liang was thinking that the National Security Investigation Bureau should have taken care of it, right? So An Liang sent the message in the National Security Investigation Agency's confidential communication software. And Liang, "Lao Huang, have you received the package?" "Huang Guoxiang. It is being transported and is expected to arrive in the imperial capital tomorrow." "Huang Guoxiang. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, the speed is a little slower." "Huang Guoxiang. Fortunately, this package is proficient in Xia Mandarin, so the difficulty for us to handle it has been greatly reduced." And Liang, "When the package arrives in the imperial capital, tell me, Huang Guoxiang, your power in the imperial capital will not inform you?" And Liang, "Look, this is boring. We were just chatting, and you suddenly started to test it. Why bother?" "Huang Guoxiang, I'm just asking." And Liang, "I heard that you lost a CZ-10 aircraft?" "Huang Guoxiang. Huang Guoxiang, we didn't lose it." "Huang Guoxiang, I won't say anything anymore. I'll contact you when the package arrives." And Liang, let's discuss it further. Huang Guoxiang, excuse me, farewell. And Liang, let's discuss what you lost. And Liang, I have no other meaning. And Liang, are you there? An Lian, Lao Huan, have to. This Huang Guoxiang just ignored En Liang, mainly because En Liang was a little greedy. No, no, no. In fact, it was Huang Guoxiang who had the wrong idea first, so En Liang turned around and played with Huang Guoxiang's mentality. Although what Huang Guoxiang said was true, En Liang did deploy the power of Rennie's security company in the imperial capital, but it was more for defense rather than proactive investigation. En Liang knows the rules very well, and he does things completely within the rules to avoid the problem of overstepping the boundaries. And Liang's exchange with Huang Guoxiang had just ended when he received a new message on WeChat. Zhou Tao. Mr. N, are you there? Zhou Tao. We at Happy Film and Television have something we want Mr. N to help with. Zhou Tao. We are currently preparing to shoot a TV series, Legend of the Ancient Gods. We are still close to investing, which will cost about 10 million. Zhou Tao. If Mr. N is willing to invest, we can exchange 20% of the equity of this drama, including derivative copyright income, and give Mr. N a quota for the second female lead. Zhou Tao, we at Happy Film and Television have invested 40 million in this drama. We are currently in the early stages of preparation, and it is expected to be completed within a month. And Liang checked the message sent by Zhou Tao. He could understand what Zhou Tao meant. Zhou Tao was not asking for help, but bringing benefits to his doorstep. And Liang asked Zhou Tao to handle Liang Shui's matter before, but Zhou Tao managed to mess up the matter. Although he later contacted Zhou Ronghua to clean up the mess, it was a little ugly. So Zhou Tao is now sending benefits to his door. This time the investment of 10 million is a small matter. But more importantly, Zhou Tao provided the decision-making power for the second female lead. And Liang sighed secretly. Zhou Tao is really too good. Zhou Tao knew that Liang Shui had withdrawn from Xinguang Agency and was probably in a state of having nothing to film. In addition, he had failed in Liang's request before, so he immediately offered a second female lead. This guy is simply a human being. If you put fur on him, he might be smarter than a monkey, right? Chapter 1053. Faced with Zhou Tao's superior arrangement, and Liang naturally could not refuse. After all, the young actor expressed his feelings yesterday. Of course, and Liang wants to benefit the young actor. And Liang, okay, thank you, and Liang. Mr. Zhou, send me your company's account number and I'll arrange the payment right away. Zhou Tao, thank you, Mr. N. Zhou Tao, there is no need to worry about the payment. Mr. N can call whenever it is convenient. Zhou Tao, public account of Happy Film and Television Company. Zhou Tao, by the way, Mr. N, please leave an email address and we will send you the script later. And Liang, frowny face email address. And Liang, okay, I'll arrange the payment right away. It just so happened that Liang had just received 15 million in funds from Xinguang Brokerage Company. Now he has no problem spending 10 million to buy Liang Shui, the second female position. No. Instead of spending 10 million, invest 10 million. Because the Life Winner system has already issued a reminder, if you invest 10 million this time, you can earn back 20 million with a return on investment of 200%. This kind of return on investment has completely surpassed On-Shin Investment Company. It's a pity that the investment environment in the entertainment industry is too complicated. It looks glamorous from the outside, but in fact the investment depth in the entertainment industry is very shallow, and there is no room for safe investment companies. Taking the top-level film industry in the entertainment industry as an example, the annual box office of Xiagua in 2018 was 60.9 billion yuan. This is the box office of all movies in the entire entertainment industry, including movies imported from overseas. The box office in 2019 was only 64.2 billion yuan. The box office of a movie is equivalent to the sales of the movie. Although it is only the sales in the cinema and not all the sales, how can On-Shin Investment Company be accommodated with sales of more than 60 billion? At present, On-Shin Investment Company holds more than 50 billion in cash. Just On-Shin Investment Company can blow up the total box office profits for the whole year. Okay? So it is quite easy to make 10 million with 10 million but it is more difficult to make 100 million with 100 million. If you use 10 billion to make 10 billion, it is simply a fantasy. It is impossible for Liang to invest in the entertainment industry. The most he can do is to promote young actors. Maybe in the future, he will be able to push young actors to the level of movie queens. And Liang, by the way, Mr. Zhou, is there anything fancy in your script? Zhou Tao understood and Liang's meaning instantly. Zhou Tao, please rest assured, Mr. In, the second female lead has no opposite role, and there is no second male lead. There is not even a scene of holding hands. Just like our promise, it is simply a Qing Shui drama. And Liang, and Liang. Okay. And Liang. Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for the arrangement this time. Zhou Tao. Mr. In is too polite. We should thank Mr. In for his investment. The two exchanged some commercial banter before ending their chat. Then Liang received the script of Legend of the Ancient Gods in his email, and he started to read it casually. While Liang was checking the script, Liang Shui finished cleaning up, and the sloppy homegirl just now disappeared without a trace. And Liang glanced at Liang Shui. The current Liang Shui was the little fairy who once made his heart beat. Young actor, come here. An Liang greeted. Liang Shui looked confused, but she walked towards Liang obediently and sat on Liang's lap again. Do I look good like this now? Liang Shui asked boldly. And Liang laughed. This time it's not bad. After finishing speaking, Liang asked, do you still want to film? Liang Shui asked, don't you mind? If it was a normal filming, I definitely wouldn't mind. And Liang responded, of course, if there are any scenes with male and female protagonists opposite each other, I will definitely mind it. Overbearing. Liang Shui hummed. Is this overbearing? And Liang added, I haven't finished speaking yet. No scene like holding hands is allowed. And Liang added. Liang Shui responded distressedly. Then there are relatively few scenes that can be filmed, and the roles are very restricted. 1 girl, 2 girls, and 3 girls basically don't even think about it. These roles basically have the restrictions you mentioned. And Liang handed the phone over and motioned to Liang Shui to check. The script of The Legend of the Ancient Gods was displayed on Liang's phone. Legend of Ancient Gods? Liang Shui said in surprise. Have you heard of it? And Liang asked back. Certainly. Liang Shui responded affirmatively. One of the annual works of Happy Film and Television this year, with a total investment of 50 million, the actor's remuneration is suppressed within 10 million, and only 24 episodes will be produced. According to the strength of Happy Film and Television, this year's well-received drama has already been booked in advance. Is Legend of the Ancient Gods so famous? No wonder the investment return reminder issued by the Life Winner system is 200%. If you invest 10 million, you can earn 20 million back. Zhou Tao really sold a favor. No. Maybe Zhou Tao didn't know that this drama was so successful, right? Otherwise, the other party might change it to another drama. So, do you want to be in this drama? And Liang asked. Chapter 1054, at Liang Shui's house. And Liang was sitting on the sofa, and Liang Shui sat intimately on Liang's lap. And Liang could even smell the vague fragrance of Liang Shui's body. Should it be the smell of shower gel? Liang Shui heard in Liang's inquiry and asked hesitantly, Are you saying that I can participate in Legend of the Ancient Gods? And Liang confirmed Liang Shui's inquiry. He continued to add, Happy Film and Television has sent all the scripts, and I will forward them to you later. By the way, you are the second female lead, really? Liang Shui looked at Liang with excitement. Real? And Liang nodded. Wow! Liang Shui cheered happily. She put her arms around Liang's neck, and then kissed Liang on the face. Thank you. Russelfin heard Liang Shui's cheers. She peeked out of the kitchen to peek at the situation in the living room, and then saw Liang Shui sitting on Liang's lap. She showed a look of surprise. It was exactly as she guessed. And after confirming the situation, Russelfin carefully retracted her head. She continued to make breakfast in the kitchen. Her cooking skills were a little better than Liang Shui, and she could also boil eggs. In the living room, after Liang Shui kissed Liang, she asked, When will Happy Films let me audition? There is no need for an audition. Others know you and your performance in our promise. You are directly designated as the second female lead. Do you understand? And Liang explained, "So good." Liang Shui was amazed. There is no need to audition? The first thing that came to her mind was not how good her acting skills were, nor how good her reputation was, nor how beautiful she was, which attracted happy film and television. Because there were none of these reasons. Use! Liang Shui knew that the reason why there was no need to audition was just because Liang was behind the scenes. She kissed Liang's face again. But this time Liang caught her in the act. And Liang put his left hand around her waist, and his right hand strangled her. The nape of fate was then sealed with a kiss by Liang. Liang Shui responded to Liang awkwardly. The purity of this little actor was 100% pure. Now it was her first kiss, relying entirely on Liang's guidance. Russellfin had already cooked the water. Eggs. She just wanted to enter the living room, but discovered the situation on the sofa. She could only shout loudly in the kitchen, "Shue, I have boiled eggs. How many do you want to eat?" And Liang naturally heard Russellfin's voice, and he let go of Liang Shui. Liang Shui's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Liang charmingly, then got up from Liang's lap and walked to the kitchen. "I only want two." And Liang actually really wants to persuade Liang Shui to eat two more. Isn't it better to take a supplement? This Liang Shui's health is a bit bad. Forget it, I will give her a good talk later. Liang Shui's current health score with only 82 points. The interpersonal relationship scanning system has already issued a reminder, indicating that Liang Shui has been working at a high intensity for a long time and is now in a subhealthy state. "Boss, do you want to eat?" Liang Shui came out with a bowl of water and eggs and asked. "What a fancy name." And Liang hummed, "You are the overbearing president." Liang Shui chuckled, and Liang overbearingly set up filming rules for Liang Shui. It seems that he does have the style of a domineering president. Besides, when Liang inherits Onshin Construction Company in the future, he will be the domineering president, right? "I won't eat any more. Eat more yourself." And Liang responded, "By the way, you have had a good rest recently. There is no need to worry about happy films. Legend of the Ancient Gods is still in preparation. When they have completed the preliminary work, they will naturally notify you." Liang Shui responded. Russellfin lowered his voice and asked, "What about Legend of Ancient Gods? Have you joined Happy Film and Television?" Liang Shui also lowered her voice to explain, saying that Liang got the second female lead in Legend of the Ancient God from Manhwa Film and Television, and reserved it for her without an audition. Russellfin is a practitioner in the entertainment industry, and she knows what to do, how difficult it was to do such a thing. She suppressed her surprise. Great, Shue, congratulations." Liang Shui nodded. "It's indeed very good. If Liang Shui is allowed to find such resources by herself. To put it harshly, even if she gives in, she might even get only one audition opportunity. After all, in the entertainment industry, how many assistant directors in charge of auditions don't commit to anything like this for the night, right? Too many newcomers who dream of entering the entertainment industry, especially newcomers from non-professional film and television schools, are dragged down by the so-called assistant directors. After all, if you go into the water once, it will be easier to go into the water again and again. Liang Shui is different. Liang Shui has a big tree called On Liang to protect her from the wind and rain. This is the so-called, it's easy to enjoy the shade under a big tree. She has clung to the big tree On Liang. Although the relationship is destined to be a clinging relationship, and she will never be able to compete for the status of the principal wife. Isn't it good now? Resources that she had never dreamed of getting are now automatically delivered to her door. This is the benefit of climbing a big tree. Chapter 1055. It's 9:30 in the morning, and Liang Shui went out together. The assistant Russellfin was too sensible to act like a light bulb. In the elevator room, Liang Shui took the initiative to hold Liang's arm, and she asked, "Where are we going?" "I am going to buy an Audi Q7 as my daily car in Shanghai." And Liang explained. Liang Shui was stunned for a moment. "It's very difficult to obtain the license plate in Magic City. Could it be that you don't have a car?" And Liang asked curiously. Liang Shui shook her head in the negative. "No, I can't take a picture of the Magic City license plate. Moda's car license plates are quite expensive, and they need to be auctioned. This year's Moda license plates cost about over 90,000 each, but the probability of winning the auction is about 1%. Of course, this is the way for ordinary people. For An Liang, who has the ability to make money, he still needs to take pictures in person. An Liang can just buy a license plate company directly. The so-called license plate company is a leather bag company that contains the Magic City license plate. These companies specialize in participating in the auction of the Magic City license plate, and then buy a cheap car with a license plate, wait patiently for 3 years, and finally package and sell the company. In this way, you will directly bypass the restriction that it is difficult to obtain license plates in Shanghai. This is just in Shanghai. If it were in the imperial capital, it would be even easier for An Liang to obtain the license plate. Of course, through the power of by Yujing in the sky, An Liang could also directly obtain the license plate in the magic capital. But that is completely unnecessary. If you spend money, An Liang prefers to spend money to solve problems. After all, if you deal with it through by Yujing in the sky, you may need to owe favors. Money is easy to make, but favors are hard to repay. An Liang once said this theory, taking moving as an example. Spending a small amount of money can why waste favors and ask friends for help when the problem can be solved? The same is true now. An Liang is more willing to solve such small things through money. A mere license plate needs to be dealt with by Yujing in the sky. Isn't that lowering his status? Then let's buy one for you too. An Liang explained. Ah? Liang Shui was stunned for a moment. What car do you like? An Liang asked. Liang Shui didn't know how to answer for a while. Among An Liang's women, Liang Shui was the most special being. The other women were pursued by An Liang actively, but Liang Shui passively surrendered. In Liang Shui's view, An Liang is willing to help her solve some entertainment industry issues and find her some entertainment industry resources. For example, this time, Liang Shui is very satisfied with the second female role in Legend of the Ancient Gods. But now An Liang still wants to buy her a car? How are you going to solve the license plate problem? Liang Shui asked back. An Liang responded with a smile. You don't need to worry about this problem. Downstairs in the 6th building of Riverside Garden, Master Yuan, the limousine driver of Manhwa, saw An Liang and Liang Shui. He automatically ignored Liang Shui next to An Liang. Their most important quality as a limousine driver is that they have a tight tongue. Yang Amanyan also conducts corresponding assessments when selecting concierge car drivers. Seeing An Liang and Liang Shui walking over, Master Yuan opened the backseat door. An Liang let Liang Shui get in the car first in a gentlemanly manner. He waited for An Liang to get in the car as well. After that, Master Yuan helped An Liang close the door. He went around to the other side and entered the cab, and then asked, Mr. An, where are you going now? Nearby Audi 4S store. An Liang ordered. As an Audi fan, An Liang finally wants to support Audi. The last time An Liang was preparing to support Audi Q8, he felt that the price/performance ratio of Audi Q8 was too low, and it felt like rubbing the customer's IQ on the ground. So he finally chose the Lamborghini Urus. This time he chose the Audi Q7. He felt that he would not change his mind again, right? Master Yuan followed An Liang's instructions and turned on the navigation system. The nearest Audi 4S store was 3 kilometers away. After taking a seat, Master Yuan started driving. In the back seat, An Liang took Liang Shui's right hand, pulled her up, observed it for a while, and commented, You have been resting for a while recently. I feel that you are in poor health. Got it. Liang Shui looked at An Liang doubtfully. An Liang put down Liang Shui's right hand, and he tapped the dark circles under Liang Shui's eyes. Have you been staying up late recently? With dark circles like yours, you are simply a disciple of time. I'm not, Liang Shui said negatively. I am still. Liang Shui was embarrassed to say that she was still a novice player. And Liang secretly smiled. He turned his head and looked at Liang Shui, whose right face was slightly red. He said teasingly, Okay, I know. Anyway, you have nothing to do recently. You should have a good rest before waiting for notification from Huan. Liang Shui nodded. Yes, I understand. And Liang was right. Liang Shui has been staying up late recently, especially during the filming of Our Promise, when her average daily sleep time was less than 6 hours. Nearly 10 minutes later, Master Yuan drove a Mercedes-Benz S450L to the Audi 4S store. After Liang and Liang Shui got out of the car, Liang Shui took the initiative to hold Liang's arm again. And Liang asked again, I will buy you a car later. What kind of car do you like? This was the second time Liang asked, and Liang Shui finally asked. I'm sure Liang really wants to buy her a car, and it's not just a polite joke. So she must have clung to the right person, right? Chapter 1056, outside the Audi 4S store, Liang Shui held Liang's arm, and they walked towards the store together. I don't have much demand for cars. I don't need to buy a luxury brand, just an ordinary car. Liang Shui responded to Liang's inquiry. Audi, luxury brand. All right, Audi is indeed a luxury brand. After all, a headlight costs tens of thousands of dollars. How can it still be considered a luxury brand? As for what kind of dual-clutch transmission the Audi A4L and A6L use, if they lack a bit of luxury brand style, then Audi will definitely complain. Audi's dual-clutch transmission is very good and powerful. If you continue to ask why the Audi A8L and Audi Q7 do not use dual-clutch transmissions, they directly use 8-speed at automatic transmissions. Audi, no malicious questions. Facing Liang Shui's answer, and Liang sighed secretly. This Liang Shui's requirements are a bit low. Is it so easy to satisfy? The two walked into the Audi 4S store and were immediately greeted by a female salesperson. Hello. The saleswoman greeted politely, and Liang asked straight to the point. Do you have a Q7 at home? Yes, please come over here. The saleswoman led the way, and Liang Shui followed, and the three of them came to the Audi Q7 show car together. This was a black Audi Q7. Judging from the headlights, it still smelled like Audi. The saleswoman introduced the Audi Q7 parameters, but Liang didn't listen at all. He knew these parameters well. After all, he's an Audi fan. How could he not know Audi's performance parameters? Whether it is the 3.0 TV6 engine or the 0-100 acceleration in 5.9 seconds, time, or the Quattro four-wheel drive system based on the torsion differential, are all models of Audi. As an Audi fan, Liang likes these elements very much. But the problem is, this generation of Audi Q7 is really not Audi Q5. Anyway, from the front, this generation of Audi Q7 has no momentum at all and has lost the domineering power of the previous Audi Q7. And Liang feels a little disappointed. Do you have a Q8? And Liang asked again. As a result, the price of the Audi Q8 was still not discounted, and there was still a lack of sincerity. And Liang, an Audi fan, failed to recharge again. And Liang Shui left the Audi 4S store, and after they got back into the Mercedes-Benz S450L, Liang Shui asked, Isn't Audi good? Not quite. And Liang responded to Liang Shui first, and then told the limousine driver, Master Yuan, let's go to the nearest BMW 4S store. Receive. Master Yuan responded. And Liang continued to say to Liang Shui, Nowadays Audi is becoming less and less sincere. A joking way of saying it is to buy lights for the car. Except for car lights, Audi dares to reduce the supply of everything. I want to talk about the two old actors Audi A4L and Audi A6L. After all, dual clutch has been used for many years, and consumers have even passively accepted and got used to it, right? Look at the Audi Q5 again. The former Audi Q5 was equipped with torsion differential, and it is a Quattro true full-time four-wheel drive system, and is also equipped with an 8-speed at automatic transmission. The latest generation of Audi Q5L has increased the body size and looks more high-end and majestic, more like an Audi Q7. It is simply full of sincerity, it feels full. But it cancels the torsion differential, transforms the Quattro True full-time four-wheel drive system into the so-called Quattro Plus four-wheel drive system. And the 8-speed at automatic transmission also becomes a dual clutch. Even such an Audi Q5L, even in Liang, a fan, couldn't give it credit. It can only be said that Audi is really reducing its equipment more and more in order to get cheaper prices. 10 minutes later, and Liang Shui came to the BMW 4S store. And Liang is not a fan of BMW, but he also has a certain fondness for BMW. He chose a car very quickly this time. After just a test drive, he decided on the top trim of the BMW X5. It was just an ordinary top trim of the BMW X5, not the BMW X5M. Not on Liang. He was reluctant to spend money, but there was no need. The full price of the top-spec BMW X5 was 950,000 yuan. Under the recommendation of the BMW 4S store, On Liang bought a license plate leather bag company for 200,000 yuan, which is equivalent to spending twice as much. Price to buy a Magic City license plate. Don't think that the license plate leather bag company will make a lot of money. In fact, it is hard money. After all, it takes 3 years for a license plate company to be established and sold, and it also needs to bid for the Magic City license plate. These are intangible costs. 3 years of time cost, the cost of purchasing a registered vehicle, as well as a series of costs such as company registration costs, audit costs, etc. The profit of each license plate is actually only about 50,000 yuan. In 3 years, more than 100,000 yuan was invested money, earning 50,000 yuan, and helping On Liang handle various procedures is actually hard money. Even if you think about it with your toes, you will know that if the license plate leather bag company is really a huge profit industry, then I don't know how many people will flock in. After all, as long as it is about making money, there is no need to worry about no one joining. When in Liang and the BMW 4S store discussed the license plate issue, he saw Liang Shui browsing the display cars in the BMW 4S store. So this does the young actor like BMW. Chapter 1062. The little actress is different from the other women in On Liang. The little actress took the initiative on her own initiative, and she knew very well that she was not qualified to compete for the status of the main palace. Facing in Liang's inquiry, Liang Shui blushed slightly. I'll get her out of the way when the time comes. And Liang laughed. Did this young actor treat the assistant as a fool? Let's talk about it then. And Liang responded. Shanghai International Finance Center. And Liang directly selected 2 sets of clothes at Louis Vuitton. At Liang's insistence, Liang Shui also selected 3 sets of clothes at Louis Vuitton and a messenger bag. Total the price was just 510,000. And Liang naturally used the mid-level shopping cashback card again, and was lucky enough to get 6 times the cashback again, which meant that he spent a day shopping to his heart's content. Not only did he buy 3 cars, he also bought a Louis Vuitton. Going shopping, is it equivalent to not spending money in the end? Everything is free. When in Liang and Liang Shui walked out of Louis Vuitton, it was already close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Liang Shui lowered her voice and said, It's getting late. Are you going back? Let me send you back first. And Liang responded, Oh. Liang Shui responded. The 2 of them carried Louis Vuitton shopping bags and walked towards the elevator leading to the underground parking garage. Along the way, Liang Shui naturally received a lot of envious looks from female passersby. After all, and Liang Shui were both carrying Louis Vuitton bags with both hands. A blind guess on the Louis Vuitton shopping bag must have cost at least 6 figures, right? Such a shopping situation is naturally enviable. In the underground parking garage, and Liang threw his own Louis Vuitton shopping bag into the trunk. And then the shopping bag belonging to Liang Shui was thrown into the back seat, and the 2 were separated to avoid confusion later, thus preventing accidents. Otherwise, and Liang would have brought a set of women's clothes back, so he would have to bite the bullet and tell Li Xian bought a set of clothes. More than half an hour later, On Liang drove to Habin Garden. This time he simply said to go to Building 6, and was let in easily. Habin Garden community is just it's just a community. And Liang parked the car on the roadside below the 6th building of Riverside Garden. He saw the BMW X6 and GMC Savannah also parked on the roadside below the 6th building. The work efficiency of GMC and BMW 4S stores both are very high. Both cars were delivered. Come up and sit. Liang Shui sent out the invitation. Fortunately, and Liang knew that his assistant Russell was upstairs. Otherwise, and Liang would have thought wrong. After all, this kind of invitation has become a conventional code. Okay? And Liang teased with a smirk. Isn't that right? Do you want to drink some water later? Liang Shui's face turned red. She rolled her eyes at Liang and hummed. I don't mean anything else. Sufin is still at home. And Liang responded, I'll send you up. There are a lot of things, and it's hard for you to carry them alone. Thanks, Liang Shui responded. And Liang carried the Louis Vuitton shopping bag, and then went upstairs with Liang Shui. At the door of room 303 on the third floor, Liang Shui did not open the door immediately. She stood in front of Liang, looked up at Liang slightly, and then raised her hands. He wrapped his arms around Liang's neck and asked for a kiss. How could Liang refuse? This little actor is very beautiful, but his figure is a little off. But this is not a big problem, because Liang heard that massage can solve this problem. Otherwise, why do some girls? It was originally a red panda, but after having a boyfriend, it became a giant panda. Most likely because of the boyfriend's massage, right? After a few minutes, Liang Shui let go of Liang, and she whispered, "When it's convenient for you, remember to tell me. I will pay Sufin in advance." How could Liang refuse? Liang is a gentleman. But the reward card for his billions of descendants without a return date always rewards tens of millions of prizes. Liang just bows to money and has no other intentions. After all, he is a good man. How can he be seduced by a beauty? Lure? Dong dong dong. Liang Shui knocked on the door. Russelfin's voice came. Who is it? Sufin. Liang Shui responded, Oh, coming. Russelfin responded. After she opened the door, she found Liang and Liang Shui outside the door, and also found the Louis Vuitton shopping bag in Liang's hand. Russelfin is a celebrity agent, and she is extremely familiar with all kinds of high-end luxury brands. How could you not know Louis Vuitton? Mr. Please come in, Russelfin greeted, and Liang responded negatively. I won't go in. I have other things to do. I'll come back another day. After finishing speaking, Liang handed over the shopping bag. Russelfin quickly took the shopping bag. Liang Shui asked, Be careful when driving on the road. And Liang responded, then turned and left. After Liang took the elevator to leave, Russelfin lowered his voice and said, Shui, are you dating Mr. N? By the way, I just received a BMW X6 and a GMC Savannah. They were both given to you by Mr. N? Russelfin asked quickly. Russelfin continued, I just looked at the information of the two cars. They were all bought today, and they were registered as assets of the company under your name. How did Mr. N do that? Liang Shui responded without concealment. They were indeed given to me by him, and so were these Louis Vuittons. Speaking of this, Liang Shui paused for a moment and then sighed. He and I are indeed dating, but I am not his girlfriend. Russelfin looked at Liang Shui blankly. Liang Shui said softly, If you can't accept it, then you can leave, and I will settle 1 month's salary for you. Snow, why? Russelfin asked back. Liang Shui responded with a smile, Because I think this is good, isn't it? Before Russelfin answered, Liang Shui continued, You just said that those two cars belong directly to me, and these Louis Vuittons add up to more than 300,000. I really think it's pretty good. By the way, he and I didn't really have a relationship. Liang Shui added, If I choose him, I will only choose him. If I surrender to the company, there are countless situations in which I may surrender. Liang Shui said tactfully. Russelfin fell silent. After nearly 10 seconds, she responded, I understand. I will stay with you. Chapter 1063 Riverside Garden, Building 6, Room 303. Russelfin decided to stay. She understood Liang Shui's decision. She could not accept Zhao Yu's decision before, because Zhao Yu gave in to Xinguang Agency. Just like Liang Shui said, if she surrenders to Liang, she will only surrender to Liang. But if she surrenders to the agency, then she will surrender countless times in the future. By the way, Shui, how on earth did Mr. N put the two cars on the plate today? Russelfin asked curiously. All the information about the two cars was sent with the car. Russelfin naturally knew the prices of the two cars and their ownership. Liang Shui explained the operation method of the license plate company. Such an operation, the method is very simple. It is nothing more than spending money. Both license plates are the assets of the corresponding company. If you directly buy the shell company to which the license plate belongs and become the owner of the company, you will naturally own the license plate. It is nothing more than spending more money. Ability to solve problems easily. How much does a license plate cost? Russelfin asked curiously. Liang Shui responded, 200,000 for a license plate. Wow! Russelfin exclaimed. The current license price is only about 90,000 yuan. They are really making money, but it is actually hard money. If you are lucky, not only can you get a very good license plate number, but you can also win the bid for many license plate numbers at once, and then hoard them in batches. For example, if you hoard 1,000 license plates a year, 3 years later you can get at least 50 million in profits without any risk, and you can even get low-interest loans if you are in a position to relieve the financial pressure. This should be very clear, right? Can ordinary people do this kind of operation? These the way to make money with welfare is not something ordinary people can play around with. Those license plate companies can make this money, so they naturally have their own way, otherwise are ordinary people really dealing with it? Have you drank too much pure milk? Okay, pure. Shue. I begin to understand you, Russellfin responded. Liang Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and she showed a look of relief. As long as you understand. By the way, Shue, can I send it to Moments? Hasselfin Asketum? Liang Shui was confused. What circle of friends? There are people from Holy Light in the circle of friends, and they are all watching our good show. I will post these things so that those guys from Holy Light who look down on others can take a good look. Russellfin responded. Liang Shui thought about it for a moment and nodded. Then let's send it. But mosaic the private information. Okay, Russellfin agreed. By the way, you just said that I joined a new agency, and he said he would open a studio for me. I should be considered as joining a new agency, right? Liang Shui added, Russellfin was stunned for a moment. Mr. wants to open a studio for you? He said that he would invest 3 million and hold 30% of the shares, and then he and I would jointly set up a studio and cooperate with Hua Yuan. Liang Shui explained. Don't tell anyone about the things about Huan Xuan, and don't tell anyone about the second female lead in Legend of the Ancient Gods. Just say that I joined a new agency, and the new agency gave me 2 cars and these Louis Vuittons. Liang Shui explained. Russellfin responded. After a while, Russellfin finished processing the relevant photos and then posted the information on Moments. Russellfin, we're good. The new company is great. Thanks for the courtesy from the new company. Photo, GMC Savannah. Picture, BMW X6. Picture, Louis Vuitton **. After Russellfin's WeChat Moments were posted, he immediately attracted the attention of his former colleagues at the Holy Light Agency. The news that Liang Shui quit the Holy Light Agency and joined a new company to receive top-notch treatment was circulated within the Holy Light Agency. After Pu Minghan learned about the situation, he could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. What else can be done? Others don't know Liang Shui's situation. How can he know? With Liang Shui being treated like this, Pu Minghan wouldn't have any accidents at all. Okay? According to the other party's status, these are basic treatments. In order to prevent people within the company from provoking Liang Shui, Pu Minghan even asked his secretary Lin Lin to express his blessings for Liang Shui's good development in the company group. This situation made everyone at Xinguang Brokerage Company understand that Liang Shui must have embraced her. Otherwise, how could Xinguang Brokerage Company be so cowardly? Some people from Xinguang Brokerage Company are even thinking, should they find a way to hug Liang Shui's thigh? What if I hugged him? On the other side, after Liang left Riverside Garden, he took the initiative to contact Li Xian. Honey, have you finished your volunteer work? And Liang talked to Li Xian through the car phone. It was already past 5:30, and Liang guessed that Li Xian's volunteer activities were over. Li Xian responded, the volunteer work is over, but we met here. Tabenum? And Liang asked nervously, baby, what trouble did you encounter? Chapter 1064, is Li Xian in danger? No. If Li Xian was in danger, the Life Winner system would have already issued a warning, right? The reason Liang came to Magic City this time was because the Life Winner system issued a reminder that Li Xian had encountered a security problem that Rini Security Company might not be able to handle in time. Now there is no prompt in the Life Winner system at all, so it's just Li Xian who is in trouble, right? We had just finished volunteering at the nursing home and were about to ride a shared electric scooter back to school. On the way, Teacher Jiang hit a pet dog, and now the two sides are arguing. Li Xian explained the problem. Teacher Jiang hit the pet dog, and Liang was stunned for a moment. It turns out it's not Li Xian's trouble. Li Xian responded. The owner of the pet dog insisted on saying that her pet dog was worth 100,000 yuan and asked teacher Jiang to compensate 50,000 yuan. We have notified the patrol here and are waiting for the patrol to handle it. Send me a location and I'll come right away. By the way, honey, you secretly record a video and guide the other party to personally explain the compensation of 50,000 yuan. And Liang explained. Li Xiyin instantly understood what Liang meant. You are indeed a bad guy. So do you like me, the big bad guy? And Liang said jokingly snort. Li Xiyin hummed. Hang up now. I'll send you the location. And Liang responded. After ending the call, and Liang chose a temporary parking spot and pulled over and turned on the double flash emergency lights and then checked the WeChat message sent by Li Xiyin. And Liang took a look at the positioning information and set up the navigation. The total distance is 24 kilometers. In view of the current traffic jam, it will take about half an hour. After getting back on the road, Liang contacted Rennie Security Company and asked Rennie Security Company to arrange for a lawyer and pet appraiser to go there together. You wanted to see what kind of pet dog is this? How dare you ask for 100,000 yuan? Because of the traffic jam, and Liang arrived at Li Xiyin's location nearly 40 minutes later. When Liang arrived, 2 motorcycle policemen had already arrived, and the case was being recorded. A middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes took the initiative to greet Liang. Hello, Mr. N. I am lawyer Song Zi. I am very happy to serve you this time. Hello, Mr. N. I am Zheng Jinghua, a pet appraiser. Zheng Jinghua greeted politely, and Liang and the security personnel of Rennie Security Company in the crowd nodded slightly to confirm the information. He greeted, Hello, you two. Please follow my instructions in a moment. The two naturally agreed. After the two agreed, and Liang walked over and greeted Li Xiyin, Baby. Li Xiyin shook her phone and made an OK gesture, indicating that she had recorded the corresponding information. And Liang gave Li Xiyin a thumbs up. What's the situation now? Compensation issues are being discussed. Li Xiyin lowered her voice. That pet dog owner is very annoying when he refuses to let you go. And Liang glanced at the owner of the pet dog. She seemed to be an aunt in her 50s. She should be a native of Shanghai. Her attitude was a bit arrogant, and she was arrogant even when facing patrols. Let me tell you, our dog was bought for 100,000 yuan when he was a child. It has been raised for more than 3 years now. I treat it like a son. Without 50,000 yuan today, none of you can even think of leaving. The middle-aged aunt said arrogantly. And Liang stepped forward and interrupted. Aunt you? Who do you call aunt? The middle-aged aunt interrupted in Liang. How rude. And Liang raised his eyebrows. Hello, mother of this dog. You're talking nonsense. The middle-aged aunt glared at Liang, but was interrupted by Liang. I just heard what you said yourself. You treat it like a son. Is there a problem if I call you the mother of this dog? And Liang asked back. The middle-aged aunt was pinched by Liang and was unable to move forward or retreat for a while. After all, she had just said that she regarded that dog as her son. Should she deny it now? In view of this dilemma, the middle-aged aunt stared at Liang with death. And Liang ignored her and asked, Hello, Comrade Patrol. What's the situation now? Lu Peng, the young police officer on the motorcycle patrol, responded, The main conflict now is the amount of compensation. After our patrol's judgment, the dog owner, Ms. Lai Meiju, did not hold the dog leash properly, which caused the dog to break into the road and eventually cause a traffic accident. Lu Peng continued, In view of this situation, we determined that Ms. Lai Meiju was the main fault and bore the main responsibility. The secondary responsibility is borne by teacher Jiang Xinjie, and the ratio between the two parties is 90% and 10%. There is no problem with this judgment. According to the law, the main responsible party for this traffic accident is the pet owner. The current pet owner, Ms. Lai Meiju, has repeatedly affirmed that her pet dog is worth 100,000 yuan and cannot provide proof of purchase. She is not satisfied with our division of responsibilities, so the current situation is deadlocked. Little catcher Lu Peng explained the situation. Lu Peng is a sensible person. He saw in Liang's extraordinary qualities. If Liang can solve the problem, it will be a big help to their patrol. Chapter 1065. After Liang listened to Lu Peng's explanation, He ignored the pet dog owner named Lai Meiju and waved directly to Song Zi and Zheng Jinghua. Song Zi and Zheng Jinghua immediately came to En Liang's side. En Liang explained, "Expert Zheng, please take a look at the condition of this dog first. Evaluate the dog's injuries, its value, and the corresponding treatment costs. Lawyer Song, please tell this Anne about the law and let her understand the city's pet dog breeding and management regulations. If she doesn't listen, educate her about the sentencing standards for extortion of 50,000 yuan." And Liang explained. Zheng Jinghua responded first, "Okay, Mr. N." After responding, Zheng Jinghua took out his pet doctor's license and said, "Hello, Comrade Patrol. I am Zheng Jinghua, a practicing pet veterinarian in the Imperial Court. This is my medical license. In addition, I am a professional pet appraiser of the Shanghai Pet Association. This is my association certificate." Lu Peng was stunned for a moment. Although he saw in Liang's extraordinary ability, had En Liang prepared relevant backup plans in advance? Lu Peng checked Zheng Jinghua's ID, and he nodded. "Hello, Dr. Zheng." Song Zi introduced himself, just like Zheng Jinghua, and showed his lawyer's practicing certificate. "I am a senior legal consultant at Modu Siphon Law Firm. I have been practicing law for 19 years. Hello, Ms. Lai. I will provide legal assistance to Ms. Jiang Xinjie." Song Zi looked at Lai Meiju and said. Lai Meiju was a little nervous. "There is something wrong with this battle. It's petting again. A doctor and a lawyer. The other party came prepared?" Zheng Jinghua quickly checked the condition of the pet dog and said directly, "This is a very ordinary Samoyed dog. The market value is about 2,000 yuan, and the error will not exceed 100 yuan. At present, the injury of this dog is relatively minor. It is mainly caused by the impact on the right front leg and right front shoulder, and there is a certain degree of muscle tissue contusion. It is not possible to determine whether there is any skeletal injury, but judging from the dog's performance, the skeletal injury is likely the probability is relatively low." Zheng Jinghua added, "Based on my experience, the combined cost of testing and treatment for this Samoyed will not exceed 1,000 yuan. Zheng Jinghua concluded. Song Zi added on the side, "Ms. Lai, did you just apply for 50,000 yuan in compensation?" Lai Meiju didn't answer Song Zi. She looked at Zheng Jinghua. "Impossible. This dog is worth 100,000. My dancing sister introduced the business. And I have a certificate. The certificate is at home. I can provide it," Lai Meiju said anxiously. Zheng Jinghua responded, "It's useless to have a certificate because its value is just like this. Whether it is my judgment, other pet appraisers, or even professional pet institutions, its prices only will be like this." But just as Lai Meiju opened her mouth, she was interrupted by En Liang. "Aunt Dog, why don't you think about it? Have you been cheated before?" En Liang reminded. Lai Meiju was silent. En Liang continued, "If you continue to mess around, we will pursue your extortion behavior." Lai Meiju's expression changed. Lu Peng reminded at the side, "Ms. Lai, the other party has such rights. Our law enforcement recorder recorded that you just submitted an application for compensation of 50,000 yuan. Lai Meiju gritted her teeth. "Then I consider myself unlucky and forget about it." And Liang waved his hand and said, "Just handle it how you should. Let the patrol comrades solve the problem on the spot and sign the traffic accident handling documents and the responsibility letters of both parties to completely resolve this matter." Lu Peng secretly gave En Liang a thumbs up. According to En Liang's handling of the matter, this matter will be over. What if Lai Meiju continues to cause trouble? That would be embarrassing. The responsibility will be entirely assigned to Lai Meiju's side. It belongs to Lai Meiju to pick quarrels and cause trouble. After facing the evaluation of the value of the pet veterinarian and the legal education of the lawyer, Lai Meiju had no right to refuse at all. She could only accept the treatment plan proposed by En Liang. En Liang did not mean to kill them all. After all, the other party was just an ant, and he was not a pet at all. After provoking Li Xian was only delayed. Why did he need to kill them all? It was easy to kill them all, but what to do next? Then he left this record and was discovered by those who paid attention to En Liang. It has an impact on En Liang's image. Who is En Liang like? If the other party provoked Li Xian and caused harm to Li Xian, then there is nothing wrong with killing them all. But that is not the case now. So Liang chose compassion, thus reflecting his magnanimous and tolerant side. A small incident was easily resolved by Liang, and this favor was naturally given to Li Xiyan. After all, Liang is Li Xiyan's boyfriend, and Jiang Xinjie is Li Xiyan's counselor. And Liang helped solve the problem. Jiang Xinjie naturally wanted to thank Liang, but Liang was not a student at Fudan University in Shanghai. This gratitude was transferred to Li Xiyan. When Jiang Xinjie and Lai Meiju signed a traffic accident handling document under the coordination of the patrol at that time, and Liang found that people in the Imperial City Friends group were going crazy at him. Could it be that something urgent happened in the Imperial City? And Liang clicked on the Imperial City Friends group to check the situation. Li Tsunyuan at Onlang. Brother Liang, look at this video. I laughed to death. Li Tsunyuan. Video Yun Haiyang Onlang. Laughing to death +1. Qian Xiaojiang me. Cracked. Qian Xiaojiang. What a talent. Chapter 1066 Li Tsunyuan sent a video to the Imperial Capital Friends group. Judging from the messages sent by the three people, and Liang guessed that it was a funny video. But what kind of funny video can make Li Tsunyuan and the others share it with him so actively? Because he was outdoors, and Liang did not check immediately. He replied to a message in the group. And Liang, thank you for the invitation. People are outside, we'll check later. Li Tsun. Friendly reminder, it is best to check it alone. It is so funny. Yun Haiyang. I have watched it 3 times, and I laughed every time. Qian Xiaojiang. Brother Liang, you have to hold still. I feel so ashamed. And Liang. You guys made me want to watch it now. Qian Xiaojiang. No. Check it out when you are still alone because this damn thing is really shameful. On Liang. Li Xiyan greeted Liang and interrupted Liang's continued chat. He responded casually, Brother Yuan and the others sent me something. I'll reply with a message first. Oh. Li Xiyan responded. And Liang replied to the message in the Imperial Capital Friends group, saying that he had something to deal with and would check the video later, and then put away his phone. Baby, are things settled? And Liang asked. Li Xiyan nodded affirmatively. Well, we just finished processing it. Jiang Xinjie came over and said politely and gratefully, Classmate and thank you. And Liang responded politely, You're welcome, Teacher Jiang. It's just a small matter. Zheng Jinghua and Song Zi have left quietly. Naturally, the personnel of Rini Security Company will be responsible for settling the related expenses. Classmate and have you eaten? Jiang Xinjie continued to send out invitations before Liang could answer. I invite students to eat spicy hot pot outside the school today. If Liang doesn't eat, please don't dislike it. Li Xiyan said from the side. It's the malatang we went to before. It tastes pretty good, right? And Liang responded affirmatively. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I just didn't have dinner. There is no need to be polite. And I should be the one thanking you. Jiang Xinjie responded politely. After the two parties were polite, and Liang took the initiative and said to Li Xiyan, Baby, how about you come with me first? And Liang is actually quite disgusted with shared electric vehicles. Not against the shared electric vehicle project, but against the safe environment of riding shared electric vehicles. There are too many cases of traffic accidents involving shared electric vehicles in the news. That's why Liang is ready to take the car. Li Xiyan asked her not to ride the shared electric scooter again. Li Xiyan asked, Master Yang came with you? And Liang denied. He pointed to the BMW X5 parked on the roadside and turned on the emergency lights, and responded, I bought a car today. It will be more convenient to use the car in Shanghai in the future. Li Xiyan took a look at the BMW X5 and commented, It's a bit ugly and a bit fierce. It doesn't look good. This BMW felt bitter in his heart, but couldn't express it. Li Xiyan looked at Jiang Xinjie and said, Teacher Jiang, will you come with us first? When Jiang Xinjie hesitated, and Liang joked, If Teacher Jiang is not here, I will be embarrassed to order. Jiang Xinjie then agreed to follow. Let's go together. Li Xiyan pulled Gui Yuqing over again, and Liang didn't see Yao Qi. The other party must be from a different major, right? There were 8 people in this volunteer activity, including Jiang Xinjie. Jiang Xinjie said, Classmate, can you take one more person with you? If you can take one more person with you, the remaining 4 people can take a taxi and follow us. Let's go together, sure. And Liang responded. After a while, Jiang Xinjie assigned 2 groups of candidates, Li Shiyin, Gui Yuqing, and Huang Xiaoling. Jiang Xinjie followed in Liang and left. The other 4 people, led by Ma Yingjun, followed in a taxi. After grouping, and Liang's group left first, Li Shiyin naturally sat in the passenger seat. Jiang Xinjie, Gui Yuqing, and Huang Xiaoling sat in the back seat. And Liang started the engine, and Gui Yuqing in the back seat asked curiously, "Big dude, you actually got the Magic City license plate? You've already called me boss. What's the problem with me getting a Magic City license plate?" And Liang asked back, "But Gui Yuqing is a native of Magic City. She knows how rare the license plate in Magic City is. It seems that our license plate in Magic City is really difficult to get, right?" Jiang Xinji answered, "It should be a company license plate. Directly acquire the company, thereby bypassing is it over the limit. Teacher Jiang is amazing." And Liang admitted and said, Gui Yuqing was a little dazed. "There is such an operation?" Jiang Xinjie briefly explained the specific operation, and she implicitly stated that such an operation is nothing more than spending money. Li Xiyin complained, "Magic City is really troublesome." "Okay, baby, these are just small things. After you get your driver's license, I'll take you to the Porsche Experience Center and see if you like the Cayenne or the 911. "I want the Cayenne. The 911 is too small and not good-looking at all." Li Xiyin responded casually. Is this supposed to be the aesthetic difference between men and women? If he had to choose between the Cayenne and the 911, An Liang would definitely choose the 911 unconditionally, because the essence of Porsche is the 911, and this is the core car series of Porsche. Chapter 1072, Fudan University Library. And Liang ordered Anshin Investment Company to start executing actions against Shengshi Dingming Investment Company. Chen Ming, who was far away in the imperial capital, had not yet realized that Anshin Investment Company's thunderous power was about to fall. 8:30 in the morning. A piece of information broke the financial circle and caused heated discussions on Weibo. Regarding Baining Biotech, Confession of Financial Fraud. Hello everyone. I am Qiao Yijiang, the Deputy Financial Director of Baining Biotechnology. I am very sorry for occupying public resources to announce something. Starting in 2015, we at Baining Biotech began to falsify financial results, fictitious sales and profits, and R&D investment, thus forming an internal fraud cycle. From February 1st, 2015 to January 31st, 2020, in a total of 5 years, our Baining Biotech was suspected of falsifying sales data of 8.6 billion, profit data of 2.4 billion, and R&D investment data of 3.6 billion. The original financial report data shows that we made a profit of 800 million yuan in 5 years, but actually lost 1.6 billion yuan. In January 2020, our company's marketing revenue fell by 60% year-on-year and 35% month-on-month. Our market share declined, and our losses further expanded. In view of the fact that paper cannot contain the fire, on behalf of Baining Biotech, I would like to take the initiative to disclose the financial fraud and accept the investigation by the relevant yamen. As soon as this confession of Baining Biotech's financial fraud was released, it caused a landslide and tsunami in the financial circle. Baining Biotechnology is a high-tech biotechnology company with a valuation of hundreds of billions. It is a star stock in the stock market. Did it turn out to be a financial fraud? Although many companies in the stock market are committing financial fraud, for star companies like Baining Biotech, the possibility of fraud is very low. However, such a star stock suddenly exploded with such thunder. The information about Baining Biological Company Limited was quickly dug up on Weibo. It was once a star company, an evergreen tree in the stock market, a small money maker, and actively invested in research and development. But it turned out that everything was fake. Imperial Capital. Wei Zhihong, the investment manager of Shengshi Dingming Investment Company, is contacting Chen Ming. "Mr. Chen, have you seen the message on Weibo?" Wei Zhihong asked. Chen Ming asked doubtfully, "What news is there on Weibo?" "Then I'll send it to you right away." Wei Zhihong hung up the phone first, and then sent a screenshot of Weibo on WeChat and also sent the link address. Chun Ming immediately checked it. The content of Bai Ning Biology's financial fraud confession is very simple, and this confession is clean and neat. It explained the financial fraud of Bai Ning Biotech, and the publisher of the confession was the deputy financial director of Bai Ning Biocertification. After Chun Ming read it, he had a vague idea that what happened this time should not be an accident, but in Liang fighting back. He just made a devil-in-the-dark video to trick in Liang, but less than a day later, and Liang started to fight back. Chun Ming immediately dialed Wei Zhihong's number, and after waiting for the call, he immediately asked, "How many positions do we have in Bai Ning Biotech?" "There are 1.8 billion in total." Wei Zhihong responded, "Find a way to deal with it." Chun Ming explained, "I remember that this investment is our own funds, right? Shengshi Dingming Investment Company has a very high proportion of its own funds, with a total of 12.6 billion yes." Wei Zhihong responded affirmatively. "Since it is our own funds, we will cut off our efforts and resolve this investment as much as possible. A larger loss is acceptable." Chun Ming responded, "By the way, when we invest in the stock market, unless it is a company we know very well, we can start selling off the stocks of other companies." Chun Ming defended in advance. He is indeed very powerful, and Liang only started the first wave of attacks, and Chun Ming started an active defensive posture. Because Chun Ming knew that Liang was very powerful, and he knew that once Liang started to act, he would not show mercy good. Wei Zhihong explained, "At 9 o'clock, the Shaohui stock market opened. However, after the call auction, the stock price of Bai Ning Biotech fell from 35 yuan to 31.5 yuan as soon as the market opened, triggering the 10% limit protection. The large number of stocks in the hands of Shengshi Dingming had no way to exit the market. Even if he wanted to cut off the meat, there was no chance because trading was prohibited from trading immediately." Wei Zhihong followed Chun Ming's instructions and began to deal with other heavy holdings of Shengshi Dingming. In such a situation, Onshin Investment was naturally attracted. The company found out. Li Gang immediately started to create gossip and made all the heavy holdings that Shengshi Dingming wanted to reduce its holdings as the protagonists of the gossip, saying that those companies had more or less problems and might also have financial fraud. Because Li Gang released, rumor has it that during the controversy over Bai Ning Biological's false confession, both institutions and retail investors were very cautious, and Shengshi Dingming's plan to reduce its heavy holdings failed. After all, how can it be reduced without a successor? What about holding? The stock market is like this. You must have a taker to cash out accordingly. Holding a stock does not necessarily mean you can sell it. Chapter 1073 at 11:30 noon, the A-share market closed. In view of the 10% rise and fall limit in the A-share market, Bai Ning Biotech has stabilized at the price limit of 31.5 yuan, and there is no risk of further decline today. In the library of Fudan University, and Liang's mobile phone sent out a notification screen for an incoming call. His mobile phone was in silent mode and vibrate was turned off. This is the basic rule of the library. The caller ID was Chun Ming, and Liang picked up his phone and walked outside the library. After walking out of the library, Chun Ming's call was still waiting for him, and Liang chose to answer it. "Brother Liang, good afternoon." Chun Ming greeted politely, and Liang also responded politely, "Hello, Brother Ming." Whether it's in Liang or Chun Ming, both of them are polite and courteous, as if they are very good friends. Otherwise, are they talking harshly like little gangsters? For people with the status of Liang and Chun Ming, roaring and furious is the most incompetent expression. Is Bai Ning Biology a ploy by Brother Liang? Chun Ming asked straight to the point. Is the Demon King in the dark a joke on Brother Ming? And Liang asked back. Both of them knew it well. I'm very curious how Brother Liang knew about Bai Ning Biology. Chun Ming asked curiously, Bai Ning Biotechnology is our heavy stock, and it is a secret among secrets. Could it be that Brother Liang has bribed our people again? Chun Ming's additional speculation, you guess? And Liang didn't answer yes or no. He just said guess, thereby alienating the relationship between Chun Ming and the senior management of Shengshi Dingming Investment Company. How is Liang Ge going to play this game? Chun Ming didn't make any guesses. He knew in Liang's intention to drive a wedge between him and the famous senior officials in Shengshi, so he could only investigate secretly. In fact, I should ask Brother Ming this sentence. I have settled the matter before, right? And Liang sighed. If Chun Ming hadn't jumped out on his own, and Liang might not have dealt with Chun Ming. But if Chun Ming had to jump out on his own and provoke in Liang, wouldn't he be committing suicide? Facing in Liang's answer, Chun Ming also sighed. Brother Liang, have you ever been jealous of anyone? And Liang thought about it. And he really has never been jealous of anyone, even before he got the winner system in life. Even though he was a scumbag at that time, he had never been jealous of the top student in the class. After all, Anshin Construction in Brother Liang's home, the company, is worth tens of millions. Later, Brother Liang got the winner system in life. Does he still need to envy others? He should have never been jealous of anyone. And Liang responded. Chun Ming was speechless. Why doesn't Liang play his cards according to the routine? Chun Ming clearly wanted Liang to express his jealousy over someone. I really envy Brother Liang. There is no one who can make Brother Liang jealous. Chun Ming sighed. I'm very jealous of Brother Liang. Why are you envious of me? And Liang responded casually. Brother Ming, you are actually a winner in life. Why do you have to work so hard? Chun Ming was born as a member of the Imperial Capital Circle. He has rich clothes, fine food, wealth, and a distinguished status. These are what Chun Ming is destined to achieve. As long as Chun Ming follows the steps honestly, his life will be a life that ordinary people can't even dream of. Dare to imagine a fulfilling life, Brother Liang. I really envy you. Everyone likes you. Everyone wants to be friends with you. And everyone says you are great. Don't you know this? Chun Ming asked. I know. And Liang responded, because I can bring benefits to everyone. When you didn't show up, these praises were all mine. Chun Ming snorted lightly. So, Brother Liang, I want to defeat you, and I want to take back my own honor. Boring. And Liang hummed. And in Liang's opinion, is this Chun Ming so boring? Isn't it bad to go to a bubble bar to flirt with girls when you have this time? But for Chun Ming, that is really not good. Because for Chun Ming, it's not a good idea to flirt with girls in a bubble bar. How difficult is it to be a girl? Isn't that just a matter of beckoning? The reason why people are human is because they have thoughts that animals do not have. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory, Chun Ming has crossed over physiological needs, safety needs, as well as social needs. He is now at a higher level of respect needs. Chun Ming longs to be respected by the Imperial Capital Circle. Just like Liang is respected in the Imperial Capital Circle, Chun Ming also wants to be respected. So he hopes to defeat Liang and win the respect of the Imperial Capital Circle. Respect and winning back self-esteem. This is what Chun Ming needs, not flirting with girls in a bubble bar. Those low-level needs are not attractive to Chun Ming now. He just wants to defeat Liang. Since Brother Liang finds it boring, I find it interesting. Chun Ming laughed. Chun Ming continued. By the way, Brother Liang, although I don't know how you know the status of our Shengshi Dingming's heavy holdings, this trick is of no use to us. It's just a loss of profit. And Liang laughed. It's okay if you lose your profits. I just want to remind you to stop playing some crooked things. I know that the main asset management projects you are famous for in your prosperous times are all Imperial Court projects. But the Imperial Court projects must be, is it safe? What do you mean? Chun Ming was slightly nervous. Is there anything wrong with the Chowding project? Chapter 1074. Under normal circumstances, Chowding projects must be safe. Now that Liang was reminding him, Chun Ming felt a little guilty. After all, Chun Ming felt that Liang wasn't aiming for nothing, right? However, Chun Ming was wrong this time, and Liang really just wanted to scare Chun Ming. Brother Ming, it's almost dinner time. Let's just do this for now. Let's continue playing. And Liang said jokingly, okay. Brother Liang, let's have fun. Chun Ming responded. After waiting for Liang to hang up the phone, Chun Ming immediately contacted Wei Zhihong and asked Wei Zhihong to secretly investigate the entire Shengshi Dingming to find possible leaks. In addition, Chun Ming asked Wei Zhihong to clean up the entire Shengshi Dingming court. Project information. Chun Ming has to personally review these core projects. The foundation of Shengshi Dingming is core projects. If there is a problem with the court project, it will be the beginning of disaster for Shengshe Dingming. So Chunming, you have to pay attention. Outside the library of Fudan University, after In Liang and Chun Ming finished the phone call, he saw Yao Qi, and Yao Qi also saw In Liang. She was stunned for a moment, and then took the initiative to walk towards In Liang. Classmate Ma Yingjun, are you coming to the library again? Yao Qi greeted teasingly, and Liang took out Ma Yingjun's campus card. He deliberately looked at the information on the campus card before responding affirmatively. Hello, classmate. Who are you? Ah, Yao Qi chuckled. Today is not a test. You don't have to be wary. Is it? And Liang asked casually. You don't have to go to class? Get out of class just ended. Yao Qi asked. You don't have to go to class? Sorry, I am a top student at Taito University, and I have completed my credits last semester. And Liang said seriously. I know you are from Tianfu University of Economics. Yao Qi revealed and Liang's details. And Liang was unable to complain. Is it so difficult to pretend to be a top student these days? Fortunately, Li Xian's call came to In Liang's rescue. And Liang quickly answered Li Xian's call and proactively said, Baby, are you out of class? Get out of class is over. Are you in the library? Li Xian asked. I just came out and met that person, Guanuxia's friend. And Liang explained that he deliberately did not say Yao Qi's name. Li Xian responded in a coquettish manner. Chi-Chi's name is Yao Qi. Please remember other people's names. Again, a good man doesn't remember his girlfriend's best friend's name. Remember his name? It's easy to get into trouble. Okay, I remember it. And Liang responded, Baby, let's gather at the door of the cafeteria. I'm so hungry. I studied hard all morning and now I'm starving. Come and save me quickly. Okay, I'll be right over. We're together, rain or shine, Li Xian explained. By the way, ask Chi-Chi if she wants to have dinner with us. Is this Li Xian really a stupid girl? Yao Qi, a beautiful woman who is no different from her, is not wary at all? Since it is Li Xian's order, let me ask you by the way. Yao Qi, have you had lunch? And Liang asked. Yao Qi responded without politeness. Not yet. If you'd like to buy me lunch, thank you so much. Li Xian heard Yao Qi's answer, and she responded, Big devil, hurry up and come over with Chi-Chi. We will be there soon. Let's go in and grab a seat first. Okay. And Liang responded and hung up the phone. And Liang and Yao Qi walked to the canteen together. On the way, and Liang asked casually, What are you professional about? I feel like you are a bit idle. I'm actually pretty sweet. Yao Qi thought for a moment. Is it sweet or salty? To be honest, and Liang has never tasted it. How can he know whether it is sweet or salty? Yao Qi continued, I am a radio and television major. Compared to a news media major, actually, I do have more time. And Liang didn't answer. He walked in front, and Yao Qi followed. The two came to Sichuan Shengqing Canteen together. He scanned around and saw Li Xian, Gui Yuqing, and Ma Yingjun. And Liang knew that Ma Yingjun is pursuing Gui Yuqing, but Liang is not optimistic about Ma Yingjun. Because Gui Yuqing is beautiful enough, but Ma Yingjun is not good enough. His only hope of victory is to wish Gui Yuqing to meet a scumbag, or meet scumbags again and again, and was finally heartbroken by the scumbag, handsome brother. Thank you for the card. And Liang handed over Ma Yingjun's campus card. Ma Yingjun quickly said politely, Brother Liang is so polite. If you need my card next time, please contact me at any time. Okay, let's add WeChat. And Liang said proactively. After and Liang added Ma Yingjun, he greeted, Baby, give me your card. Li Xian handed the campus card to En Liang. And Liang greeted Ma Yingjun. Come on, Brother Yingjun, let's go get lunch together. Okay, Ma Yingjun took the initiative and said, Brother Liang, I will give you this meal today. No, our Li Xian is a little rich woman. I think soft rice is quite delicious. Today I will teach you how to eat soft rice. And Liang said casually, Brother Liang, you how? All right. Ma Yingjun, this silly boy, really believed it honestly. Chapter 1075 Fudan University, Sichuan Shengqing Style Cafeteria. And Liang was just bragging casually, but Ma Yingjun actually took it seriously? Since Ma Yingjun took it seriously, Let's deal with it as if it were serious. Handsome brother, am I handsome? And Liang asked. Ma Yingjun looked at Liang and nodded affirmatively. He's quite handsome. This is not flattery. And Liang is a top-notch, being among the best among 1,000. He is almost on the verge of entering the rank of one among 1,000. He is a handsome guy among ordinary people, right? Am I tall? And Liang asked again, quite high. Ma Yingjun is sure. Am I in good shape? And Liang asked again. One person told the truth. And in Liang even had a mermaid line. Let's get to. Ma Yingjun responded, so you asked me how I did it? And Liang asked back. Ma Yingjun suddenly realized. What's wrong with a tall, handsome, and good-looking boy like in Liang, who is a soft rice? Ma Yingjun himself has an ordinary face, and is a bit shorter than in Liang, even a bit fat, although his name is Youngjun, but it has nothing to do with handsomeness. Ma Yingjun watched in Liang swipe Li Xian's card without any politeness, and he was silently envious in his heart, but it bothered him. This kind of he couldn't learn the soft rice skill. Since there were 5 people and the dishes in the canteen were relatively small, An Liang chose 4 meat dishes, 3 vegetarian dishes, 1 soup, and 3.5 portions of rice. The final total price was less than 150 yuan. At such a price, what kind of bicycle do you need? While eating, Li Xian asked casually. By the way, An Liang, aren't you going to the library this afternoon? And Liang just returned the campus card to Ma Yingjun. So Liang won't go to the library in the afternoon, right? In the afternoon, I went to the Star Papa Cafe across the street, mainly because I had work to deal with in the afternoon. It was more troublesome to deal with it in the library. Every time I made a call, I had to go outside. And Liang explained. Oh. Li Xian responded. Okay, I'll find you after school. Good. And Liang responded. Gui Yuqing asked casually. What is the boss busy with? And Liang responded jokingly. I was fighting with a friend. He made a joke with me, and I was also going to make a joke with him. Once you hear it, it's like a boss's world. Gui Yuqing sighed. Ma Yingjun was secretly curious. Gui Yuqing called in Liang a big boss. Isn't in Liang a softie? He said he had a lot of questions. After lunch, and Liang took Li Xian for a walk on campus. Li Xian's mood was obviously very happy. Even if Liang held her hand, she was jumping forward, as if she was still in high school. That's right, An Liang. I won't go with you today, Li Xian suddenly said, And Liang looked at Li Xian doubtfully. You don't need to study, you big bad guy. I want to study, Li Xian responded. I feel like I don't get enough sleep every morning, plus I have to do homework, group discussions, mock interviews, etc. Besides, why don't you go back to school? Li Xian said hummingly. Aren't I staying in the magic city to accompany you? And Liang responded snort. Li Xian said coquettishly, hurry up and go back and study hard. I also want to study hard. I have been very busy recently. You can come over on Labor Day. There is a 7-day holiday on Labor Day. We can go to Suzhou or Linen, or we can go to the West Lake together. Li Xian outlined her vision for the future vacation, and Liang smiled and agreed. Since you didn't tell me in advance, you must stay with me for one more day today. Li Xian's face turned red, and she said coquettishly, You know how to bully me. Ahem. And Liang doesn't just want to bully her. Never mind. The winter system of life has not found a solution yet, so it is safer to wait for Li Xian to learn yoga. After all, and Liang can do whatever he wants until the life winter system finds a solution. Otherwise, if you are targeted by unknown legal risks, wouldn't you be causing trouble for yourself? Safety first. This is the principle of An Liang. As a winner in life, why take risks? You are my baby. How can I bear to bully you? And Liang grabbed Li Xian, then walked to Li Xian and squatted down. Come on, baby, I'll carry you. Li Xian was a little shy, but she still let Liang carry her. The novel experience of being carried by her boyfriend made Li Xian a little excited. Since she was in school, Li Xian only let Liang carry her for a short time. So he came down and walked by himself to prevent the two of them from going up the campus wall. At nearly 2 o'clock, Liang led Li Xian to the classroom, where she had afternoon classes, and sent Li Xian to the door of the classroom. And Liang then left. He was going to go to the Star Dad Cafe in Winda Plaza opposite Fudan University. since Chun Ming was going to make a joke with Liang, and Liang would naturally not let Chen Ming down. However, Liang didn't know that he was just casually and aimlessly doing it. After scaring Chen Ming, his words came true. At this moment, Chun Ming was caught in a huge whirlpool. Chapter 1076, and Liang was just fooling Chun Ming without any intention before. As a result, Liang's unintentional words actually caused a series of chain reactions, eventually causing Chun Ming to fall into a huge whirlpool. In the morning, after Qiao Yijiang, the deputy financial director of Baining Biotechnology Company, Limited, exposed the financial fraud of Baining Biotechnology Company, Limited, Chun Ming alertly arranged for Wei Zhihong, the investment manager of Shengshi Dingming, to start a thorough investigation of the entire Shengshi Dingming situation. From being a well-known stock in the prosperous times, to continuing to expand the scope of the review of core projects after being targeted by Liang. Under normal circumstances, there would be no problem with such an operation. It would just be a daily review project of the asset management company. But now is not the usual normal situation. Baining Biotech exposed its financial fraud, and there are also rumors circulating about 11 other well-known stocks, indicating that there may be problems. Under such circumstances, Shengshi Dingming Asset Management Investment Company suddenly started a project review. Even though Shengshi Dingming conducted the project review in secret, the financial circle is very small, and the slightest disturbance will cause all kinds of speculation. After all, there is too much money in the financial circle. When Shengshi Dingming started the project review, there were no problems with the remaining 11 major stocks it held. Instead, the Imperial project exploded. As Shengshi Dingming began project review, King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited, a subsidiary of Qinghai Investment Group Company, Limited, chose to self-destruct before being subject to project review by Shengshi Dingming. King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited chose the same approach as Baining Biotech and directly disclosed its self-destruction to the outside world. King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited. In view of the recent excessive investment in basic projects of our company, the cost of power generation has exceeded the expected estimate, and the power generation volume has not reached the expected plan, which has caused difficulties in making profits. Regarding the principal and interest payment time for the King Sanshui No. 1 debt project issued by our company will try our best to apply for an extension. Special announcement. The self-destruction announcement of King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited may seem like an explanation of the problem, but in fact it is a thunderbolt. The so-called delayed processing means that it cannot pay the principal and interest as promised. For example, if you purchase a corporate debt-type asset management product and agree on a 2-year term, the principal and interest will be paid at an annual rate of return of 7%. But 2 years have passed, and the principal and interest should have been cashed out to investors. But now the company has not made a profit, and the principal and interest need to be deferred. Isn't this a thunderstorm? The corporate debt-type project issued by King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited is guaranteed by Qinghai Investment Group Company, Limited and underwritten by Guangming Bank. This time King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited is in trouble. If it is unable to pay the principal and interest, if an investor files a lawsuit, that means Qinghai Investment Group Company, Limited is unlucky. Shengshi Dingming happens to be an important investment institution of Qinghai Investment Group Company, Limited. Shengshi Dingming also purchased the corporate debt issued by King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited, although it only bought 10 million. But with a quota of 10 million, and after Shengshi Dingming started the project review, King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited was worried that Shengshi Dingming would find out the problem, so it simply chose to blow up the problem. In the financial circle, if it is a matter of self-destruction, it is basically 3 drinks as a penalty. The total corporate debt issued by King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited is just over 60 million. If you choose to expose it yourself, it will only be a minor problem, and the big deal will be fined. Anyway, they will definitely make money later, and they will definitely fill this hole, but it will take a certain amount of time. Under such a general premise, King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited had no fear and chose to self-destruct in order to obtain the treatment of 3 drinks as a penalty. King Sanshui Electric Power Company, Limited chose to cut off its wrists to protect itself. But this approach harmed Shengshi Dingming, because Shengshi Dingming had just started the project review, and King Sanshui Electric Power Company Limited ran out and blew himself up. Relevant people in the financial circle will speculate whether Shengshi Dingming has some inside information and is starting a project review in order to avoid its own losses. A chain reaction quickly formed, starting from King Sanshui Electric Power Company Limited. One after another court projects have exploded. These court projects are all projects of some local courts. They are not life or death issues. Most of them are overdue issues, but in the guarantee under the protection of the company and the underwriting agency, these problems can be solved. It's just that after Shengshi Dingming started the review project, in order to avoid being reviewed by Shengshi Dingming and causing more serious consequences, he simply blew himself up and ordered 3 drinks as a penalty. Whichever is the lesser of 2 evils. One court project after another exploded, even if it was a small project worth tens of millions. Even if the famous people in the prosperous world only invested a few million or 10 million in each project. As a result, these small projects and small funds accumulated together, pushing Shengshi Dingming to the forefront. Chapter 1082 inches the evening, close to 6 o'clock. And Liang and Li Tsunyuan chatted about the details. Li Xiyin came to Xingbapa Cafe after school. She watched Liang, an aloof man, occupying a table and playing with his mobile phone alone. She smiled happily. Gui Yuqing was still joking just now, wondering whether Liang would flirt with girls at Star Papa Cafe or something like that. Li Xiyin walked over and greeted, "Big Demon King." And Liang was stunned for a moment, and then responded, "Is get out of class over, honey?" And Liang continued, "I have been busy working and haven't noticed the time yet. Baby, what do you want to drink?" Before Li Xiyin answered, and Liang pulled Li Xiyin and asked Li Xiyin to sit next to him. "I'm dealing with something here, and it will take a while. You sit with me first, and then we go to eat." Li Xiyin agreed, and then ordered a nut yogurt. Li Xiyin sat next to Liang, and Liang continued to exchange information in the group of friends in the Imperial City. Nearly 20 minutes later, Liang, Li Tsunyuan, and Yun Haiyankai fishing plan confirmed done. And Liang said to Li Xiyin, "Baby, what do you want to eat?" Li Xiyin thought about it for a moment before responding. "The food court at the back has our Shengqing-style grilled fish, and there are many types of grilled fish. Do you want to eat grilled fish?" Li Xiyin likes to eat fish, so Liang naturally agreed. "Okay, honey, let's go eat grilled fish." And Liang stood up. He took Li Xiyin's Louis Vuitton messenger bag, hung it on his shoulder, and then led Li Xiyin out of the Xingbapa Cafe. The grilled fish restaurant Li Xiyin mentioned is in Xingbapa. Behind the coffee shop, it only takes a few minutes to walk. And Liang led Li Xiyin to the grilled fish shop. Li Xiyin explained, "The grilled fish we have in Shengqing usually only have grass carp and crucian carp. But the varieties here there are especially many, including catfish, river dumplings, sweet-scented osmanthus fish, and some marine fish." "That's not bad," and Liang responded. In fact, Liang also likes to eat grilled fish, but he feels that crucian carp has too many spines and grass carp meat is too raw. Is there so many varieties of grilled fish in Shanghai? By the way, honey, is the grilled fish you were talking about paper-wrapped fish, or is it real grilled fish? And Liang asked. Li Xiyin responded, "It's really grilled fish." Li Xiyin continued, "Although it's not a charcoal grill, it's just an electric oven grilled fish, but it tastes very good." And Liang and Li Xiyin walked into the store, and the service staff handed Liang a plastic-wrapped menu. "Don't think about ordering with a tablet in this entry-level restaurant." And Liang looked at the menu, as Li Xiyin said, just like the ones in Xingqing. This grilled fish restaurant called Blazing indeed has a variety of grilled fish options, including the most traditional grass carp and crucian carp. In Chongqing, whether it is grass carp or crucian carp, grilled fish restaurants are generally, it only costs 18 yuan per caddy, and the more expensive one is 28 yuan per caddy. However, here in Shanghai, it costs 38 yuan per caddy. "Baby, what kind of grilled fish do you want to eat?" And Liang asked, "Take a look at what you want to eat. As long as it's grilled fish, I'm not too picky." Li Xiyan responded. And Liang browsed around, and found that this grilled fish restaurant actually had Eastern Star spots. Does the grilled fish shop sell Eastern Star spot? There is also grilled eel. As for eels, except for the neon-style grilled eels in neon cuisine, An Liang has never eaten other styles of grilled eels. Baby, let's have an Eastern Star spot, and then a grilled eel. What do you think it tastes like? And Liang asked. Li Xian said with a little joy, Eastern Star spot is delicious. Dong Xingban wants spicy flavor. Li Xian arranged for Dong Xingban first, and then responded distressedly, grilled eel. I have only eaten grilled eel from neon cuisine. Me too. And Liang responded, wait a moment, I'll ask the store to see what they recommend. And Liang greeted the waiter, and he asked, hello, I would like to ask what is the best flavor of grilled eel? The waitress responded, do you want a big eel or a small eel? What differences are there? And Liang asked, if it is a large eel, we recommend eating 2 of them, half with pickled pepper flavor and half with barbecued pepper and salt flavor. If it is a small eel, you can choose both. The waitress explained. The waitress continued, by the way, larger eels are better because when removing the spines, large eels are easier to remove and there are basically no eel spines left. An Liang naturally ordered the big eel. Add a strip of spicy Eastern Star pancake. And Liang added. The waitress nodded. Okay. By the way, handsome guys and beauties, what are you drinking? And Liang looked at Li Xian. Li Xian responded, I want your sour plum soup. No problem. The waitress agreed. After the waiter left, Li Xian lowered her voice and said, their sour plum soup is free if you spend more than 300 yuan, but they won't take the initiative to tell you. Do we make money again? And Liang responded with a bad smile. Certainly. Li Xian snorted, and then she looked outside the store with a puzzled expression. Big devil look? Li Xian pointed to the outside of the store and signaled An Liang to check. Chapter 1083. Outside the blazing grilled fish shop, Yao Qi was walking in front. Her face was quite ugly. Behind Yao Qi, a young man followed, seeming to be saying something. That is, Yao Qi? And Liang was confused. Li Xian responded affirmatively. Yeah, that's Chi-Chi. She seems to be in trouble. Big devil, let's go take a look. Fing. And Liang agreed first, and then responded, I think she had a conflict with her boyfriend, right? She is single. Li Xian hummed in response. And Liang and Li Xian walked out of the store, and Li Xian took the initiative to say hello loudly. Chi-Chi. Yao Qi heard Li Xian's voice. She followed the sound and looked over. She saw Li Xian and An Liang. A flash of joy flashed in her eyes, and then she walked over quickly. The young man who followed Yao Qi also saw. He naturally followed Li Xian and An Liang. When Yao Qi came to Li Xian and An Liang, she took the initiative to greet them. Xian, are you eating here? And Liang responded teasingly. No, we're here to watch the fun. Is this a new incident for you? Li Xian followed An Liang and said carelessly, yes, Chi-Chi, we are here to watch the fun. What is the situation between you and this guy? The young man who followed Yao Qi heard Li Xian call him this guy. He was a little dissatisfied at first, but he found that Li Xian and An Liang were all wearing high-end luxury brands, and both of them were wearing wristbands. Patek Philippe is still very easy to distinguish. He endured it and did not explode directly. Without knowing the details of the other party, he could endure it. After all, like Yao Qi, he recognized An Liang at the first sight. What he was wearing was not a black starry sky, but a contemporary Patek Philippe worth more than 17 million. Yao Qi responded, his name is Li Kuan, my high school classmate. He wanted to invite me to dinner, but I refused, and then he kept following me. Li Xian started her heartless mode again. Although she didn't say anything, she directly invited. Chi-Chi, we haven't started yet. How about you eat with us? Li Kuan frowned, obviously dissatisfied with Li Xian's actions. And Liang also noticed that Li Kuan was frowning, but he had no intention of stopping Li Xian. Anyway, as long as this heartless and silly girl is happy, how did she realize that she had offended someone? It was mainly cats and dogs. If she offended someone, what else could she do? Yao Qi agreed without hesitation. Okay, thank you, Xian. It doesn't matter. The big devil just ordered a bit too much. Just for you, the 3 of us should be able to finish it. Li Xian directly ruled out Li Kuan's existence. Li Kuan also understood what Li Xian meant. He couldn't help but snorted. Yao Qi, what do you mean? My friend asked me to eat. Do you have any opinion? Yao Qi responded coldly. Ah! Li Kun snorted softly. He looked at Li Xian, then looked at Liang, and said half threatening and half warning. If you don't date well, you must mind your own business, huh? So, what if I take care of it? And Liang asked back. Li Kuan didn't answer. He turned around and left. Is this person poisonous? Did he give in immediately? And Liang thought that the other party was going to say harsh words. Looking at Li Kuan's back, and Liang complained. Baby, have I ever told you that I fight really hard? Li Xingge, you never had a fight in high school. How would I know? That toad just now was quite boring. I thought he was going to jump up and hit me on the knee. And Liang complained. Ha! Li Xian loga. Yao Qi also laughed. This in Liang is definitely an on my OG. Although Li Kuan is not as tall as in Liang, nor as handsome as in Liang, the toad is too much. What is even more outrageous is that he jumps up and hits his knees. It is simply yin and yang are invisible. By the way, is this toad so ignorant of himself? And Liang asked. You have refused, and he is still pestering you? Yao Qi hesitated for a moment before sighing. His family has some connections with mine. My father wants me to be with him. Marriage? The guy named Li Kuan just now looked well-dressed. He also wore a high-end luxury brand. His family must have some money, right? Li Xian asked doubtfully. Why does your father want you to be with him? Ahem. And Liang coughed twice to remind the sword cultist not to ask too many questions. Yao Qi responded, It's okay. Yao Qi continued, Our family owes their family some money. My father hopes that I will be with him and then alleviate this debt. Ah! Li Xian finally realized the problem, and she quickly said apologetically, I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, I don't know. It's okay. Yao Qi responded, and Liang had no intention of answering. At this time, whatever he said was wrong, so he might as well be dumb. Silence is golden, understand? On the other side, after Li Kuan left, he thought more and more the angrier he became. He could see that in Liang and Li Xian were both outsiders. Was he, a local, being bullied by two outsiders? Hello, Kunzai. A frivolous voice greeted Li Kuan. Li Kuan followed the sound, and his eyes lit up. Brother Daizai. Chapter 1084 inches the food court. Li Kuan, who was getting more and more angry with his thoughts, met his friend Zhang Fei, nicknamed Knife Zai. This man came from Hong Kong Island, and his family had some influence on Hong Kong Island. Brother Fizi, why are you here? Li Kuan asked casually, played at the stadium across the street, and then came over for dinner. Zhang Fei responded, Kunzai, what are you doing here? Li Kuan thought about it for a moment and decided to use Zhang Fei's. I was just going to have dinner here with my girlfriend, but I had a little conflict with her, and then she and her friends were eating grilled fish there, and I came out to take a look around. Li Kuan directly defined Yao Qi as his girlfriend. Zhang Fei responded, Since your girlfriend is also here, go over and say hello. I ordered a table of seafood here and asked my younger siblings to come together. Li Kuan said, slightly embarrassed, She has a conflict with me. I'll call her, but she won't pay attention to me. Come on, I'll go with you. I like to help people solve problems. Girls, please apologize and promise tomorrow. With just one package, wouldn't the problem be solved? Zhang Fei said self-righteously. Li Kuan responded, Thank you, Brother Daozi. Lead the way. I, Daozai, will set things right for you. Zhang Fei said in a comprehensive manner. Li Kuan did not lead the way immediately. He said hesitantly, By the way, Brother Daozi, my girlfriend is with her friend, and her friend's boyfriend is also present. And he said to me I have some opinions. I'm worried about conflicts later. Conflict? Zhang Fei laughed loudly. We were just 6 brothers playing together, and there was a conflict. I caused it with just one phone call. What conflict are you afraid of? Li Kuan smiled secretly in his heart. His goal was achieved. If there is a conflict later, he will let out a bad breath. Thank you, Brother Daozi. I will treat you to dinner later. Thank you, Brother Daozi, for your help. Li Kuan said politely. Zhang Fei also smiled and patted Li Kuan's arm. Thank you, Kunzi. Come on, lead the way. Let's go see what's going on. A moment later, Li Kuan took Jiang Fei back to the blazing grilled fish shop. The two walked into the shop and walked directly to En Liang's table. En Liang glanced at Li Kuan and then at Jiang Fei. This Jiang Fei's hands with big flowery arms, a big gold chain hanging around his neck, and a bunch of Bodhi seeds in his hand, he almost had not to be messed with written on his face. Chi-Chi, let me introduce to you. This is my classmate, Brother AtoZ from Hong Kong Island. Li Kuan introduced. Li Xian laughed directly. Ha ha ha, Brother AtoZ. Is this person the young and dangerous boy from Hong Kong Island? When Jiang Fei was brought in by Li Kuan, he saw Yao Qi and Li Xian. He had even imagined that no matter which of the two was Li Kuan's girlfriend, he would combine Li Kuan and Li Xian during dinner later. His girlfriend got drunk together. Wasn't that an arrangement? Faced with Li Xian's ridicule, Li Kuan's face darkened, and he snorted coldly. This beautiful girl, do you have any objections to me? Li Xian looked at En Liang and said, should we report the case and contact the patrol to handle it? Li Kuan was at a loss for words. Will he report the crime directly? All right. It's 2020, and his tactics can't scare anyone. Yao Qi responded to Li Kuan. Li Kuan, I am very disappointed in you. Chi-Chi me. Yao Qi directly interrupted Li Kuan. Call me by my full name. Yao Qi snorted. We're not familiar with each other. Jiang Fei also discovered the problem, and he asked doubtfully, Kunzai, what's going on? Li Kuan responded, as I said just now, it's just a conflict between lovers. Having said that, he continued, Chi-Chi, I have reserved a table of seafood. Let's go there together. Jiang Fei quickly agreed. Yes, pretty girl, let's go there together. And I'll ask Kunzai to apologize to you. Li Kuan secretly looked at En Liang, waiting for En Liang to stop him. En Liang noticed Li Kuan's gaze, and he also saw through Li Kuan's intentions. These little tricks were of no use to En Liang, a 5th-level land fairy. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a joke. Baby, I don't like the way he looked at you just now. En Liang said to Li Xian. Li Xian snorted, I don't like it either. Baby, I told you I'm stingy. En Liang said while pinching Li Xian's cheek. I'll deal with it first. You guys wait a moment. Yao Qi was secretly shocked. She also remembered that En Liang said that she was stingy. She also remembered the solution that En Liang said. If En Liang really wanted to deal with it this way. Two friends, want to take a moment to talk? En Liang greeted. Jiang Fei responded carelessly. Okay, I'll give you a face. Let's go out and talk. En Liang didn't mean to talk. He had no interest in wasting time. The three of them walked out of the grilled fish shop. Jiang Fei spoke first. Pretty boy, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I always like to help others since I am Kuan-zi. As for the matter with his girlfriend, let them resolve it themselves. Li Kuan whispered, Friend, let me remind you that Brother AtoZ's family is very powerful in Hong Kong Island. If you meddle in others' affairs, not only will you be in trouble, but your girlfriend will also be in trouble. I believe you understand. What can I say? Li Kuan continued. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. If you don't think about yourself, you should also think about your girlfriend, right? It's a pity. En Liang sighed. Li Kuan was stunned for a moment. What is a real regret? Jiang Fei didn't understand what a real regret was. But the next moment for passers-by came over. They were in groups of two, one on the left and one on the right, holding Li Kuan and Jiang Fei leave. It's 2020, and there is still such a threat? En Liang said to himself. Although I know you guys are having fun, I hate being high. Chapter 1085. En Liang returns to blazing grilled fish restaurant. Li Xian asked doubtfully, Where were those two people just now? After we had a friendly exchange outside, it was mainly because they found that my fists were a bit hard, so they ran away in despair. En Liang said teasingly. Then he added, Baby, I told you, I'm a very fierce fighter. What is this Li Kuan? Did he think he could win the game by calling a big flower arm? In fact, he just owed it to him. Beat, Li Xian hummed. I know you are very powerful. Yao Qi didn't say anything. She was not a silly person like Li Xian. She realized that the problem was not simple. And Liang just said that he didn't like the way Jiang Fei looked at Li Xian. To be honest, Yao Qi didn't either. She likes the way Jiang Fei looks at her, because Yao Qi finds that the other person's eyes are too innocent, and he obviously has a crooked idea. No wonder In Liang doesn't like such a look. Yao Qi remembers what In Liang said before. The water of the Huangpu River is so it's turbid. It should be fine if 1 or 2 people are thrown in, right? So will such a thing really happen? Yao Qi looked at the silly and sweet Li Xian. She was silently envious in her heart, but she guessed that maybe it's this silly and sweet personality that attracts In Liang, right? When In Liang came back less than 3 minutes later, the waitress first brought the spicy grilled Eastern Star spot. And Liang picked up a piece of fish for Li Xian. And Li Xian greeted him. Yao Qi was not polite. And then she picked up the fish meat and fed it to In Liang. Yao Qi was shown off by In Liang and Li Xian's dog food operation. Isn't this operation too showy? And Liang picked up the fish meat for Li Xian. And Li Xian picked it up again and fed it to In Liang. Isn't this a cycle? So having a boyfriend is amazing? Okay. Yao Qi thinks it's really amazing to have a boyfriend like In Liang. After a while, grilled salt and pepper eel and pickled pepper grilled eel were separated. When it was served, as the waiter introduced, whether it was grilled salt and pepper eel or grilled eel with pickled pepper, it tasted very good. At 8 o'clock in the evening, after finishing the grilled fish, In Liang took Li Xian their Yanyan Amon. Yao Qi naturally returned to Fudan University by herself. When Yao Qi returned to the dormitory, she received a call from her mother. After answering the phone, her mother Shin Shui immediately asked nervously, "Chi, where are you?" "I just returned to the dormitory." "What's wrong, Mom?" Yao Qi could hear that her mother was nervous. That's good. That's good." Shin Shui breathed a sigh of relief. "Mom, what happened?" Yao Qi asked. "I just received a call from your Uncle Li. Your Uncle Li said that he received a call from the patrol. Something might have happened to Li Kun." Shin Shui explained. Yao Qi's heart thumped, and she calmly asked, "What happened to that guy? Did he cause trouble in school again?" Li Kun studied at the Motive Sports College, diagonally opposite Fudan University. The two schools are just over 1 kilometer apart. No, the problem is a bit big this time. Your Uncle Li revealed that it seems that Li Kun drove out of the guardrail and fell into the Huangpu River. His car is still being salvaged, but it has not been salvaged yet. Shin Shui explained the situation. Listening to Shin Shui's words, Yao Qi suddenly got goosebumps all over her body. It was not because of fear or nervousness. It was just a feeling of sudden shock. Because Yao Qi knew that In Liang had done it. This man really kept his word. He said before that he was stingy. This time the knife boy provoked In Liang. And was Li Kun also involved? "I thought you and Li Kun were together. It scared me to death." Shin Shui explained. "I was not with him. He did come to see me today, but I was having dinner with my friends and he left with his friends." Yao Qi answered truthfully. Although she guessed that In Liang was the mastermind behind the scenes, she had no intention of saying it out loud. Not only because she was the cause of this trouble, but also because she guessed that if In Liang dared to do it, he would definitely not be punished. Detected. This is actually the case. If In Liang dares to do it, he will definitely not be detected. Even though the National Security Investigation Bureau is very concerned about In Liang, Rennie's security company still does a flawless job and completely eliminates any evidence. In fact, In Liang is a kind person. If Li Kun really targeted In Liang might just laugh it off and not bother to pay attention to Li Kun. But Jiang Fei, whom Li Kun brought over, disgusted In Liang. The most important thing is that Li Kun also disgusted In Liang in the end. They'd actually use Li Xian to threaten In Liang. Isn't that just touching Brother Liang's side? Not to mention that Rennie's security company has done a flawless job. Even if Rennie's security company has some omissions, I'm afraid no one will cause trouble for In Liang. After all, now In Liang is not the In Liang of the past. This act of actively provoking In Liang is completely seeking his own death. Yao Qi hung up the phone after chatting with her mother for a while. She wanted to call Li Xian, but thought better of it. After thinking about it, she guessed that Li Xian and In Liang were now at Yanyan Amon, right? Yao Qi put down the phone, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because this time In Liang also helped her solve the trouble, and she was serious she didn't want to be with Li Kun. Now that Li Kun drove down the Huangpu River, she could only pray for Li Kun, hoping that the river wouldn't be too cold.